No, we're not selling anybody. We're not firing anybody today. No, baby. Oh, the Giants must have lost yesterday, 3-2. I was watching other things last night on the tube. Giants lost 3-2. I'm not going to lie. I watched the bottom of the ninth inning. That's all I needed to see. Told the whole story. Biggest thing out of the Giants. We're going to get to Niners. Good morning to everybody out there. It's a Wednesday, man. A walking back Wednesday. Can't wait to do that. What are we walking back today? Is it another Trey Lance video? What are we walking back today? We'll get into that. Bo Bell, Farhan, are they extended through 2026 or 2025? No idea what's going on with them. But good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift, man. Niners win 32-19 on Monday night. We're going to slowly turn the page on the Minnesota Vikings. We'll really dive into them tomorrow with Brian Flores' defense and Kevin O'Connell and what they got going on offensively with Sam Darnold and Justin Jefferson. We'll turn the page on the Jets, but we'll recap it today with Baldy, who'll join us at 8 o'clock. Good morning to everybody out there. Get off your graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, hopefully they made a killing Monday night down there in the South Bay. It was booming.
Yay!
It was booming down there. Shashki, what up, man? What's going on? You got Giants gear on today. I'm shocked.
Well, I mean, running out of Niner clothes, so I had to go to the Giants gear today.
I go U.S. Open, man.
I am rooting against the Giants. I was looking at the Giants last night, and it had me thinking about the 49ers, and it had me also thinking about the Golden State Warriors. I believe that the best organizations in sports, they don't just sustain because of one player or one coach. They sustain because they have influx of talent that's coming in. And sometimes it's year to year.
Yep.
Sometimes it's over a multi-year period. But think about the best organizations and the best teams. The Golden State Warrior team. Think about the 2015 team. And think about how uniquely different the 2022 championship was. We're talking about two dramatically different rosters. The finances were different, but they found a lot of different players via draft, free agency, trades, etc. And they kept it rolling. Exception. When I think about the gold standard, and football's different because you get so many draft picks and the roster can turn over because of the non-guaranteed contracts. But the gold standard is probably New England, right? Over the last 20, 25 years. The Niners were one of those teams as well. But I would say the Niners were different back in the 80s because no salary cap. So you can hang on to a Steve Young and have him be your backup for many years, right? It's just different. The Astros, when I look at the Astros, the two championships they've won, and we could lose our face about how, they cheated, but the 2017 team is very different from the more current championship team. Right? Yankees, too, when they won the championship in the 90s versus the one that won their final championship in the 2000s. Very, very different. The 49ers, and I've said this 5 or 6 times, 2019, the only returning players on the team right now from that Super Bowl team, Wisnowski, Bosa, Warner, Debo, Kittle, Juice.
They're all that same draft?
No, but they were all on that team. I'm just going on that team.
That team.
They were on that team.
Gotcha.
Wisnowski, Bosa, Warner, Debo, Kittle, Juice. Now, that's a long time. I mean, 2019 might as well be forever ago.
In football years. In the NFL, with all the roster turnover, it's a year-to-year league. It's rare that you get about 5 guys who are on the team 5 years from now. I would be eager to know how many guys on the Philadelphia Eagles we made from that Super Bowl team. Is it just Lane Johnson? I mean, there can't be too many guys on that team that was on that Super Bowl team that's currently on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Absolutely. I mean, you're 100% correct. I'm looking at the Niners. Forget the Eagles. From the Niners, week 1 in Chicago, 2022. Let me read some of these names that are either not on the team or not producing at all. Trey Lance, Elijah Mitchell, Jeff Wilson, Ray McLeod, Ross Dwelley, Tyler Kroft. These were guys on offense who had a touch.
Yeah.
Defense, guys who had a tackle. Ebukam, Al-Shair, Tashawn Gibson, Hassan Ridgeway, Eric Armstead, Drake Jackson, Emmanuel Mosley, Tarvarius Moore, Ambry Thomas. And then Robbie Gould was kicking field goals.
Right.
You're looking at 17 different people making contributions just 2 years ago.
Yep.
2 years ago. And I'm looking at this team yesterday. And I was thinking hard about this, like, when they pay Brock, every million. And yes, it does matter how much you pay someone. We're looking at what's going on in Cleveland, and there's like $175 million dead cap hit if they cut Deshaun Watson. It does matter finances. But if you believe in Shanahan like I do, and you believe in Lynch, even if they overpay by a couple $1 million for a guy here and there, they can overcome it because listen to who made contributions from the last few drafts. Diamond Lenore, Tig Brown, Dominic Pooney, Jordan Mason, Aaron Banks, McKivitz, Jennings, Robert Beal Jr., Isaac Garendo had touches. Jalen Moore was out there at the end of the game. Burford was out there. And you had a young man in Cowings returning kicks, while another guy in Jake Moody was kicking field goals. That's just from the drafts the last couple of years. Free agency, listen to how they've turned the roster over. Hargrave, Malik Collins, Leonard Floyd, Jake Brendel was a free agent, Rock Sim, Isaac Yidam, DeAndre Campbell, Jordan Elliott, Saubert. Bonta, I'm looking at like 25 guys in just the last couple of years that they've turned the roster over who made huge contributions just 2 years later. 2 years later. They replenish talent as well as any team in sports right now.
All the sports.
I didn't even mention the quarterback, for crying out loud, Brock Purdy.
Drake Greenlaw as well is up into that point. He'll be back at some point this season. No, they've done a great job. And that's not to mention they've had a lot of misses. I mean, you look at the 2021 draft or the 2022 draft. The only guy left, Spencer Burford, Brock Purdy. Two guys. You know what I'm saying? So they've whiffed on a lot of draft. 2021. Who's left from that roster?
Talanoa
Hufanga, Lenore, Jalen Moore still here, Aaron Banks. Trey Sermon's gone, Trey Lance is gone, Avery Thomas is on the way out, Elijah Mitchell's on IR. Then you look at the year before. Colton McKivitz is here, Brendan Ayuk is here, Kinlaw's gone. But then you take a guy in the 7th round of Jawad Jennings. And so when you think about the great teams in the NFL, and this goes back, it's not just with the Niners right now. While the Patriots were in the Super Bowls, Philadelphia did a great job of replenishing talent. Kansas City does a great job of replenishing talent. The Saints had drafted really, really well. And that's the difference in today's salary cap league. And it's been the case for the last 20 to 25 years when it comes to the salary cap. You have to either hit on a couple picks in each class, you have to have a knockout free agency signing, and you have to have good health. You have to have good health while you keep your premium players together. And that's the key. Can your premium players continue to play at a high level? Once your premium players start to decrease a little bit in terms of, or depreciate in terms of their production, then that's when you have an issue. But this bodes well for the Niners because their premium players are still playing at a premium level. If Fred Warner, George Kittle, Debo, and company.
Don't you think that the Harbaugh era, there was a variety of things that brought it down, right? A variety. But I think that, like, top of the list, they stopped drafting and developing well.
Yeah, that had a lot to do with it, but also Patrick Willis got hurt.
Yeah.
Navarro Bowman was hurt. Crabtree, big-time injury, right? Bolden getting up there in age. Anthony Davis basically walked away from the roster. You know, Mike Iupati got hurt. Jonathan Goodwin moved on.
So I think this team had injuries?
Yeah, they have, but the premium players, when you got your stalwarts, your all-pro blue-chip players. Like right now, we're going to find out about the 49ers, how long they could function without Christian McCaffrey. I think they do a good job, something we'll get into a little bit later. But Fred Warner's still there, playing at a high level. George Kittle still playing at a high level. We saw just last year, in 3 games, 2 premium players went down, and it was 17-17-17 with Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel. So this all works well. You're right. Replenishing talent. They've got a lot of guys who drafted really well in the middle rounds. But it works really well when the premium players continue to be on the field. And now that the premium players, like you look at those Patriot teams, the premium players were on the field, right? Mm-hmm. Tom Brady, Gronk, Edelman. Now they had their nicks and bruises, and Gronk was always on the injury report. But their premium players, as long as they stay healthy, your blue chip players, then everything else fits in. And all of a sudden, you're like, yeah, we can replenish this talent because we're not expecting this guy to be an all-pro. But once you start losing all-pro players to injuries, then you're thinking to yourself, boy, we got problems. And I think that was, you're right. They didn't draft well at all. Those last couple of years on Harbaugh, they didn't draft well at all. But also the premium players broke down.
No, that's a good point. I don't know, man. I'm looking at it, and I say to myself, like, I think we've underrated how good they are at finding talent. You're going to miss, look.
Well, it's undeniable, yeah.
I look at Pearsall, right? I don't know if Pearsall's good, bad, whatever. We'll find out. I can already tell you right now, this draft that they had, if Dominic Pooney, let's just say hypothetically, is the only guy that comes out of this draft as a pop, do you know how many teams would die to have a day one plug-and-play starter who's already a B to B plus player?
Yep.
And I don't mean B to B plus on his own draft class. I'm talking B to B plus across the league. Like, he came in right away, and Shanahan loves him so much, they said, we're running to the right side for the first time in a millennium. Right?
No, he's legit.
I mean,
he's legit.
I'm looking at this B and I'm saying to myself, like, look, I don't even think Hargrave's been that great of a signing. Like, I really don't. But they've been able to offset it because they found a guy in like Malik Collins, for example.
True trades.
It's a great move.
Charles Amanda, who we were discussing yesterday.
He was good.
We were like, wow, this guy. What about Jordan Willis, who had the big block in the playoff game at Green Bay? They will find a little subtle move here with a 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick. And I don't think anybody works the entire draft like the Niners. There's something about drafting 1st and 2nd-round players, and guys may hit on them. But their draft picks, like Juwan Jennings, is automatic as a third wide receiver. He's a 7th-round pick. 7th-round pick. Jordan Mason, who just had a career high, was an undrafted free agent and looked like one of the best backs in all of football this past week.
But he was the backup to Jahmyr Gibbs at Georgia Tech. It's crazy.
Right.
And I say all this as I wrap this all in a big bow. And I want to stay on the Niners, but I do want to get back to the original. You brought up the Giants. Why are the Giants where they're at? It's because they can't replenish the talent. What got Sabian to where he was at the end of his run? They couldn't replenish the talent. And talent was going out the door in trades, and you brought back guys who were at the end of their ropes. And to your point about older players,
premium talent.
The premium talent turned into not premium anymore.
They weren't premium anymore. No, you had to go to the 87 gas and not the 91, right?
Exactly.
Whatever that is, unleaded or whatever it is. How I forget the I just know 91, 89, 87. If you go to the cheap gas station, you better get 91, which I usually do all the time because, you go to the, not the Arcos of the world, but the no-name gas stations. You know what I'm talking about? But no, they're premium players. The Giants, to your point, they started, Buster Posey wasn't the same. Brandon Belt wasn't the same.
Exactly.
Brandon Crawford wasn't the same. All of a sudden, Madison Bumgarner's leaking a little oil. The bullpen is leaking oil. So as long as you're premium players, and I think that's the most important thing. Debo looked like he's going to have a big-time season. Ayuk will come around. Fred Warner looks like he's going to have a big-time season. I mean, Fred Warner set the tone for the entire season. Bosa, you know what? He looked like Nick Bosa.
He did.
He looked good. He looked really good. So Brock Purdy, how do you look at quarterback?
Brock's a stud.
I mean, he's literally he is legit. So as long as your premium players are in place, it's easier to replenish talent that are not premium, right? That's the biggest thing with the Giants. You bring up the Giants again. Their problem is they can't even get a premium player to slot in. Like, how good would Mike Yastrzemski? We were talking about Mike Yastrzemski before the show. How good would he look in a different lineup? So, say, hypothetically, the Yankees.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, the Dodgers, and he's a 7th hitter. We're thinking, damn, that's a dangerous 7-hole hitter. Damn, Mike Yastrzemski batting 7th in that lineup? Damn, he's got some pop. But on the Giants, when you don't have a lot of premium talent, all of a sudden you get elevated to a status to where it's like, yeah, we're counting on this guy to be our leader here. He's going to carry a lineup. That's not his job. That's not his role. So first you got to get premium talent. And it makes it easier with the Warriors and Steph and Dre and Clay. It's like, yeah, we can plug and play around these guys. But what's that premium talent as we saw with the Warriors? Clay wasn't the same. Draymond wasn't on the court. Life was a lot harder for Stephen Curry. And all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in on the NBA playoffs.
And then, like, even if you do miss in the draft or you miss in free agency, it's not highlighted as much when you have premium players. It's you can offset it because of their greatness and whatnot. I mean, I look at, like, I go back to Hargrave. They've probably overpaid dramatically for Hargrave, right? But nobody really thinks about that snap in, snap out because they got Bosa, and he's wrecking havoc. And they got Fred Warner, and he's a stud. And they got Tig Brown in the back of that secondary, and he looks like he's going to be a starter for at least 5 years because we know safeties is just tough. And so you can offset that. It's not highlighted as much. When Matt Chapman goes through a 3-week stretch where he's not playing well, it feels like the weight of the world is on his shoulders.
Yeah. And even when he is playing well, you're struggling to win baseball games.
That's what I'm saying.
So we're going to find out with this whole equation here when it comes to premium players. The Niners are going to get a test here without Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, it's a huge test.
Because I don't anticipate, driving in, Shash, I just told myself, I said, whatever Christian McCaffrey gives the 49ers this season is a bonus. Because when you get Achilles attached to a calf injury, I'm not going to lie to you right now. I'm not expecting much from Christian McCaffrey this season. I'm not. I just, maybe that's my mind today. Baldy's been kind of all over his Shasky, talking about the 400 touches and that next season. And I'm not expecting much from McCaffrey this year.
So I've been, I don't, this is going to sound like I'm crazy, but I've been dealing with Achilles tendonitis for multiple years now, and I'm going to see Dr. Joe. Now, I'm not Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
I don't know the inner workings of his body, blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you this. I've studied the ankle, the foot, and the Achilles, and all of the muscles that are attached for a long, long time. There are muscles that go from the bottom of your feet, plantar fasciitis, people that are dealing with that, and it puts stress on the calf, on the Achilles. It goes all the way up into your hip, okay? There are multiple muscles, the inside and the outside. And all of them are interconnected. And when one of these things has a strain or a difficulty, it puts more and more pressure on everything. And what's very difficult about this injury is that you could feel good one day, one week, whatever. You put a lot of pressure on it. You go out there, you explode, and then you come back. And then all of a sudden it starts flaring up again, right? And so you're never really out of the woods. And this is when I was, and again, I'm not a high-level athlete. That's not what I'm saying. But I've understood because it's a process. There's the build-up process. And then there's also did you wear out the muscle so bad to where it's hanging by a thread? Well, those are the realities.
No doubt. And Dre Greenlaw, Achilles tendonitis leading up to the Super Bowl. He couldn't practice during the playoffs. And his Achilles pops by just walking onto the field, trying to play some defense. That's how I can go. Now, you bring up your Achilles, and I know for sure I'm no Christian McCaffrey, but my right Achilles off and on for the last 2 years gets sore. Off and on, whether I do a lot of walking, whether I put a lot of stress on it, and it shoots up to the hip. It can shoot up to the hip, and it gets a little stuff. Sometimes I wake up, and I've got a little limp with that Achilles, and I'm like, that's why people laugh and stuff. Like Jason Dumas just went through rehab with his playing. You never know where this thing could go. Dude. It could snap. I was talking to a doctor, maybe Dr. Jaime. I ran into him when I was up there in 1985 gallery, and he was saying, man, guys over 40, they're like a doctor's best friend because they're coming in with Achilles injuries left and right. So when you think about the sudden movements that Christian McCaffrey has to make on a play-by-play basis, cutting in the hole, cutting out of the hole, running the stretch zone, catching screen passes or whatnot, this is not good for Christian McCaffrey. Now, is it good for the 49ers? We could get into that. 888-957-9570. Can they win without Christian McCaffrey? I think they can win a lot of football games without Christian McCaffrey, but it would be disappointing to not have the reigning Offensive Player of the Year on your roster in 2024 as he deals with this injury. This is not good, folks. We'll play some sound from yesterday. We had some doctors on the airwaves. We'll get to all that coming up here. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And so to your point about replenishment, how can they replenish the talent? All of a sudden, Isaac Guerrero, we're looking at you. We're looking at Keyshawn Vaughn. We're looking at Jordan Mason. We're looking at a lot of these guys here as the Niners try to replenish a premium talent for once in Christian McCaffrey. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Do you have a child who doesn't listen?
Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Big Pud's doing all right. What up, Big Pud? Good morning to all the roasters out there, all the roasters we met last Friday, all the roasters at Levi's Stadium. Monday night, it was a party. It was a party at Levi's as the Niners opened up the season at 1-0, 32-19 win over the New York Jets, and we'll see how good the Jets are. I'm not going to overreact to week one. They may end up being a good football team. You never know. The defense will probably correct itself, and Salah, we all know he needs to win. But our YouTube poll question of the day, actually, I don't know what happened. Did I close out of it? Our YouTube poll question of the day is, are the 49ers still Super Bowl favorites if they don't have Christian McCaffrey? If they don't have Christian McCaffrey, what happens to this football team? Real quick, Shasky, Dr. Feely, he joined Willard and Dibs yesterday, and here's what he said on the Niners call of McCaffrey's injury, or what tendinitis means, compared to the calf strain.
In many ways, a calf strain is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than the Achilles tendonitis. It really just depends on the severity of the tendonitis. All it really means is there's inflammation along the tendon, which as a 28 to 30-year-old running back with a lot of mileage, it's kind of expected he's going to get that at some point during his career, if not this year, next year. So I don't think it's a big deal. He's going to get a lot of treatment for it. I think it's important for him to be able to limit his reps during the season. I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. He's somebody that does a great job at a certain number of reps. And then if we have a suitable backup, that's even better.
So limiting his reps, Shasky. This is a guy who wants to take every single rep. And he's a workout warrior. You heard Shanahan talk about he probably was thinking about his footwork walking down the aisle at his own wedding. That's who Christian McCaffrey is. He's a freak. We just had Jerry Rice on yesterday, and God knows how much he worked out in the offseason during practice, running his quick sleds all the way to the goal line here. They're going to have to taper back Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's a tough guy to try to taper back.
I just don't think this one's going away anytime soon. It's not good. It's just not good. And, this is one of the best players in the NFL. But, and here comes the big but, I think they can offset some of his production.
Yep.
And I think if this was last year, given where Jordan Mason was in terms of understanding his role and doing all the little things that Bobby Turner and Kyle needed him to do to be able to be trusted to be on the field. If this was last year without a Pearsall, another year under Jennings' belt, Cowing, Conley, another year under his belt, Ronnie Bell looking like he might be able to contribute a little, I would be a little more worried. I think that they have guys that they can use. No one is going to beat CMC. Yep. He is a matchup nightmare. He's one of the baddest dudes on the planet. No question about it. But Shanahan's proven, whether it's year one with Matt Breida and Tevin Coleman, the first year of the Super Bowl,
2019.
Whether it's, finding Raheem Mostert, whether it's finding Jeff Wilson Jr., making the big deal to go get Christian McCaffrey, hasn't this man proven through his track record he can find productive running backs? The area that I think is the hardest is in the pass game schematically. Having safeties and linebackers lined up on CMC, that's how you win, right? Those 3-yard checkdowns turning into 7, 8, 9, 10-yard gains, that's going to be difficult.
The other guy that you didn't mention here that I think has gotten better, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, the quarterback. He's gotten better mentally, physically, making all the throws. And I think Brock Purdy put this team in the right position to make plays and running the offense at a high level. That's where you could see some of the production where you talk about yesterday, you want to see him scramble more. Well, maybe you pick up some more of that hidden yardage with his legs to where he's getting you about 25 to 30 yards rushing the game. It doesn't sound like much, but depending on what it is, if you're getting first downs on those runs, on those scrambles, you can help offset the Christian McCaffrey stuff. Jordan Mason, obviously, is running hard, but you're going to have to get one of these guys in the backfield, whether it's Isaac Orindo, Patrick Taylor Jr., Keyshawn Vaughn, whoever it is, Matt Breida, if you re-sign him, you're going to need production from the running back room. And to your point about the passing attack, that's going to be a big loss, Christian McCaffrey in the pass game. We're talking about a guy you can line up out wide. Talk about a guy you can line up in the slot. He runs all the routes. A lot of people say he runs better routes than anybody on the team, for crying out loud. That includes Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. So, yes, that will be lost. But can you overcome that in the pass game? To your point, yes, they have in the past. And I do believe they can still get to 30, 30, 30, 30, 30 without Christian McCaffrey. Just going to have to do it a little bit differently. Maybe they have to lead on the pass a little bit more. Maybe they have to lead on Kittle and Debo and Ayuk a little bit more. But the one guy who has gotten better, which makes me feel confident about them overcoming an absence from Christian McCaffrey, is Brock Purdy. It's the quarterback. If this was Jimmy, we'd be freaking out. If this was Mullins, we'd be freaking out. But it's Brock Purdy, Shasky, and that's why I feel really good about this offense continuing to maintain a high level of play.
Yeah, the Jordan Mason story is an interesting one. I mean, it really is. I went down like the deep dive on him. Like, is this guy for real? Like, I think that's what a lot of Niner fans are asking themselves, right? Because we saw Carlos Hyde bust out onto the scene, and he was a much more heralded prospect coming out. I thought he was going to be really good for the Niners, and that ended up not being the case.
Trey Sermon.
Well, there's been a lot of guys, but
Joe Williams. There's a lot of guys.
And I'm not saying this is who he is, but running back does get weird. And I think of like Frank Gore, who we just celebrated. He got buried on the depth chart down at Miami and then had some injuries. And it's like, looking back on it, like, how was he the fifth string running back at Miami? Mm-hmm. And let me give you another name, because I think maybe a lot of people know the Frank Gore. One of my favorite players of all time is Priest Holmes. Yeah. And Priest Holmes' story is a wild one. Yep. He goes to the University of Texas, starts early on, gets hurt, and then this guy by the name of Ricky Williams ends up taking his job. Yep. He goes as an undrafted free agent to Baltimore, bounces around the league. They've got a bunch of guys, Bam Morris and whatnot, over there. Finds his way to Kansas City, gets his opportunity, and scores like 30 touchdowns in a season. And then he ended up losing his job to Larry Johnson. Right. But there was a point in time, Priest Holmes had as much talent as anyone in the NFL.
Priest Holmes was special under Dick Bill. He was special. Fantasy beast.
So the reason I bring all that up is, like, I look at the Jordan Mason story and I'm like, I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, and I said it yesterday, he didn't even run for like 800 yards in any season with
Georgia Tech.
With Georgia Tech. What happened? Oh, Jahmyr Gibbs was there for a couple years. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that makes sense. Jahmyr Gibbs is like a top 15 pick, right? And he's a stud. The scouting to find that guy and then to bring him in and then develop him a little bit. And they could have lost faith in him. They had other high drafted guys who could have easily been on the pecking order higher than him.
Well, don't forget, he was a running back to ice out the game a couple of years ago on Thursday Night Football against Seattle.
Yes.
In the hat and T-shirt game. He was icing out the game. He was running the ball hard in the fourth quarter. Jordan Mason has showed us flashes here, but how could you supersede Elijah Mitchell after what he did in 2021? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And these are low picks, but no, the story is fascinating as a drafted free agent. Matt Breida was the same way, a drafted free agent. And you find these guys. Hey, Bobby Turner and Shanahan know how to find. The one thing we know about the Shanahans and Bobby Turner, they find running backs.
Well, look at who the running back is for the Kansas City Chiefs right now. Right. Isaiah Pacheco. No one knew who he was, right? And so I do think that this position in particular finds these gems that for whatever reason it clicks in the particular system that you're running. I didn't know who Alfred Morris was. Yeah. Did you?
No, not at all.
All right. And then all of a sudden he's with Shanahan and you're like, yeah, one of the greatest rookie seasons I've ever seen in my life, right? So I think that it is sustainable for this guy. No, is he going to run for 170 every week? No. But in terms of being a bruising back who could get you maybe 12 or 1,300 yards in the season, he's got to stay healthy. Yeah. But in this system, why not?
But here's the other thing, and we haven't brought this up yet, and we do it with everybody else. We have to do it with Chris McCaffrey. He's the offensive player of the year. He had a lot of touches last year. Baldy mentioned the touches. Next year could be a wash for him. We've done the numbers. Remember DeMarco Murray? He had a monster season, like 487 touches. Next year, he was a shell of himself. The Niners did agree to a 2-year extension with Christian McCaffrey at $19 million per year. $38 million.
It's not good.
Right now, I'm guaranteeing you there's a lot of fans who don't want to say it out loud, but they're thinking it. Did we just get hosed? Is this a sunken cost? Is he going to be healthy? We're going to hear more from Dr. Feely on this injury and how long he could potentially be out. But right now, everybody's saying he's doubtful Sunday. I'm going to say right now, he's out against Minnesota. He can't play this game.
If I told you to put $1,000 down on one or the other, he plays in less than a month or he plays after week 8, where are you putting your money? Anytime after week 8.
I'd say he plays before week 8, but I don't know if he plays before week 4.
Okay, so you're okay. You're
I'm kind of like
I think this is a weeks to months injury.
Achilles tendonitis. I don't joke around with, man. This is a serious injury. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it here. I can do a sugarcoat job, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it here. Not going to do it. All right, more coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. 888-957-9570. How concerned are you about Christian McCaffrey? And can the 49ers overcome the loss of the reigning Offensive Player of the Year? 888-957-9570. Niners 1-0, getting ready for Minnesota. They have to probably beat the Vikings without CMC. We'll discuss that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here.
ain't nothing you can do about it.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yee!
Who's roasted right now? Big X Plug is roasted. You know he is. He got that butt hits. Got the O2 Lakers song, man. That thing goes, man.
Hey, you know, Bonta.
Go ahead.
We had a discussion, Joe Spadoni and I, and he's the resident Italian on the show. I made nice spaghetti last night. Technically, it was like a rigatoni. And I'm just curious, when you are adding like sausage, the homemade sausage, you know, I went to Guerra's and got some sausages, 15 Terrible, my favorite spot. I take the extra step and I remove the inside because I'm going to throw it into a pasta. I remove the casing when I cook the sausage, almost like a patty, so it's crumpled up so that it goes into the gravy, if you will, as I go Tony on you, and so that it's a little better. Do you take that extra step, or are you cooking the sausage whole and then cutting it up?
You know what? We don't even make pasta with sausage. We're not Italians. So when we do the pasta at home, we do quick style.
There's no meat
Noodles,
in your gravy?
Yeah, sometimes we go no meat. We're trying to lose weight in the Bonta Hill household.
Oh, you got to have the
We're
protein.
trying to lose, sometimes we lose a little weight.
Give me the meat.
Sometimes,
Oh,
no.
Oh, my goodness.
Pause there. Hey, Willard had another pause at the summit.
Boy.
What's that pause?
What
Can
was
can
that?
hear
I
that
said
one?
it too, and everybody laughed.
I left it alone because the last time I said,
I love the D.
well, last time Guru had a pause moment, and I said #pause Goo.
That was so funny.
Yeah, so this summit, Willard has something, but no, I just do red sauce and I do butter. We don't go all in on especially on a quick night during the week. We don't go all in on the cooking, especially when it comes to the pasta. I am a sausage guy at times. I had a sausage in the press box.
So I had the sweet, and we're gonna get right back into the Niners, but I had the sweet, and I had the hot Italian sausage, and I take the time, I take it out of the casing, right? Because you don't want that casing, right? When you're throwing it into your gravy, and then I'll fry it in the pan as I'm boiling the water and getting everything ready and heating up my sauce and my gravy, if you will, as they call it, the marinara. Yeah. And you gotta have the meat in the marinara, right? And then I put a little bit of this particular salt in there and some celery. I got a whole process. Gotta have the garlic.
Gotta have garlic. I like garlic. Garlic is good.
You have to have sauteed garlic and onions in anything Italian.
100%.
It might be the greatest smell in the history of kitchens. Just olive oil,
the streets
garlic,
are saying,
onion.
The streets are saying Spadoni is about as Italian as Domino's Pizza.
Wow, the streets are saying that?
650.
Well, are they even Italian?
Yeah,
I mean, I can't change my last name. It is what it is. So what do they want?
I never know if you guys are Polish, Irish. I get confused.
My mom's side is Polish. My dad's side is Italian.
Oh, there
you go.
Let's
and
go.
I'm wearing a Polish national jersey today. Shout out Robert Lewandowski.
Yeah, I know you love that jersey. He's a good player.
He's all-timer. One of the greatest scorers of all time.
He is a great player. What is
that?
That was Guru laughing yesterday.
No way. That sounds like a dog at the door trying to get in.
Laughing at what?
That sounds like my dog, dude. I'm dead serious.
That's not him laughing. Come on. What is that?
What was the joke?
He was laughing at something yesterday.
Guru laughs at a lot of things, so.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up. Hey, what is it? I need to mark Willard pause moment. Nobody saved that? He said something, and nobody touched the mic for like 4 seconds. And I think he said pause, and he was like, "Oh, I got. Wait, do we have it?
I like D also.
Oh my God.
I like D also.
Oh, let's go to Fat Top in San Jose. Fat Top, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. What up, Fat Top?
What's up, bro?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, fellas.
What's up, baby?
Well, I just wanted to comment on something. I'm an old fat cop, and years ago I was on patrol in San Jose. Got out to chase a bad guy at 5:30 in the morning. It's 39 degrees. Fell down, couldn't get up. Got up again, fell down, couldn't get up. One of my buddies got there, goes, "What's up, bro?" I go, I can't walk. Go to the sports medicine guy. There's something called a gastrocnemius. Gastrocnemius. Don't ask me to spell it. That he said if I did not stretch it and care for it, I could have a limp the rest of my life.
Whoa.
True story. So I haven't heard the gastrocnemius mentioned yet. I'm not a doctor, but I just thought I'd bring it up because it is that critical in terms of what you do biomechanically, walking, jogging, cutting, like Mr. McCaffrey. And I just thought I would bring that up and see maybe if there's a doctor out there that can comment on it.
So it's interesting that you bring up, because I'm not saying that I am McCaffrey or had the same injury. I'm not saying I had the same injury, but Dr. Joe Jaime over at Shift Movement, he's like, dude, you have to stretch out certain parts of your body as you get older. And what people fail to do is they fail to do the stretching of the foot and the calf and the ankle area, and everything gets wound tight. All right. And depending on how you walk and the shoes you have, and you could have
Shoes
it on the soleus and all these different injuries. And what I have done is I now do sitting calf raises, standing calf raises. I do these stretches and stuff, and my foot, it's not perfect, but it's so much better than it was a year or two ago. I am 100% sure that McCaffrey has some of the best doctors on the planet that are giving him a million different stretching exercises, and they're working it out like no other. They did this thing with this metal thing where they massage with this blade type of a thing. I mean, it's painful, but it feels great. And then you do the cupping, and you'll get better eventually.
So what was it? What was the injury? Fat Top said
I never heard of that one.
I never heard of that one either. You said he was a fat cop. I don't know why I like saying the word fat so much. But Fat Top was talking about some injury there and how he fell out. And I wonder, did it have anything to do with the Achilles tendon? Because that thing could go. 888-957-9570. Should our concern level, if we did the panic meter, right? We always had the panic meter during Warrior season. Where's your panic level at when it comes to Christian McCaffrey? Where's the panic at? Because I know you when we saw the calf early in the training camp, we said, okay, it's going to be off for 2 weeks, but the Niners played it well. They said, hey, look, if there's a game on Sunday, he could play. And I was going by their word. But then last week, all of a sudden the Achilles gets popped up on the injury report. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought it was just a calf strain. So now it's the Achilles, and he misses Monday Night Football. And he's doubtful to play Minnesota. I'm going to just say he's out against Minnesota. Go ahead,
It was
Spino.
gastrocnemius was what he was saying, which is a muscle, a complex muscle at that is fundamental for walking and posture. So it's like all around your, if you can imagine your calf, there's this huge, that whole muscle right there. Yeah. I think that's the proper name, the gastrocnemius.
Interesting.
Gastrocnemius.
Well, the more you know.
The more you know. Man, this would be right up my old co-host's alley right here, man. The injury, the medical hour, baby. This is what we're talking about.
He's going to have the prosthetic foot, and he's going to start explaining it.
Rest in peace to Dr. Elliot Schwartz, because we would have him on, and he may be the slowest guy ever. He had one line, hey, Bonta, I'm Dr. Elliot Schwartz. I'm in Tennessee. And then he goes off and spills. Matt, you know how Lubbock runs down the hallways and we can hear him running? We're like, what is that, an earthquake? We had Dr. Elliot Schwartz on one time. Rest in peace. God rest his soul to the Schwartz family. You loved him. Great guy for the station. Always fun. Represented was the A's team doctor. But he was on one time. In the interview, it wasn't, he was a little slow. He wasn't long-winded. The Hegan was sprinting down the hallway at the old building, 55 Hawthorne. Who is this on the air? You're losing your listeners by the second. He's sprinting he had nothing. Lubbock's got nothing under the Hegan run. We had Dr. Elliot Schwartz on. Rest in peace, Dr. Elliot Schwartz.
Seriously. 650 is saying to Fat, was it Fat Top?
Fat
was
Top,
the name of the cop?
Said, Fat Top.
Did he log a 400 donut season last year? And is that why he's having, was he on the cover of the new GTA? It's the GTA curse.
400 glazed with some sprinkles.
Yeah. No, you're asking about McCaffrey.
That's
and you know I love the police officers.
It's a fancy way of saying calf muscles.
No, but the thing that I've learned about the foot, and again, I'm not pretending like I know what's going on. Everyone's different, but how your foot is shaped, how you walk, how much pressure you're putting. Are you a toe walker? Are you a heel walker? Do you drive in? All of these things matter when we're talking about all those muscles in the lower body. And to your point about their hip, Dr. Joe taught me that there's a muscle that goes all the way up through the leg, through the hips. So if you're not opening up your hips, everything gets tight, and it's all interconnected. I mean, we've learned this. You hurt your tooth, next thing you know, you got a sinus headache or something, Everything's connected. CMC, the big question is very simple to me. What's the risk? What's the reward? We all agree. Boy, he's one of the greatest players in the league. And you got to have him if you want to win a Super Bowl. It feels like, right? To me, there's no guarantee that if he comes back in 7 weeks that he's all of a sudden magically not going to get re-injured or re-aggravate this thing. I understand that. But the risk isn't worth the reward. So if you ask me, hey, Joe, would you roll the dice and just put him on IR and just bite your lip and say, get right as best you can, and we'll just go from there 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks down the road? Or would you play this week to week? I would probably throw him on IR and just say, get yourself right. Don't try to like rush coming back, because if he gets hurt quicker, his season's probably lost.
Well, here's the deal though with that, and there's gamesmanship in play now. When you come out with these injury reports and you want to give a team, you want to at least make that team spend some time prepping for CMC. He goes on the IR, like, look, CMC ain't playing, so we don't have to worry about this, right? It's probably a small, minuscule thing. It is. But I think the Niners are playing the gamesmanship role, said, hey, he could play next week. He may not play next week. Just to put it in the opponent's mind and say, we got to worry about CMC, Debo, Ayuk, blah, 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 blah. And maybe that changes some things here. I'm not saying it makes it harder for the other team to prep, but you want to play the gamesmanship and just put it in their minds like 23 could play. There's a possibility. But Dr. Feely was talking about this injury. Does it compare to Dre Greenlaw and what he dealt with last postseason with the knee Achilles tendonitis, which ended up going in the Super Bowl? Here's Dr. Feely.
So there's no proof that this is a precursor to something serious. So when you look at the literature, does Achilles tendonitis lead to an Achilles tendon rupture? There's no proof for that. The problem is in the literature, it means you're looking at the average normal person with Achilles tendonitis and Achilles tendinopathy. We're not talking about people that are 7 feet tall and jump for a living, or 6'1", 195 pounds and run through a defensive line. So I think in general, we can assume that it's low risk that he's going to get a more serious injury, but we can't rule it out just because the demands on the professional athlete at this level are so much higher than what we typically understand for everyday people.
So how should the Niners handle McCaffrey's workload moving forward? Here's Dr. Feely with Willard to Dibs.
I think when you look at his usage rate last year, he was 18 to 22 touches a game, maybe up to 25. 28 carries for Jordan Mason was the most a Kyle Shanahan player has ever had in a game. So ideally, you have him in the 15 to 20, and I think that's totally reasonable. I think the other nice thing is as soon as you put him out there, even if he's not the first, second, or third option, he's a decoy because he's so good. So I think once he gets out there, he will play. I think the athletic training staff and the medical staff is doing everything right. You take it slow with him now, especially if you're going to win a couple games with his backup. It's a long season. You know, it's hopefully as another season that goes well into February. You want him fresh and you want him feeling as good as possible. And we know all these players don't feel 100% by the end of the year. So you want to conserve him as much as possible for the second half of the year and into the playoffs.
What do you gather out of that, Shasky?
Well, I think his point is a really good one. When you're looking at data, they're talking to like, oh, the warehouse worker and the USPS mailman who's walking around every single day, talking about like, does this lead to an Achilles rupture? Well, that individual's not exploding and trying to run through a 350-pound defensive tackle. It's low risk, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have. There's just, you never know. It's the body. It's the human body. And I think, as a Barry sports fan, it's impossible to not have PTSD regarding Kevin Durant and Dre Greenlaw, knowing what we know now.
Yep.
And knowing how delicate these things can be.
No.
So
was Crabtree Achilles or was he fibula?
No, he had the Achilles.
He had the Achilles, right?
But his was training in the offseason. But
OCAs.
But let's not forget, it was the same foot where he had the broken foot early on. Okay, and this is why I go back to like everything's connected.
He wasn't right too.
No, he had the stress fracture on the foot, which led to him dropping in the draft, and why he wasn't available for the Niners. And then a couple of years later, same leg ended up exploding on him. So I'm not. Are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that at all. Again, I drove in today, Roasters, 888-957-9570. I've already, in my mind, I'm looking at week 2 against Minnesota, and I'm looking at the rest of the 2024 season, and I'm saying to myself, whatever number 23 Christian McCaffrey gives me is a bonus. I'm not expecting much from Christian McCaffrey this season with this injury. It's not good. It's just not good. And I'm not trying to be worried, but we watched Kevin Durant, and he took, basically that injury happened Game 5 against the Houston Rockets. And and that's a calf strain. He's going to be out 3 weeks, so he misses the entire Western Conference Finals. He misses the first 4 games of the NBA Finals. And when he was warming up, because, some people snuck into Scotiabank Arena or we lingered around watching him warm up by himself, and security looked up and said, hey, hey, hey. Cats are running out of the gym. Not going to name names, but that's when you got.
He was in the tunnel doing river dance.
Yeah.
He looked incredible.
No, he looked awesome. But I remember how surreal it was to watch him. And then that first quarter happened. I'm like, boy, wait, he's handling the ball too much, man. He's not moving great. He's out there great. He's got the great shot, but he's bringing the ball up 94 feet, and Pascal Siakam is full court pressing him. And it went, and you knew right away. It's like, damn.
I know.
Damn. And so, yes, PTSD from the Achilles, that's one injury you just don't mess around with.
No.
That is right there. It's worse than hamstring. It's worse than, this is bad.
No,
This is bad. So in my mind, I've already put Christian McCaffrey to the side. I'm saying I have enough offensively to compete with the Eagles, to compete with the Lions. Is McCaffrey a big-time loss? Absolutely. He's the offensive player of the year. Could have been the MVP of the league. It's on the cover of Madden, right? What's Madden curse? I know everybody's going to bring that up. But I'm moving on for this year. If Christian McCaffrey gives me anything, great. Awesome. But I'm moving forward thinking that this might be a lost year with CMC.
There's been times where injuries have happened in Bay Area sports, and not that it's a blessing in disguise, but it opens up opportunities for others, right? Are the Giants better without Matt Cain? No, but he had shreds of bone stuff in his elbow, and he had to miss almost the entire 2014 season.
Yep.
Now, they went on to win the World Series, all right? There's been times where I think about like the Golden State Warriors. David Lee gets injured, and that opens things up for Draymond Green.
Right.
So this is a great opportunity for Jordan Mason and other guys.
I think Isaac Guerrero, this rookie, you got to get ready to roll because we know Shanahan's not afraid to play rookies. He's not afraid. He don't care where you were drafted at. If you can play, you can play. So I would say Isaac Guerrero, get your groin right, get your hamstring right, get ready to roll. You may have to get a few carries. He got 3 snaps last week. You know damn well they're not going to give Jordan Mason 28 carries against Minnesota on the short week. So Isaac Guerrero, Patrick Taylor Jr., Deebo Samuel, be ready to roll out the backfield.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Deebo. So they went with this formation, and I drew it on paper. This formation where, like, the running back in the day, the pro set would have the fullback on the one side of the quarterback and then the running back on the other. That was the old Bill Walsh West Coast offense pro set. They had him offset. They handed him off the ball, Deebo Samuel that was, almost every time from this single back formation. I think they're setting things up, moving forward. They gave just enough on tape to be able to get those isolation plays where Deebo is in the backfield as a quote-unquote running back so that he can line up against those linebackers and safeties in the way that CMC did. And I know everyone lost their mind because it was week 1. I don't want to see Deebo between the tackles. I think you have to do it just enough to create advantages in the passing game for Deebo out of the backfield. And now that gives me an opportunity as I look at a 3 wide receiver set here to get a Jacob Cowings on the field, to get a Ricky Pearsall on the field as a true wide receiver. I think that they're going to have to showcase the creativity of Kyle Shanahan. This is where, Kyle, you're making $20 million a year. Now's the time, my friend.
This is on Kyle, and this is on Brock Purdy. This is on Kyle, and this is on Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is better, and you have the right quarterback for this situation to keep these guys rolling. 888-957-9570. The concern level about Christian McCaffrey as this segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in the Nation San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Dr. Feely, what's the impact on playing on turf? The Niners have 4 turf games this year. Back-to-back weeks, US Bank Stadium, Minnesota, and of course SoFi next week against the LA Rams. Later on in the season, who's the other turf team? Seattle. And there is Buffalo. They have turf as well. They'll be on the field tomorrow against Miami. That'll be a good game on Thursday Night Football. But here's Dr. Feely on the impact of playing on turf.
The lower extremity injury rate is higher on turf than it is on grass. And if I'm playing on turf next week, early in the season, I'm probably going to be a little bit extra conservative because I think it is a little bit riskier and it hurts a little bit more. Grass is softer.
How can this be something that's been bothering McCaffrey? Here's Dr. Feely with Willard and Dibs.
So the problem with any of the tendinopathies in the lower extremity, whether it's your quad tendonitis, patellar tendonitis, or Achilles tendonitis, is once it's there, it tends to just kind of linger, often up to 1 to 2 years. The reality is it does not seem to increase your risk of a traumatic injury. So it doesn't seem to increase the risk of getting an Achilles tendon rupture, which is really what you want to avoid. But it does make it annoying to play on. You cannot plant and push off quite as hard. You don't have quite the amount of explosive ability. Problem is there isn't a magic cure for it. It's not like you wear special shoes. There's no special injection. You essentially just have to do the stretching, the conditioning, and work your way through it. And if he's not feeling perfect, you hold him out.
Man, that's brutal.
For the everyday person, there is an entire cottage industry of insoles that they try to sell you. This will fix your tendonitis. This will fix your plantar fasciitis. And although it might help a little, there's no cure. The cure is physical therapy and working on it and literally massaging it out and stretching it out.
925 Xfinity Mobile text line. I got Achilles tendonitis a few years ago after running a half marathon, and it still bothers me till this day if I run or walk a lot. And you heard Dr. Feely there, that explosion, the planning and exploding off of that.
And then the turf aspect.
So the turf aspect, they only have 4 turf games. Now the Super Bowl, the Saints, what do they have? That next turf, whatever it is, that's a long way away. But but they have 4 turf games, so I'm anticipating McCaffrey not playing our turf at all, even on that short week in Seattle, Thursday Night Football. And it's just the planning. He can't explode. That's his game.
I think everyone who's a 49er fan just has to be patient with this.
Yeah.
And I understand the risk is you miss out on the number 1 seed. The risk is you make the path to a Super Bowl more difficult. The risk is Jordan Mason isn't as good in 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I mean, how can you top 170 yards in a game? But my point, the risk is your team offensively is not even close to what it was the last couple of years.
No.
But the other side of that risk is you bring him back, he gets hurt, you're probably losing him for the year.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So, Niner fans, can they do big things? Are they still favorites in your minds without Christian McCaffrey? 888-957-9570. I see a lot of Pivot Don't Panic posts on YouTube. Pivot Don't Panic. You got J.P. Mason. Get Garrido some touches. Patrick Taylor Jr., get him some touches. It's a big blow. But can they overcome this blow? I think they can. Let's go to Philbo Mike. Philbo Mike in the city. What up, Philbo? Oh, we're getting Philbo on the other side. My bad. We'll break. 712, Philbo, hang tight. We'll get to your calls. 888-957-9570.
All right,
by the way,
good to go.
By the way, where's Yogi? Who's
Yogi?
Yogi's a caller who called last week as a New York Jet fan. And he came at me and said, Bonta, I got a bet for you. Bet me on this game. So we bet. I really don't want anything from him. I just want him to call. I want him to call because he was talking that talk. Don't disappear. Call us. Yogi.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonta.
No, you got that right, Tony. All right, more coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
Shanahan ran the ball a lot Monday. 37 carries in all, 28 for Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason with a career-high yards, first ever start. He'll do the same against Minnesota. Very tricky game. Can't wait to talk to Baldy at 8 o'clock today. Fleming will be tomorrow at 8:30. Fleming tomorrow, 8:30. Baldy today, 8 o'clock on the River Islands guest line.
Shut up.
Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? No, Flip, we're not going to shut up. We have to talk.
No.
We have to talk a lot.
Clean it up, Bonta.
No, I'll try to. Download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game and thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available. Follow your favorite teams, stations, and radio shows. And catch amazing interviews you missed too, like Dr. Feely yesterday with Willard and Dibbs.
I know we're going to go out to the Lions. You know, is the risk worth the reward of trying to suit up CMC over the next couple of weeks? I mean, there's no guarantee that he gets, healthier or stays healthy or any of those things. You know, where you at, Niner fans? But before you go out to the Lions, Sam tried my pasta that we were talking about earlier with a little bit of the sausage. Sam, was it good or was it bad?
No, it was very good. You gave me a little piece of the sausage. It was like, all right, yeah, you cooked this well, you seasoned it well, you get a gold star.
Was it good because you skipped breakfast this morning?
No, I never skip breakfast.
He never did. This guy crushes
the most important meal of the day, Bonta. How am I going to skip it?
Crushes oatmeal. I could tell.
Crushes. He eats it with a shovel.
Yeah,
it's hard healthy for you. You boys got to watch the cholesterol.
That's true. It's very true. That's a good point. It's a very good point. That's why I'm going to make it an admission today. Speaking of health, I'm making an admission. So Anna took me to this restaurant. It's like Michelin star restaurant, New York City. She's like, we gotta go.
Okay.
It's like, all right. I forget the name of it. Me and names, right?
Clearly a really good place.
Yeah. No, it was in Manhattan. It was like Michelin star. They're like French Laundry gets compared to it, right? Anyway, it was a plant-based restaurant. No meat. And it was really, really good. They had like this tomato tart. It was unbelievable, like based on the tomato. I mean, everything plant-based. It was fresh and everything. I was like, wow, I'm actually full. So after my birthday, I said, hey, Anna, I want to try the vegan diet. I'm going to try it because she's been trying to get me to go vegan, skip meat out. It sounds miserable. I'm going to do it. You know why? Because I got inspired by a mailman. I walked by this guy last week. He was in Bulgaria for like a month with his kids and everything. And I read it to him. I was like, what's up, man? It's like, you look like a completely different guy. Lost 45 pounds. Not eating meat.
I'm sure there was more to it.
Hey, he was working and doing his 10,000 steps and all that stuff and exercise.
Give me the meat.
I'm doing all that. But when I eat, like, I go hard, man. I go hard to paint. I'm going to try to do a vegan diet. I'm trying to do it.
So when does the vegan diet start?
After my birthday.
Okay. So do we do over under how many days this lasts?
Well, you guys doubted me on the soda diet really, really well.
Who doubted you on the soda diet?
SOTAweightloss.com. We encouraged you.
The streets were
talking. The streets are talking. Now, your boy had a couple cheat days. You look around. Well, you get out your car, you look around, it's like, hopefully nobody sees you going to the Round Table Pizza.
I remember that Sunday you had at the Hilton last year.
What you talking about? That wasn't a Sunday. That was a Wednesday or Tuesday.
Are you serious? 4 for that one. That was good.
It was.
Rome wasn't built in a day, Bonta.
It wasn't built in a day.
What I've learned about all these diets, not that I'm some diet expert, you have to have the combination of working out and conditioning and all that stuff. And I believe in weightlifting now. I never did before, but that's a part of it. Obviously, there's some levels of cardio, et cetera. But even if you go fully vegan, you could still find stuff that's fully vegan that's loaded in sugars.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean? So you just got to pick and choose. It's not about specifically one diet or the other. It's about what you're putting in your body.
I've cut out sugar for over a year. Sugar's been cut out. Alcohol, don't really drink at all. Maybe have a pop here or there, blah, 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 blah. But no, I want to try it. I want to try it because I want to cleanse my body because I'm like, boy, I've been crushing steaks, crushing fried chickens. It's been nonstop. And basketball season's right around the corner. Your boy, want to fit into these suits here. Speaking of which.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
I wanted to fit into a jersey. Hopefully that I get, but I don't know if I'm going to get it because this guy Yogi, if you guys don't know who Yogi is, Yogi called last week and was talking that talk. Here it goes, Yogi. last week. This is what we get on the morning roast. Here is Yogi. Just listen to this, folks. I know the streets. I know who's who. I do my research. I do my scouting. Come on, man. What you got? What you got for me, Yogi?
Week 1, let me know if you're down to bet, Bonta. Jets beats the Niners. Niners don't score over 20, kind of almost like your Super Bowl. And then if we win, me and you get to go to the Warriors game, maybe opening night.
Wait,
all right?
Wait, you want me to buy you tickets for opening night?
Yeah, and then if Niners win, I'll buy you tickets.
Hey, Yogi, I'm working. I do the pre- and post-game show. Your boy don't buy tickets to the Warriors games no more.
Hold on. If the Jets beat the Niners, you're skipping the post-game show, first of all. We're going to go find Brock Purdy because he probably threw 3 interceptions instead of doing anything.
No, I got a better I got a better bet for you.
All right,
I got a better bet.
Yeah.
I got a better bet.
Put your money where your mouth is.
You put your money, since you want to talk you want to talk big money here, Yogi. You want to talk for big stakes.
Yogi,
I'm ready to put some big stakes right now, Yogi.
Feeling how you're pressing him. He's sweating.
No. Wait till I
You
cook
look like
this
Nick
one.
Mullins in the
Just
pocket.
wait. I'll do this one, Yogi. If the Jets win, I'll get you a Joe Namath jersey.
Whoa.
If the Niners win, I get a jersey of my choice.
It's going to be a Trey Lance jersey.
Hey.
That's pretty good. That was a pretty good comeback.
That was Yogi. Well, he hasn't come back yet. We'll wait on the comeback. Purdy didn't throw 3 interceptions. The Niners scored over 20. Hell, they scored over 30.
How can they overcome this CMC thing?
Somebody on 408 says, Yogi has a concept of a bet. If anybody was
he has the concept of a plan for a bet. Is what he has.
Concept of a plan.
Well, somebody
memes were out of control with that last night.
Well, yeah, somebody said concept of a plan, and it was a picture of Doc Rivers.
The amount of memes I saw with Springfield, like the Simpsons with the dog and the cat, they're eating pets.
It was the John Fisher memes were out of control
Just
too. The
unbelievable.
concept of a plan for a stadium in Las Vegas.
Oh man. Let's not get canceled. Let's go
We've
to
got to get through this election.
Let's get through
without
film
getting canceled.
Let's go to
Dogs
film on
and
Mike.
cats.
Let's go to film on Mike. We're almost made it, man. November will be here before you know it. Film on Mike. What's up, baby?
What's up, buddy?
What's poppin'? Just a side note, I love how Shasky, he does his voice. He says, all right. I love when he do that. I don't know why. I just get a kick out of that.
All right.
Nah, you don't do it. You be explaining stuff, and then you just say it naturally. Like, you be like, all right. You do something weird like that. And then, shout out to Jerry Rice. And I know y'all got too much respect and love for your OGs, because he was saying Jordan Madison. I was like, okay, it's Jordan Madison. If Jerry Rice call him Jordan Madison, his name Jordan Madison.
Hey, Phil, I'm not going to sit here and try to stop the GOAT and try to correct him. I'm going to let the GOAT cook. I'm sitting back, dude. I don't want that smoke.
I was just saying, like, I already know. Y'all would have did that for, like, an elderly person in the hood, let alone Jerry Rice. Just let him cook, bro. Jordan Madison, okay.
Show.
That's all up.
He's Jordan Madison.
Right, he's Jordan Madison. He went for 147. But, Shasky, I wanted to highlight you about this play I seen, and it was probably they were inside the red zone. Debo was in he was on the line, but he went in motion, and then Sims acted like he was gonna hand him the ball, and then Mason came around like the front side and took the ball. Like they act like they was gonna give it to what's the name, and they pitched it to Mason. I want to know if you see that play.
I did, and they've run variations of that play over and over again, and that's how they get a lot of walk-in touchdowns.
Right. I never really tripped on that play. But anyway, all I wanted to say was with CMC's injury, I kind of agree with Bonta. He's like out of sight, out of mind. He's an awesome player. I love CMC. I didn't even realize how good CMC was before he like Kevin Durant. I didn't realize how good he was till he got on my team. So with that being said, I kind of want to like sit him down for a second. With our defense now, it's only week 1. But if our defense can play the way that I see and envision them playing going into the future, I can see us not as much as of a explosive offense the last 2 years, but more of like a timely offense pre-CMC with the way our defense is playing. And if our defense can keep playing like that, then I feel like, you know what, we might want to sit CMC on a hype of this. we may get a like he's almost like a trade addition. Like it's like you picked him up on the deadline.
I like that.
Get him, you know, and then if he get hurt early, we could maybe get him back. It's a long season, so I'm kind of like, you know what I mean? Like we could possibly get him back. I don't know if it's Achilles. I don't want to rupture. We don't want to put that out there, but I'm just saying.
No,
if he get hurt, we could possibly get him back.
That's a good point, Phil Mo. That's a good point, and I like that mindset. If he comes back, it's like a trade. It's a bonus, and it's a hell of a bonus to have for Christian McCaffrey. But am I alone here when it comes to my mindset saying that, you know what, if McCaffrey contributes anything to the 2024 49ers, then it's a bonus? Because this injury is serious, man.
Anything? As in he only plays it, let's just say, let's play this out. A couple of games. Let's say 4 games this year.
Yeah.
If it's regular season, 4 games, it's a humongous disappointment. Like, there's no way around this.
If he doesn't, if he doesn't play, don't get me wrong, it is massive. Christian, you just gave him a 2-year, $38 million contract extension. Before Ayuk, before Trent, as Ayuk is wandering through the desert looking for his money and everybody's looking for money, McCaffrey got re-upped. So, yes, it would be not seeing on Monday Night Football. Yeah, it hurt. This is CMC. All right, this is Christian McCaffrey, for crying out loud. So if he doesn't play, yes, it's a massive disappointment. But my expectations now for him, knowing what this injury is, I don't have high expectations for McCaffrey for this year. So yes, it is disappointing on one end if he doesn't play, but also my expectations for him now, I'm not going to expect much from him with this injury.
So I agree with where you're going with this, but if he can't go for the playoffs, your opportunity to win a Super Bowl diminishes big time. I mean, you had him last year. You're going up against one of the great, if you make it to the Super Bowl, okay? If you make it to the Super Bowl, you're going up against one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Whether he's 1, 2, or 3, he's on everybody's top 3 list already. Yeah. He's like in the LeBron category almost immediately at this point in his career, right? Let's look at the NFC. Well, you needed CMC to get through Green Bay. Now, it's a different Green Bay team. Let's see where they're at the end of the year. You absolutely needed CMC to get through Detroit. And they've got not 1, but 2 running backs that look like they're in their prime and ready to go. Now, can injuries happen to them and it's a long season? Absolutely. We watched the receiver doc. Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't right all year. Yeah. But I know that guys on my team, like Kittle and Debo, have a history of going down in the middle of the year. And I know at the end of last year, with a full squad essentially, Kittle and Debo were both compromising that Super Bowl game physically.
Well, Debo got knocked out of the Green Bay game.
So, the only way this is a silver lining for the Niners, for me, this is a devastating injury, and they can overcome it. I'm not saying they can't. Yeah. But the only way there's a silver lining is if he is right, and ready to go 100% for the playoffs for a long push. Now, who can guarantee that? Nobody can. Right. Nobody can. But be you are not a better team, and no one agrees. Nobody's disagreeing with me. You're not a better team without Christian McCaffrey. They just have to have him for the playoffs. They have to.
They have to. It feels like it. But I'm not counting on it no more. I'm not counting on it. I have to move on without him right now. He's not available. This injury is, let's hear from Shanahan. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on the update of CMC's calf.
Well, yes, I believe they're similar. I know it was a calf then, and it's a calf now. You guys could ask Christian more on that. Definitely, I believe if it was a playoff game, he would have played. But when it's not just the calf, it's the Achilles, and the Achilles is tendonitis, and that stuff comes and goes. And when it is acting up, it's something you got to be very careful about. Christian's very diligent about that stuff, and if it was a playoff game, he made it very clear to me he believed he could go. But when you hear that type of stuff and it's not a playoff game and it's week 1, and especially when you're dealing with the lower extremities like that, it was a tough decision, but hearing all the words and stuff, in the long run, it made it easy.
In the long run. So they're going to treat this with kid gloves. And I don't anticipate him playing on turf in Minnesota this Sunday. I'm going to expect him to play against the Rams 2 weeks from now at SoFi Stadium on their turf. We may not see him until they play the Patriots. Hell, we may not see him until after week 8. I have no idea when he's coming back because as Shanahan said, this stuff just pops up and it flares up out of nowhere. One day you're feeling great. The next day you're like, what the hell is this? Why is my Achilles throbbing? So again, I want to know how everybody feels out there. 888-957-9570. Would you be shocked if McCaffrey missed half the season? Would you be shocked if Christian McCaffrey didn't play at all?
Can they survive not playing at all?
Yeah, can they survive? Are they still the Super Bowl favorite? Are they still the favorite to come out the NFC? Can they stack up with Detroit and Philadelphia without Christian McCaffrey? I still think they could play with those guys.
If they had Jimmy at quarterback, I would be so much more petrified.
Yeah. It's Brock, right?
Brock's
been that good.
This speaks to how much I have faith in Brock. The fact I'm not as panicked as I thought I would be with the CMC injury, he's awesome. Christian's he's one of the best players we've all ever seen in terms of talent. He's unreal. They can overcome it for the regular season. It's again, I go back to the playoffs. The margins are so thin in beating these teams, even in your own conference. You need every rock, every tote, every yard, every inch, every schematic advantage where he's a decoy. They need him in the playoffs. Regular season, I think they could still win 11 or 12 games. I do. I absolutely do. Now the question becomes, okay, Jordan Mason, in college you didn't have a heavy workload. Can you survive the workload of a regular season? Because you have a bruising style of play.
He mentioned that after the game. He goes, I don't know how Chris McCaffrey does this every game. 28 touches, my gosh. And you, to your point about being a bruising style, yeah, that's a problem. So now I look at the depth chart here, and I see the backups for Jordan Mason. And Jordan Mason, as he started at running back, Patrick Taylor Jr. and Isaac Guerrero are your backups. Right now, on the practice squad, Keyshawn Vaughn. You only got one running back on the practice squad. This is Keyshawn Vaughn. And he's had a cup of coffee in this league. So I don't know what you do here. Patrick Taylor Jr. in his fifth year out of Memphis. He's a 6'2 running back, 217. Haven't seen much of him. I can't even give you a scouting report on him. Haven't seen him at all. We know Isaac Guerrero is fast as hell. 6 foot, 221, can shoot through the gaps. He is quick. But can he stay healthy? First day of camp, he pops his hamstring. He's out for a couple weeks. Comes back to camp. He's got a groin injury. So we don't even know if he can stay on the football field. So does the philosophy change, Shasky? Do you start to shift to more of a passing offense where it's like, hey, we're going to move off this 30 carry a game. I know Shanahan wants the 30 carries no matter what. But if you don't have effective running backs, they're not getting you the yards that McCaffrey or Mason can get you. I don't know. Do you put more on Brock's plate to throw the ball?
Well, you do have a $30 million wide receiver on one side and a $26 million, I'll just say football player, and Deebo Samuel on the other side with an $18 million tight end. So, you can say you put it on Brock's play where, like, can't these other guys, lift up the rest of the roster? As Shanahan has proven through a decade of being an OC and a head coach, more so now, 15 years, that he can figure out the run game. I mean, I think a lot of people didn't know who Breida was. Tevin Coleman, they saw him a little in Atlanta. He was excellent. Jeff Wilson Jr. at one time. Remember, there were people mad that they traded Jeff Wilson Jr. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Angry.
I mean,
imagine that.
Like, I know they draft a running back every year. It feels like they go through running backs left and right. I feel like they could figure out the running back situation, but I go back to the playmakers making significant money, and I go to the offensive line. Like, I need the offensive line to step their game up, and I need the other playmakers on this team to step their game up and to offset that production in the pass game.
Well, maybe that's why I feel better about this team enduring the loss of Christian McCaffrey. It's because, one, I believe Brock Purdy's better. You were talking about the playmakers earlier. I do believe the playmakers are going to make plays. But Brock Purdy's better. And I think the offensive line is better.
Yeah.
I think Brindle's better than he was a season ago. McKivitz had some hairy moments early, but you know what? They ran behind him and Pooty. You know what I'm saying? McKivitz, we know he's probably the weak link of the offensive line. But really, we didn't talk much about McKivitz until the Super Bowl when things were blowing up. McKivitz had a solid season. Forget the PFF grades or whatnot. I don't care. Purdy was able to throw for over 4,000 yards.
Do not forget the PFF grades, because did you see who the number one ranked PFF quarterback was this week?
Who?
Brock Purdy.
Was he? PFF? Not CJ Stroud?
It was Brock Purdy.
Where do they grade stuff off of again?
Well, they're just, good and bad plays, I'm assuming. They're each individual one, they're grading it, and then they're adding it up, I'm assuming.
You got to Google it.
Yeah.
See, I decided I had to go all in on PFF in terms of, if I'm going to rip them for some things, I got to rip them all the way. I can't use it to my advantage. Trust me, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, so-and-so was the number one graded pass blocker according to PFF. I was like, I can't be that guy. I can't use it when I want to.
It's a tool belt. I utilize it when I need to. It's a buffet cart.
But to your point about Brock Purdy, it does put more on his plate, and I think he's ready for that. And I think the offensive line is in a better spot. Offensively, to your point, they are in a better spot than when they had Jimmy. Because when they had Jimmy, we didn't know if Ayuk was an all-pro yet. We didn't know where Deebo Samuel was at. We didn't know how Christian McCaffrey would play this offense. So, Achilles, tendonitis. How long could he be out? Is it a big concern? Baldy touched on it from day one. Last year, this year, he's been all over it. When you give a guy 400 touches, that next year could be tricky. And the Niners not only gave, him over 400 touches, which I'm on board with. You got to do what you got to do to win the Super Bowl. But now you don't win the Super Bowl, and you give him a contract extension, 2 years, $38 million, and now we're dealing with an Achilles tendonitis on top of a calf strain. Huh?
Okay, I know that you were okay with the 400 carries, and I don't want to argue, but knowing what we know now, do you change your philosophy moving forward? You're not going to retcon what happened last year, but just because I get it. Like, I do understand your point of dude, he's the best player on the planet. You got to win games. These games are hard to win. You look over and it's like, no one knew who Jordan Mason was. I get why you build that workload up. But knowing what you know now.
There's just a big drop off, too.
I know. Huge.
Pass game, run game. McCaffrey was everything. He made everything go. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's running for 70-yard touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? This is LT territory. This is Marshall Faulk territory. We're talking about the greats of the greats. So I wouldn't change a thing from last year. But maybe Christian McCaffrey, because he's a workout, that's what they always talk about. Christian McCaffrey just works out his ass off. Maybe that should have been tapered back after a big year.
That's tough to do. That's what makes him him.
I know. I mean,
you and I have walked alongside of him on a field. The guy is chiseled.
There's no body fat.
The only guy on the team whose body comes close to his is Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
That's it.
Not even close.
This dude's calves and his legs are humongous. He looks like a track athlete.
But watching Detroit, the way they utilize their backs, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, I do think that's a template for Kyle Shanahan. Now, I know the Shanahans love to run. They love to ride one back the whole way. A back gets hot, they're going to ride them all day long. That's the Shanahan way. But I do like the way Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell utilize their running backs in Detroit with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. And that's why David Montgomery had that overtime where he looked like the freshest dude on the field on top of Jahmyr Gibbs. So you got that burst. You got freshness at all stops. So maybe moving forward, we do see a little more thunder or lightning. We do see McCaffrey ease up off the touches, especially with this injury. If we're not going to do it now with the injury, then what the hell are you?
Well, what I worry about is if you're not going to ease off of him and allow him to get right, then you're looking at a Todd Gurley situation. That's what I worry. I fear that you're going through that. Like Todd Gurley, 2,000 yards from scrimmage, 2017, almost 2,000 yards from scrimmage in 2018, and then just fell off a map. Went down, literally just production cut in half. And obviously he had the knee.
Right.
And he was done. And literally out of the league 2 years later.
I mean, unbelievable. Didn't even play the Super Bowl, really.
He was out of the league by 27 years old. And and I would have put money on it. Like, Todd Gurley, one of the best. Like, he was, that year he had 2017, 2018. I would put that year up with anyone's. He was a monster. Destroyed the Niners.
Remember he came to Levi's?
He was unbelievable.
And they smoked him like, what was it, like 39-10 or something, in all yellows?
He looked like a Greek god.
He was unbelievable.
He was going to be a Hall of Famer. He's three-time he might be a borderline one, actually. He's three-time All-Pro, Offensive Player of the Year, three-time Pro Bowler, rushing leader twice. Like, just his college career is insane, too. And they had 67 touchdowns. Like, all of that within that short period. He was going to be a Hall of Famer.
And he shredded the knee. And it's different, obviously, but he shredded the knee, and he was never the same.
I mean, they were giving C.J. Anderson carries in the postseason. Everybody's thinking, what the hell's going on with Todd Gurley? He was done. That's what was going on.
The Rams evolved. And they I didn't think they could sustain.
Yeah.
And they evolved and they kept moving on. And it's a credit to McVay. It's a credit to that team. And you bring up the other guy who took over. He's from Fairfield, I believe.
Who's that?
Or Vallejo, C.J. Anderson.
Oh, C.J. Anderson.
Yeah, he's a Cal kid. And they end up getting to the Super Bowl that year, right? So things can happen. Other people could step up. But I think we would all agree They were more dynamic with Todd Gurley when he was fully healthy. It's the same thing with the Niners.
To your earlier point, as we started the show, you were talking about replenishing talent, how Lynch and Shanahan do a great job of replenishing talent. Now, they had the chance to replenish a lot of premium talent. They've done it. They've had some bumps in the road when it comes to in-season injuries. It's tough to overcome that. But for the most part, they have replenished talent, right? So this is going to be another test of that theory. Can they replenish the production of a Christian McCaffrey? That was my whole thing with Brandon Ayuk. Who's going to replace the production of Brandon Ayuk? Well, now we got a CMC answer a question. Who's going to replace that production? We're talking over 20 touchdowns.
I think he had 65, 67 catches. I'm pulling it up right now. In terms
maybe in the 50s.
His he was dynamic.
Leading rusher.
67 catches, almost 600 yards as a receiver, 1,500 yards as a runner. I mean, you're looking at
over 2,000 scrimmage yards.
2,000 scrimmage yards.
All-purpose yards. It's a lot of production. It's a lot of production. Let's go to Chewy in San Jose. Chewy, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? Nice to hear from you guys on a Wednesday, even though I listen to you guys every day and I'm a first-time caller. Just wanted to just touch up on what you guys are talking about, giving McCaffrey some time off to, make sure that calf good's going to be important for, November and December games. There's no replacing his production because, although Jordan Mason did a really, really good job running for us, I've seen some of those holes where the elite speed and gifts that McCaffrey has probably would have took those to the house, right? There was a lot of them like that. So I'm not really concerned about that. But where I am really concerned, because one thing about the Niners on offense and defense, they love to hit. Even your wide receivers love to hit, right? And it showed up in the game because a lot of the defenders on Jets were getting frustrated, hurt, sitting on the sideline like, damn, what do we do? So I'm really concerned about our linebackers because, they really stepped up, and you know how Warner sets the tone. Nonetheless, should we accrue another injury there? That's where my concern really is with the team because, hitting them wide receivers. I watched the Philly game, man, and I don't know how Devontae Smith breaks 4 tackles from cornerback, but I can tell you this, that ain't happening with the Niners. You're going to get hit when you catch the ball, and it wears on you in the game.
I like your passing, Chewy. Good call. Not bad for a first-timer. Not bad at all. Devondre Campbell, we've both been talking about this. Dean Winters will be back soon. And I think Dean Winters is going to cut into that timeshare. And then we'll see what's happening with your boy Bethune from Florida State. We'll see if he gets some run. But Devondre Campbell's dropping back his own defense. That was free money for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he's going to get picked on.
Sam Darnold, is he looking at the field right now?
Seeing ghosts.
I don't know if he's seeing ghosts.
Who's guarding Justin Jefferson this week? It's got to be Diamond, right?
Well, he did that practice. The scrimmage a couple years ago where he said, Diablo Lenore said it. He goes, I was in Shanahan's doghouse. And he goes, next thing you know, I look over and Shanahan's watching the one-on-one drills with the DBs, and he's right behind me. He goes, he told Avery Thomas, and how dare Avery Thomas do this, but he was like, Avery, I need all the reps against Justin Jefferson. Avery's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Just double him. I mean, Addison's probably going to be out this week.
Yes.
He has an ankle injury. So who are you really worried about? Shut down Aaron Jones, double team Justin Jefferson. They don't have TJ Hawkinson. He's out. He's minimum 4 games. Brandon Powell, Josh Oliver. Like, come on.
You know that scrimmage, Joe.
So you're coming around on me.
That scrimmage,
I didn't say 20 points, but yeah,
that scrimmage, Joe. That scrimmage, he defended Justin Jefferson one-on-one, made some plays, and he said he looked back and Shanahan was smiling with a football in his arms. And that was the day he got out the doghouse. Was those scrimmages against Minnesota a couple years ago in Minnesota. Now, to your point about all their weapons, do you double Justin Jefferson? Sure, but that's not really the Niner style at times. He is a problem. It's going to be fun playing against him.
What'd you make of Deebo Samuel back there as a kick returner?
I don't love it.
Why?
It's too important, man. You can't find another special teamer. Can Isaac Guerrero return a kick?
I mean,
can Jacob Cowley return a kick? I don't want Devo back there on kick return and punt returns.
I actually like Cowing as a punt returner. Just catch the ball.
Yeah, catch the ball. But I don't want Devo returning kickoffs and taking that contact.
I felt like week one was let's establish that Debo can be a between the tackles runner because we know CMC is going to be out for a little bit here at the beginning of the year. And if we want to open up the passing game with him out of the backfield, you have to establish that he's willing to run it between the tackles. And I thought that's what they were trying to do. And we know Shanahan is diabolical like that.
Yeah.
He will think weeks in advance to set something up.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I get worried about Debo on kickoff returns. Even playing running back, he's going to take some contact here, but you got to do what you got to do. It's a matchup nightmare. And I think now, though, Shasky, with playing Debo in the backfield, having him in the backfield, they do. I feel like Shanahan has a lot more trust in his wide receiver room now. And their wide receiver room looks as good as maybe it ever has under Kyle Shanahan.
You got different body types. Chris Conley's a big guy.
Yep.
You've got a tiny little guy in Cowing who's a speedster. You got Debo who's, a wide back.
But if you're playing Debo in the backfield, if you have him at running back, right? You're playing him out there in single back.
Yeah.
Well, I feel good now if I have Jennings, Ayuk, Cowing, Conley, and hopefully soon Ricky Pearsall alongside George Kittle.
But there's a diversity of body types where I felt like before there was, and you didn't have, Ayuk's a clear separator. Cowings is a burner. I feel like Ronnie Bell feels like the guy who's probably going to get left out when Ricky Pearsall comes back.
Right.
I think they need another separator, and I think that's where Ricky Pearsall comes in.
They love Ronnie Bell's blocking, though. I know Steiny's cringing somewhere. They love his blocking in a run game. He gets after it.
Well, his hands aren't great. He dropped a bunch of balls in the preseason, off the hands, off the helmet.
Which is why they don't run routes with him, which is why he's in the game as a run blocker. Now, some teams are going to look at film and be like, hey, when he's in the game, they're running the ball. So you're going to have to throw it at some point. And Ronnie Bell's going to have to be ready for his moment. I got faith in Ronnie Bell. I got faith in him. He's a Michigan guy. He'll be all right. Right? He'll be all right.
Yeah, you sound like you have faith.
I mean, I'm just letting him just drown in skepticism.
No. I have faith in Brock Purdy. Yeah, see, you guys do that to me. So who knows? According to you guys, I don't have faith in anybody.
Well, that's according to you.
No, I have faith in Trust me, I've had faith
I want you to listen to this sound, and you tell me if this sounds like a confident individual.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy. No, it sounds like an irritated individual. When people are telling me that I don't have faith in Brock Purdy, I'm like, I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I am happy with Brock Purdy.
I ask you, who's the PFF #1 graded quarterback? You immediately went to C.J. Stroud.
No, I just thought it'd be C.J. Stroud because of the way he threw.
What about our quarterback?
Our quarterback played very well. I don't think he plays better than C.J. Stroud this week.
I get where Bonta's saying, though. Because you watch the performances throughout, and I'd say probably CJ had the best performance out of anyone.
He threw a couple interceptable balls.
He did, but they weren't intercepted.
Yeah.
And then Brock Purdy didn't throw any touchdowns. So, there's the give and take there, right?
There's the give and take there. And you know what? Lamar and Patrick Mahomes put on the show. They weren't at their best, but they put on the show. But Brock Purdy, he's the guy. He's the guy why I'm not. He's here, which is why I'm not sweating over the McCaffrey injury that much.
No, I go back to the Jimmy theory. If this same thing happened with Jimmy at quarterback, I would be petrified. Right. I would, but with Brock, I have a good sense of confidence right now, which I'm kind of surprising myself here. I thought I'd be panicky more.
By the way, I'm taking Buffalo tomorrow. Raheem Mostert's out tomorrow against Buffalo, and who's Devon Achad? He's a game time decision.
What's the game tomorrow?
Miami Dolphins and Buffalo Bills.
Ooh,
you didn't know that?
No, just for those that don't know where Raheem Mostert plays.
Yeah. They got to know where Raheem Mostert. Our audience is educated. They know what time it is. In case you've been living under a rock for the last 2 years, Raheem Mostert plays with the Miami Dolphins. He's been there for the last couple of years. He's had some really good years in Miami under Mike McDaniel. He's not going to play tomorrow against Buffalo, Josh Allen. And David Achane is a game-time decision. So it's going to be a lot of Tua. A lot of Tua passing the ball. I got to find a quarterback.
If you're on fantasy and you have a Mostert or an Achane, I'd go out, get Bucky Irving, the rookie out of Tampa Bay. I'd go grab him.
He like that. See,
also,
Fedoni knows what I'm talking about.
I will give you a Raider that I think actually is going to get, if you're in a PPR league, because I don't think Zamir White is as good in the passing game as Alexander Madison. He got a decent amount of points last week. He'll get some passes. I think it's going to be a blowout for that, but he might get a garbage time touchdown. So
I need a quarterback. Should I take Gardner?
Stafford's available in a lot of leagues right now. Or
No,
Baker.
not in our
Don't
league.
sleep on Baker either. Like he'll get some production.
swooped.
Him and Mike Evans. Oh, well, you're in a deep league. Sorry.
So in my league,
Gardner Minshew's probably out there.
Here's a quarterback. Should I take Gardner? I have Daniel Jones is available against Washington. Malik Willis is available. Bryce Young is available. Deshaun Watson is available. Will Levis is available. Jacoby Brissett's available.
Deshaun Watson will not be available in about 9 weeks. Just mark my words there.
Gardner Minshew. Bo Nix. Yeah, this league stinks. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Nothing easy.
Jalen Wright. Oh, man, did I just cut Jalen Wright in the league? I had him. He's going to play a lot.
And
tomorrow.
thus concludes Bonte's fantasy
All right.
minute.
So anyway, all our fantasy minutes.
Stop it.
Baldy coming up. Cannot wait. Cannot wait to break down week 1 of the NFL season with Brian Baldinger. He's going to join us at the top of the hour here on the Morning Roast. But first, let's get to the injury report. Christian McCaffrey. He's not the only Niner dealing with injuries. Kyle Shanahan announced yesterday that guard Aaron Banks is day-to-day with a calf contusion. Also day-to-day is wide receiver Juwan Jennings after he tweaked his ankle Monday night against the Jets. We'll learn more about their playing statuses for Sunday and the next day or so, but right now, Christian McCaffrey's doubtful. I would not count on him. Juwan Jennings, he actually left the game with an ankle injury. He did end up coming back into that game against the New York Jets. So
it should have been a flag. He got hip tackled.
Yeah.
And it's clearly being overlooked. That is a rule change. You're not allowed to do that. That was exactly like Jimmy Ward when he broke Pollard's ankle or whatever. Juwan Jennings is lucky it's not worse. That was a classic, should have been a flag considering the new rules, right along the sideline, right in front of the official, and nothing. We could have lost Jennings for weeks.
The officials are still in preseason mode as well.
Yeah, they're terrible.
It's a report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Speaking of Boxer & Gerson, Hillary, when she called us, and shout out to Hillary, who's going to have a little baby soon. I found out that Hillary is really good friends with one of my daughter's Montessori school teachers.
No.
I'm not going to give out the full government. It is a small world. I picked up Chester that day.
It's a small world.
I picked up Chester that day, and the teacher's like, "Oh my gosh, Hillary was so funny today," because she's a listener. She's always listening. I think she likes me more than me.
I'm a likable guy.
But she goes,
B, I can't argue with you.
You can't really. I should have been a lawyer. But she goes,
I try not to like you.
She goes, she's in the same league. She's in the same fantasy league that Hillary was talking about. So yeah, Hillary that calls the show is like that in real life. She's like that in real life. So.
You want someone like her defending you. That's absolutely who I would want defending me. Shout out Boxer & Gerson.
Yeah, shout out Boxer & Gerson.
Best lawyer depicted in a movie. You can't take My Cousin Vinny because he was not a good lawyer.
Oh, man, I was going to take My Cousin Vinny. I was going to take him. That's exactly what I was going to take.
The two Utes? Yeah. What was that word you used? Utes? No, youth.
When he wears the zoo get up, it was just hilarious. But no, I'm the Carlito Way guy. I don't want him.
Yeah.
I don't want Sean Penn.
I want the boy from The Godfather, Tom.
Yeah, Tom is
that's
good.
a good one.
Tom Hagen.
That is a good one.
Hagen, Robert Duvall
as well.
Yeah.
I'd probably go, you don't want to have to use this guy, and it's not a movie I'm going with.
Devil's Advocate?
It's Saul Goodman.
Oh,
Better
that's
Call
not
Saul.
bad.
Oh, it's Better Call Saul.
Come on.
That's not
Hey,
bad.
you know what? That's a good point.
That's not bad.
Better Call Saul has his clients back. He's like the Drew Rosenhaus of agents.
What about,
no matter what, Drew Rosenhaus will have your back. How is he on the field with Jeff Darlington and Terry Hill's yelling, "Call Drew, call Drew," and Drew Ross is on the field with Jeff Darlington going, "I'm befuddled, I'm shook up." Drew Rosenhaus, unbelievable. He's unbelievable.
What about what if I nominated you can't handle the truth. Even though he technically wasn't, I guess he wasn't a lawyer. He was more like a prosecutor.
Yeah, they're like the Navy, like the JAG thing.
Yeah. But like, I mean, technically he's in law, right?
Yeah, Tom Cruise.
Military law.
They're saying Tom Cruise in a few good men.
Of all time, one of the funniest movies, I still think it holds to this day. Jim Carrey, Liar, Liar.
Oh, yeah, Liar. Yeah. You couldn't lie.
I've had better.
You couldn't lie.
Hey, did you get beat up in the bathroom? Some deranged moron beat me up.
It's a madman, Your Honor.
Who was the lady?
Desperate man at the end of his pitiful road.
Who's the lady he was defending in that movie? What's her name?
Jennifer Tilly was the actress.
She's in
Jennifer
everything.
Tilly. Yeah. Jennifer Tilly.
Bonnie on Family Guy, among other roles.
Del, what'd you say?
Jennifer Tilly's an actress.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the name.
Don't talk about that.
I was going to say Renee Zellweger, but that wasn't her.
She was clearly cheating on her husband on tape, and yeah.
It's just all bad.
All right, we're good to go.
Yeah, let's keep it moving here for Baldy coming up at the top of the hour. It's coming up a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises.
I will hate watch. I don't know how many.
Tuesday, but it's Wednesday. And we're going to walk back Wednesday a little later in the program. We'll get Baldy on in just a second, but good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, all the cops, all the janitors, all the construction workers, all the union workers, truck drivers, teachers, all you teachers. You can do a damn good job dealing with these kids, man. Lord knows. These kids, man, they run amok, man. They're coughing all over the place, boogers running out their nose. You teachers do a hell of a job of keeping your head above water. All the high school football teams, we got big games this weekend as well. Good morning, everybody out there, including my crew, Spadoni Lubman and Joe Shasky, the Butcher.
Top 5 athletes whose name remind me of something I would hear in a courtroom. Number 5, Devin McCourty. Number 4, D.A. Points, golfer, 7-time champion. Number 3, Aaron Judge. Number 2, Lawyer Malloy.
Oh, that's good.
Number 1, tied, AC and Ty Law.
AC Law.
Come on, that's funny.
That is Ty Law. The law firm. I like Lawyer Malloy, the law firm. Did they used to call him the law firm? Who they call the law firm? I feel like that was fun. I thought for a second.
Come on, you like that.
I started laughing because I thought you said AC Slater for a second.
No.
It was like AC Slater, Bayside High. He did everything. His jerseys go off the crazy. You ever see somebody wearing a Bayside High jersey too?
Yeah.
The number 4s.
But you got to show off the abs.
You got to yeah, I'm not doing that.
And he wore like the see-through mesh one with no shirt underneath
No shirt at all. Dude, he looks the same.
Yeah, identical. He doesn't age.
He doesn't age. All right, we got Baldy. He's live from Jets camp. Brian Baldinger joins us every single week, of course, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I want to start the conversation off with this, Baldy. Yeah, first get our open in here because it don't sound right. It don't be open. All right, Baldy, you love physicality, you love sharks, and I'm going to play this speech for you real quick. And I want to know what it means to you when you hear this, because this guy for the second straight year, somehow, some way, set the tone for the entire season. I'm going to let Fred Water take it away.
Bring it tight. I need time. I need time. Hey, laser focus. Laser focus. 4 quarters. 4 quarters. Execution. Execution. Y'all know we in business. I'm whooping my ass. They gotta know that. We take that to tempo every time. So these boys, they don't belong on the field. We the best. Let's go whoop the.
So you get Fred Water 90 minutes before kickoff, Baldy, giving that speech to his teammates, saying they don't even belong on the same field as us. We're the best. We're in the business of kicking ass there. And Fred Water goes out there and sets the tone right away, forcing a fumble, punching out the ball on Breece Hall. And last year, you were in Pittsburgh when Fred Water decapitated Najee Harris, and it felt like the game was over. So I want to start off this week's conversation giving some love to a defensive player. And Fred Water, he hasn't skipped a beat, Baldy. What about that speech before the game? Hey, he's got to be ready to run through a wall right now.
You know what? You know what the best part about that speech is, Bonta? On the 4th play, he punched the ball out of Breece Hall's hands. And, you know, to every Jet fan, they're like, we're the same old Jets. You know, that's our second best offensive player. And Fred saw that Breece Hall had the ball in the wrong hand. He had it in his right arm. And as soon as he saw that, he took his right fist, balled it up, and punched it right out. He popped that balloon. And so you can give the speech. That's great. And it gets everybody, like, cranked up. But then you go out and you back it up. And that's what Fred does. He plays the game at a lightning speed because of his recognition, speed recognition, and then just the recklessness that he plays the game with. He sets the tone, to me, not just for the defense, for the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an absolute stud. It felt like he was making every single play out there until, I believe it was the second drive, Malik Collins just showed up in this game, and I was so impressed with him. I thought Leonard Floyd flashed in this game. Bosa, forcing Aaron Rodgers up, and Floyd cleans it up. What did you see from this defensive line? Because people are going to look at the box score and say, oh, Bosa didn't have any sacks. I thought he was causing havoc.
Look, Malik was great. I mean, you look at the Jets. I mean, the Jets were
talking all summer long about a rebuilt offensive line, 3 new starters. They spent a lot of money on these guys. Ollie Tucker's a former first-round pick. Joe Tippmann's a second-round pick. Brees Hall ran 10 times for 25 yards in that first half. They whipped them up front. They absolutely whipped them. And really, when you watch Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins inside, they were basically carbon copies of each other. They both played the same way. They played with great pad level, with penetration. They didn't get moved off the ball, and they were disruptive. And if the Jets can't run the ball the way they couldn't, it makes it very difficult on Aaron Rodgers and anybody else to sustain offense. And they couldn't sustain offense in that first half.
Baldy here on the River Islands guest line live from Jets Camp. He joins us every single week. We know at Baldy's Breakdowns, the best of the business at doing it and recapping every single game from week number 1. We'll get to Christian McCaffrey in just a second here, Baldy, but Jordan Mason, at least for a game. Where did this guy come from? What a bell cow he was Monday night, just running downhill with so much force. Shasky mentioned Marion Barber. That's who he reminded him of. Guru brought up Steven Jackson. I mean, whoever the hell he was, he ran the rock hard Monday. For at least a week, they didn't miss CMC because of the services of Jordan Mason.
Well, it's a classic, next man up thing. But he drew a little bit of blood every time he ran the ball. I mean, he did not get knocked backwards once the whole day. He took the fight to the Jets, and those are good linebackers in C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams. That's the foundation of this whole defense. They were invisible in this game. They didn't attack the line of scrimmage, and that's what the 49ers did. They got up in the grill of those guys. Dominic Pooney, like Aaron Banks, Trent was a beast. They got busy up front, and then Jordan Mason just made them pay. And that's a sweet. I mean, 147 yards and 28 carries. Nobody could have predicted that against that front. But they made a Jets defense that's built around their defensive front seven. And they spent a lot of money and a lot of resources on those players. They made them look pretty pedestrian.
I want to highlight Dominic Pooney. I said to Bonta when I was watching the game in real time, I go, they've run the ball to the right side more in one half than I've seen them do what feels like in a full season. It's got to be the confidence of Kyle Shanahan, but it felt like they were also running at Quinnen Williams to slow him down as well. What did you see from Dominic Pooney, and what did you see from Kyle's offense in general in terms of mixing it up, running to that side?
Well, I've done a breakdown on Dominic Pooney in all 4 games he's played, 3 in preseason in this game. And even his coach at Kansas hit me up yesterday. They're real proud of him, but he just is, as much as you can be a natural at right guard, he's just a natural. He looks like he's played his game for 5 years. He doesn't make a mistake. He doesn't get beat. In fact, there was a play in the game, Joe, where they literally put C.J. Mosley on the center, and they wanted to isolate Quinnen Williams on Dominic Pooney in a pass rush situation, on a third down pass rush. They wanted their $100 million man one-on-one with the rookie, and they got him. And all he did was just stand tall and anchor down and not let Quinnen beat him. Now, there's not many guys one-on-one that Quinnen can't beat in this league. And when I saw Pooney stand up to Quinnen like that, I'm like, that's about as good an early test as you can get. That's that. In the run game, he takes great angles. He's got great power. He moves bodies because the 49ers are far more than just a finesse offense and a finesse offensive line. They move the line of scrimmage. And Pooney's a big part of that. They're not going to get him out of that. That's his position for the next 10 years. Like, he is the right guard for the future. There's nobody that's going to come in and take that job from him. So they found themselves a starter in the 3rd round. And it's just amazing because you can't, in 4 games now, you can't find a bad play from him.
Wow. Now you got Aaron Banks on one side, Dominic Pooney on the other side. You got Big Trent not allowing a pass rush at all. But the big story around here today, Baldy, is Christian McCaffrey and the Achilles tendonitis, which popped up on the injury report last year. And you've been all over this. You've been saying this a long time. You said it about a month ago when he first had the calf strain, a guy coming off the touches that he had last season, well over 400 touches. That next season, it's not as productive. It goes awry, and this is a serious injury. So first of all, can this team, I guess, the question we've been asking, Baldy, is can this team overcome a loss of Christian McCaffrey? He's the offensive player of the year. We know that. He's a dynamic player. He's a Hall of Famer. but it does feel like with the playmakers they have, Baldy, they're equipped to play and play well without Christian McCaffrey for a long period of stretch here.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. I mean, credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, you know, he has this history now. And I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next 2 seasons. I don't know, and the problem is that he's such a worker.
Yeah.
You know, he's such a guy that his workouts are important. His training is important. It's hard for him to rest. And really, tendonitis is something, and I don't know exactly what the issue is, because we're all just hearing about it really for the first time, the extent of this thing. But tendonitis doesn't go away without rest for the most part. You can treat it with anti-inflammatories. There's things you can do. But an inflamed tendon, I don't care where it's at in the body, rest is usually the number one, bromide in order to get that cleared up. And so that's just not his mentality. So I got to see how they treat this right now.
Baldy, what did you make of them using Debo in the backfield between the tackles? And then specifically, because I had never seen this, but it reminded me of the old pro set formation where you had, instead of the fullback, though, in the backfield, the running back, in this case Debo, and at times Jordan Mason, was like offset in a single back formation from the quarterback, if that makes sense. I'm trying to visualize it. He was 3 or 4 yards to the right of him and back 5 yards. It was a unique look of a formation. Did you notice that as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I did, Joe. And it was a good observation by you. And a couple things. One, I mean, there's a trickle-down effect. There's no McCaffrey. So somebody has to spell Jordan Mason. So he gets 8 carries in the game, and from a variety of ways. But I think one of the reasons why they offset them like they do in that formation, I've seen it a little bit around the league, is if you're the defender, if you're the defense right now and you're C.J. Mosley, are we going toss to that side and we're just going to get one gap further out wide, or are we coming back underneath? You're a little bit unsure about where he's going from that position. And so if you're right next to the quarterback in a spread shotgun look, you're usually just a point of entry back, an underneath handoff going the opposite direction. But if you're in that position, you really could be going either way. And I just think it puts the defense in a little bit of a bind about which direction he's going to go.
You know, Baldy, circling back to Christian McCaffrey here. Circling back to Christian McCaffrey and the Achilles tendonitis here. And I'm with you here. Christian McCaffrey's a stud, and what he does in the pass game or whatnot. You know, could they score 30 a game without him? It's possible, but you're right. They're not going to be as explosive. There's going to be a difference in the offense here. Did you have this injury? Do you have teammates who had this injury? And how did it end up here? Because it sounds like it's just a lingering injury, and he may never be 100% for this football season.
These tendonitis is pretty mysterious. As quickly as it comes, it can also leave just as quickly. You just don't know. One day you're going to wake up and it's going to feel good, but that's what you're counting on, is that it's going to go completely away. But you just never know when or how or if. You can treat it with all the ice and the stem and all the various treatments that are out there. PRP, I'm sure he's looking at everything. I'm sure the 49ers are as well. But look, his feet are everything. His ability to cut, to explode. If you can't do that, you can't be Christian McCaffrey. You can't be the elite back that we saw in every game last year. And so if it was just a calf strain, you might be able to work around it. But the problem is you don't want to inject it with anything. You just want it to heal naturally. And then it becomes, can you practice with it? Or are you just going to be a game day guy? It's very, very tricky. You want it to be completely healed, honestly. And if it takes 2 weeks or 3 weeks, it's better to do that and get them ready in October if it takes that. But the last thing you want to do is go out there thinking it feels pretty good and then just re-aggravate it and it doesn't leave, because then it's a mental thing. Then you're thinking it's never going to go away. You want it to wake up one day and you just want to be able to bob up and down coming out of your bed and you don't feel it. You want it to feel like it did for 20 games a year ago.
Can they get to a Super Bowl without him?
It's a big challenge. It's a big challenge because who knows what other injuries might pop up. But he's your number one weapon in every phase of the game. And so, if Jordan Mason is your starter right now, okay, who's the backup? Like, where's it go from there? Because he can't take 28 carries every game. Nobody can. And that's what he got the other day. And it's great. He responded. But then it's just a trickle-down effect. But you're going to lose a lot of the matchups and the creativity that Kyle's capable of, and he's the best at it in this business, maybe Sean McVay, but he's as good as anybody in this business. And you lose a lot of that creativity in the offense and things that you want to try and use against the Rams, use in big games, used in difficult spots, comeback games, things that you got to do. With him not being there, it lessens the opportunities.
So when I look at the team last year, we talked a lot about the DC, the coordinator, Steve Wilkes, and getting the new guy in there, Sorensen, and having Brandon Staley. I saw some things that I hadn't seen as much. I saw a ton of press across the board. I saw them pressing on the outside, Diamanor laying off. I saw Tig as the single high safety. I saw Odom as the single high safety. I saw Bosa switching sides with Leonard Floyd. I saw the various fronts. I saw more different stuff on the defensive side than I'd seen in maybe 3 or 4 years from this team. What did you see defensively, schematically from the 49ers on Monday night?
Well, just challenging receivers. I mean, look, Lazard beat, the corner on the outside a couple of times, but, at least they were challenging him. Aaron saw it. He saw the matchups. He saw, some of the disguises and late stems, from Sorensen, and he got him a couple of times, but at the end of the day, they scored basically 13 points with Aaron out there. And they put 2 drives together. And so I saw them basically, the Jets had 5 drives in the first half where they didn't get a first down. You never let them get into a rhythm. And so I think challenging the receivers is a big part. You saw a 3rd down stop where, they didn't convert it. And so I think a big part is the trust in the corners to be able to hold up. I saw Domador make a great play down on the goal line, just from understanding his positioning where he's got to be a flex player. He's got to play the pass. He's got to play the run, and he played it perfectly. And so I feel like the players are responding. Look, Nick's always gone back and forth. He's going to pick his sides, and that's fine. Letters can play either side just as well. But I thought the defensive front really played a great game, especially against the run. And, they had to get better in that department, and they sure were on Monday night.
Baldy, you talk about the quarters pressing up and everything, but was there a lot of difference in between, say, a Nick Sorensen defense and a D'Amico Ryans defense? Because obviously last year Steve Wilkes wasn't really his defense. He didn't really know the scheme and understand the scheme, so I don't know what the hell they were doing last year. But in terms of, like, what we saw from Saleh and D'Amico Ryans in this wide 9 system, how much different was it with Nick Sorensen other than pressing on the corners? Were they playing a lot more games up front? Were they stunning more? Were they blitzing more? What did you see from that angle?
Not really many games. I mean, they really, it was pretty vanilla because they have, the offense was having such great success.
Yeah.
And, the score divide just kept getting bigger and bigger. 26-7, in the third quarter. You got control of the game. You don't want to give them anything. There's no need to. You've got control of the game.
Right.
And so I think you got to just play smart. I think in a more competitive game, you're going to see more. And, when they hold the Jets to 49 snaps total, and, Aaron's out there for 40 snaps, I mean, you got control of the game. You don't need to show a whole lot at that point.
Yeah, no doubt. 38 minutes of time of possession for the 49ers Monday night. Before we get you out of here, Baldy, looking ahead to Minnesota. They beat up on the New York Giants. Daniel Jones was not good at all. I'm looking at their defense. We know with Sam Darnold and Justin Jefferson, they're going to have some good offensive plays. Aaron Jones running the ball well. But Brian Flores, as a defensive coordinator, what challenges will he present Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy in this offense without probably Christian McCaffrey this Sunday?
Well, they saw him last year. Brian Flores is very talented. They have a brand new defensive line. I mean, all 4 starters are new. And they caused all kinds of problems. To Daniel Jones, to the offensive line. Nobody played well in New York. Daniel Jones walked into a lot of sacks that just aren't necessary. He didn't see the field well. So, look, Brian Flores is going to give you as many different looks as anybody in this whole business right now. So you got to be really patient. Kyle's going to study it real hard. I think you can learn a lot from their performance in Minnesota a year ago because the secondary is pretty much the same from a year ago. And so I think the fact that there's a blueprint for what Brian likes to do from how they played him a year ago can help game plan for this year.
All right, this should be a fun game. Where are you at this weekend, Baldy?
I'm going to Kansas City. I'm going to see the Bengals and the Chiefs. Late game. Yeah, it's going to be, Patrick Mahomes with 10 days of rest and Xavier Worthy. I'm expecting fireworks in Kansas City.
Baldy, tell them that I hate them.
Well, hey, listen, Joe, I'm going to see you that week. I think it's week 6 or 7 when Kansas City visits you at Levi. I'll be out there that week.
Oh boy!
So
let's go.
I can hear the hate firsthand from you when I'm out there.
I need you to talk this guy off the ledge. He's thinking about Kansas City so much. The hell with Kansas City, Baldy.
So
I want Kansas City and New Orleans. To be the best, you got to beat the best. To be the man, you got to beat the man. The hell with the Chiefs, Baldy. I did see Baldy looking good, though, down there in Indianapolis with the Texans. Hey, Baldy, I'll leave this here. You don't have to reply to it, but don't be surprised if Houston is representing the AFC. That team is serious, Baldy. That's a serious bunch right there.
Yes, it is. Joe Mixon and Diggs make a big difference in that offense.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Baldy, have a great one, buddy.
You too, Baldy.
It's great hearing your voice.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Yep. Appreciate you.
Brian Baldinger, River Islands guest line, breaking down the 49ers. What we can see in Minnesota, obviously the big takeaway is Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, he's worried.
And we asked him, can they play at the same level without CMC? Here's Baldy's answer.
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next 2 seasons.
That's Baldy on Christian McCaffrey. 888-957-9570. Top of the show. We talk about replenishing talent, and, the Niners have done a great job of replenishing talent. But have they had to replenish premium players? And this is as premium as they get in Christian McCaffrey.
Was Jimmy a premium player at one point?
He was a very good player.
Okay.
I don't know if I would say premium.
I'm not saying he's on CMC's level. I want to clarify.
But without Jimmy, there was a drop-off.
Yeah.
There was a drop-off without
He was a
Jimmy.
good player. Maybe not premium. I guess we're parsing the words here.
Right. We're talking, I guess we just say all-pro.
Like, since DeForest Buckner, this is the biggest replacement that they've had. I would say it's bigger than DeForest, but I'll listen to someone who thinks DeForest was as impactful as Christian McCaffrey.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. And we see when they have to replace a Kittle or replace a Debo or a Trent for a few games.
There's a drop-off.
There's a drop-off. Now, in week 1, you didn't have a drop-off, right? You read the ball right up to Jets' throat. But we're talking about a guy who rushed for 1,459 yards last year. We're talking about a guy who had over 600 receiving yards. 564 receiving yards. And to Baldy's point, he's had it was on Twitter, right? That Friday, I was like, boy, Philadelphia got their CMC, the Saquon. And a lot of dialogue was, well, he's injury prone. He's nicked up. That was the knock on Christian when he got traded here to San Francisco, which is why ESPN gave the Niners, a C- for the trade? Because people thought he was what? Look at this. Christian McCaffrey's first 3 years, 60 games. Then in 2020, 3 games. 2027, or 2021, 7 games. 2022, 6 games. And then he ends up playing that entire season in 2022 because he played 6 with Carolina and 11 with the Niners. But we didn't even know if he was going to play the NFC Championship game. He didn't go through the pregame walkthrough. And he ended up being your best player in that football game. But you look at San Francisco and what he's done here, he's been available. But the tail end of his Carolina deal, and I don't know how much it had to do with taking or trying to go for a pick, Shasky, but there was a knock on Christian that he would get hurt and he wouldn't be available for all the games here. So to Baldy's point there, it's kind of reared his ugly head because of his training regimen. The guy won Dalladality all season.
Well, I
can't blame him for that.
I think it's a variety. I don't think it's one thing. I don't think it's just usage of Shanahan. I don't think it's just off-season training. It's everything. It's the totality of everything, right? I mean, this guy's played a lot of football the last 10. Think about his last decade.
Yeah.
Going from high school, probably the baddest dude on the planet in Colorado, to Stanford, where he's been utilized ad nauseum, and then Carolina, he's the number one weapon, and then comes to the Niners. Even though he has had the injuries, like, this is a guy that has been used a lot, and he's been in a lot of car crashes on the football field. So, you know, I keep thinking back to last year and specifically the second half of last year, where like the Washington game comes to mind, where they had that game in hand and they're giving him carries down the stretch, and I'm like, get him off the field. Get him off the field, right? And I don't think it was like those 4 plays are why we're where we're at today. I'm not that egregious over it, but it's the cumulative of those types of drives where you're up multiple scores, and instead of working in that extra running back and giving him, 5 or 6 less hits, they do add up is what I'm getting at. And look, he could have injured himself in the offseason regardless of whatever his workload was last year. But when you pile all of them together, it does feel like, hey, we should have saw this coming.
Well, I'm looking at the fourth quarter play sheet here in Washington, and McCaffrey doesn't get a lot of touches. I see a lot of Elijah Mitchell, and I'm not nitpicking here, but I'm just looking because I want to go back and look at it. I get it. As fans, we see a player. We've done this throughout the Shanahan.
The Ayuk touchdown, he rolls out and around.
Right.
CMC has to step up and blast a linebacker. I just remember because it was such a great play by him. And Purdy comes evading out and throws an absolute dime. But, I mean, they were playing a terrible team.
I see Elijah Mitchell carry. Pass or use check. Elijah Mitchell, use check. Ayuk, timeout. Debo, Elijah Mitchell. Purdy incomplete pass, and then Purdy touchdown pass to Ayuk. And then the next possession, it's Elijah Mitchell. It's Debo. It's Elijah Mitchell. It's use check. So I think they were discerning at times, because I could go to 2019, for example. There were moments where, get the starters out of the game. Why are you playing? We do this every year.
No, I literally did this last year, though.
No, I hear what you're saying. I know you did it all last year. You're freaking out about it. I get it. But I'm looking at this game log right now, just the fourth quarter. McCaffrey didn't touch the ball. He didn't touch the ball. So, I mean, look, I hear you, man. He's the best player in the team. I'm even looking here. Elijah got a lot of touches in this Washington game. I don't remember that at all. Elijah actually got 17 carries in that football game. 17 for 80.
I don't remember.
And Christian McCaffrey got 14 carries for 64. And he had the 4 catches for 27 yards. So Elijah played a lot in that game against Washington. And then, obviously, they didn't play against the Rams.
No.
And then he had a bye week.
Was it Debo or who had to
Debo and Ayuk had to play.
No, but I'm saying, was it both or one?
It was both.
Both had to play.
I think it was both who played that game. So I get it. Like I hear you on the carries and whatnot, but I don't know how much that had to weigh on it. I don't know if Shanahan would tell you, hey, if I had to go back in time and give him less carries, I would do that. I mean, did we ever do that with LaDainian Tomlinson when he was playing?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Do we do this? Like, I want to see my great players play.
Yeah, but we did this. Like, once we started collecting data on these things and we started realizing that 28, 29 years old was the drop-off for running backs, we started doing advanced analytics regarding 400-plus touches. Right. You know, like, I think LaDainian's one of the seminal moments where people's opinions changed on this.
But even you talk about touches or when running backs turn 30, we just celebrated Frank Gore getting inducted to the Hall of Fame. Guy had 3,000-yard seasons. Over 30. And I know it's very different players, but Frank Gore was a north-south bruiser, right? North-south bruiser. So I don't know how much last year had to do with Christian McCaffrey's Achilles tendon for this year. I don't know what it has to do with the calf strain, but one thing we do know, we'll give it to Love in just a second, one thing we do know is that the guy's just a workout animal. You can't take him off the field. He wants to take every single rep, and I can't knock a player for that. We celebrate Jerry Rice the same way. It's the same mentality with these great players. Well, Tom Brady, for years, backup ain't getting no practice time. I'm taking every single damn rep there is. Peyton Manning, same thing. The great ones sneak like that, Shasky.
No doubt, but there's also like a law of diminishing returns for some of these guys. Like Rich Harden, it comes to mind. Like Rich was throwing weights around way too much, and they told him. I mean, I know A's fans know this. Like you got to dial it back on the weights, and he would get hurt all the time. Now, different, but there is a DeGrom-like quality to Christian McCaffrey. When he's out there, he's unbelievable.
Yeah,
and this is the risk that you run.
This is. It's running back guy. Go ahead, love it.
No, just you're talking about LaDainian Tomlinson, the drop off there around the age 28 season. From his age 22 to age 28 season, he averaged about 403 touches per season. After that, though, that number dropped to 243 after his age 28 season. So there is some there to what Shasky was saying about the drop off once you get to your late 20s.
I don't disagree with that when it comes to running backs. But there are exceptions to the rule, and when you're in real time, and when you're in real time, with these great players, I mean, sometimes the game gets hairy. A coach thinks differently. A coach thinks, boy, if we blow it on this play, they could get back into the game. We heard Shanahan talking about the third one or the fourth one that he didn't go for because you know what? I felt good about being up 16, knowing that they would have to get 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions. Now, a lot of us didn't agree with that, right? We're like, go up 3 scores. But a coach would think on the flip side, if I don't get it, we're only up 13 points. And the game is closer than it needs to be. And all of a sudden, they still have life. And if they score here, all of a sudden, it's a 1-score game. Coaches are quirky, man. Coaches think differently, especially when you only got a 53-man roster. So if you do give that carry to Jordan Mason last year or Elijah Mitchell last year, and say if they fumble, what are people saying? Oh, boy, you should have had Christian McCaffrey in the game. This is why you don't take Christian McCaffrey out, because these guys are fumbling. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But the problem is that he's got Achilles tendonitis. So this is, I don't know what, last year or this year or whatever. However he's got the injury. And it could be a problem for the 49ers, but how big of a problem? Let's go to Jason in San Jose. Jason, what's happening?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Got you loud and clear.
That was funny. You have to laugh.
No, you just wasted our time. What was that?
Well, waste our time. We can now shut out Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain.
Yeah, I mean, you contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. What kind of grown-ass adult sits on hold for as long as he sat on hold?
He was on hold for like a minute. So.
He's on hold. Love it. You got to play it off. Don't
he'll get over it.
He's got to say 10 minutes, all right? Just exaggerate. You got to over-exaggerate a little bit. You'll learn that. He was on hold for 30 minutes. He went on hold for 30 minutes. He went through the Baldy interview, and you call, say, can you hear me? And you hang up.
You think he'll do that to Flowing Water when he calls them?
He won't call them. He just wanted to troll us and have us spend time.
He did have a take when I talked to him on the screen.
No, that was the part of the troll job. What a loser. What loser does that?
Here's what I would say to you. Like, if I were to write down, right now, you and I, let's just do a thought exercise here, okay? Last 10 years. Let's just go 2014 through now, okay? Who are the best running backs? Marshawn Lynch, even though I think he was a little older at that point, you're going to throw him in there. Last 10 years. Who else?
Last 10
I'm going to go Todd Gurley, who I referenced.
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry still playing at a high level.
Henry.
Saquon Barkley, you want to throw him in there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You want to throw Zeke in there?
Yeah.
Zeke
was a monster.
Zeke was a monster.
I'll throw Jacobs in there. Last 5 years.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs.
Okay, with Saquon.
Aaron Jones been sneaky good.
Who?
Aaron Jones been sneaky good.
Aaron Jones has been good. He's been hurt a lot, but Aaron Jones has been good. Dalvin Cook.
Where are we going? Detroit, Green Bay, Chicago. Chicago really has. They've been off and on.
And CMC's on this list, right? We're putting him on.
Yeah, you can put CMC on that list.
Yep.
Put CMC on that list. Raiders, Josh Jacobs, we said that. Has never had anybody.
Not really.
Melvin Gordon.
Melvin Gordon was more of a Charger. Austin Eckler.
Austin Eckler.
Okay.
Leonard Fournette.
Good call on Leonard Fournette. And he had to change his running style too.
He did. He had injury history at LSU.
So let's just go down the list here. Like, did Marshawn age gracefully? He feels more outlier than he does the guy who got hurt.
You know, it feels like the guy, I don't even want to, did he take football seriously?
I just think he slowed down a little.
He slowed down a little bit.
But I don't think he got hurt per se.
And I think the roster around him too was a little suspect.
Gurley got hurt.
Okay.
Derrick Henry has been hurt, and he's an outlier. I'd put him in the Marshawn category.
Yeah, he plays well.
Saquon, jury's still up, but he's gotten hurt.
Zeke. Zeke is interesting because I thought when Zeke held out, he wasn't in great shape. He didn't take his offseason regimen seriously.
Okay.
And he had the old Mexico trip, and he came back, and I'm like, Guru, dude, this guy looks like he's a lineman, not a running back.
You don't think wear and tear?
I do think a little wear and tear has something to do with it, but I also think you got to take care of your body.
Okay.
And I don't think Zeke took care of his body the way he needed to take care of his body.
Okay. Aaron Jones.
Oh, Matt Forte was good call. Aaron Jones. I think Aaron Jones is still, he had 14 carries, 84 yards last week.
Is he the same player, like wear and tear? What do you think?
He looked pretty damn good.
I've had him the last few years. He's been hurt a lot.
He's been hurt a lot, but he looked pretty damn good last week.
Okay. Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook looks damn good. We'll see about him.
He sat there. Anyone could have had him last year.
Yeah, I mean, he was with the Jets, and the Jets were a dumpster fire.
I think where I'm going with this is like the common denominator is you have a sweet spot. These are good players. Right. Some of them will have a down year and bounce back. Like Leonard Fournette was out of the league. Anyone could have had him. And then he reemerged with Tom Brady and changed his running style. But a lot of these guys, like, it's a couple of years of prime player, and then wear and tear catches up, and then whether it's out of shape, overwork, whatever, like football's violent. It's really violent.
Guys get hurt. But nothing will suggest that McCaffrey's going to drop off, right? I mean, the level he left off at was a very, very high level.
I mean, I just saw, Klay Thompson's, have an Achilles injury as well as an ACL injury, and he's just not. He doesn't move the same. So
missed 2 years.
Like Navarro Bowman had an Achilles and a knee and didn't move the same.
There's guys who Kevin Durant
has returned.
Jalen Phillips
at a high level from his Achilles.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips had a sack last week.
J.K. Dobbins, is back right now.
Yeah, he looked like the guy from Ohio State.
He had it at a very young age, so I don't know if that's different.
But he's had Achilles, he had ACLs, he's had a bunch of injuries. Guys get hurt. Football is violent. Football is very, very violent. Alvin Kamara, how did he look against the Panthers?
He was good. He had a solid game. Like they rested Jamal Williams got a lot because they blew him out in the first half. So Jamal Williams got a lot of touches.
Part of the problem too.
That's
with
a good
running
one I
backs.
missed on Kamara.
Yeah, the problem with running backs too. When we breaking all these quarterbacks out, what situation were they in? Did they have a good quarterback? They have good running backs. They have a good scheme. They have a good system. Was their running game very comprehensive, or was it just basically we're going to hand the ball off and we run into a brick wall and get 2 yards in a cloud of dust? Like what is the system?
Well, Arian
what is the
Foster
scheme?
was
What's
in
the players?
Kubiak system, which is similar to what the Niners run, and he came out of nowhere, was dominant, and then kind of fell off.
Yeah, 3 years, and then got a little quirky.
Le'Veon Bell was dominant with Pittsburgh. I thought he was as unique as they come, and then he fell off.
Well, he took that year off and then went to the Jets, and the Jets had nobody.
Yeah.
Jets had nobody. Should have stayed your ass in Pittsburgh. I guarantee you that's one of his biggest regrets, not staying in Pittsburgh.
I guess where I'm coming from is, A, should we have seen this coming? And B, did we already get the best out of the guy? That feels unfair to even bring up today.
No, it's not fair. Have you got the best out of Christian McCaffrey? They gave him the 2-year, $38 million deal.
Well, he earned that.
Is that good business?
Well, that's a different question. That's a different question.
No. So by this theory here, with your data, because you're not wrong about a lot of things here when it comes to running backs. I get it with running backs. But when you have a premium one, you got to ride or die with him, right? But he's 28 years old now. And with all the usage, if fans saw it coming, because I bet you a lot of fans will say, yeah, we saw this coming. He had a lot of touches.
Well, it's easy to say that today.
But a lot of people are going to say it.
2 months ago, I don't think you would have said it.
Because I don't live, when I watch football, I don't think about injuries. I'm like, I try to watch the game like injuries are turned off. And if somebody gets injured, you're like, all right, because somebody's going to get injured. But I'm not going to worry myself to death every single play like, oh my God, he got up slow. He's injured.
Well,
I understand it's a violent game. It's a violent game. I played Pop Warner football, played high school, saw a lot of injuries. I'm not saying I played college or anything, but best friends played college. I was around City College, San Francisco for a long time. Guys are going to get hurt.
Well, that's obvious.
But I'm not walking into a game thinking, boy, if he does this, he may do this, he may do that. I try to watch it with a clear view, just watching the game, and knowing that somebody may go down. And you hope that somebody is not an important player like Christian McCaffrey, right? We don't want anybody to get injured, but you certainly don't want your premium players to get injured.
Well, I think it's player to player. So, like, when Debo goes flying into, like, 6 guys, and then he's lying on the ground, you're like, get up. All right, good, he's good. Like, when Brock, great example, Brock's scrambling, and I'm like, slide.
Yeah, that's
like once he gets enough yards, slide. So that's me. That's the way I am.
No, there's a lot of people like that.
And like you got to go down. Do not dive. You know what I mean? Like don't go head first. Like I'm watching Lamar Jackson shoulder into guys. I'm like, I wouldn't be doing that.
I can't watch football
because if he goes down, their season's over.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know,
but these guys are all football players and are gladiators. They can take contact. Hell, Debo got hurt on the plane, and I think it was nothing. I didn't think it was nothing. I see guys get hurt for less. Hell, there's non-contact injuries, for crying out loud. Guys would be at training camp. Terry Bridgewater literally taking a snap, and his knee and his career is over, basically. In training, remember that?
Yeah.
Non-contact injuries happen.
No doubt. But like Frank Gore, you brought him up. Like, how did he stay good for so long? He had the knack of not getting wrapped up in a goofy way. He never got squared up. You never saw him get that twist tackle. With CMC last year, how many times did he get twisted where a guy grabbed the face mask or they tried to twist the shoulders? I saw him get twisted so many times last year that I thought were illegal tackles because it's just difficult to tackle. And it's like, dude, like, he's so dynamic. Other elite athletes struggle to stop him in space.
Injuries happen. I would not, it is what it is, but can it? All right, we'll break. Doug in Berkeley will get to you. Everybody, 888-957-9570. How concerning is this Christian McCaffrey injury for you? Are you worried about him? Have we seen the best of Christian McCaffrey? I can't believe we're asking that question. I hope he comes back soon. It just balls out. So we can nip this in the bud. 888-957-9570 is the number. Christian McCaffrey could be out for a while. Your thoughts?
Only a few weeks left to play in the savings.
All right, CMC from our program director, Matt Nahigian. He missed games in 3 separate stints in 2020. 6 games for an ankle sprain, 4 games with an AC joint sprain, I guess that's in the shoulder, and then 4 games with the glute strain. Missed another 5 games with the hamstring strain in 2021, and he missed week 12 and onward with an ankle sprain in Carolina. So now he's dealing with the calf, and now he's dealing with an Achilles. And you notice with all these injuries, ankle sprain, glute strain, hamstring strain, ankle sprain. Now, the AC joint sprain was, it's got to be shoulder, right? That's where the AC joint is?
Yeah, and you would assume it was on that turf?
Yeah, maybe. Because, no, they didn't have turf. Did they still have turf in Carolina?
I'm just assuming.
They did move to turf. They may have moved to turf with him. Yeah. I'm not sure when they moved to turf, but it's not good. It's not good.
Well, he plays a violent position. I mean, the game is violent, right?
Right.
But he plays a violent position. I think the number one thing is, and I no matter like how you break this down, wear and tear, overuse, overworking himself, whatever. You know, the hard part is the balancing act that you've been kind of talking about as a head coach. I don't think it's malicious on Kyle Shanahan's behalf. Like, you're doing what you do to win a game, survive, and advance. And there are times, though, that you have to, like, and he does this with play calling, where, hey, I do this to set this up later in the game, later in the season, etc. And I think that looking at it now, it's like, man, they had a couple of running backs, and Elijah's been hurt so much, and I'm sure that he went into every season thinking Elijah would be more of a factor, and not that these other guys wouldn't be more acclimated or whatever, but, like, I wish they would have worked in Jordan Mason a little more last year, because I was calling for it earlier. I didn't think he'd do what he did on Monday night, but you know, you got to get other people up to speed at times. In the case of something happening as a head coach, you got to have the big picture view. But it's hard, to your point. You're facing McVay. You're in LA. You know, it's a 1 or 2 score game. You feel like things are precarious. I do see both sides of the coin. It's just this guy in this position. It's just, it's frustrating when he's hurt.
Well, running backs do this. And if you look at the Shanahan history, Terrell Davis, he had a great 3-4 year stretch. And injuries caught up to him. Now, he was a 6th round or undrafted. He was a late round pick, so they didn't expect nothing from Terrell Davis. And he walked his way into a Hall of Fame. Hell, for crying out loud, he was a fullback at Georgia. Fullback. But the Shanahans do go through running backs. And they will ride a guy until they can't, you know what I'm saying? Tatum Bell, Mike Bell, Landis Gary, Mike Anderson, Travis Henry. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Clinton Portis before they flipped him for Champ Bailey, the Hall of Famer. Alfred Morris. I mean, they go through running backs. The Shanahans go through running backs. But what does this injury mean? What does this injury mean? Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. What's happening, Doug?
Morning. Good morning. I'm listening to this, and it's real interesting. I got 2 points, and it's interesting to hear about the history of all these other guys. But with regard to this injury thing, you can't really compare Christian McCaffrey to these other guys. I don't think that's fair, number one. You just got to look at his history, because everybody is different. Everybody's built different. Everybody's used different. So you got to look at his history. And his history is one of being injury prone. And so that is what you have to take into account, not, running back generically, but Christian McCaffrey specifically. Number 2, alluding to what you guys were just talking about and, the coach. So Shanahan's a brilliant coach, brilliant mind, but he's a football coach. He's a football coach, kind of, I'm going to use this guy because this is what we need to do. Yeah. And he, second in his mind is, am I going to use him up? That's not the first thing. And that, with a commodity as valuable as McCaffrey, I think the nuance and the brilliance that Shanahan shows in designing plays and in other aspects, that's what he needs to use in how to handle a diamond like McCaffrey. And he's treating him just like a running back. We all saw this coming. So those are the 2 things I think. Just going forward, when McCaffrey gets back, use him, but use him judiciously, because he's real valuable. Thanks for taking the call.
Good call. Now I'm looking at another game log here, just because I'm trying to say, boy, where could Shanahan have been better, right? So in the third quarter, Niners start the fourth quarter, and they punt.
What are we talking? What game?
Seattle game, Thanksgiving night.
Okay.
Niners are 8-3, 4-2 away.
This was a short week.
Short Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Short week.
I think Elijah was good in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, so McCaffrey got a carry with 10:47 left in the game, 12 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the way, it was Elijah Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
So I think at times, short week, maybe a blowout, they did try to scale back off of Christian McCaffrey. Now, we could just be nitpicking here when it comes to, and because I understand there's some games where I'm thinking, okay, maybe now you can get the starters out. That goes through my mind as well.
It's not even about getting starters out. It's about working other guys in so that they get a rhythm. Because we know that running back is a rhythm thing. Like, for example, Jordan Mason, he looked a little skittish early on. And then as he settled in, you're going to do better. Not everyone can get one touch a quarter and be good.
I hear that. But here's my thought process when it comes to that stuff. You look at it that way, which is fair. Fair to look at a running back getting into a rhythm. Hey, let's get him some snaps. I'll look at it as just get my guys out so I can have them for the playoffs. Because in the playoffs, I'm not going to be counting on the Elijah Mitchells. I'm going to be counting on CMC. I'm going to be counting on Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. Those guys are the guys that's going to get me to the promised land. Now, these other ancillary pieces, we get through the regular season with them, but in the playoffs, they're not going to be getting much burn anyway.
I mean, in the playoffs this year, they did.
But the way I look, they had to because Debo got hurt.
But that's what
I'm saying. Debo gets hurt. So we're looking at Christian McCaffrey. Debo doesn't even touch the ball as much as Christian McCaffrey, and he got hurt in the first quarter.
No, but what I'm saying is that your job as a coach is to, is to, if you are a playoff level team, is to work in other guys so that they're available and ready for you down the stretch. You always got to be thinking ahead.
But a coach is always thinking, too, in the playoffs, I got my guys. If I get to the playoffs and they're healthy, a coach doesn't think, boy, this guy's going to get hurt. Now I got to count on this guy or count on that guy. That's why you stay ready in the film room or whatnot. But Debo got hurt. And we know Debo has been more injury prone than Christian McCaffrey.
I look, Andy Reid, Belichick, Bill Walsh. If a guy has a specific role, they're going to try to utilize it throughout the year so that they are prepared for that one playoff moment. That's just the way I view it.
But you know what?
I remember every week coming in here, like, man, I'd love to get Jordan Mason some touches. And I distinctly remember me and Baldy having this conversation.
Yeah, no, I remember it too. And you know what? Did Christian McCaffrey get hurt in the playoffs? He's one of your best players. But come on, we don't know if that has any bearing on the injury right now. McCaffrey played all those snaps. Now, I pointed out a couple games where he didn't play in the fourth quarter because everybody makes it seem like he took every single snap of every single game, and I knew that wasn't the case. But he played in the playoffs. He wasn't the one who got hurt. The guy who got hurt in the playoffs was a guy who maybe gets 10 touches a game in Debo Samuel, and he got hurt twice.
I don't think CMC was his best version in the playoffs because it's a long year.
Well, defenses are better. But defenses are better. Teams are better.
But like that's also baked into like I need CMC to be the dynamic CMC January and February for this team.
But you got to think about it, Shash. Not to cut you off.
December.
You got to think about it though. With Debo now out, now there's more eyes on Christian McCaffrey. Now the defense could suffocate Christian McCaffrey a little more. And even in 17 carries, 98 yards against Green Bay. You know what I'm saying? Another 7 catches for 30. He still got over 100 scrimmage yards in that football game. And that was with more eyes on CMC and more eyes on Ayuk because you don't have Debo Samuel.
We're not going to see it the same way. It's okay. Like every week I came in, I said, hey, look, man, even if you have to split him out wide to keep him on the field, but not have him get a touch, just have him run a route or whatever, you got to work in that other running back, right? You just have to do it because the position is so delicate and you're going to need other people in specific spots. Mason, to me, was a guy I thought they'd use him more in short yardage situations. Maybe he could be more of a pounder just to kind of mix it up. Like I'm a believer in mixing it up a little.
But even McCaffrey, though, is a better short yardage running back than Jordan Mason. He's just a better player.
Mason didn't get any looks.
He's just a better player. So I can't blame the injury on last year and the usage or whatnot. You did what you had to do. You did what you had to do to get to the Super Bowl, and you damn near won it. And then McCaffrey held up. This injury with the calf strain and the Achilles tendons, I don't have any clue or any idea whether or not last year. Now, did they ask Willard or Did they ask Dr. Feely? Did they ask him yesterday about last year's usage? Does that have any bearing on this year's injury? They didn't ask him that? They didn't ask him anything? Because that's what I want to know from a doctor. Can we get Dr. Rob Ponye on in the 9 o'clock hour? How much does last year have any bearing on it? The wear and tear or whatnot? How much does that have to do with the calf strain / the Achilles tendon? Because we're talking football here. 888-957-9570. And more importantly, can this team overcome the loss of Christian McCaffrey? Here's what Baldy thought on that.
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next 2 seasons.
Baldy, what's the solution for this injury?
The problem is that he's such a worker. He's such a guy that his workouts are important. His training is important. It's hard for him to rest. And really, tendonitis is something, and I don't know exactly what the issue is because we're all just hearing about it really for the first time. The extent of this thing. Tendonitis doesn't go away without rest for the most part. You can treat it with anti-inflammatories. There's things you can do. An inflamed tendon, I don't care where it's at in the body. Rest is usually the number one bromide in order to get that cleared up. And so that's just not his mentality. So I got to see how they treat this right now.
All right, Dr. Feely, Shasky, real quick, I'll let you react to this. How should the Niners handle McCaffrey's workload moving forward?
I think when you look at his usage rate last year, he was 18 to 22 touches a game, maybe up to 25. 28 carries for Jordan Mason was the most a Kyle Shanahan player has ever had in a game. So ideally, you have him in the 15 to 20, and I think that's totally reasonable. I think the other nice thing is as soon as you put him out there, even if he's not the first, second, or third option, he's a decoy because he's so good. So I think once he gets out there, he will play. I think the athletic training staff and the medical staff is doing everything right. You take it slow with him now, especially if you're going to win a couple games with his backup. It's a long season. It's hopefully as another season that goes well into February. You want him fresh and you want him feeling as good as possible. And we know all these players don't feel 100% by the end of the year. So you want to conserve him as much as possible for the second half of the year and into the playoffs.
That's the part for me. I completely agree. And I think that's where they've got to, almost like a basketball team kind of tempering themselves and waiting for the playoffs. Like I would treat this McCaffrey thing. If it takes 8 weeks to get right, 5 weeks to get right, 10 weeks to get right, so be it. Whatever it takes, you want him to be at his most optimal, even if he's going to be hampered to a degree, most optimal come week 1 of the playoffs. Like, that's how they have to handle this. And even then, he could get hurt in 3 plays, right? There's no guarantees one way or the other. But you're going to try to set yourself up as best you can so that he is at most peak physical optimal shape. But he also needs to get into the flow, right? Because that's an element of it as well. So this is a tough one. I think this is one of the more difficult things they've had to navigate outside of like the Jimmy injury where you're using a backup quarterback.
Yep, no doubt. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available. Follow your favorite teams, stations, and radio shows. Catch amazing interviews, too, like Dr. Feely that you missed with Willard and Dibbs as he breaks down Christian McCaffrey's injury. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to Big Pun. Big Pun's. Get the dump button ready.
I got a joke for you, Bonta.
I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Big Pun.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, bro. Hugging you through the phone.
How y'all doing? I'm just getting out of the hospital. I had a heart attack, and I heard you guys were showing me some love. I just want to say thank you for that. And as far as Christian McCaffrey, I say keep him on the sideline until we really need him. Because Jordan Mason seems like he's doing a good job.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Hey. And I would just keep McCaffrey, just keep him off to the side. He'll be ready to play when we need him. When is Elijah Mitchell supposed to be coming back?
He's out. He's out all year. Yeah, season-ending IR.
He can't return.
Yeah, I don't think so. Season-ending IR. Season-ending IR. Big Pun, good to hear your voice.
Get well soon, dude. I'm hugging you through the phone. You and your family.
Thank you, man. And I think this is the Niners' year for sure. We got the good defense, and I think this is our year. Thank you, guys.
Love you, bro. Good to hear his voice.
925. I think his offseason workouts are the main culprit. Now, we don't know this, but he goes, I know you guys have seen him working out. It's much more explosive movements as opposed to north, south, east, west running. He's going to be way explosive in movements, blah, blah, blah. Does it mean anything, though? Does it mean anything when Shanahan says if it was a playoff game, he could play? Does it mean anything? Does it eat? Does it calm everybody's nerves?
Well, he said that in preseason.
Right.
And like he was going to be right for week one. And then they obviously were cautious. I don't know. I get why you would say that, and I understand, but like it's not the playoffs. So to me, that's an irrelevant statement for right now. I get what he's trying to say. It's like he would battle through it. Like we all believe he would battle through it. You and I heard from Tim Ryan going into the Philly game in the playoffs that year when the game Brock hurt himself, that his leg was like completely purple.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to play.
Yeah, he couldn't even walk.
He didn't go through the pregame.
Talking about CMC.
Yeah, he didn't go through the pregame routine. He didn't go through the walkthrough. And once he didn't go through the walkthrough, they're like, yeah, he's not playing in Philadelphia. And he ends up being their best player in that Philadelphia game.
He was awesome. But I've seen conflicting reports. I've seen some people say that he was listed on the injury report going back to December of last year. I've seen some people say they never even really brought it up, and they just said lower leg. They were very vague with it. It could be a completely different injury. Yeah. It could be a unique injury. It could be a re-aggravation. Like, I think we're all dealing with not a lot of information. The fact is the best player on the team is hurt, and we don't know for how long, and it feels like one of those really tricky injuries to navigate.
Well, there's always a silver lining, though, right? Even if he doesn't play, I know people will be disappointed. But if he doesn't play, it puts more pressure on Brock Purdy to perform at a high level. And if he does perform at a high level, then paying that man $60 million a year, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem with it. If Brock Purdy replicate some of the success he had last season, and he does it mostly without Christian McCaffrey. That would be something. That would say a lot. If Purdy continued his play at a high level, and you don't have McCaffrey for a chunk of this season, now it could be day-to-day, week-to-week, who knows? I'm working under the operation that he's not playing. You're not available now. You're not on my radar. You're not on the depth chart. You're on the sideline. So what does that mean for Brock Purdy, a quarterback? He plays lights out without Christian McCaffrey. Do we have any question? I don't even want to get into the money aspect. We're not going to have a question about what he's worth and what he deserves and who the hell should be the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers moving forward.
I don't even think he needs to play lights out. Just play like he did. Like, I didn't even think Monday was like a lights out performance. I thought it was just a really good performance. He didn't even throw a touchdown. Although, we could argue about whether he should have or not. But if he plays like that and they win games and he's spreading the ball around and they're in control, dude, I'm not worried at all. Like, at all. And yes, he will earn every single freaking dollar.
Let's go to Michael C. in San Jose. Michael C., what's happening?
All right, fellas, I want to talk about CMC. I think Shasky keeps mentioning that we should have played Mason more last year. And I think a lot of people like Mason. However, when CMC's in the game, he does so many things. Out the backfield catches, the run up the middle, the run on the edge. When JP's in the game, he runs up the middle or he runs up the middle. He doesn't have the hands to catch the ball. He doesn't have the speed to get to the outside. So when you put him in the game, I love him. But when you put him in the game, you do half the defense's job because they already know what's coming. You're very limited. So Kyle knows that. I know that. Shasky should know that. So if you're saying that we could have saved CMC by playing Mason more, I don't think that's a valid point.
A drive here and there was going to like depreciate the entire offense that was scoring 30 plus a game. Like I disagree that for example, on Monday night, Chris Conley and Ronnie Bell got touches or got reps at least out there. They weren't out there a lot, but they were out there a little bit. Did anyone notice anything dramatically different in terms of the routes that they were running and how the defense was bending? You're trying to get guys acclimated to what they might be asked to do later on in the year and just mix it up a little.
It was also because Debo's played a little running back and Brandon Ayuk's not up to speed. So you kind of were pressed to play those guys. Plus Ricky Pearsall, not available right now. You thought he was going to be available. So you thought those guys would be available. And so, therefore, Ronnie Bell and Conley were pressing the action a little bit here because of injuries or whatnot. But, I don't know, man. It's going to be a very interesting injury to monitor as we look at week one here with Christian McCaffrey not playing with the Achilles tendonitis. Now, they had a great win. They had a great win on Monday night. But it just, so far this season, and it's very young. We still, 16 games left. Every week there's something with this team now. That to me, I think we kind of missed the mark on that
right?
one. But no, with the Niners, it is NFL, but with the Niners, it's like, all right, cool, you got Trent, you got Ayuk. Oh, no, wait, you don't have Christian McCaffrey. Oh, wait, McCaffrey has Achilles tendonitis.
Well, we kind of knew during the preseason, though, about it. It's just, I said, we because they kept listing him on the injury report, and would he miss a month, essentially?
Yeah, he missed a couple weeks. But they were saying, like, hey, if he had a game on Sunday, you play him.
So I not that we saw this coming, but it wasn't a huge shock. And I was shocked that he wasn't active because it came down so late. But, like, they kind of been telling us this.
Well, they kind of just lied. Bonta said it. He's like, if they had a game on Sunday, he'd play. No, he wouldn't. Now they're moving. And now Shanahan just said, he's like, if it was a playoff game, he'd play. I was like, really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Why do you say that?
So I go by that notion. I go by
because
the
they're
Shanahan
lying.
said.
He clearly wasn't ready during when they said a couple weeks ago.
And I'm taking these guys at their word. Since I'm not down there covering, I'm taking them at their word what they say at the podium. Now, I understand, too, that they're going to be very vague on injuries because you don't want to tip your hand to the opposing team, which is why McCaffrey's doubtful so far this week. Now, remember, last year against Minnesota, we didn't think Christian McCaffrey was playing.
What do you have, the concussion?
He had something. What did he have before the Minnesota game?
He had the smelling salts.
I remember they showed him before the game, and he looked so wired, and he was like doing all the neck stretches and everything.
His face mask.
Yeah, it was like what is going on? What is going on? And he played that football game and scored a touchdown. So I got to take these guys at their word. I got to take them at their word.
Well, and we also don't know, like, if there was a re-aggravation or soreness or, like, I just don't know. I don't know enough. Like, meaning, as in, they said at one time, if there's a game, tomorrow he'll end up playing, blah, 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 blah. And then something happened either at practice or overnight or whatever. I don't know. Information is changing. And how you feel day to day can change.
And here it is. Elijah Mitchell was ahead of Jordan Mason on the depth chart last year. And some people may think, well, he didn't deserve that. Did we forget Elijah Mitchell's, what was it, 2021? Do we remember his season as a rookie?
Yeah, but he's always hurt. I mean, that was the big problem.
But he was ahead of Jordan Mason on that depth chart. And in there, I will break, Levin. I get it. It's 9-12. It's 9-10 right now. I'm getting ready to break. All right. 9-12, 9-11, what do you want me to break?
This goes back to...
we'll never forget. And at 9-11, we are breaking.
That goes back to, like, the diversity of running backs. I want a bowling ball. I want a speedster. And then McCaffrey's, like, all world. Like, I want a variety of backs out there, just like I want a variety of body types at wide receiver.
It's a delay of game, Love. You can't audible at 9-11 to say the break's at 9-11 when you put it 9-12 10 minutes ago.
Well, that was the last second audible.
That was Spadoni. That was Nick Sorensen coming in there.
We got minus 5 yards.
Well, Shanahan calling a timeout on behalf of Wilkes.
No, it's actually Steve Spagnuolo getting the timeout call on the first game of the year. That's what I'm doing right now. Calling timeout.
Spadoni Spags.
Might be my cousin. But I'm fake, so fake Italian.
All right, last thoughts on McCaffrey. Welcome back Wednesday. All that's coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
We just had Baldy on. Go back on YouTube. Go back on the Odyssey app, wherever you download your podcast, and go find that one. Brian Baldinger, breaking down the 49ers, Jordan Mason's performance, their defensive line, their offensive line. Dominic Pooney, he loves Pooney. You can tell Pooney's the type of guy Baldy loves. Says Pooney could be a 10-year pro. You got a right guard and a left guard in Banks and Pooney. I feel good about the interior of this offensive line for the foreseeable future. Debo, he talked about Sorensen, but obviously the big news around the Bay Area as we get ready for Minnesota. My trap game, week 2, Sunday at 10 a.m.
I love you. The disdain a Jets fan has for Sam Darnold is unreal.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, so my buddy wore his Mark Sanchez jersey, and he's like, you don't understand. Sanchez is levels above Darnold.
Yeah,
and I was like, what do you mean? He's like, we won high-level games with Sanchez, and he was good. It's like Darnold was never good.
Never.
It's crazy. It's crazy listening to them.
It's Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, and a cup of coffee with Ryan Fitzpatrick in my lifetime. That's it.
Yeah.
In your lifetime. Yeah, they had Vinny Testaverde for a couple years.
Old man Vinny was sweet, though. He was sweet, though.
Old man Vinny was good. He was solid.
Boomer.
Boomer Esiason had a nice little stretch for them.
Ken O'Brien.
Ken O'Brien.
Was he UC Davis?
UC Davis.
Yeah.
He was in the same class as Dan Marino.
That's
Dan Marino, John
class
Elway.
of 83.
Ken O'Brien, yeah. He was with Al-Tude for a number of years. They love Ken O'Brien up there. Outside of that, not, but Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson. Like, you hear, who was it that was basically ripping Peyton Manning? Was that Peyton Manning that was ripping Zach?
No, it was Troy Aikman. When they were talking, he's like, well, this team is coming off the 3 worst years in the history of the quarterbacks. I was like, the history of quarterbacks?
The history of quarterbacks. The worst 3-year stretch in the history of quarterbacks. And now was Zach Wilson third string in Denver? Is he third string?
I think so.
Behind Jared Stidham?
I think so.
Damn. We went from loving Zach Wilson. Now the Zach Wilson phenomenon was something else. Maybe we need to walk that back. Because the Bay Area was in love with Zach Wilson.
Till the game.
No. The Boise State game happened. Yeah. And everybody went crazy.
Of course.
Crazy. And then the Coastal Carolina game
there you
happened
go.
The day after Baby Chaz was born. Now I'll never forget. It's like, oh, he ain't it.
Not to get too sidetracked here. You bring up Chad Pennington. Do you know who plays for Marshall currently?
His son.
Cole Pennington.
Yeah, his son.
And he looks exactly like Chad.
Chad coached him in high school. He coached his son in high school.
I always loved Chad Pennington.
Him and Randy
Chad.
Moss. Oh,
Marshall.
such a sick connection.
Oh,
what
my
if I told you Brock kind of reminds me of Chad Pennington?
I could see that. I love Chad.
I did too.
But who was Leftwich? Leftwich was after Chad at Marshall.
And then he had the high ankle sprain, and they lifted him up.
They lifted him
that was
up.
great.
They running no
I
huddle
love Byron
and whatnot.
Leftwich.
Yeah, I do love him too. He's a coach. Is he still coaching?
He was the OC for the Tampa Bay
for a while. Yeah. But he was solid as a quarterback.
If you're an offensive guy and you stand around Todd Bowles long enough, you will get fired.
Oh boy, Todd Bowles got Tampa rolling.
By the way, that Chad Pennington during the Tom Brady Patriots era, the only quarterback to outside of Tom to win that division.
The Wildcat was the only quarterback.
That was exactly the comeback. He was comeback player of the year that year for the Dolphins.
He was.
Tony Sperano, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Oh well, Leftwich is not coaching right now. He is adios.
You know what he needs to do? He needs to go stand next to a McVay, a Shanahan, one of those types. He'll get a job in 5 seconds.
Well, he was going to get a head coaching job if he wanted to leave after that Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
He could have gotten a head coach. The Jaguars, I think, were very interested in him. Maybe he backed out.
Wow, 2023 got fired from the Bucs organization. That's it. I love. There's a lot of sons. Anthony Beck's son played at Iowa State. Iowa State beat Iowa with a game-winning field goal. Dominic Raiola, he's the son of a lineman who was at Nebraska. There's a lot of sons. Obviously, the Sanders, Shador, and Shiloh. There's a lot going on with Colorado, though. Oh, my gosh. I can't keep up with it. You want to talk about a news cycle. Every 6 hours there's something new on that team.
I saw a story, I don't know if this is real or not, but I guess Deion Sanders doesn't want the Colorado band to play their fight song after touchdowns because they want Shadur's rap song to play instead.
You're kidding me.
Deion's got about one
I saw that. I
week.
think it was like either Barstool, I think, tweeted that out, so I'm not sure how true that is,
serious?
but like, I believe it, but also I don't know if I believe it, but yeah.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
He's going to be a great
no,
coach
it's
for
all
Florida
over the
State
place.
someday.
I guess he did order. A school spokesperson denied a recent report that Deion Sanders asked the school band to refrain from playing the university so that his son, Perfect Timing, could play instead his son's song. That is not true. Nobody ever asked the band to refrain from playing this fight song. Oh,
they didn't
man.
ask, they demanded.
We'll get back into the Niners, but Bonta, I have a board that I'm going to keep track of, and it's the power ranking, and it's the big double Bs, okay? And no, we're not going big baller brand.
We're going Bill Belichick?
Yes, this is the Bill Belichick board. So it's the triple Bs, all right? The Bill Belichick board. These are the 5 teams that I believe to be the most likely to land Bill Belichick next year.
Number 5.
Number 5. Let's go right off the bat. Carolina Panthers. They're a hot mess. Why would he want to take over Carolina? Complete control. Just start from scratch, okay? Just start from scratch. I don't know what's going on. They might have the number 1 pick again.
They probably will. Number 4.
Number 4.
Philadelphia Eagles. As long as they keep winning, they're going to stave off Bill Belichick. But I think that as they lose, if they can, down the stretch, Belichick is going to rise on the big board with Philadelphia. But right now, I've got them in the number 4 spot.
All right, number 3. I'm going to see if he has this team
The
on the
Jacksonville
list.
Jaguars. The owner came out and said that Dougie P has got to start winning, and they got to figure this thing out. And I love Doug Peterson. Great guy. I would love to go on a boat in Myrtle Beach with him because that's what he looks like. He looks like a Myrtle Beach dad. But I'm telling you right now, Jacksonville would give Bill Belichick all the money in the world, the cons, and they would give him the control. Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
The New York Jets.
Okay.
I don't think he wants to go to the Jets because I actually think it's a worse destination than people think. Okay. But to stick it to Kraft, he might do it.
All right. I don't hear a team that I thought I was going to hear.
Well, Buffalo's not on my list. They're on the outside looking in.
Number 1.
That's if McDermott fails in the playoffs. As of today, the number 1 team is hands down. No doubt about it. You got to bring Bill Belichick back. If you're Mara, the New York Giants need to be looking at Bill Belichick yesterday.
So 2 teams not on this list.
Who are yours?
Just win, baby.
On my list, low on the list is the Dallas Cowboys.
I think McCoy's going to get re-signed.
But the team that nobody's talking about.
I think he's getting re-signed, but keep going.
Team I'm thinking about? The Las Vegas Raiders. And let me tell you why the Las Vegas Raiders. You talk about total control. He would have total control with Mark Davis. He'd do whatever he wants with Mark Davis.
That division?
They're going to have a high pick. You've got some premium players on that football team, and it's the Raiders. And you know he has a respect for Al Davis. I think the Raiders are dark horses here for the services of Bill Belichick because I think Antonio Pierce could be one and done. And with full control with the Raiders, you could bring them back to relevance. Bill Belichick would be a freaking god with the Las Vegas Raider fan base and in the NFL. And the most important part again, Bill Belichick seems to want to be young again, right?
Yeah.
Vegas is kind of town. Listen, he seems to be wanting young. I'm not even joking. He's on Snapface, Instaface, whatever you want to call it, Instagram.
You need the heat, Joe Shasky. Those old guys, they need the heat, all right?
They need a little heat. They love those heat. They love the retirement homes in Florida and whatnot. Full control with the Raiders. Max Crosby on one side, Devontae Adams if they don't move him, top pick.
Oh,
I would put the Raiders on your list, Shasky.
I mean, not even Devontae, because Devontae's probably going to get traded. Brock Bowers is already better than him, by the way. It's already better.
All right, so the reason why, and we're going to do this every week for 1.5 minutes, as we've spent 1.5 minutes on it, it's the triple Bs, the Bill Belichick board of where he's going to go next year. I'm telling you right now, I can't envision him outside of the Eastern time zone. I just can't. He is an Eastern Seaboard guy. That's why the majority of my teams are in that particular region of the country. Just say it out loud. Mark Davis lands Bill Belichick. I can't. Until otherwise proven,
Mark Davis will give him all the money in the world in total control.
Yeah,
he gave it to Gruden. Mark Davis loves a name, and he seems to close the deals on names. The Raiders sign guys.
So you're going to go to a division with Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton?
Why not, man? It's the NFL. It's the NFL.
Yeah, I'd be looking at like, McDaniels.
I mean, Harbaugh, you just mentioned him. He chose the Patrick Mahomes division.
Right.
He's not scared of that.
Yeah, no, nobody's scared of that. Nobody's scared of that. To be the best, you got to beat the best, right? The New York Giants is very interesting. Going back to New York City, going to the Giants, to stick it to the Jets once again. That was intriguing. That's a team that's on my big board.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys are still there, no matter what. How does it end for Dallas? They may make the playoffs, but how does it end? Do they get blown out in the playoffs? Because they get blown out in the playoff game.
Another one and done?
All of a sudden, they're back at play. I don't think he's going to mess with the Jets.
I don't either, but I have them on here because I do think Woody Johnson's getting so old, he might actually consider doing it. And the reason why I think that's I think Buffalo will be in the mix at some point this year if McDermott falls. He wants to go up against Kraft. I can feel it. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah.
The Bill Belichick board, I think he is we both called it, a rising media star.
Oh, he is. But he also mentioned that I want to get back into coaching.
Oh,
I'm not done coaching yet. So I'm looking at the NFC West. There's going to be no availability. The NFC South, what do you look at New Orleans? What do you look at Atlanta? Atlanta apparently, I think, wanted to give him a job, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened with that situation. I don't know. But you're telling me he would be a better coach than Raheem Morris in Atlanta? Atlanta has all the talent in the world. And they go out there and score 10 points against the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I think we've overrated their talent, but I get what you're saying. They do have talent.
They have talent.
Kyle Pitts is just...
they don't have an identity. Kyle Pitts is disappointing.
Yeah,
that guy.
he's
undefeated. I drafted him a couple years ago in fantasy. It was like, never again. Never again. Yeah. I don't even look his way. Don't even put him on my queue. No.
Got a touchdown last week.
He did. It was fluky as hell. I saw it live on the Reds. I was like, of course. It was fluky as hell, man.
Like a Giants victory in the middle of the Padres series.
Belichick would be a failure with the Raiders. Well, who knows?
The odds would probably say yes because that's all they've had. But yeah, I wouldn't be mad at the hire.
Would he want to go to the New York Giants? I don't know. He's got a good defensive line. I guess you could start there with that defense.
I just think you get carte blanche to just kind of start over.
Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns.
You get Malik Neighbors, the best wide receiver he's had since Randy.
Malik Neighbors,
Edelman, but you know where I'm going.
I hear what you said.
Wes Welker also
I hear what you said. All right, 888-957-9570. Baldy, can the Niners play at the same level without CMC? Will they skip a beat?
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next two seasons.
Baldy seems to be very skeptical on Jordan Mason. I think, let's just lay this out. Will he go for 170 every week? No. Could he go for somewhere between 85 and 110? Is that a reasonable...
Right.
That's still, you'd be a really good player with that. But in this system, now I feel like their offensive line is now way different with Pooney because Pooney being in there gives you the ability to run to the right side, which I just felt like they didn't have last year. I think their offense is actually a much better. Just adding that one player in at guard, I think it just changes things for them. I do think Jordan Mason can be around 90 to 110 yards every week. I think that is sustainable.
28 carries?
No, that's not. What if I got him down to like 20?
How explosive
22?
is he? I think you're going to need a backup for him. I think you got to get, in this situation, Isaac Guerrero, whoever it is.
I want to see Breida, a little burner.
Well, Breida's not on the roster.
I know, but I think they can bring him back.
Yeah.
I think this is where I go back, diversity, change of pace guy. They need like a guy to pitch one to the outside who's going to try to beat you around the corner.
Be that guy? Guerrero does have speed. He does have speed. We just haven't seen him yet.
I know.
We haven't seen him yet. Maybe he got 3 snaps last week. He got 3 snaps. That was eye-popping to me. It's like, whoa, okay. Isaac Guerrero, he made the stat sheet. It's going to be very, very interesting. So I got a text. I'm not going to reveal who it was from, but bring in Bill as the head coach of the Niners and move Kyle to OC. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Did you hear Belichick, though, when Kyle offered him? He goes, they offered something to me, and, they have a good program up there. We really respect the Shanahans, but, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't going up there to be anybody's assistant.
Well, it's like, and Bill Gates, we want you to come in, but not be the head guy. It's like, he's not going to do that. You're that rich, famous, and powerful. You're not taking steps back at that point in your career.
Anything else you notice after rewatching the game from Monday night? Anything else pop out to you? Other than McCaffrey not playing and Jordan Mason doing what he did Monday night against the Jets. Anything else pop out to you?
Yeah, I think that Saubert, the backup tight end, is much more valuable than I gave him credit for. He was an excellent blocker, and I've wanted them to go to more of the 2 tight end sets over the last couple of years. Felt like Dwelly was a pretty good blocker, not the greatest, but like a pretty good blocker. This guy seems to be a mauler. So he was a guy that's like, I mean, that's going really deep into the weeds, backup tight end blocking, but thought he was really good. And also they utilized Juice in the passing game more than I thought I saw. Like he didn't get all the looks, like he got the 2 catches, but he was used out of the backfield over and over, especially on the short stuff underneath. And I was like, that's interesting. On one of them, it was the Jennings play where he ripped it. I mean, you want to talk about great throw. The Brock Purdy throw to Juwan Jennings was a beauty. He held the linebacker with his eyes and then just whoop.
I think that was where I was going there with Kyle Juszczyk. He's a very valuable piece in this equation without Christian McCaffrey. Helping out the running backs, lead blocking, coming out of the backfield. Now, you talk about snap counts and everything. Eric Sauber played 19 snaps on Monday night. 19 snaps. PFF graded him low. He was one of the 3 lowest graded Niner players on offense. But again, PFF, from what I saw in my eyes, Eric Sauber had 19 snaps, and I thought he got a hat on the hat. I thought he did a hell of a job blocking. So this PFF grade that he got, this low grade, I don't see it. I thought Sauber was very, very solid in that football game. But Kyle Juszczyk, he had the 2 catches, as you mentioned, the 34-yarder down the sideline there. He played a lot of snaps Monday night. He played 40 snaps in all. He may have to get bumped up to 50, and he's a weapon. If you can't find Christian McCaffrey, and he's on the sideline in street clothes, Juszczyk is a guy you can utilize in a pass game.
He had a really nice catch on the short one because he was kind of behind him. The guy blasted him as he was catching it. It wasn't a great Brock throw. He just wasn't accurate with it. He threw it behind him. But did you see anything from Brock that stuck out to you? Good, bad, or indifferent?
I just see Brock growing as a guy playing a quarterback position. The game is completely slowed down for him. He's not in a rush at all. When he hits Jennings on that third down, on that deep third down throw, and you just see the calmness that he has in the pocket. He sets his feet. He doesn't get outside of his fundamentals. I see a guy just progressing and growing mentally as a quarterback. Physically, he's making a lot of good throws. Hell, the throw to Ayuk there on the sideline, in the back of the end zone, I should say, the throw to Juszczyk. I see a guy just getting better and better. Nothing spectacular, right? Because we've seen the scrambles before. We've seen him scramble out of the pocket. We've seen him make off-script throws. I just see a guy who is maturing and looking like a veteran now in year number 3 of his career.
The ball placement on the one to Debo along the sideline where the DB slipped and fell, that was a perfectly thrown pass. That, like, it was thrown to the inside, which forced the DB to try to close off the sideline. And then Debo just took it and spun back inbounds. That was just such a great throw by Brock. I know it seems easy and everything, but like you throw that thing off just a little and the DB's hitting you in the abdomen or in the in the oblique, as opposed to you catching it, being able to stop on a dime and turn upfield. His ball placement is excellent.
No, yeah, but he's just growing up and maturing as a quarterback. I got no issues with him. 19 and 29, 231. Sure, he almost threw a no throw. Quarterbacks always get away with their no throw or two. But I'd never sit there and panic saying, oh, Brock Purdy's making a terrible read. What is he doing? Is he not seeing it? Got those vibes Baltimore Christmas night, but outside of that,
The only play that I look back on in real time and then watching it back, there was a short pass to Kittle that he kind of rushed. And it was on a play action and he was going to his left. Had he just set his feet, and he was under duress before that, so I think he was a little rushed. He sets his feet. He's got 2 guys over the top that he can go to. And we're picking apart one play. And even then, he had a completion.
He's on the play, the Sauber play. He didn't read that coming down to see him. The safety's lurking. Like his name was Kyle Hamilton. He should have picked it off. That was a bad read. That was probably his worst play of the game.
I agree there.
In terms of passing tips there with Brock Purdy. Defensively, again, watching it back, Malik Collins is that dude. Malik Collins is a problem for opposing offensive lines. He was in that backfield every single play, it felt like. He popped out on screen, number 99. Looked a lot better than Javon Kinlaw ever did in that uniform. I hate saying that because Moot Dog is a friend of the program. Moot Dog. He did not look good, by the way. But
54 on him didn't look right.
Well, 54 didn't look right, and yeah, he didn't have a good game.
Colt McKivitz jammed him up.
It's not good.
He's homeless.
It's just not good. It's just not good. You talk about a guy who may be out of the league in a couple years. Mook Dog, man. My guy. You're my guy.
I didn't see Solomon Thomas in that game.
You know what? It's a great question.
He was definitely on the field at times.
Okay.
I just don't think his name was ever called. Because, no, I saw his name like on the field once or twice, but you had to really be like looking for him to see him.
Did they have him in the pregame? I didn't even see it. I fast forwarded through it. Did they Solomon Thomas, Stanford?
No, they don't do that. They don't do that on the ESPN.
That's NBC only.
Yeah.
Only on NBC. Okay.
Yeah. NBC. They don't even do it on Amazon.
He had 3 tackles.
Solomon Thomas?
2 solo. Yeah.
All on special teams.
What did Kinlaw do?
That's a great question. Let me pull him up.
What did Kinlaw do? But no, Malik Collins on the second watch. What a trade that was. What a trade that was. Malik Collins, that was a good pickup. Day one, it's just like, wait, this guy has, because Guru knows him for the Cowboys. He played on the Cowboys for a long time.
It's a big
Guru
boy.
said he was a good player.
He had 3 combined tackles, Javon Kinlaw.
Not bad.
Nice.
He made the stat sheet. He made the box score.
sad, but it's true.
He made the box score.
Did Grant Cohn and him get a chance to have that friendly one-on-one?
Maybe they had a combined tackle.
It was a one-on-one. I don't know if it was friendly.
Leonard Floyd. How about Leonard Floyd?
Not as newsworthy as his first game last year. But.
What happened last year for those that
I'm
don't
going
know?
to sit this one out, man.
Well, I'll explain it. For those who don't remember, on the 4th play of Aaron Rodgers' season last year, Leonard Floyd tackled him or sacked him, and that's how Rodgers injured his Achilles.
Adam, it's too much for me.
I don't know what to make of the Jets. I assume they're going to be better.
We say Mook Dog, and it's so just seems to get derailed.
Well, the man had a squirrel in his mouth.
I still hit up Mook Dog on IG.
Yeah?
He posts something like, let's get it, big dog.
Squirrel?
Get your money, big dog.
He put a squirrel in his mouth on IG.
He's different.
I missed this one. Okay.
Yeah. He's from the country.
Yeah, clearly.
It was, boy, that trade did not age well. Yeah, so you can all have misses. Maybe that'll be my walking back. Javon Kinlaw will be a good player. No, I didn't think he was going to be all pro.
Oh my goodness, Bonta. We have a lot of takes on the morning roast.
I will be shocked if
That never gets old, man. That video makes me laugh every single time. Because you know what? I don't know if we're in the spot that we're in without that video. Everybody was like, we got to tune into the morning roast now. Who are these guys? We had Trey Mania was a thing. And last year, as we were having a little spring cleaning in the house, the Trey Lance hoodie was on the ground. And it said, just give it away. I said, no, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to give away the Trey Lance hoodie. I remember I wore it in game 1 of the Giants-Dodgers NLDS. Fred Warner was sitting behind me, not in front of me. He was sitting behind me. I don't know how I got better tickets than Fred Warner. But they were going to Arizona for Trey Lance's first start.
Like 4 drops in one.
I popped my collar to Fred Warner. I goes, let's get it on Sunday, big dog. Help out Trey. He goes, oh, yeah, you know, we got it. And I was popping my Trey area hoodie in front of Fred Warner. And he's probably looking at me like, dude, you have no idea how much of a scrub this dude is, man. Okay, buddy. I love you, Fred. You like those drops? That's art right there. That's Picasso.
What are you walking back?
Oh, no, you start.
All right.
Because yours has been pretty weak. You got to come strong this week.
Well, I've been begging for Arch Manning. And I've been dogging Quinn Ewers, who's the quarterback for Texas. I just don't like Sark. I'm just going to come out and say it.
He is arrogant, huh?
And the whole Texas program is arrogant.
The glasses, you see his glasses. He wore 2 different shades. He had a pair of shades on in the pregame, and then he had different shades on during the game.
Yeah, so Quinn Ewers is the quarterback of Texas who stayed an extra year and is basically stymieing Arch Manning from playing, who's Peyton Manning's nephew. And one of the number 1 recruits, making a lot of money in NIL. I just want to see him. And I thought, Quinn Ewers stinks. His first game against Colorado State, he threw for 3 touchdowns, 20 of 27, 260 yards, the interception. This game against Michigan, at Michigan, in the Big House, 24 of 36, 246 yards, 3 touchdowns. He looked phenomenal. That might have been the best game I've ever seen him play. Again, I'm kind of hate watching him.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure Arch is that good. Maybe I'm wrong on that. So I'm walking it back. Quinn Ewers, I apologize. You are the quarterback for Texas until the playoffs.
Until the playoffs.
Then I'm coming back around.
No Bo Nix, huh? He's going to be fine?
It's 1 week.
Okay.
I'm learning my lesson.
What you got, Lovin? You go ahead, Lovin. I got to.
Well, you guys remember my.
I've been right about a lot of things lately.
Okay, Steiny.
Bonta's also having a hell of a year, just like Steiny.
What? Like what? I want to know what. What?
I've
let's
got
write
some
them down.
good takes this year.
Yeah. What are they?
I don't
I guess
remember.
it's your turn, Bonta.
You tell me. No, go ahead, Lovin.
I don't know, but I can't think of one thing you were right on.
No, stop it. Stop it. I've been right on a lot this year. A lot.
He's been right about Yaz. He is a good player.
Yes. Yeah.
I was right about Yaz. I was right about Bob Melvin being hired. It's a questionable hire.
What do you mean?
It was questionable. I don't know if we should have hired the guy.
Toughest year of his career.
Come on, man.
Got him on the edge of the third wild card.
Well, hey, man, if he forces Farhan out, I'll give him a win in that book. No, my walk back is, you guys remember last week, my bold take for the season was the Chiefs will not win a playoff game this year. I'm standing on that one. I'm standing on business on that one. I'm holding that one out for the whole year. But I said the Bills will be the team that knocks the Chiefs out in the divisional round. I'm going to walk that back a little bit.
Why? The season hasn't played out yet.
I don't know. I like Josh Allen a lot. I think he's a very good quarterback, but he's just got no one around him to help him out.
Hold on. When we have a take, we got to let the season play out. That's got to be a rule. You got to wait for it to play out and then walk it back.
Well, that's why I said I'm standing on the Chiefs will not win a playoff game. I'm just walking back who I think will upset them in the divisional round.
Why? Buffalo dropped 34 on
the Cardinals.
All right.
Josh Allen has no receivers right now.
If I told you Kyler Murray, though not the best quarterback at all in the league, is the most fun to watch when you have nothing on the line, would you agree or disagree?
He is fun to watch. He's very unpredictable. Yeah. He's so small, too, so he's so shifty.
He's fun.
And I like the memes that come out of it whenever he throws a touchdown. It's funny.
All right, what you got?
Marvin Harrison Jr. wide open right now, by the way.
So I don't want to get in trouble here as Bonta's laying the ground rules for the segment, but I too said a certain team on the pregame show. Shout out to the pregame show Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. I said the Cowboys aren't going to make the playoffs. They'll probably make the playoffs.
I think McCarthy gets re-signed during the year.
That being said, Deshaun Watson, and I did say at one point the Trey Lance trade was the worst of all time, just given what the 49ers got in return, which is basically a nothing burger from their quarterback giving up all those picks. The Deshaun Watson trade is going to go down as not only the worst trade, but also the worst contract in sports history. He is awful. Did you guys watch any of that game?
Yeah, I watched the whole game.
I watched a lot of
Done. He stinks. Like, there's no coming back from that.
He threw so many deep balls that were like 20 yards in front or out of bounds of where the receiver was. Like, he's not even close.
Like, I would honestly consider playing Jameis, like, as soon as possible. Wow. That's how dire the situation is there. I think Jameis Winston gives you a better opportunity to win than Deshaun Watson right now. No, and that's how much I trust Kevin Stefanski. Because look at where they were last year with Joe Flacco, who's 50 years old.
Yeah.
And they improved.
Yeah. You know, I want to go with the New York Giants on something I said, but I just laid the ground rules about something.
What'd you say?
Well, just that, Joe Shane and Brian Daboll going to fix that program. And,
you were so
they
wrong.
They were one of my week one upsets.
What? No, they weren't.
I had them beating the Vikings in week one.
No, they weren't.
I had them beating the Vikings. Home opener. Things are different in home openers. No, it wasn't. The Cincinnati Bengals were. Throwback uniforms.
Is so bad. I watched the preseason game when Baldy was doing it, and I was like, Baldy, the guy is horrible. He's like, Joe, he ran for 800 yards and threw for 15 touchdowns the year he was this breakout year. He's not good.
I thought they beat the Minnesota Vikings. I thought they would. I was dead wrong about that. So maybe I will walk that pick back. Although the ground rules is, and I'll give everybody a mulligan this week, but Joe Shane and Daboll are probably going to get fired. Because this quarterback is They scored 6 points against Minnesota.
How is John
6
Mara
points.
sleeping after the 3 touchdowns from Saquon?
Dude, he's not sleeping at all. He's not sleeping at all.
He told the GM, boy, I'm going to have a hard time sleeping if the most favorite player of all the fans goes to the Philadelphia Eagles.
I may walk back a prediction about the Chicago Bears later in the future. Because I thought they were going to make the playoffs.
That was ridiculous.
Well,
After
they
you
still
yelled at me to calm down on Caleb
But
all
you know
last
what,
year.
though? You know what, though? They still may make the playoffs because Jordan Love's hurt. So they may rack up some games here. That's my walking back. I'm going to do a light one. New York Giants. What we need to do, and maybe this is an assignment for Lubin, you got to dig up old tweets of ours.
Be careful on that.
Dig up old tweets.
Oh, man, who knows what awful things I'll find.
How long have you both been on Twitter, by the way?
Since like 2011,
Okay,
2010.
that's around when I got on too. No, that's when I started.
I had a take with Terrence Jones in Kentucky. I said he was the next best thing. I was like, wow, Anthony Davis wasn't the best player on the court. It was Terrence Jones. He was the best player on the court in the national championship
You know
game.
what you guys could do? Just like give me a name who might pop up some on your Twitter feed. I'll plug that name in. I'll search and I'll find just the worst take you had on that name.
Boy.
Otherwise, I'm not going to just go wandering through your Twitter feed looking for a bad take.
Trey Lance. Wow. I have that tweet somewhere.
Do you have that framed?
It was like, just watch the Trey Lance film. This is Pandemic Radio Morning Roast. I tweeted, watch the Trey Lance film. Wow. And then Brad Graham, SF Niners. Bro, isn't he good? Telling you, bro, we got to get him. I'm throwing everybody in. Because you know what? I laugh about our video because we could lead into it. But there's a lot of people who are out there on the Trey Lance train and have slowly walked it back by going, oh, Jimmy's back. Oh, Brock Purdy. There's a lot of us on the Trey Lance train, trust me. I got the tweets to prove it.
We'll always have Houston.
We'll always have the Houston game.
So last night was the last night
16-23, 249, 2 touchdowns.
Last night was the last night that you will see the Giants in the City Connect jerseys. They're being retired.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And they're going to have a new City Connect moving forward. How will you remember the City Connect jerseys? I will remember them the same way I remember the black 49ers jerseys. Never should have made them. They're super ugly. I don't like them. They're horrible. And I'll associate a dark period of time with those uniforms.
Talk about extremes.
What?
No, just your hatred for the City Connect. I just always found it so funny how much you hated it.
They've been an organization for 170 years, and they have sick uniforms going back all the way to the beginning. And they created uniforms that had a different shade of orange. Like it was volunteer orange for a bunch of, I just moved here, give me a number called 628, not 415, transplants who put them on and like, these are cool.
Be sure to call in or text at that 628, by the way, 888-957.
And they have a G that looks like a Gatorade G on their jersey. You can't even read the numbers. They went with the Carl the Fog, which is the most transplant name ever. Bonta and I grew up and said, we never called Fog Carl.
Yep.
Okay, so that's triggering.
No, that's triggering for you.
It's triggering.
Don't be hating on Carl.
It's stupid.
You hate on the weirdest things. Jerseys, cats,
hold on.
fog.
Let me get in here. Let me get in here real quick.
They're
Before you
bad
guys
jerseys.
start fighting and we got a kiss and make up, we got a show meeting and I want to be quick. I don't get triggered no more when people say San Fran and Carl the Frog. I realize that I can't control everything that comes out of people's mouth. I once did. I thought I could control everything, right? Oh, I can control the world. No, that's a lie. I can't control what people feel about Carl the Frog because I see it all the time, or San Fran. I just quit the fight. I quit the fight. It doesn't trigger me no more. It doesn't. But my final thoughts, you said on the rip before you went on that long journey to break it down to Jersey, Shasky, I won't remember the City Connects. I won't remember them at all. Like, at all. Like, I just, they wore those a couple times, whatever.
I'm surprised the We Believe jerseys have, like, all now. Everyone's like, oh, I like those. I've never liked those jerseys.
The We Believe jerseys
were horrible.
Represented a dark time of Warriors basketball.
Exactly.
I talked to Bully about it all the time. He was like, yeah, the jerseys are not good.
They're
the
like
color
5
schemes
different
and
colors.
everything. Yeah,
They're terrible.
The only ones I see of those, though, are like Steph ones, which obviously symbolize that's when everything started to change.
No doubt.
So I do think that's a cool in a way.
Here's
like,
the irony.
yeah.
Here's the irony. Steph didn't play on that team, number one. Number two.
No, but he had the jersey.
No, I know. But the number two part is the best jerseys they wore that year were the cable car jerseys. That should be their jerseys, which are amazing. And the Baron Davis one is all time.
I'll agree with you on there. That'll just be my final thought. Just jerseys in general, the NFL gets it right more often than not. You can do some throwbacks. That's fine. Keep it simple. Keep it standard. Like the Broncos, they whiffed on it. Like when you do have an opportunity to do a clean house, just do it right. Take the time with it. It feels so rushed now. Like what are we doing?
The Texans. What kind of a redesign is that?
Right. Just go back to your throw, like the Rams. Just go back to your Eric Dickerson, Jim Everett, Kevin Green uniforms. It's easy. It's not that hard. You'll sell a bunch of money by sticking with one jersey and everybody's happy. I don't get the whole jersey change. Everybody's changing jerseys left and right.
You referenced to me in the break the Lions jerseys. They went back to the more whatever Honolulu blue, whatever the name of that shade is.
All blues were sick last week.
No, they're awesome, and the numbers are cool. They're clean. It's a great look. Like I'll say this: if you're gonna go like new meets retro, I think the Vikings with the matte purple, and then they have the purple uniforms with the way the numbers are. They
kind of look old school.
They look old school.
They look old school. They're modernized.
That is the chef's kiss of modernizing an old school look. Love the Vikings uniforms.
My final thought is, farewell to the City Connects. 30-16 is their final record in the jersey, so you can't say they were losers in them. But
they kept records. They lost last night, so they
did.
were
So
losers.
of course, it's a fitting end. Of all the alternate jerseys that the Giants have had over the years, the City Connects were definitely one of them. Like most things in the Farhan era, we'll probably not remember much from them.
I got a quick thought. You mentioned yesterday, because I just saw the photo pop up. Kyle Harrison and the Giants were at Levi Stadium for Monday Night Football.
A few of them were, yeah.
The Niners, usually when there's celebs in the building, they show them on the video board. They saw the Giants in the building saying, we're not going to kill the
Panda
vibe
literally anywhere else.
They did not pay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like a Warrior game, they'll show guys. They're like, we're trying to keep the vibes high.
On that note, when someone who is representing our country goes out onto the field and they you see some of the military people and they celebrated the police officer who helped Ricky Pearsall. I will say, we glorify all of this negativity in stadiums with fights and this. You know how many people stood up and clapped? It was almost unanimous. Everyone was giving their appreciation. We never show those videos.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Because when I'm in there, I'm like, dude, there's so many more people respectful than what they show. It's let's show this fight. It's everyone else takes their hat off and is respectful.
A couple bad apples.
The vast majority of people going to games are great people.
Yeah, no, a couple bad apples. Who's the guy from Philly who left that radio station 94 WIP who would always tweet us?
John Marks.
That loser. What a loser he was. Talk about losers. City Connects and John Marks. They go well together.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Yeah, we will too. We will too, Hugh Douglas. We will too. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Guru next. What did they talk about, Spinode? Christian McCaffrey? Guru's worried? Oh, he's going to be really worried. Oh, he's going to be worried. Good luck, Steiny.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You ready to unload on me?
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On
Yay.
95.7 The Game.
Hey. Remember Fat Albert?
That was one of my favorite shows.
Yeah.
Evan has no idea who he is.
None.
Yeah. Look at him
He's
laugh.
a little chubby.
Yeah.
He's a little chubby.
I've been making older jokes in the break room
that.
before the show. I didn't like it
I
at
didn't
all.
either.
Hey, R.I.P. Frankie Beverly.
Look at California.
Joy and pain. Yeah. Sunshine and rain.
I bet you those two guys have never even heard of them.
They're like, what is going on? Rest in peace to the great Frankie
Yeah.
Beverly and Mays, Donnie.
Get some Look at California.
Wow,
Some
look at my
bumper
man.
music. Let's go.
Hey, you got a birthday coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
What you?
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big number.
Oh, my.
It's a big number.
Yeah. Be happy you got it.
Not 5, not 6,
Hey.
not 7.
Hey, what are we talking about? How many games McCaffrey's going to miss?
Dude, I'm waiting
Let's
on
do
your
it this
victory
way.
lap.
Hey, how many games do you think McCaffrey's going to miss?
Not 5, not 6,
There you
not 7.
If you were in charge, how would you handle this? Because real
Well,
quick,
I don't know.
I was driving in and I did the first audio text on the Vine. I am proud of myself. Instead of typing, I did the audio and I said, I'm the only man in America in radio that works with the man that brought this up. And he said, Matt, Jay Steinmetz, you said I want to see Brock Purdy without one of his weapons, and I wanted to throw something at you if I had it. And now here we are. This is sports. Nobody saw it coming except me. He didn't have McCaffrey week 1, and I'm wondering if it's up to you and the listeners, how long would you keep him out? I know we're going to play some Baldy sound, but Steiny, I got to give you love, and you don't want it, but we're watching it in a contract year for Brock Purdy, who goes out there without him and beats the crap out of the Jets. Boy.
Still got Jordan Mason.
Yeah, he was a big part of
He was a weapon on Sunday.
Can he
Monday.
keep that up, or can they keep that up? If I told you why did they I'm not hating on the win. Is 6 field goals going to be good enough against the Rams when you see them? Or Minnesota?
Oh, my God.
Dude, I just...
Help me, Bay Area.
Stop.
Help me.
Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Special Teams Player of the Week, right in your face. Jake Moody.
But you don't want him to be that. No,
of course
you
I
don't.
do. Of course you do.
No, you want J.P. Mason with 4 tugs, like Josh Allen was responsible for 4 touchdowns.
Look, there's no such thing as homecoming weekend in the NFL.
No,
okay?
I believe that.
You don't get to schedule St. Leo's or Southeastern Maine.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, Kyle Shanahan.
He's close.
Joke
to be one of the best. I hear you having one of the best to ever do it.
We're not doing that today.
He's close. But if he pulls this off, if they're without McCaffrey for extended weeks, I'm already ready to say after 4 quarters, are we surprised? Like,
you know what?
It's real.
You know what's real? You know what's real?
You and I.
Let me tell you what's real, and it's come to the NFL. And you might not like to hear it, but it's the fact. Load management is now a part of the NFL. It is. It is.
But give us an example of
Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey. If it was a playoff game he could play, it's not a playoff game, he's going to rest. Simple as that.
Well, let's
17-game season. It's a longer season than it's ever been. You got more time to make up ground or to pull away. They will do nothing but err on the side of caution with McCaffrey.
Okay, do you think there's any correlation with reports that he got hurt or this injury, this area started week 17 against the Rams? And we've talked ad nauseum, at least I have, about why the Niner offense was pedestrian last season in the playoffs. Steiny, do you think there's anything to that? Because there are some people out there starting to say, I didn't notice any difference in McCaffrey. He was gashing the Chiefs early on. He fumbled, but I hear what you're saying, but nobody wants it this way, right? Because it's not about when you come back. It's how the body reacts when you come back and subject it to pounding and cleats and all that other stuff. That's why I'm nervous.
This is my quintessential, you can't have it both ways. Okay. If you're that worried about McCaffrey, then take it to the next level and say what you really want to say, which is maybe the Niners made a mistake by paying McCaffrey.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that till you brought that up. Seriously.
Well, if he's hurt, did they sign damaged goods? Did they give him guaranteed money when they knew he wasn't healthy?
Nah.
Well, okay. Well, then you can't worry about the injury. Well, you can, but I'm going to give you grief.
No, wow. I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. How about it? Should they have given that money to Mason?
Stop. It's like, honestly, partner, I know you're different than I.
Oh, very.
He wouldn't touch the field for me for week 5 or 6 or 7.
But why would you say that when we have no idea what the injury is?
It's an Achilles. It's what
why not
Kevin
11?
Durant was dealing with.
But why not 11 weeks? Why not 7 weeks?
Because
why not 3?
At some point, you got to give it a go. And I know he's a warrior. He's a warrior. But, hey, I'm not stirring the pot. This is their reality. And I believe Kyle Shanahan is that win, all of them, everybody included. It just was a reminder that maybe Kyle don't need McCaffrey. Oh, he's a luxury. Don't get me wrong. But Steiny, that man can call plays with the best of them. He made Jimmy Garoppolo look like prom king. And look what he's doing for young Brock Purdy. 18-4 in his 22 NFL starts. Who had another ledger like that early on in their NFL quarterbacking career? Jimmy Garoppolo. But people, poo-pooed it. I'm just saying, I think the Niners are golden either way. The preference is obviously to have the best player in the league, I believe, when healthy. But man, my man, Matt Steiny, to say he wants to see Brock without weapons, it's right here upon us. Like, that's crazy. Like, the irony, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. And I was calling you crazy. So what's the one positive? You tell me the Niners judging Brock on, hey, we got that guy that you said possibly Steiny could be your next the quarterback for 8 to 10 years.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is maybe Jordan Mason's good enough that he is another weapon out there. Maybe he's not Christian McCaffrey, but he looks like, to me, he's pretty darn good. And, I mean, look, the 49ers, to me, can win a lot of regular season games with or without McCaffrey.
All right.
Playoffs, probably a different story. We'll see. But, here's the way I was thinking about it yesterday with Mason. They can win any game with Jordan Mason.
Preach.
I don't know if they can go 15-2 and, rip through the playoffs, but they can win a game against anybody with Jordan Mason. The question is, are they going to have to do it for several weeks in a row?
Yeah.
So let's listen to Brian, but you know what? I want to listen to Feely.
Okay.
Let's listen to Dr. Feely first. And he was on with Willard and Dibbs talking about the injury. And here's Dr. Feely on the Achilles / calf.
I really don't think it means all that much different than what we were thinking the week before if it was a calf strain. If you look at, I think the best comp for a backfield player for a calf strain was Joe Burrow last year. He was out for the entire preseason. He came out and he started slow. When you have a calf strain, that's kind of on the inside of your calf at the top part of your Achilles. When you have Achilles tendonitis, there's a whole spectrum of problems that can be. It can be very mild to you can't put weight on it. Based on how he's been practicing, this is probably more on the mild side, and they're being conservative on being able to keep him out, knowing that they have a good backup, and he's got an incredibly long season. And I don't think it's honestly all that controversial to say that Jordan Mason might have been told he was a starter and that McCaffrey was probably hoping he was going to play up until the last minute, and then the decision was made he's not going to start and he's not going to play just out of an abundance of caution.
Let me ask 49er fans this pretty simply. When you hear about McCaffrey, he missed game 1. We'll see if he plays against Minnesota. Do you look at it as we're in trouble? Or do you look at it as, you know what? This could be a silver lining. This could be a great silver lining. You get Jordan Mason a bunch of touches early in the year. You get him acclimated. You slowly work McCaffrey back in, maybe midseason or so. But Jordan Mason stays in the mix, getting 8, 10 carries a game. You limit McCaffrey to 15 carries a game. And could it be a recipe for being even a better team later in the season because you've incorporated Jordan Mason, and then you get Christian McCaffrey with less wear and tear and complete health? Wow. That's the way your optimist seems to approach it, and you know that would be me.
Yeah, I'm not even look, that was perfection.
Thank you.
If that's how you want to go draw it up, you know, that'll suffice. And again, you know, nobody will ever say this, Stoney, but we talked about not the demand, but the rank that McCaffrey had. He was option number 1 and 1A in regard to his carries out of the backfield and what he could do in the passing game. Now, I don't know about Mason catching the ball out the backfield. I didn't see it much on display Monday night, but with his 28 carries, now we're going to see Brock throw to his weapons on the outside more. And I'm sure Debo, who caught a couple balls, had a couple, you know, incompletes. But at the end of the day, if Ayuk gets his thing together, and maybe we'll see a guy like me, he'll get to see Kittle, you know, get more targets per se. Because I don't understand that. I know, go ahead.
Don't understand what?
Just Kittle had 4 for 40. I get it. Just like in the red zone, can I see an incompletion to Kittle?
I'm going to have to do this.
Inside the 20, even if it's incomplete or picked off, can you throw it to 85?
You need to understand something, and the sooner you do, the better. This is moments after, and this is what I wanted to lead with today. This is moments after the Niners beat the Jets.
Hey, guys, hell of a job, man. All right, game, everybody across the board. How many runs do we get? 37 runs, guys. Hey, awesome job, man. Hey, guys, hell of a job, man. We got Minnesota. It'll be a very quick turnaround. You guys get your rest. Take advantage of tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Awesome game.
Hey, man. All work, no look. This is only beginning. Hey, Niners on 3. Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Goo, don't you get it?
I don't yet.
Don't you get it?
They like to run.
Thank you.
But they threw it 29 times too.
But they passed 55. I mean, they ran 55% of the time.
Yeah.
So 5 seconds after they win this game, the first stat Shanahan cites is 37 runs. Now think about this for a minute. They ostensibly have the best running back in football, Christian McCaffrey, top 3 running back in football. They find out he's not going to play the game, Christian McCaffrey.
Gotcha.
So they got to go to his backup. His backup.
Yeah, I hear you, John.
His backup comes in, rushes 28 times for 147 yards, and the 49ers run the ball 37 times without McCaffrey. If that doesn't tell you how Kyle Shanahan wants to win a game, first and foremost, option 1, option 1A, option 1B, I don't know what to tell you. They'd rather run than pass, and they're going to give themselves every chance to succeed in the run game before they put the ball in the air more than half the time. It's you can wish.
No, I'm not even mad at that because it's worked.
They're going to run the football. Okay, that's number one priority.
Yeah, no doubt, Stoney. But of the 29 passes, I guess I would just Kittle caught. He had 5 targets. He caught 4.
Okay,
and I guess in the red zone, and I said this before Monday night against the Jets. So I think that goes well for what I want and what I've kind of been wanting to see more of 85 featured is tight end is a quarterback's best friend. And I'm not saying the Niners have a red zone issue. I just know in the Super Bowl, had they punched it in against a good Chiefs defense, maybe there's a parade and the Niners are Super Bowl champs, but can we find him more within zone, opportunities. That's all. It's just, I'm nitpicking, but it's just something that I have on my 8.5 by 11. And you keep coming back with, they like to run more. I get that.
That's right.
But they threw it 29 times too.
Right. But the percentage is 56 to 44. The other thing is, you know what? And I get it. Tight end, you just said a tight end is a quarterback's best friend. Not on this team. Tight end is a running back's best friend on this team. And here's the other thing I was thinking about. And I know I've kind of messed around with making fun of this, but trust me, I was just making fun of it. I didn't really mean it.
Yeah.
If you have George Kittle, who's considered one of the best blockers from the tight end position, and the one thing we've heard about Brandon Ayuk since the start of his career is he's become one of the best wide receiving blockers in football. The reality is that Kyle Shanahan looks at those players not just as catchers, but he looks at them as blockers. And he thinks that those guys, even though they catch the ball, that's their number one job description. The fact that they are such good blockers makes him lean more heavily on the run game. Yeah. And if there's a recipe for a 49er win, I think Monday night was exactly what Shanahan's looking for. Maybe they'll get down games
and that's
later in the year,
too.
and they may have to throw it a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But the strength of this team is clearly running the football, and I think he gives his team ample opportunity to do that. And I don't see him as somebody who's going to give up on the running game without giving it multiple chances.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you talked about, and I'm not here to go against you on just how well they are or how loaded they are receiver. Both. Ayuk got $30 million a year this offseason. We watched that play out. They need him. He's special. We've seen Deebo Samuel pre-McCaffrey do what he's done, and I think he's going to be the beneficiary of however long McCaffrey's out, Steiny. We're going to see more Deebo. I didn't like him on the kickoff. You didn't ask me. That's collisions that can is it worth it? Just my 2 cents. But, man, he had 8 totes in the backfield for 23 yards. I like what I'm seeing from Deebo. 13 total touches. Moving forward, life without McCaffrey, I think we see more in 19, especially with Brandon Ayuk trying to get up to par.
The other thing I'm thinking about McCaffrey, if and when he gets back, is I don't get the sense Kyle Shanahan likes to ease guys back. And when McCaffrey comes back, you cannot tell me that Kyle Shanahan wants to ease him back.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things that Shanahan believes in, that if you play, he's going to use you exactly like he will use you. If you're not healthy, then you can't play, because he doesn't want a guy on his team on a Sunday that he can't utilize to his utmost.
Yeah.
And so that's also another thing I thought we saw on Monday. You lose McCaffrey, you have a backup in Jordan Mason, who's probably never run more than 10 times in a game. And in his first game as a starter, he runs him 28 times.
That's a record under.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Because that's what the game plan called for.
And the Jets couldn't stop him.
That's what Kyle Shanahan wanted to do. And he ended up running a backup running back 28 times. So what that tells me is whenever McCaffrey comes back, I think Kyle Shanahan is going to make sure that he's 100%. And if he needs to hit the ground running with 20 carries that first game, whenever it is, week 2, week 4, week 8, week whenever, like he's got to coach that way.
Yeah.
And so maybe if that's the thought process, Goo, then maybe you do keep him out a little longer than you might ordinarily.
Yeah, and you talked about it. And real quick, Stoney, I didn't tell you because you didn't ask me how my experience was watching the game in the press box with the rest of the guys here. But I just want to tell the NFL, quit allowing these guys to change their damn number. I'm looking for Deebo at number 19. DJ Slaves let me know when Evan did. Deebo's now number 1, Steiny. And I just hate that, thinking I'm watching my guy, and I'm like, damn it, he changed his number. But with what you just said, they're loaded. And if you want to err on the side of caution and you can beat the Jets. And again, the Jets were not a playoff team. I have high expectations for them, but you're right. Let that thing go and let him get healed. But Feely, the doctor that joined Willard and Dibbs, that was positive, his breakdown. But you also didn't play Baldy. I know we got Baldy, his sound of what he thinks life without McCaffrey, what that does to the team.
Yeah, we can listen to that on the other side. I want to listen to a little more of Feely to just get an idea of what this injury entails. This is what tendonitis means compared to a calf strain.
In many ways, a calf strain is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than the Achilles tendonitis. It really just depends on the severity of the tendonitis. All it really means is there's inflammation along the tendon, which as a 28 to 30-year-old running back with a lot of mileage, it's kind of expected he's going to get that at some point during his career, if not this year, next year. So I don't think it's a big deal. He's going to get a lot of treatment for it. I think it's important for him to be able to limit his reps during the season. I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. He's somebody that does a great job at a certain number of reps. And then if we have a suitable backup, that's even better.
All right. So Feely emphasizing maybe a little less of a workload would work out for Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. And under Kyle Shanahan, Steiny, that has not been the case. So you wonder if it'll change. But I'll never forget, he didn't scorn the reporter, but when they asked about basically the snap count for McCaffrey or the touches, he blew past that baby like Steve Austin on Fall Guy, like Colt Seager. Man, what are you talking about? But now we'll all be watching to see, not just when he comes back, but what will his workload be?
You know when the last time McCaffrey had a full practice was?
All right, I think you're going to be proud. August 4th.
August 4th. It was August 4th. He had his last practice where he was a full participant. So it was August 4th. I think he said what? What'd you say?
August 4th.
Did he?
Yeah. Especially after yesterday. But I'll wait for the crossover today.
Why?
There were rumors that Asamoah and Kerry Washington were getting a divorce, and they spoke about it.
And there's rumors that people are eating cats.
No.
But that doesn't make it true.
Now, I do wonder, what's the difference between, like, dog, cat, we eat deer, we eat cow, we eat bear, we eat frog, we eat like, what's the difference?
Well, the cats and dogs are domesticated, essentially.
I wasn't asking that. Yeah. I do know that. Yeah. I had a dog.
What kind?
Irish setter. The name was Danny.
Did it go pick up birds for you?
Nah. He got ear infections. He got a lot of ear infections. Did
you put it down?
Norm did.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Norm used to whoop him. Like he did stuff.
No. Don't say. Norm used praise. right, Norm? Norm, wink, wink. You used praise.
Pops, right. They'll be coming for him.
You get more bees with honey than vinegar. Norm knows that. He's been around.
Oh, boy.
He knows how you get the most out of a dog, Norm does. Absolutely. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Christian McCaffrey, little banged up. Are you more worried about it, or do you think this is more of an opportunity to get other guys involved, and then you have more weapons down the stretch? How do you look at it? What kind of fan are you? You optimist, or are you a little bit of a pessimist? 888-957-9570. We're going to also talk about Brock Purdy's performance. And coming up at 11:45, it's week one of the guy we all know that you all love. Ross Tucker, baby. Ross Tucker at 11:45. So you're not going to want to go anywhere on 95.7 The Game. And that segment brought to you by Lucky California.
If I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Only a few weeks left to play.
Possibly.
You like that? You like that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Wild Wednesday, baby. Payday Friday, 48 hours. Let's go. Smoke them if you got them.
I don't think, is it? No,
it's Payday Friday, baby.
It is Spinell?
No, not that smoke. I'm done with that. I'm talking about cigars. Smoke them if you got them.
Hey, is it true cigars are worse for you than cigarettes?
We've done this a million times, but let's do it a million times in one.
Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Knock it off.
Well, can I just pull the curtain back?
Well,
Evan comes in here and we're talking about athletics because we're still in the gym. And you say, I could make the Odell Beckham one-handed catch?
Yeah.
And I like to fell out the chair. So I'll put you on the spot. Explain that.
I was the most valuable player in 1986 in the Franklin and Marshall Intramural League. Ronnie Kane was the quarterback, and I played a lot of slot, but I could line up on the outside.
Dude, but what makes you think you can make that catch?
Because I made it. Because I've made it.
Hey, here comes Spadoni throwing it to him. YouTube chat.
Because I've made it a million times.
Spadoni, wow. Yeah. No,
Not with 3 fingers.
Look at him. Oh, he can say, the lights got too bright. Look at
No, I can make that catch.
Dude, you can make that catch.
You know how people are like, hey, what's his game like?
That's me.
Yeah, I was like Steve Largent.
Oh, one of my favorites.
Yeah. Precision personified. I could run routes.
And you quit because you got hurt?
But you
didn't like to get hit?
I was able to do 2 things. I was able to run precise routes, and I was also great at sitting in zone coverage.
You're a big Ladd McConkey fan.
Hey, I got him on my fantasy. He had a good week last week.
Coverage. Just wait for it.
My
like
man.
Kelsey. I had a big
straight lines.
I had a big butt. I could keep guys off me. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's go to Roy and San Leandro. Wants to talk about running back.
Where you been, Roy?
He's our guy?
Yeah, Roy. Hey. You'll hear him when you hear him talk.
Hey, Roy.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Hey, yes, nice to hear from both of you.
Oh,
hey, look, you guys were talking about the running back. You remember one of the last times I ever called in, we were talking about the issue of the running back. And I told you, Elijah Mitchell don't really, serve no purpose on the club anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
And so now Shanahan finally got somebody that he can rely on. Because you remember I told you, I said the 49ers are going to be in a world of trouble if they don't get another running back. You remember? And so now they got somebody. But I just want to say this, that I don't really believe the 49ers are poised to challenge Kansas City because they don't have the kind of team to beat Kansas City. It's still problems on their offensive line. Okay, last week, for example, when Kansas City played
Baltimore.
Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, well, what I'm saying is that Baltimore came close to winning, but they still lost. And it was times that they could have kicked field goals, and they didn't. Well, what I'm saying is that the 49ers don't have that kind of team. In order to beat Kansas City, you need one of those teams like when the Raiders had Kenny Stabler, and they had those 3 real good outs, Dave Casper, Mike Siani, and Cliff Branch, and then plus they had real good running backs. 49ers don't have that kind of a team, and so, they play well. Like last year when they played Dallas, I thought that 49er team would be able to beat Kansas City. Because they showed who was the best in the NFC, and the 49ers put Dallas in their place. But you see, now they've been weakened kind of in a sense on the defense. Those cover men are good, but I don't know if they could really stop Kansas City. That's basically all I wanted to say, and thanks a lot. It's nice hearing from both of you two.
You too, Roy. You're one of our
appreciate
favorites,
it, man.
Roy sounds like the great rest in peace Willie Mays. You got that.
That's not a bad call.
Yeah, that's how they always remind me. But Steiny, I'll say this to Roy's point. What can you do, Roy? You don't play the Chiefs until a few weeks, not a little more than that. My point being is, what did you tell me and what did Lynch tell Tim Kawakami? Hey, you got to earn that right to get to the playoffs, and you stack wins.
They earned it.
And I would just tell Roy, because he said they've been weakened, they should have beat Kansas City. They didn't, Roy. And if you think this version of the Niners is weakened, I guess all I'll say, Roy, and to everybody listening, after 1 week, the Jets came in here and got just dealt with, Steiny, on both lines of scrimmage. I mean, they were out-physicaled. And I looked at Lenore and Ward going man coverage. Now, I know Chiefs are different, but I would just hold on to that thought after a win, a dominating performance by the Niners. Not saying Roy's wrong, but damn, Steiny, after week 1, I didn't see too many weaknesses on display.
Well, the red zone.
Well, look at you.
So one
shot down. I'm writing that down. One.
See, I'm the kind of guy that doesn't think one game means you have a serious problem. It's got to be a trend.
All right.
It's got to be a trend. Somebody on the YouTube chat saying
you can't catch.
No, they're saying, what about obviously they've seen some of my intramural highlights, and they said Steiny's a little like Eddie McCaffrey.
All right,
Eddie McCaffrey.
He was a bad dude.
You know what? I'll be honest. And see, this is where I'm able to look at myself in the mirror and assess myself.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
I actually don't. But what I will say is Eddie McCaffrey had a little more speed than me.
Yeah, Eddie was
he was quietly pretty fast.
And they used to do that salute. Denver did him and T-Dep. Man.
Yeah, I was more of a plotter. I'd like to sit in zone coverage.
Just pay it off. You quit because you couldn't take the pounding.
It was flag football.
Oh, God.
It was intramurals, bro. It wasn't real football.
That's like me. I could beat Jordan Bell or score on him.
Not quite the same. Not quite the same.
Where's he at?
Jordan Bell?
Yeah, I can score on him now.
You know what? I'm going to guess Indonesia. That's my guess for Jordan Bell. Indonesia.
I'm going to go China.
Okay. That's fair. Well, you called for it. Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast today. And how good can he be? Can the Niners be without McCaffrey? How important is McCaffrey? Hey, Baldy, what do you think?
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches 1 year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next 2 seasons.
I got to throw it back. Jordan Bell in Puerto Rico right now. Yeah. Hey, you just mentioned the word trend, and Baldy brought up the Carfax report that is for Christian McCaffrey. What would trend apply here in regard to the last 2 seasons, his workload, and then what happened in Carolina where he played 3 games after? What would you say to that?
My answer would be no.
All right.
Because here's the way I look at it. Had a lot of touches 1 year, had a lot of touches the following year, then he got hurt. Okay, that's once in his career. Now he had a lot of touches 2 years ago, a lot of touches last year. He missed the first game. Okay. I still consider it a coincidence.
All right.
Until further notice.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just me. Maybe there's something more going on here than meets the eye. But,
okay.
I mean, the other thing is, I'm not saying I disagree with Baldy. I agree with him that they can't play at the same level over the course of time. But I believe if Jordan Mason's got to play, 3 to 5 games, I think they can be the exact same team that they want to be with Christian McCaffrey. Now, if it extends, then I think the 49ers have an issue, clearly. But I'm going to view this as a positive early in the season, believe it or not.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. But I told you and Evan in the green room, Steiny, I do wonder who is the backup to the backup. And Jordan Mason, outside of being asked about when he was told start and his truth Friday, I hated that for him. But after that, Steiny, he said, boy, that was a lot of work, carrying the rock 28 times. So I'm wondering, is it Garindo? Who are we going to see? Because do you think Kyle's going to even disperse it that way, or is it going to just be Jordan Mason? We're going to give it to you again 28 times if we can.
I mean,
there's got to be a backup to the backup.
Well, there probably is, but when you ask me what kind of coach Kyle Shanahan is, and 49er fans, tell me if you agree with me or not here. I just think that, okay, Jordan Mason carried 28 times. If Christian McCaffrey can't go against Minnesota and the game plan calls for Jordan Mason to carry 25 times, he's going to carry 25 times. Like, I think that's the way Kyle Shanahan looks at his football team. Tell me who's available, tell me who's not available, and then I'm designing a game plan under the assumption that everybody who's on that field is 100%. I really don't think he's the kind of coach that likes to ease a guy in. He wants, and maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but
right now you're right because that's how it's gone. And real quick here, Chicago Jason on the YouTube chat saying Debo's the backup.
Maybe.
I mean, he got 8 carries.
That was the most carries he got since 21.
Wow.
Debo Samuel. Rob's in San Bruno.
Our guy. I was wondering when we're going to hear from Rob. What up, baby?
Hey, Rob, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Talk to us. A new season.
That's right. Well, the Niners came out and handled business. We got to remember, the Jets were a 7-10 football team last year. Aaron Rodgers is 40 years old. He's not the same guy. So, I mean, we handled our business. That's all that matters. So, but I'm concerned about CMC, and I feel like we can't keep carrying that boy 28 times a game because Mason is a physical runner. He looks for contact. So I feel like we got to even out a little bit because you're going to wear him down. And then what? So, in my opinion, I feel like they did good. We're going to be all right. But we got to remember, though, we played against Solomon Thomas and Kinlaw. They were bust for us. There's a reason why they're on the Jets. So let's calm down. At the end of the day, it's Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers. It's about beating KC. It's about beating the AFC.
Yeah.
That's all it's about.
Rob, can I leave? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. My bad.
No. I said we're 0-5 versus KC in Baltimore since 2012, 2019. So that's what we need to worry about, the AFC. And I think in Philly and Detroit going to be tough too. But I think we're still the first best team in the NFC. But it's Super Bowl or bust. That's what it's about.
Hey, Rob, let me leave you with this.
I got a question for Rob.
I got one too. You go ahead because I was waiting.
So, Rob, can I assume that you're not really going to be able to enjoy any regular season wins this year?
No, when I go to the game, I'm enjoying myself. Trust and believe that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, in terms of we've seen this already. We need to beat we've seen we can beat mediocre teams. We can run through the whole NFC. They got to prove to us we can beat the Kansas Cities. Our competition is the AFC. The AFC is more dominant than the NFC. There's 3 teams in the NFC. It's about 7 teams in the AFC. So, like I said, we're 0-5 versus Mahomes and Lamar. We got to beat mobile quarterbacks, and we struggle with mobile quarterbacks. Now, pocket quarterbacks, the Goffs, the Aaron Rodgers now, we eat them guys up, but it's just the mobile quarterbacks that give us problems.
Yeah. I'll leave you with this, Rob, and I know what Stein's going to say. Guru, it's football. One thing I didn't like about Monday night, you tell me what you think as a Niner fan, did you really need Debo, who you had in the backfield on kickoff returns? I just, is it really worth it?
No, because if Purdy that guy with all these weapons, you just paid IU $30 million. You got Kittle. You're going to pay Purdy $60. If you feel like Purdy your guy, why are you running Debo up the gut like that? That's what I don't like about that. Quit doing Debo like that. If Purdy's your guy, I'm not saying he's our guy. Obviously, let him run the offense. Put the ball in the air. Let him show you he's worth $60 million. Don't put other players in harm's way. I don't like that. It was too many times for me.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, Rob. Sorry to cut you off, but thank you.
Now, it's a great question, Donnie. Are you going to enjoy it? I guess Niner fans, and that's what I was alluding to before the season started, there's just an expectation that on most Sundays, they are the better team. You'll enjoy it, but, the rat on the table for the Niners and Niner fans, I believe, all season long is, are we going to get our heart broken again?
2 things I would say to Rob. One is they have proven that they can run through the NFC. You're right. But they haven't proven it this year yet because they haven't had a chance.
And last year was tough in the playoffs.
I get it's Super Bowl or bust, but you still have to figure out a way to win 10 games in the regular season. And maybe those will just come by accident because this team is so good and so talented. But again, it's a new year, and they're going to have to show it one more time that they are the best team in the NFC, and then they'll take their chances in the Super Bowl if they get there. The other thing is, again, I'm gonna use Monday's game to say I don't think you're onto anything here, and that is he used Deebo Samuel to return some kicks, and he ran Deebo Samuel 8 times.
Who was slow to get up a few times. Yeah.
Because that's what Kyle does. If Deebo Samuel can play and he thinks he needs to use him at running back, I don't think it matters if it's the first game or the third game. So I just think this whole idea of, well, let's save some stuff. I think Kyle Shanahan goes into every week and is only thinking about that particular game. And he'll do anything and everything to win a regular season game, even if it is run Deebo Samuel 12 times. I just think that's his nature.
Yeah, and I can't speak for you, but I don't even think it's about, showing what you have or keeping or hiding something. It's just about, hey, we're without arguably our best offensive player. Why even subject Deebo to more punishment and possibly lose him?
Well,
that's what perspective I was looking at it from.
Because if Deebo Samuel can pick up some of the slack that
I
McCaffrey...
get that.
Okay.
But the kickoff, I thought that was like... And Sonny, I was in the house.
You know what? I'm going to be...
He was slow a few times getting up on some of those runs.
I'm going to be honest with you guys.
It's football.
Here's the bottom line. Shanahan doesn't coach scared. Fans may watch games scared.
Well, I would say
but
at
Shanahan
the halves,
does not coach scared.
Yeah, but at the end of halves, the clock, we talked about it yesterday, Stoney, not being ultra aggressive. I think about the Super Bowl, not calling the timeout Monday night, just kind of playing for the field goal.
Well,
but
other
than that, I would agree with you.
Here's the other thing about that. I think Kyle Shanahan, would he have liked a touchdown going in? Of course he would have. But the reality is, his number one objective is when they defer on the kickoff.
Yeah.
His number one objective is to have the ball the last 5 minutes of the second quarter and then have it again the first 5 minutes of the third quarter.
The double up.
Of course, if you can get a score on both, touchdowns on either, that's icing on the cake. But I think he looks at that middle portion of the game as we have a chance to dominate time of possession from midway through the second quarter to midway through the third quarter. And if we do that, the points are going to come. And I think I texted to you guys that at the end of that second quarter, I was like, it doesn't even matter if they score a touchdown or not here. Kyle is so excited that that's the one thing that he loves, that he just loves to do, and that is double up like that. And when he does that, I think he feels like he's operating from a position of strength.
Well, it worked. It worked Monday night. And again, I was just thinking about last year in totality, the difference, and I don't have to, math, the difference between 3 and 7 is 4 points. And if somehow, in certain games against top-tier talent or games like the Super Bowl, if you can get in, Steiny, and I think you learn that as you go, that's the difference between going in overtime and winning the game.
Yeah, and I also think, though, that every game is its own entity. And if that game were a little different, they probably wouldn't have kicked 6 field goals. But they got up, and they realized they were up more than a score.
Yeah.
And then once they're up more than a score, then just keep taking the points because it's not like you're down 3 and you need a touchdown. If you're up 10, of course you'd rather have a touchdown, but let's get up 13. Yeah. And if you're up 13 and you can't get it in, well, let's get up 16, and that's really 3 scores if you don't have two
be real quick,
things.
Sonny, I got to be careful because I was a broken record all off season. Dude, Green Bay gave the Niners all that and some, and Detroit was.
We're talking about last year?
Well,
we're talking about how they almost lost games last year?
Just when we talked to Rob about they got the NFC locked up, especially when you're missing your best player. for we don't know how long. Yeah. Right now, after 1 week, it was good. And I haven't gave you my prediction or anybody for that matter this Sunday, but I got to be careful writing off Sam Darnold in Minnesota. It's the NFL.
Coming up in 10 minutes, we got the Purdy prognosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to unveil a new segment, the Purdy prognosis.
Yeah, bring
we'll talk about Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
That's coming up at 11. First, let's go to Free in Oakland.
Free.
What's up, Free? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, guys? This ain't Free. This Flea.
Oh, Flea, what up, baby? Free the people.
That was my bad.
I started I didn't put guys on to you two guys. I said, man, when you're at work, or you got to turn on 95.7
That's
the
my
game.
man. That's my man.
You two guys, man. You guys be getting me through about three good hours.
Hey, Flea, real quick before you go, what we're going to do, Stotty doesn't know this, it's going to be a holiday get-together. We'll be at one of the venues, man. We'll give you ample notice, man. You meet up with us and throw one back.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I want to tell you. I want to tell you, Steiny. Shanahan came out. Yes, we know he had certain scripted plays. But when he seen them guys could not stop the run, that's why the young guy ran the ball 28 times. We know Shanahan liked to run, but the reason why we ran the ball so much, they couldn't stop the run. He was getting almost at least 70% of his runs. He was getting 5 to 6 yards per run.
Yep.
That's one. Number two is, I don't want to hear nobody talking about Purdy and we got to see what he do this year. Purdy had a better career than most of the quarterbacks that's playing today. He didn't been to a championship, Super Bowl, one playoffs game. He was a Mr. Irrelevant, looking at almost making 50 to something million a year. His career is solidified from where he came from to where he at today. And another thing I want to say, if you seen the IU face when he dropped that ball, like, what they going to say about me now?
Oh, no, yes, it was. And there was no doubt, man.
Yeah, thanks, Flea. Appreciate the call. Have you met Flea?
No. Well, I know him. I met him through the show.
Well, that doesn't really count.
Well, that's why I invited him and extended
and that's why people like Flea, and he seems like a dynamite person. He's got to be vetted. I mean, we don't know anything about him.
Oh, Flea is telling people to come to our show and our station.
Exactly.
He's family.
Doesn't that scare you?
Roast? No. And we got to have a get-together here soon.
But we don't know anything about him. You know what I'm saying?
He digs us and I dig him.
Allegedly.
Yeah, stop. You are a hater.
I'm not a hater.
Yeah.
You know, you're the guy who gets all, don't tell people where we work. But you're inviting.
That's when we're in the streets.
But you're inviting complete strangers out with us.
Anyway,
yeah.
Brian Flores, defensive coordinator for the Vikings. I want to say Niners by
Dolphins coach.
Yeah, and he went in on it, but he ran it back. I want to say Niners by 40. Today's not the day, but it's the NFL. So without McCaffrey, his job becomes easier.
Don't feel like you have to make a prediction.
No, we do that on Friday.
Because when you do that, oftentimes it invites.
Just stop, man.
Stuff.
R.I.P. Frankie Beverly. Joy.
Can we please get some Look at California on the other side? You probably haven't heard it, Evan, but trust me, it's a banger.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayer?
A different kind of banger.
To the great Pam Moore.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we'll take some more of your calls, but we're also going to get into Brock Purdy with the Purdy prognosis. We got a lot of things to say about him. Guru does too. And you can jump in at 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
The world would be my lab.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't know if you had Lizardo in your fantasy league, but he scored 2 touchdowns if you have Lizardo. Jesus Lizardo.
Spadoni tried to, oh man, I just took it out on him.
John Sally. By the way, at 1 o'clock, we're going to hear from Antonio Pierce.
Yeah. What about our recap of the debate?
What about it?
And the Tyreek Hill video.
Not for air.
That'll get us fired. See, people are fighting on the internet, Steiny, about both of those subjects.
I hate
Stay out of it.
Hate not to be a part of it.
What about @Steinmetz Sports?
What about
on Twitter? That could be your new handle. Get in the game. How you have a radio show but no Twitter? The things that you get away with, bud.
What are you talking about?
That's a mandate.
From whom?
Radio 101. You're hurting the show not being
He's on
there.
Threads, Goo. Don't worry.
He's on what?
No, I'm not.
Threads? What is that?
Seriously, you want me to go back on Twitter?
No, seriously, I do. It's hurting the show.
Pay me.
All right, how much you want?
Now. Pay me.
I got a couple dollars.
All right. Hey, we got a new segment. We got a new segment.
Let's go.
We're going to focus on Brock Purdy, and it's called the Purdy Prognosis. Let's hear it.
We've had 2 nights to sleep on Brock's performance.
Here's Purdy, takes off, and goes head first for 10. Leading by 6. Purdy protected, floats it for Kittle. Kittle with a catch and out across the 35. Play action, Purdy, use check. The catch, first and goal.
Now it's time for Steiny and Guru to break the huddle and deliver their Purdy prognosis.
All right, I like it.
That was dope.
I like it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to channel my inner monkeys. You hear the monkeys? I'm going to tell you something about Brock Purdy. I'm a believer. Mm-hmm. Remember? And I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. You never heard that song?
No, I'm thinking of the TV show. Hey, it's the Monkees.
Same thing.
Yeah.
They were a real band.
Back to Brock.
Yeah, thank you.
So Brock Purdy, Goo, no touchdowns.
All right.
No interceptions. 19 for 29, 231 yards. And my question to you is, was he good enough?
Oh, man.
Is that good enough?
I mean, to answer your question, yes. It's more than good enough. And just like Flea, who called earlier and talked about his accolades early on in his career, Steiny, my man looks downfield. 6 different receivers caught passes, 4 different receivers caught passes for over 20 yards. That is the one facet to Brock Purdy's game I don't think he gets enough love for, Steiny. He is not a dink and dunk dude. And on display Monday Night Football, we saw Jennings, Debo, use check for 34 yards. My man, George Kittle, for 25. He's looking downfield. And when you do that, good things happen. And you look at the stat line, 19 to 29, 231. Didn't put the ball in harm's way. I'll take it all day long.
You know who he is? You know who Brock Purdy is?
Give it to me.
He's John Stockton. He's a pass-first point guard. That's who he is.
I'm not mad at that. Is it too soon?
He's a pass-first point guard. He spreads the ball around. He gets everybody involved. And if that's going well, then that's just the way he plays, like he did on Monday night. But like a great point guard, sometimes you need to score a little bit more than you normally do. Sometimes you need to make some plays when other guys aren't making plays. He didn't have to do that on Monday. It was one of those games where Karl Malone had 32 and
Hornacek.
Brian Russell had 21 and Hornacek had 18 and then Stockton just 12 and 12. But if he needs to make plays, that's when he's going to have to obviously make plays when things aren't going as perfectly as they were on Monday night.
Wow.
But I am getting to the point where...
Go ahead.
I mean, what more do you want him to do? I mean, what more... he almost can't do more because Kyle Shanahan won't allow him to do more unless they're in a position where Kyle says, well, now he needs to do more. But I really think that win over the Jets, and I get it's the Jets, and maybe they're not that good,
right?
All that kind of stuff.
Hype.
That was Kyle Shanahan's template for a victory. 37 rushes, about 19 for 29, no mistakes, not one single solitary mistake, no turnovers, put the ball on the money, and I think Kyle Shanahan would take that kind of win every day till Sunday. I just do.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I'll tell you if I disagree with you, but also before the season started, I've been like a broken record telling you Brock doesn't get enough love for using his legs. And the O-line was so dominant, Steiny, Monday, he didn't have to. He had one rush for 11 yards. But the fact that he can get everybody involved, on big downs, third downs, I'm just like, man, I don't see this going away. I don't think this is, shout out Vegas, I don't think this is a mirage. I think this is the real Brock Purdy. And what did we say, Steiny? In a contract year, 1 down, 16 to go as far as the regular season. But if what I came in with this morning, what I woke up with is you telling me you wanted to see him without maybe some weapons, and this is what you get, 32 points on the board without Christian McCaffrey. And, we'll get – I don't think McCaffrey's playing this Sunday, right? But with that said, you still watch him grow, and you're like, okay, he's without Hornacek. He's without Russell, and he's still getting it done, man.
Yeah, I mean –
he beat Aaron Rodgers, and I know Aaron Rodgers hadn't played in 22 months coming off injury. But you're right. I hyped the Jets just like a lot of people, but they were not, like Rob said from San Bruno, a playoff team. But I don't give a damn, Stoney. If you would have told me McCaffrey wasn't playing a week before this game, I would have probably gave the advantage to the Jets because I was so drunk on what they were supposed to be.
Well, when I talked about Purdy playing without a weapon or without weapons, obviously McCaffrey's a weapon, but I had no idea that the guy who would step into his place was almost every bit the weapon that McCaffrey was. So, to me, Jordan Mason filled in to the extent that he was a weapon, obviously, back there. Now, what's going to happen when the 49ers can't run the ball like they ran it against the Jets? Well,
it's going to happen.
That's what we're going to have to see. But I don't see Brock Purdy losing you many football games. I really don't. 888-957-9570. It is the Purdy prognosis. Here's the thing, though, and I don't know how this is going to factor into it or not, but the stats, and I get it, they're just stats, but the stats are just ho-hum. If he has 8-10 games like this, his numbers aren't going to be off the charts.
But that's not what it's about, right?
Well, I get it, but
that's fantasy football.
Okay,
this is real life.
Okay, so even if he doesn't put up big numbers, you're going to have to live with still paying him as high as any quarterback gets paid, even though the numbers won't be as good.
And I'm asking you, and I mean this, Tony, shouldn't that be what it's predicated on? Shouldn't that be in the world of what you hate, but the highlights and the things you say I fall in love with, the flash and the sizzle and pizzazz, it's about his win-loss record. Well, then you could say, well, Jimmy should have
Thank you.
But this is different.
Why?
Because the eye test is telling you Brock is throwing the ball down the field.
I agree.
He is not a statue.
I agree.
And they still won with Jimmy. Then he's your guy, you hope, for the next century.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Because Garoppolo got paid because he won, and Purdy will eventually get paid because he wins. I'm just saying that I think there's a chance, and
the lack of numbers could hurt him at the contract negotiation. I don't know if we'll do that another day, but you got me thinking like that should not be a prerequisite. I mean, it's something you look at, but if you're watching Brock play, who just took you to the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game, Stoney, I don't know what else is on the bone, and I know it's 1 week, but we get 4 more weeks of this with no McCaffrey. I think you could almost give him that blank check.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I'm just saying that if Purdy gets broken off a monster number, he's going to probably get broken off a monster number, and his numbers won't look like the big boy type of numbers of the throwing type quarterbacks. Now, shouldn't matter, but he's still going to hear about it, I guarantee you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good morning, guys. Great show. Beginning of football season is great.
Yes, sir.
But game one, we only have one game, but we got to stay healthy. And you know, the reason why we are not healthy right now with no Christian McCaffrey is because the way Kyle Shanahan thinks and coaches. He doesn't have any faith in his backup running backs. He had where was his faith last year in Mason? All last season, my sons and I were watching the football games going, why doesn't he give McCaffrey a break? Why doesn't he play Mason? It was McCaffrey right, McCaffrey left, McCaffrey up the middle. You know what I mean? And now here we are because of Kyle Shanahan, his practices. He's a great coach, but you say he doesn't coach scared, Steiny. How do you say that? He doesn't have any faith in his backup players. He didn't have any faith in them last year, and now we got McCaffrey hurt, and he'll get mark my words, Debo will be the next guy to go down. The way he uses them is not smart. He's not coaching smart. We need Debo to catch short passes, not to be put behind the line of scrimmage like a halfback. He's a wide receiver. He's not a halfback, and even Trey Lance wasn't a fullback. But that's what he tried to make him, you know. And this is Shanahan. Shanahan's a great coach, but he doesn't. He's also a victim of his own self. You know what I mean? I don't like the way he does these things. You know what I mean? It makes no sense to me. You know, when you have players that are important to you, you want them to be available. Debo's not going to be available. He's susceptible to injury himself. How's he going to be available when he's going to get hurt playing a running back? That's just the way I feel about it with him. He's a great coach, but he drives me nuts on occasion, you know?
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it.
You know,
to me,
that
this
was
is
the love and hate right there in one call, or love and disappointment.
I mean, when I say he doesn't coach scared, I meant that he doesn't care about running a guy 30 times if that's the recipe he thinks that will bear fruit for him. It has. I didn't mean it in the context of aggressive or not aggressive play calling, but here's the way I look at Shanahan and that. Like, I really believe Shanahan, for the most part, coaches to win every game, and he is not overly concerned about workload because I think it's got a lot to do with his dad, and that's just the way he views football and football players. You play them, and if they get hurt, then the next guy's got to step up. I think it's similar to Steve Kerr with the young players. For 10 years, we've heard about, Steve Kerr doesn't like to play young players. He prefers veterans. Like, that's a fact, I think, at this point, after we've watched Kerr coach for 10 years. He's going to lean to the veterans. And I think Kyle Shanahan, in much the same way, and I get it, you can criticize him for it, but I think Shanahan, in much the same way, coaches like he's incapable of going into a game saying, you know what? Okay, we got Minnesota this weekend. We're better than them. We should be able to beat them by a couple scores. So I'm going to head into this game thinking about getting some players some rest or limiting their touch. Like, I just don't think that's what he does. Yeah. I think he's saying, I'm going to develop a game plan to try to beat the Minnesota Vikings as badly as we can. And then if we get up 3 scores and it's the fourth quarter, I'll take guys out.
Well, it's kind of funny because you asked the great Low Neal, we had him on last Friday about, pre-McCaffrey, Stoney, when he had a stable of backs. And you talked about the Niner offensive system is it more inclined to get a running back hurt because it's so physical and they run so hard? But you look at Mostert, you look at Breida, you look at Elijah Mitchell. All those guys could not avoid injury. So I don't know if it's the scheme, but when you brought that up, I kind of snickered at it like, yeah, come on, it's football. But we can't ignore the Rat on the Table brought to you by Atco, the fact that 49er running backs get injured, even when it's by committee.
And that's maybe why they have a committee, because he thinks it's important to have a few guys who can run hard.
Now, I'll say this to you, partner, to the caller's last point, because he made some great points and let us know how he feels. Steiny, if I'm up 27-10 or 27-13, maybe early fourth, and you see it throughout the league. Now, everybody's not McCaffrey. You spell your number one back sometimes. Like, you know what? We'll run the ball, punt it. But a lot of times in the Pittsburgh game 1 last year, we brought this up. That was well in hand, and we saw McCaffrey out there. And I know he wants to be, but you've heard the old adage, save the player from himself. Hey, Steiny, take a play. It's all good. We got this. But you're right. He doesn't do that.
Let's go to Matt in Seattle. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man? You want to talk about Brock Purdy?
I'm feeling great, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You know, it hit me on Monday when I was watching the Manning cast, and I think Brock Purdy had a play where he had a naked bootleg, and then it was just him and the defender, and Peyton Manning broke it down where usually quarterbacks would take a step into the defender, but he took a step back, and he was so impressed by him doing that and just took like a 5-yard reception. But at that moment, that's when I told myself, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in Brock Purdy.
Man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Matt.
Yeah.
In Seattle.
He uses his feet well.
Maybe one of the reasons that Kyle Shanahan is a great play caller is because he gets the ball to his best players more than any other coach can get the ball to his best players.
And when you say best, I'm not going to tell you, and this is no shade at Jawan Jennings or Juszczyk, but you look at the log, just, the longest play went to Kyle Juszczyk, and that was by design. Kyle did his part in catching the ball. You look at Jawan Jennings, he had a long one for 22, and nobody's going to sit here right now and call 95-7 the game and say Jordan Mason is better than Christian McCaffrey, but Steiny, he toted the rock 28 times from 147.
Okay.
So a lot of it, to me, is system now, and I think we're starting to see that. And then we could revisit history and look at the Jimmy Garoppolo team in 19 offensively who went to the Super Bowl with Emmanuel Sanders. Obviously with Kittle, but a whole different stable of running backs. And that's why on this day, it dawned on me, and Monday night, especially being in the house, the brilliance of one scheming and game calling of Kyle Shanahan. But he's clowning right now. He will never say it, but like Stanley, I do wonder if Mason went down in the next backed up Garindo, what would he do? Would he average 4 yard a pop? I don't know, but I'm like, I wouldn't call you crazy if somebody said that.
Why wouldn't he?
Wow.
I mean, Shanahan's proven he can run the football with anybody. So I would expect any running back to be successful for the Niners.
Man.
Adrian is in Hayward. Hey, Adrian, what's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, that was a good win on Monday. Kind of remind me a lot of 2018 to 2022 Niners with Jimmy Garoppolo. Aside from all the positives, I still see some negatives. That being the quarterback. And I know you guys are all in for Brock and love the guy, but is this really the guy you want for the next 5 to 10 years leading your team after what happened in the Super Bowl where he was pretty bad on those third downs with the pressure on him? That's all I got to say, guys.
Thanks. I mean, who else do you want? I mean, is Burrow available?
Yeah, and I don't.
Is Mahomes available?
Yeah, no. Speaking of which, I can't stand Burrow's new hair, but
what's it look like?
It's blonde. Like Kaminga's got blonde. What are we doing? No, it's blonde. He died at Blonde.
Blonde.
Yeah. You hadn't seen it?
I haven't, no.
Yeah, like Rodman Blonde, that type, yeah.
And you have a problem with that? What?
Let's go natural.
Pretty judgmental.
I'm the type of guy that, I don't like bringing attention to oneself. And Kaminga's, now why would you laugh? Oh, what is that? That scares me. One more time, Evan. There's blockage. What is? Oh my goodness! Go ahead, Steiny.
Well, I'm still getting over. You don't like to bring attention to yourself.
No,
you lead the league in that.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
Hey, Evan, how about you at
lead the league
at the tailgate on Friday? I don't know if you've noticed this about him.
What tailgate Friday?
He's got a
Monday.
Yeah. Tailgate Monday at the 49ers. Now, Guru's got a great deep voice, but do you notice when we're in a crowd, he talks even louder because he's just begging for somebody to recognize his voice.
I need you here, Evan. I haven't. Wow.
The funny thing that I did notice is however you perceive Guru when he's around the crowd and in public and all the rest, that's your prerogative. But what I do notice is that you are the exact opposite, which is you find the furthest corner from traffic or any group of people, and you just kind of linger.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like to observe.
It's like you're a spying.
I've just talked for 4 hours nonstop. I'd like to keep my mouth shut,
dude,
for an hour or so after the show.
But it comes with the territory. You do have a duty to mingle.
I have no duty.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
People come up. They were, hey, Steiny and Goose. Steiny, you didn't see all that?
I said, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Now, Evan, one thing you're about to say that I was going to get mad at you about is, I tried to teach this to my kids, all 3 of them, and I mean this. Be consistent. Don't be phony and change around different people.
You mean
be who
change
you
your
are
mind after you see something different?
Be who you are personality-wise. Be the same. Well, I think I would want one of you guys to speak at my funeral and say, you know what? He had a lot of flaws. Wasn't that great with bread, but he was always consistent. And I think that's who I am with my imperfections.
We're here today.
I met the criteria.
We're gathered today,
but I wasn't.
To honor Daryl the Guru Johnson. Now, we know he's a man with many flaws. He had many flaws. He was a bad gambler.
Hey, quietly.
His neighbor. You are consistently inconsistent. How about that?
Now, that I didn't like. No, I'm consistent at being consistent of I'm going to be smiling and happy. You'll never know what I'm going through.
Sometimes when I hear you on the phone during break, you don't sound happy.
Well, that's different. That's behind the scene. Oh, boy.
All right.
What about that caller going in on Brock? That was heavy. Like it was his fault that they lost the
that's
Super
a
Bowl.
hater. That's a hater.
There you go.
I mean, okay. I don't know what to say to that. All right. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 11:45. 11:45. So I see Rick and Mark on hold. I'll get to you before Ross Tucker. But he's one of our favorites. And I don't think there's any doubt he's Philmo Mike's favorite guest, Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker. He's coming up at 11:45. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Is your water heater on the fritz? Upgrade to reliable comfort with Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They've got the best...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Out of touch. This is a banger.
Have you ever heard of Muttley? It's a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru
Oh.
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let me turn that down.
Oh,
I was
boy.
listening to Muttley on YouTube. It does sound like the laugh you had that one day, a couple days ago, which was a
sound like wheezing.
Kind of a, we all have our moments.
What are you gonna ask Ross? Well, no, you can't even reenact that.
I know.
one. You do.
I know. 408. Dang. I can't imagine how that caller would have felt after a loss.
Man.
Holy cow, Mr. Negative Nancy.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a complete victory over the Jets. What more do you want? This team's loaded. You don't even need McCaffrey.
That's what's crazy. Well, we're not saying that.
I
They
just
need
did.
him. But
I just did.
oh, how about this?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
looks that way after 1 week.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to hear a little bit more from Dr. Feely on Christian McCaffrey's injury and maybe get a sense of what the 49ers are thinking in terms of using him either next week or shortly after. Take a listen to Dr. Feely, who was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday.
So the problem with any of the tendinopathies in the lower extremity, whether it's your quad tendonitis, patellar tendonitis, or Achilles tendonitis, is once it's there, it tends to just kind of linger, often up to 1 to 2 years. The reality is it does not seem to increase your risk of a traumatic injury. So it doesn't seem to increase the risk of getting an Achilles tendon rupture, which is really what you want to avoid. But it does make it annoying to play on. You cannot plant and push off quite as hard. You don't have quite the amount of explosive ability. Problem is there isn't a magic cure for it. It's not like you wear special shoes. There's no special injection. You essentially just have to do the stretching, the conditioning, and work your way through it. And if he's not feeling perfect, you hold him out.
Well,
God, I hate to do this.
Because I want to know what you would do if you were Kyle.
I'd run him 30 times against Minnesota.
No, you would. Yeah. You'd be fired.
I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
Like, what's scary from outside of Joe Burrow, who's the only one that's defeated the calf monster? Remember, he had that issue early on last year, and I was like, oh, boy. He got past it. There was some rust, but, Steiny, I don't know if rest can help it.
Well, he just said that's what helps him. All right. Feely on how should the 49ers handle McCaffrey's workload moving forward? This is Dr. Feely.
I think when you look at his usage rate last year, he was 18 to 22 touches a game, maybe up to 25. 28 carries for Jordan Mason was the most a Kyle Shanahan player has ever had in a game. So ideally, you have him in the 15 to 20, and I think that's totally reasonable. I think the other nice thing is as soon as you put him out there, even if he's not the first, second, or third option, he's a decoy because he's so good. So I think once he gets out there, he will play. I think the athletic training staff and the medical staff is doing everything right. You take it slow with him now, especially if you're going to win a couple games with his backup. It's a long season. It's hopefully is another season that goes well into February. You want him fresh and you want him feeling as good as possible. And we know all these players don't feel 100% by the end of the year. So you want to conserve him as much as possible for the second half of the year and into the playoffs.
Hey, Feely, you coaching?
Well, I'll give you one.
Feely coaching?
But if I could be the monster of worry, let me get it off right here.
Go ahead.
What's concerning for me, Matt, is he's been resting since January, or it's been resting, the tendons, the Achilles, the calf. So for it still not to be functional by now, that's when I hear 1 to 2 years, I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying, Matt Steiny. You said, hey, just rest. But how much more rest if he's had this? That's what concerns me. Now, if this were week 3 and he got tackled after 2 games of 25 touches, I'm like, okay. But Steiny, he relatively has been on the shelf. If you let me just be the worry monster, that's what's concerning. And that's why I kept throwing you and Evan, telling you guys, hey, how is this an issue? And he's pretty much just been chill. He got married. He's been chilling.
Well, he limped up the aisle. Did you see that?
Nah, I don't know if you're running material.
I thought I saw something buckle.
Oh, look at you. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, in fairness, he had practiced before August 1st.
Okay. Hong Ki Joseph on the YouTube chat says, guys work out year-round, Goo. All right.
Yeah, but you're right.
Inflammation guru pops up when you least expect it. Okay.
Are you reading something?
Yeah, these are the guys coming out of D-Lou on the chat. All the wannabe doctors.
I think there's two different things in terms of how Kyle uses guys. And this is the one, this is from the 307, and I kind of agree with this. Come on, guys. All these people whining about not playing Debo, et cetera, this is their job. Go ask any one of these guys if they want to be pulled back, especially if their touches drive their future contracts. Here's what I think. I think there's two different things. Right. I think if they go into Minnesota and McCaffrey's not 100% or
I get that.
Achilles barking,
no
fine.
Play.
Hold him out. But if Debo Samuel can go, and Ayuk can go, and Mason can go,
right,
then you use them however much you feel like you need to use them to win the game against the Vikings. Right. And if that means Debo Samuel's got to carry 10 times on Sunday, I think you got to do it, and I think Kyle will.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer.
JT is in SJ. That's San Jose.
Let's go, baby.
Hey, what's up, JT?
Let's get it.
Thank you.
Listen to
hey, you
him.
know what? Not much, man. I'm excited as hell. You know, this is exciting to see. But, you know, honestly, when you start looking, we got depth there. Use Debo as a decoy anyway. You see him out there. My thing is if we use him more as a decoy, you'd have had so many openings in the secondary because that's just what he's going to bring if you have him behind the line of scrimmage. Everybody knows if he's behind the line, he's going to get the ball. 9 out of 10 times, he might be able to do something with it, but let me tell you, when you throw 8, 9 guys in the box, they already know what's going to happen. And then the only reason I feel bad about Mason is Kyle doesn't have trust. Once he loses trust with somebody, they'll set you aside and they'll forget about you. That's one of the things I could say about him. He's not good at bringing those guys through. Mason has a hard time catching the ball, let alone picking up blocks. So, I mean, yeah, I'm excited. Am I worried? Not too much. You know, I think our $30 million man needs to step up, though, because I'm paying for $30 million again. You better catch every ball that comes your way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it. That drop will be forgotten.
Yeah, I'm excited about I'm excited about the IU scoreboard because it's there and it's right now, Steiny. How long, if you're not now in shape, and Monday looked like there was some rust, no harm, no foul, but imagine had that catch been in the fourth quarter on 4th and 8, and Ayuk's on the field. So when you're on the field, we expect you to be yourself, and you drop that. So it's exciting for me because I'm rooting for him, Steiny, but I'm being real. Is he going to have a Bosa version of his career year because he missed camp? Like, I'm kind of deranged with that thought, that mindset, but it's reality.
It's a receiver.
But all right.
Please.
All right. But there was some rust.
Okay, drop the ball. Okay, drop 2. Okay, I'll tell you right now, I'll take the under on 34 drops.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying. First game. Here's what bothers me. This bothers me.
Trent Williams
I can't stand this. Let me think. I forgot what I was going to say. We got Ross Tucker coming up in 5 minutes.
This what? It's got to be somebody getting paid bothers you.
No, not at all.
Hater.
Not at all.
Come on now. I'm going to help you.
Here's what I can't stand.
Yeah.
And you just did it.
Oh.
Well, if Ayuk misses training camp, you know what? He's probably going to get off to a slow start. Then he gets off to a slow start, and people go, he's off to a slow start.
Okay.
You're the same guy who said he was going to get off to a slow start because he missed training camp. This is the slow start.
Right, but I'm just real quick, he could control that. And had he caught those balls, and I know he's not going to catch everyone his way, I'm just like, okay, now there's no McCaffrey going into Minnesota. It was the same thing going to the Jets, but Steiny is different. Every defense and Flores is going to present different problems. I'm not saying the Vikings got the Jets defense, but there's going to come a time where, drops matter. We're paying you $30 million, and I'm curious just to see how long this goes till it's nothing. And it may be nothing now, partner. Well, we come in here Monday and there's 3 more drops from Ayuk. It's like, dude, what week before we can expect the real Ayuk to return?
Hold on a sec. If he catches 8 balls against the Vikings, and then the next day the next game he drops 1. Are you going to say, still not back? And then what happens if he drops 1 in week 11?
No, man, 8 catches, Steiny.
First of all, he never has 8 catches.
Well, that's pretty funny. I was looking at that.
I mean, how many?
4.5 is embedded in my mind.
Exactly.
If that was his average you pointed out.
Exactly. Tell him, Steiny, these Niner fans are delusional. Some of them. A small percentage of them. Not all of them. Most Niner fans have their finger on the pulse.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule, Steiny, and
I only look 1 game ahead.
All right. Well, after that, okay, I got you. I won't even do it because they got the Rams after the Vikings.
Oh, that's on turf.
Oh, that's interesting. See, but this
can't play them on turf.
This game is also on turf.
Yeah.
I didn't say it wasn't.
This one, I'm assuming he's out. There's no way he's playing. We don't even need the whole dog and pony show of you think he's going to play. It would be negligence, right, Steiny?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Wow, man.
How do we know if it's negligence?
Yeah. I mean, man, the turf is undefeated sometimes, and if you got a guy's Achilles barking and
sit him out on turf. Let him play 7 games this year.
I'm not saying that,
yes,
but I guess I am saying that. Just be careful, partner.
Oh, okay. No, you know what?
Because there are analytics to medicine. Give me that.
Oh, that's
beautiful.
You said
analytics to medicine.
Just take it easy. In every other sport, what do we say? Well, if you're not going 100%, then that's when you get hurt.
Right.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, you're going to get hurt if you put these guys out in the field, and you need to protect them. If they're on the field, they got to play football.
But remember the parade of doctors when Bosa wrecked his knee, tore his knee up on the turf in New York. Get rid of turf. Like that was a thing.
You can't prevent that.
Right. And I'm agreeing with you in regard. You can't prevent injuries.
When do we get Tucker in here? We're going to get Tucker in here, and I'm gonna get him on you right off the bat.
Just don't bring up PA.
Well, he's calling from a 610, which is probably Harrisburg. Ross Tucker. Let me tell you. Hey, on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo. Game day be delicious. Oh, yeah. What's up, Ross?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
All right.
Guru's all worried already.
Dude, this dude is
Christian
mincing my words.
Christian McCaffrey, got to hold him out 3 months. He's all worried about McCaffrey. I told him, Ross, Jordan Mason's better, right?
Oh, my gosh. You're going to go better, Steiny?
He's trolling, Ross. You know who he is and what he's about. He's trolling.
Better's a stretch for sure. But I will say this. I do think that they will be extremely cautious with McCaffrey's, whatever it is, Achilles tendonitis or whatever they're calling it. They're going to be very, very, very careful with that thing because obviously they know where they're going. They're going to the playoffs, and their best chance to win the Super Bowl this year is if McCaffrey's 100%. So it'll be interesting to see when he actually comes back, and then when he does come back, exactly what his usage will be like, right? Yeah. Because especially now that Jordan Mason is showing he can do it at a pretty darn high level, you would think that they wouldn't, put quite as much on Christian as they did last year.
Yeah, Ross, it's great to have you back. We were at the game Monday night when the news broke that there would be no McCaffrey. I'm a guy that bought the Jet Kool-Aid, Aaron Rodgers. I know it's one game, but were you shocked that the Niners were able to physically dominate on both sides of the ball and Mason had the game he had against Robert Saleh and the Jets?
I don't know if I'll go shocked, but surprised for sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just so Jets, right? I mean, they finally get a quarterback playing at a pretty high level for them, and we can debate, just how high the level was, right? I mean, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers will be a top 5 guy this year or top 10, but he certainly played like a top 15 guy the other night, and the Jets haven't had that in a long, long time. So, of course, right when they get a quarterback playing at a top 10 level, their defense drops off, can't stop the run, can't get after the quarterback, which has to be highly, highly discouraging, because obviously the GM, Joe Douglas, the head coach, Robert Saleh, know that it's now or never for them with the Jets, which it makes it even more confusing as to why they haven't gotten a deal done with Hassan Reddick yet. I mean, hey, guys, it's not your money, and you kind of need to make sure you win this year or you're gone. It almost makes you wonder if potentially, ownership is involved in this one.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. So a lot of 49er fans, Ross, are concerned with having to make a deep run, and then how do you utilize kind of their skill position players. So right now the worry is, when's McCaffrey going to come back? But a lot of 49er fans are also saying, well, man, Jordan Mason just carried 28 times. Obviously, we can't do that every week. They're also seeing Deebo Samuel return some kicks and carry the ball 8 times. And they're saying, well, we got to be careful about Deebo Samuel and maybe using him too much. How much does that even factor into a coach's game plan? I mean, can you coach the way you want to coach in the NFL if you're worried about how you're utilizing players and how many touches they have?
Yeah, I think they are generally aware of it, and they go into a game, not wanting to give so-and-so. Sometimes they go into a game wanting to get so-and-so a certain amount of touches. Other times they go in not wanting to overuse a guy. In my experience, that sounds great. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the game actually starts, and it's a close game, and they want to win, and that stuff all kind of goes out the window. I mean, I've seen it so many times in my time as a player, where they have a plan to try to keep certain guys on a pitch count, and then you get to the fourth quarter, and nobody's talking about the pitch count anymore. It's like they just win that game. It happens with D linemen and pass rushers and running backs. I mean, it's just the way it kind of is, which is why I do think they need to try to get some other guys involved, especially at running back, while McCaffrey's out. Because what happens if Mason goes down?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to make sure that he's healthy and he can carry the load for a while, because they might want to ease McCaffrey back in when he's healthy.
Hey, Ross, I'm so locked into this season and every game, not trying to, look down the road. But Steiny, about a month and a half ago, 6 weeks ago, said, you know what? I'd like to see Brock without some of the weaponry in regard to his contract status. And lo and behold, the football gods take a McCaffrey away. Were you more impressed with Brock Purdy's performance without McCaffrey? Can you talk to us about what you saw from him? Because I was worried about it, and he just went out there and looked like the same old Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and in fairness, I mean, when they're running the ball that effectively, boy, it makes things so much easier for any quarterback, including Purdy, right? I mean, the play action stuff, the bootleg stuff, that's the whole idea, right? Like, that's not a knock on Purdy. That's a compliment for Kyle, that the plays all complement each other. And so he's able to, obviously, pretty effectively be able to manage the offense and operate it at a high level. As long as they can run the ball, it should be relatively easy. I don't want to say easy, but the degree of difficulty for Purdy should not be real high if they're running the ball that effectively. That's the whole idea. I mean, it's why, look at the numbers that certain quarterbacks have put up in Shanahan-style offense over the years, right? I mean, Matt Schaub was like a perennial Pro Bowler with Kubiak and Kyle, and Matt Ryan won an MVP with Kyle. I mean, that's kind of the deal. If you can operate his offense at a high level, he's probably going to be able to put you in a really, really good position for success.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Let me ask you about an overall question about Kyle Shanahan, because I was thinking about this on the way in. So you're going to play without Christian McCaffrey, who many people feel is one of the best running backs in football, if not the best. And so you bring in his backup, and he rushes for 28 times and for 147 yards. Is there an element of a Shanahan offense? And I know Mason's not McCaffrey, but can he just generate yards on the ground with any running back because of this system?
No, I don't think any running back, because it's interesting. You know, they've had guys where they've moved on from them. Yeah. You know, Trey Sermon and Tyrion Davis-Price. I mean, they've had third-round picks that they've moved on from after a year because they've decided or realized that's not the guy. You know, I mean, which makes you wonder, why are they even taking running backs with third-round picks anymore, right? I mean, you know, they have so much success, it feels like, without having to do that. To me, it's almost strange that they do it sometimes, but you know that's how they roll. But they clearly can find these undrafted guys. It's almost like when the Niners draft the running back in the third round, I'm out on him. If they draft him in the seventh round or he's undrafted, I'm in. You know, it's like it's the strangest thing. I mean, John Lynch must be saying to Kyle, why are we ever taking running backs in the third round to cut them after a year when we find these late round or undrafted gems?
Ross, I'm not a liar. I'm weird. I own it. I heard you on the call for the Bills Cardinals. Our producer, Evan, does play-by-play for college. I don't lie. You guys are good. I, for the last 3 months, have been nervous that Brady was replacing Olsen because I thought Burkhardt and Olsen, they had something. But can you be honest with us and just share your critique of Brady? Because I'm disappointed in the sense that he wasn't bad. He knew what he was talking about, but Ross, there was no energy or personality. Talk to me.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I did Bills Cardinals. And interestingly, I live in central PA, so it's 4.5 hour drive, which is actually better for me than trying to fly and get back to central PA. So I didn't watch any of Brady, not any. And so I'm actually looking forward to it because tomorrow night I'm doing Dolphins Bills on the radio, Westwood One. You guys are probably carrying it. And then Saturday night, I got Dion. I got Colorado State, CBS primetime, which will be awesome. But I'm bringing those up, Guru, to tell you I'm going to watch a lot of Brady on Sunday. Okay, and I'll be able to tell you more after I watch that. I've obviously seen the reports, and the social media. I got to tell you, I got at least 10 text messages from people saying to me, and this isn't my opinion, I didn't watch it, but 10 messages from people, buddies of mine, friends, family, whatever, saying, well, I found one thing you're better than Brady at.
we got a grading system here. We'll give that a 4. Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm sure he'll be better than me in no time, but I'll take it. I will say this. You know, my first game was Yale Penn, you know, on the Yes Network. I'm glad there wasn't 20 million people watching or whatever, because I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten rave reviews either. So, yeah, it's kind of part of the issue of putting spots.
Was that game at the Yale Bowl or at Franklin Field?
It was at Franklin Field, and it was my first time ever doing a game on TV. And, guys, it went to triple overtime. I was hooked. I was like, this is awesome. I love doing games.
Hey, real quick, Ross, let's just stick to the NFC. Eagles, Cowboys, Packers, Lions, Rams. Those are a lot of the teams that are said to be atop that division, atop the conference, along with the Niners. Which of those teams, if any, stuck out to you in week one?
Well, I would say, you know, the Packers are in trouble. for as long as Jordan Love's out, and that might really, really, hurt their chances. But I would say the teams that stuck out are actually the Eagles and the Cowboys for kind of different reasons, right? I mean, the Cowboys went to Cleveland and totally dominated those guys. I mean, that was super impressive by the Cowboys. I thought they were taking a step back at a number of spots, and they went out and dominated both sides of the ball. So I thought that was highly encouraging if you're a Cowboys fan like Guru. And then for the Eagles, here's what's crazy about the Eagles. Jalen Hurts, and they had 2 turnovers inside their own 20. He threw a pick in the end zone. So he gave the Packers points twice. He took points off the board once, and the Eagles still won. So that's the part that if you're an Eagles fan or if you're a Niners fan, you're like, whoa, to have three horrendous turnovers like that, and the Eagles still won, that's pretty encouraging if you're an Eagles fan.
I'll leave you with this, and we know you're busy. Deshaun Watson, I thought he was gross. I don't know what's going on, but I've been rooting for him, as crazy as that sounds. But what are your thoughts, man? What's happened to his game, and is he going to get it back?
I doubt it. I mean, at this point, I'd be surprised, right? It's been, 4 years since he played well, since he played at a high level, and then last year he had 2 separate injuries on his throwing shoulder. That seems pretty unlikely now, doesn't it? I mean, it's possible, but I would be surprised.
Hey, Ross.
Appreciate it,
Loving it, buddy. Looking forward to talking to you this year, and have a great rest of the week.
And help Dion out, too, Ross. He needs it, man.
That atmosphere is going to be crazy. It's at Colorado State for the first time since 1996. They say it's going to be the biggest event in the history of the town. I can't wait.
Where is that? Colorado Springs? Colorado Springs?
Fort Collins, Colorado. Fort Collins.
All right.
Air Force.
That's right. All right, Ross. Thanks. Appreciate it. That was NFL Odyssey Insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. And, of course, he came to us courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Yeah.
The River Islands guest line.
Who can promote
Discover the
Moss?
Islands in Lathrop. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's too bad. It's too bad he said the Cowboys.
Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that?
Well, I'll tell you why, is because the NFC, we all know it revolves around the San Francisco 49ers. But there are contenders, the Cowboys.
Who have a Niner problem.
The problem is, and the issue is, and I was telling Evan this, and I think you overheard it before the show, is, unfortunately, we just can't have an objective conversation about the Cowboys.
And I threw my coffee mug. You can have the most subjective. They have a Niner problem.
Yeah.
And I'm not, come on now. Hey, Zimmer is great. He's disguising the defense like, wow. But Dak against the Niners is their Achilles heel. And I guess just where I'm at with it.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair.
Jimmy beat him in the playoffs. They beat him 50-something to whatever it was last year on Sunday night. And then they beat him in the playoffs here when Dak threw the game away. I'm sorry, bud.
But just trust me that it's no fun when we talk about the Cowboys and you're always like, we can't beat the Niners.
But what's to talk about when you lose to the Packers when you're losing 27-0 at home? That's all.
We can't beat the 49ers.
Don't bury the lead. That dude's a commercial. He can plug with the best of them, Stoddy, give Ross his credit.
What did he plug?
Plugging everything he was doing, the games and
the games.
He can do it all. Podcast.
Yeah.
And he has a way to do it.
He's a pro.
Yeah, there it is.
Stop getting on Brady. He was good. I watched the whole game.
Well, Steiny, it was 1st and 10, and Dak's a pretty good quarterback.
Well, you like that fussle.
And
you like that
Watson,
fake hustle.
He throws it in the flat, and there's a touchdown. Steiny. Yeah. We'll be back. That was horrible.
He doesn't say we'll be back. That's the play-by-play guy.
Well, yeah, come on, I'm being drama. Come on now.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hey,
It's
Nick, how you doing?
Jim.
Hey, Nick.
So after the game, Shanahan
I love
was like,
Nick.
"Oh yeah, we ran Mason for the last 2 years." I'm like, "No, you did not, bro.
Hey.
Stop that. Don't try to take Mason's hype." And Guru, man, Dak, every time he plays the Niners, he turns into Jimmy Garoppolo and throws some weird passes. Every time, bro. It's iconic. And it was so funny. Like, where is Aaron Rodgers right now? What is he doing?
Wow.
Like,
He's quarterback in the Jets.
He quit. He quit at halftime, bro.
Oh, please.
Oh,
wow.
He did. He went all the way to South America to take psychedelics and still didn't get his mind right when he plays the Niners.
No, look at my man, Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, one game at a time. One down, 19 to go.
Look at
Thanks,
Nick.
Nick.
I like Nick. He calls a roast, too.
Yeah.
In the afternoons.
Come on, Nick. We should put a limit on some callers. Make sure you hang up on him when I start talking about him.
He said he quit. That's anytime
Please
he
hang
said
up
player
on
quit.
Nick because
No
I want
limit, Steiny, no limit.
No, please hang up on Nick because I want to rip him, but I don't want him to still be on the line. Cut him off, Spadone.
Well, boy, I could do
Love
a
you,
case study on Dion. That thing is.
Would it be
what does
inaccurate?
Priest say? It's rotten from the head up. Dude, it is. He is just.
And it's interesting.
Do your job.
I think it's interesting, Evan,
Take
because
the sunglasses off. How about your coach?
you're exactly like Deion Sanders, my man.
No, seriously, that hurts.
Well, you are.
Please.
Do you wear sunglasses inside?
I have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Are you arrogant?
Ask the guys in the back,
You're
please.
super religious. You're going to mass 4 times a week
They
like
asked him about the coach beating him. He goes, "I'll lose to the man that loves God." As long as that coach loves.
Oh.
No, we're not talking about that. What is going on with your team? You can't block. You got the portal.
How about this? No shader, but their quarterback stinks.
Who I thought was about to be Dan Marino. Of course. Let me stop.
You should. He's a good coach.
No. Anytime a black man criticizes a black man, I'm a sellout. I can't give you my real thoughts on the Tyreek Hill video.
I can't speak to that. I won't speak to that.
Oh, boy.
By the way, it's official. All the fantasy numbers have been computed. I have the 3rd leading scoring team in the league.
Why are you begging, Benny? Shout out Spadoni. Benny, why are you begging? You lost.
That's just facts. I'm a journalist. I deal in facts.
You're 0-1.
You're right.
That's the fact.
And I have an offensive machine.
For 1 week.
I just happened to run into a team that was just a little hotter.
All right. Who you got this week?
I have no idea.
What starts tomorrow?
Miami, I don't have anybody.
Bills.
And Buffalo, I don't have anybody.
Right.
Although I used to have that guy K-Met.
Look at it. Oh,
all right.
I just picked him up.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Who's he playing for now? Is he
Bills.
still? Is he still the
Tight
Bills?
end. Yeah.
All right.
Look at Spadoni get the chicken fact check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told Spadona my daughter was at Finland, England yesterday, soccer game.
Oh, wow.
The UEFA Cup.
Well, that's an
UEFA.
experience, I have to imagine.
I believe it was at Wembley Stadium.
And you knew the stadium Ross was talking about his debut?
Oh, Franklin Field?
Franklin Field.
Oh, good. Let me tell you about Franklin Field.
Tacfadena Field in Washington, in Fremont, Washington.
Well, so Franklin Field is the home to the University of Pennsylvania. By the way, not to be confused with Penn State.
The Quakers.
There you go. Ivy League school. A lot of people out here think that Penn and Penn State are the same school. They're not. Penn State, of course, in State College, Pennsylvania, State College, which is right in the middle of Pennsylvania.
Happy Valley.
The university, that's what it's called, yes. The University of Pennsylvania is in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. But now, what you may be more familiar with as it relates to Franklin Field is an event called the Penn Relays.
Have you ever heard of that?
You've never heard of the Penn Relays? No. Evan? Have you ever heard? Okay, Kenny.
Oh,
my God. It's only the most famous track meet this side of the Milrose
If
games.
I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to Pennsylvania high school.
It's not high school. It's college in your face. Mm-hmm.
D-Lou, don't write that. Philly is a dump. We're in California. We can't, yeah.
What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Oh, no. Is this game, hey, Evan, is that game live? is that game right there live?
Why do you poison Evan? Because it started. I don't
I'm not
like
asking
it.
him to make a judgment. Is that game live?
Yeah, it is.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well,
neighbor has a run line.
I do have a slight distraction for you. Goo, did you hear Steiny's question to Ross Tucker?
All I know, Evan, is it was long, but nobody would. All I do is get the clock.
Tick tock,
my God,
Steiny.
How many seconds?
I got you on a 47-second question to Ross Tucker.
No chance. No chance.
By the way, that did not include the read you had to do before the question.
Seconds.
No. It didn't include the question.
Yeah, but don't you? Oh my God.
Oh,
don't you
my
get
gosh.
radio?
Yes, I do.
Do you not get radio?
Oh, now here's an explanation.
Once I do the read,
okay,
then I have to set up the net. I can't just do the read and be like, "Hey, Ross, you like the Eagles?" No, I have to be like.
Well, it wasn't about the Eagles.
Hold on, I have to be like.
We can play the question when we get back.
We're not going to do that.
Yeah,
no, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that. Clock
so I gotta go.
Steiny.
Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise.
Okay.
You can pick it up at Kroger's, Walmart, any grocery store. It's going to add a creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. All right, getting back to Ross Tucker. Ross, that's 6 seconds right there.
But that ain't when the clock starts.
Yes, it is. Oh, that's how we started.
We'll hear it when we get back.
No, we won't.
I have heard you do many seamless transitions
Evan,
from reads before. You are better at them than you think, but this was not your best moment.
Look at him. You're on the clock, bud.
The reason the question was a little bit longer is because Tucker's...
A little bit.
47.
Tucker's connection was terrible. And so I felt like, you know what, Steiny? Take some pressure off your fellow Berks County native, okay? Because people don't want to hear that in the
saying
tunnel.
It was 90. I'm just time for the legal.
Hey, Trump. Some are saying. Some are saying. Some are saying. And by the way,
talk about that.
And by the
Evan
way,
is a gym.
Put this in your pipe and smoke it. K-Met's on the Bears. Not on the Bills.
I've been having a good day, too. Happy Valley.
Yeah, you've only made 3
Quakers.
mistakes.
Well, there's a Cole Kmet on the Bears.
That's who I meant.
But yeah, right.
Is there another Kmet?
No, I got my guy on the Bills.
Who?
Ferguson got hurt, the tight end for
are
Dallas.
there 2 K-Mets?
No, Kincaid's on the Bills.
Thank you.
To who?
You.
I don't know.
Well, K-Met doesn't exist.
We just want to hear the clock, but when we get back, that's great. 47 of them.
Clock. This is going to hurt me.
Clock. That is great.
Ferguson, no Ferguson either on the Bills, Goo.
On Dallas.
He's on Dallas.
That's my guy who got hurt.
Guru. Get in the game.
No, you're trying to deflect.
You know it.
Yeah.
650. I felt Tom Brady did a great job. Of all the games to be assigned to, the game was absolutely done and boring before the end of the first quarter. It was his first game. Guru, let's give him a few more games.
It's not about.
I agree.
I can watch the
Right on the
worst
money.
game with the best commentators like Evan, and I'm telling you, Bills, Cardinals, Ross is good. I mean, that's not a shock. Stein, he's got a personality. Boom, bam, John Madden.
Oh, yeah.
Bang. So you come around.
Oh
there,
boy, he didn't copy that.
No, it ain't about where you got it
Ross
from.
is an original. Boom.
It's not.
Kapow.
Hey, welcome to Sunday school. Please turn your Bible to page 8.
Right. You know why?
Give me something.
Yeah. You're all
Or
about
get out the
emotion.
booth.
You could have never played
he's
for
Bronny.
Bill Walsh.
He's Bronny of broadcasters.
You could have never played for Bill Walsh.
The great Bill Walsh.
I need Dan Campbell to motivate me.
No,
That's right, because you're not a professional.
I don't like Danny. Too aggressive. Look at me.
Now he's
Look
too
how
aggressive.
I coach. Not how Tom Landry did it.
Guru criticizing
I want the
Antonio
loud one.
Pierce for not going on a fourth,
I'm hurt from
fourth
that
and
one.
16.
Stop.
But, all right. On the other side.
Your question.
No,
We will fight. We will fight.
I'll walk.
We're playing that bad
On the
boy.
other side, I'm walking. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of Life Source. For
The noise shook me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon. Great, I think, comment from the YouTube chat from Theodore Rand.
Okay.
Theodore Rand. You can't evaluate Brady based on one game because it was also abysmal to watch. And Deshaun Watson is quickly turning another Brown season into a train wreck.
Man, Steiny, I don't know what's going on there, but
remember your first show?
Yeah, no, it's not but the mechanics are the mechanics.
Yeah,
your tone is your tone.
Yeah.
Your energy can be controlled, but is he really that hungry to say I'm going to be or try to be a different version of myself? Somebody that wasn't given the scholarship, they can't afford that luxury.
I would assume somebody as competitive as Tom Brady probably wants to get better at it. And I thought he was pretty darn good.
Oh.
I told you that.
Well, you did. But you go against the grain, because now it's everywhere. You can go in Walgreens and they're talking about how bad Brady was.
And you guys are ill-informed. You know what?
I hear what I hear.
Most of you have no idea what it's like to do television. So
Evan does.
I'll take your criticism with a grain of salt.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
But commentators, hey, just close your eyes. It'll be over. Because I know it hurts when they put the clock on you. But we're going to hear
take
the
a call first?
Yeah, we can even let it marinate. Yeah. You're really bothered.
We'll take a call first. Yeah. Chris in San Jose.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Oh,
couple things. So, first off, are you aware the Chicago White Sox have lost 113 games and there's still 4 weeks left?
We were just talking about them during the break, how bad they were. Go ahead.
My eyeballs almost popped out when I saw that. I didn't even realize it. Secondly, so we moved to Nashville in 2021 from the Bay Area. Best decision. And I was watching the game Monday night and just appreciating how spoiled we are as 49er fans. You want to talk about misery? Guys I play golf with out in Nashville, these guys are all Titan fans, and they're miserable. They're absolutely miserable. So watching the game Monday night, couldn't have been more appreciative. I'll listen offline. Appreciate it. Love the show.
Chris, hold on.
Great call.
Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding of Nashville is now it's too late to move there because you can't get the bang for the buck that you could have gotten 5 or 10 years ago.
That's true. 32,000 families since COVID.
Wow.
32,000.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
Have a good life.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You run into people, everyone there is either from NorCal or LA or San Diego.
Wow. Thanks, Chris.
That's
Appreciate
crazy.
the call.
I wonder what gas is there. When I went to North Carolina, it was like 315, 305.
Is that a lot?
No, that's nothing.
Oh.
Ours is 569.
Well, we're in California, bro. California, love it or
where
leave
you don't
it.
get what you pay for.
Love it or leave. You get everything you pay for.
Not property-wise.
Look, go move to
going
Kansas.
for $1 million, please.
Move to Kansas then. Go ahead. Go ahead if you don't like it.
Give me Texas.
You wouldn't survive in Texas. Seriously. Those cities would... All right, do you want to do this?
Yeah, I can't. Evan doesn't.
He doesn't have it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, that's a shame.
Right.
You hate to see it.
As long as you admit it, and you admitted it.
Okay.
We got to just... Dude, what were you thinking about? That's a minute. He probably was like, what did you ask me?
He didn't hear half of it because he was in a tunnel. And I had to repeat it, too.
Yeah.
D. Lou, you don't need to hear anything. Tom Brady is just drab, according to the 510. As a broadcaster, you know you have to be dynamic, Steiny. You know what? And I'm not just doing this to troll.
Yeah.
There are certain guys who are so big that when they talk, you just listen because Belichick, absolutely. When Michael Jordan talks, everyone's just like, he doesn't say anything, but you listen.
But he's not doing play-by-play.
But you listen.
Bill either, who's great on TV.
Just listen to what he says.
But You understand there's a natural science component to being the color guy. You got somebody doing the play-by-play. You gotta, and he did it. You're right.
Thank you.
It was science, but
you came in with
dress it up.
You came in with a preconceived notion.
No, the guy he replaced was great.
You were gonna say he was
Greg
bad.
Olsen was
no
great.
matter what.
Greg Olsen was great, new and on his way.
You and many others were determined to criticize him regardless.
Oh no,
absolutely.
I like Brady too much for that.
There's no way he could have come in and delivered. The skepticism was too high.
Huh? I'll just say this. I got company. It's not just me.
Of course, because they're taking the easy way out. We'll see
this week. I forget what game he has. What's the game of the week? I'll tell you.
I'll say it again. If you haven't done TV, you probably don't know how hard it is.
That I understand.
Yeah. And you know what?
Don't be a model if you're ugly.
That podcast
you know what I'm saying? That
did
comes with the,
doesn't count. The city
shout
guys.
Out to the happy hour.
Happy hour.
They want you too.
Well,
that was a great time.
Pay me.
Yeah. Sweater was just a little small.
You know they're making money off that podcast. How much you get for it?
Now what? See, I don't pocket watch like that.
I do.
That was our city boy hooked that up, our guy. Those were his bros. I went over there. We had a good time.
How much did they pay you?
Don't worry about that.
So they did.
No,
they
I didn't.
did pay you.
No, I didn't.
I knew it.
Oh, stop. I went because I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, you're right.
You got a fee, huh? Even in the street.
Yes.
Wow. You don't get far, man.
I'm a busy man.
You golfing today?
Last time of the year.
Wow.
Yeah,
your last one.
208, I'm out.
Yeah, right. Until Willard comes in here.
Nah, I'm out at 208.
Put your bag down, okay?
The difference between leaving at 208 and 212 means I can catch an Antioch BART train instead of having to wait 9 minutes.
Dude, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big 9 minutes. It's a big 9 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get back into the Niners on the other side. We've got a lot to talk about. I want to play some more of this Brian Baldinger sound, and then also want to play this Kyle Shanahan sound about a Jay Glazer report that's pretty interesting.
Before you do that, I'm sorry, Stoney. Before you do that, can I just ask you, do you think that, because we're going to hear it, and does it really matter at this juncture? And I know you can save it for the other side.
No, we don't have to play it.
No, I'm just asking. No, I want to hear it. But it's like, what are we, a family or a relationship's gotten past something?
Well, we don't know that.
You know what? I'm going to shut my yapper.
I didn't agree with some of the post-game analysis, but some 49er fans felt Ayuk was upset after that game on Monday. Now, I listened to the whole interview, and I didn't necessarily think he was. He was short, but
I'm going to shut my yapper.
Quit trying to cheer me up.
Oh, wow.
All right. On the other side, more 49er talk, and I do want to play this. And some of it's just to give you guys more information about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers, and then you can put it in the context that you like. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back. Talk more 49ers on the other side.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and as I've been telling you, I just like the explosion of when it goes in my mouth.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, San Francisco 49ers 1-0 after they beat the Jets on Monday. They got Minnesota on Sunday, 10 o'clock start on Sunday morning. That's Guru's least favorite time for a game, I believe. Is that correct?
Well, it's like all three of my kids. I love them all, but I love getting up, Jimmy Dean sausage, hash browns. So I appreciate the 10 o'clock game. I just said the most prestigious game is Monday night and the Sunday night game because you're the only show in town.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just to add a little context to this. So Brandon Ayuk, we don't have to make a point about it, but I think it's interesting. For example, here's what I'll compare it to. And I'll just take you back, 30 years. Remember when we got the report, Sprewell choked P.J. Carlissima.
I'll never forget it.
Okay, well, that was he choked Carlissima.
Yeah.
Something happened in practice.
Wow.
Then we found out, not only did he choke him, he left, came back, and tried to do it again.
Yes, he did.
So we know that Brandon Ayuk is a 49er and signed a long-term contract, but apparently there was some drama behind the scenes. And here's what Jay Glazer said on Sunday about how this all came down.
The day it actually got done, the 49ers were trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was already en route there, and then all of a sudden, Brandon Ayuk happened to show up early to the facility that day. Went downstairs, tried to meet with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was trying to get in touch with the front office, but they couldn't take his call because they're trying to get the trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Shanahan actually ran all the way upstairs, said, hold this. Let's put a hold on these trade talks right now. Pittsburgh will call you right back. They went down and talked to Ayuk for about 2 hours. And they said, look, you have until the end of practice. We're either trading you to Pittsburgh today, or you could take the deal that's been on the table. It's up to you, but you have till the end of practice. He says, this is where I want to be. Brandon Ayuk remains a 49er.
Yeah, just kind of interesting that there was an ultimatum.
Well, there was also the Niners saying, to hell with it. We've washed our hands. You're going to be traded. But I guess, Steiny, there's no ill will if I'm Ayuk, knowing when it was all said and done, they gave me the funds. They gave me the chicken. So I'm just asking you, would you harbor any resentment?
Well, it depends. I mean, did he get more money at the end, or did he take a deal that was still on the table, or that was on the table a month ago? But no, I wouldn't expect there to be any ill will.
But they gave you the Steph Curry a year.
What's that?
$30 million a year. Remember, I was like, that's too much for him. Just me.
Well, it is.
So, why didn't he sign it 2 weeks ago?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He definitely didn't want to leave, and they didn't want him to trade him. But they were just like, hey, this ain't going into the season. And it didn't.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah. I'm trying to envision Kyle Shanahan running up the steps.
Episode of The Office. Yeah, hang up.
Yeah, to John Lynch's office. All right. San Francisco 49ers, they got a game obviously on Sunday. Christian McCaffrey, a little banged up with a calf and an Achilles. And what do you do with him? Man. How safe do you play it? I mean, everybody who we've talked to, whether it's Tucker or whether it's Brian Baldinger, everybody's saying they got to be careful with this. But I always wonder kind of what that means in football. But take a listen, Goo, to what Baldy said, and I want you to react off this. Take a listen.
The problem is that he's such a worker. You know, he's such a guy that his workouts are important. His training is important. It's hard for him to rest. And really, tendonitis is something, and I don't know exactly what the issue is because we're all just hearing about it really for the first time, the extent of this thing. Tendonitis doesn't go away without rest for the most part. You can treat it with anti-inflammatories. There's things you can do. An inflamed tendon, I don't care where it's at in the body, rest is usually the number one bromide in order to get that cleared up. And so that's just not his mentality. So I got to see how they treat this right now.
Yeah, this is this is interesting because if he works hard to get back, then maybe that's not the best thing for the injury itself. If he doesn't work hard because he needs to give it rest, then what does that mean for his conditioning and his situation when he comes back? I don't know what to tell you. It's a long season, and till further notice, I'm not going to be overly worried about it until we get, I don't know, to the middle portion of the year.
Yeah, and I totally get that. And again, Stoney, what's peculiar about this whole situation is what Baldy just touched on. You have to go tell Christian, hey, we know you're a warrior. We know you want to get out there and work and prepare for the next assignment. But Stoney, somebody's got to say it if they haven't already. What's at stake? We want to slow play this, and they may already know. Just like by all accounts, they knew Friday he wasn't playing Monday, but maybe they already have a target date of how many weeks he's going to be out. But when it's all said and done, there's another component to this. And that's the one that matters the most to me.
Is this going to be about how he reacts when he comes back?
The body. How the Achilles reacts to him playing. So, Steiny, I'm being real. I'm just a hack on the radio. He wouldn't play to week 6 or 7. That's how far down the – if Dr. Feely is right and you're telling me to just get on the shelf, that can improve it or it could possibly subside, I'm doing that. It's not worth it.
Why week 6?
Just as far down the thing as possible. So if you're telling me in a month and 2 weeks he's going to feel better or it might feel at its best, I'd rather go into the playoffs as a 5th or 4th seed or lose the division. But as long as I got McCaffrey feeling the best he's felt, then there we go. There's no reason to rush him back.
I mean, it sounds to me like if he would have woken up Monday and said, you know what, it feels pretty good, he would have played. Yeah. So I think the minute it feels better, he'll probably play.
Now, he probably would play, but as far as an organization, would you say, hey, we know you want to play?
But how do you determine when's the right time to play?
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, and I'm being serious. Wow. It's like if he shows up, if he's in Minnesota on Sunday and he's like, you know what? I don't have any pain right now. Stoney. It feels good. Well, it feels good, but we're going to give you 3 or 4 games off. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
What about this real quick? What if he plays in Minnesota because he felt good?
Right.
And then when they play the Rams, it's barking that he can't go.
Well, what if he doesn't play for 6 weeks and he comes back
and
it doesn't
why
feel...
this is an issue.
Yeah. So
there's no doubt we can admit this is a big deal.
I don't want to give you that right now.
All right.
I don't.
It's not
it's
ideal.
Too early.
Yeah,
no,
it's not ideal.
Okay. It's to me, it's too
early. This is like the difference in them maybe winning the Super Bowl or not.
Well, it shouldn't be if he's healthy by the halfway point of the year. Steve's in Vacaville. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Stevie.
Yeah, you guys just harped on it. The dude needs to rest, pretty much do nothing for the next, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever it is. Come back after the bye week. He's going to split the load anyway on the way back because they're going to be cautious. We already lived through the whole KD thing, the whole Clay thing. They both busted one. If he busts something, that's pretty much the 49ers Super Bowl right there. That's all I got.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
Yeah. It's so interesting, fascinating, man. I mean, obviously not fun, but you're right, Stoney. You just hit me with, what if he wakes up Sunday and he's ready to go? Would you still tell him, as an organization, we feel we would like you to rest umpteen weeks or 3 to 4 weeks, even if you feel good, Christian? We just don't want to risk it this early.
I mean, honestly.
Damn.
To me, this is a conversation that
only he and the organization
doesn't even matter.
Wow, Steiny.
I mean, it just doesn't.
I get it, man.
I mean, I can't sit here and answer the question, well, Steiny, would you rest him 2 weeks, 4 weeks, or 8 weeks? I have no idea. I have no idea, and it feels like nobody has any idea. It's you're going to rest it, and then when it feels good, he's going to start playing again. So I have no idea. And then we get into the other thing of if it's not fully rested, is there more of a risk for injury?
Now, what if the worst happened and I just got de-risked right on the table? Right. And
I don't know what.
I got you.
Like, I don't know
and it's
what
nobody's
the
fault.
answer is.
It's nobody, hey, you should have done this. You should have done that. If that were then nobody wants to hear it, but it's on everybody's mind. I guess, Donnie, you can't defy what was meant to be. Like, you can rest. Like, Stoney, just think about how this thing's an issue if he's been off this long. That is one when I say, hey, take another 6 weeks. Are we so sure you're going to be ready to go?
Or how do you know he's going to be ready in 6 weeks? I mean, like, I'm not saying that they should just play him, but, like, I don't think we have any idea of what they're going to do and how they're going to handle it. Last I heard was if it was a playoff game, he would have played. And do you believe that? I believe it. I believe that if last Monday was a playoff game, I believe he would have played.
Now, this is why I don't believe that. And I'm going to just share with you.
You don't think he would have played?
They told us the same thing, but instead of playoff, it was regular season.
Yeah.
That was said. If it were a regular season, Christian would have played. He's ready. And I'm with you. I don't know how you solve this. And Dr. Feely feels like it's rest. I don't know. We saw KD rested. We saw Greenlaw.
Everybody
Greenlaw
says
didn't
it's
rest. He missed some time. He was hopping off the field. He was John Wayne, and it eventually on a fluke gave. So I'm with you, Stoney. I just, Minnesota and all the teams after Minnesota without McCaffrey are going to present you different problems defensively. And I don't know where this thing is going, but man, I would proceed with caution to kind of, you're going to call me crazy here, Stoney, if delay the inevitable.
I don't know how to answer it. I have no idea.
I guess I'm not asking you to get, because I totally feel you on Goo. What do you do?
Kyle Shanahan today said McCaffrey was limited in practice. So he was at practice, but he was limited. I mean, look.
Will be.
He will be limited today at practice. Look, it's the kind of thing where if he plays against Minnesota and he gets hurt, they're going to get criticized. If he comes back week 5 and gets hurt, they're going to get criticized. If he comes back in week 10 and gets hurt, they're going to be criticized. If he comes back in week 12 and is great, people are going to say maybe he should have come back sooner. Like that's all on the 49ers. I got no clue on how his foot and Achilles feels and how he knows his own body.
And if he says he can go, you got to, I guess that's it, Sonny, right there.
Benzo is in Napa. What's going on, Benzo? How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good, guys. Congratulations on the win. It was a good win. I think everybody came through really solid. And my point that I want to make is that we got a guy that came up and no one knew what he was going to do. And Mason just crushed it. And they played it well because no one knew. They gave it to him. Obviously, Shanahan knew. But what I want to say about it is I don't know why we've got to make this overcomplicated. We just got another freebie. It's almost like Purdy. We didn't know how good he was, but now he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got McCaffrey that got overplayed last year. I know deep down in all Niners fans' bones that we were worried about him getting hurt. And I can hear it in everybody talking now. And everybody's like, easy. So this is an easy decision. Keep him as long as you can until he gets good, until he gets totally healthy. Because if you play him before that, you're kind of ridiculous. I know McCaffrey is the kind of guy that wants to play. So you want to keep him in the mix just for his mental side of things. But I think that this is an easy play. And you got a freebie. You let Mason run the show until maybe you got a really good opponent you want to really bring McCaffrey in for, and he's totally healthy. And then now you got 2 weapons. So to bring in, the only bad move here, I think, is to bring in McCaffrey when he's not ready. That would be a gigantic mistake. So that's kind of what I want to put out there. I'm listening to everybody, and you want that guy when it's important, and you don't want him getting hurt or nursing an injury all season.
Appreciate the call.
What do you got on that?
Well, I tell you what I got on that, and this is where I think
because I'm not criticizing, I'm just like, this is crazy.
But this is
how
where
you handle the possibilities.
But this is where we tend to focus on our team and act like our team is in a different spot than other teams. And it's like, I'm looking at the Packers. Okay, they just lost Jordan Love for a month. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Chubb, he's going to miss the first 4 games for the Cleveland Browns. Puka Nacua, he's hurt. He's going to miss some games. Derek Brown, defensive tackle, Panthers, good player, gone for the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think we overthink it way more than the teams overthink it. It's like they deal with this stuff every single week, every single day, how a guy is, how healthy he is, and sometimes a guy's got to miss a game, and sometimes he's got to miss more. But every team goes through this, and every team gets guys banged up, and the 49ers have a guy who's banged up.
No, that you're spot on, but
I'm like, why
wouldn't you rather have it? I guess it's the area of the body.
Who cares?
But
if you're hurt, you're hurt.
Because there's a gray area with it, and we've seen it with Durant. We've seen it with Greenlaw. Now, Joe Burrow, he was able to stay
Burrow
away.
Came back in 2 weeks.
You're right.
So
but I guess I would rather have a hyperextended knee or a broken bone, and you know it's going to heal in your back. This is a gray area.
I don't think I'd rather have a broken bone when you know you're going to be out 2 months probably.
But you know it's going to heal, and then you're back.
Well,
this thing
you hope it heals.
This thing is, you know what I mean, Stoney? Touch and go.
Every team's got this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Well, injuries.
Yes.
But this one is the one that we've seen guys kind of lose.
Jordan Love's as important to the Packers as McCaffrey is to the Niners.
No doubt about it.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Rick's in Fremont. Hey, Rick, what's going on, man?
Hey, thanks, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh,
Love
sweet.
your show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to lay out a couple of stats in front of you to talk about Christian McCaffrey's impact. You probably already know this. So 2022, points per game for the 49ers with and without Christian McCaffrey. With McCaffrey, 29.8. Without him, 20.4. 2023, with McCaffrey, 29 points per game. Without him, 20 points per game. So over 2 seasons, the Niners are averaging at least 9 points per game better or higher with McCaffrey in the lineup. That's a statistically viable sample size. You cannot ignore it at that point. So I think I heard you guys talk about how Shanahan, goes into a game, making a game plan to try and win the game, not worrying about workload management or injuries. But I think when it comes to McCaffrey, he might be the only exception. He knows that he needs him at the business end of the season, in the playoffs, to be a little bit more fresh than as opposed to ride him and drive him all season long. That's just my thoughts. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't know if that's in Kyle's nature. I really don't. I mean,
he's basically saying change the course of how he had thought previously because it's this guy.
The one thing that I don't think will happen is McCaffrey plays and they use him differently. I don't.
And that would go into my decision-making then too, Stoney. Because if you're on the field, we're not going to cater to, is he a little gimpy? Let's cut some of the reps back. You're saying drive 0 to 100 like they've been doing.
I'm just telling you, I think that's Kyle Shanahan's mentality. I think he's an all-or-nothing guy. I think if you're going to play, then he's going to want to use you the way he wants to use you, period. If he doesn't think McCaffrey can carry 24 times against Minnesota, well, you know what? Then just sit out. Right. I don't want to have to use you only 11 times carrying the ball. I just don't think Kyle's like that. I think he'd rather know one way or the other, are we going full bore or not?
Yeah, and I'm not a coach, but I should ask Ross this, but I guess I could bring it up to the guys in the crossover. You tell me what you think. So Minnesota's preparing all week for the great Christian McCaffrey, rightfully so. You find out, or they did, when we did, 90 minutes for the game, he's not going to go. It's still the running back position. But do you think in a crazy way that threw the Jets off? Or Minnesota now knowing most likely they're facing Jordan Mason, they might be able to tame him more than the element of surprise? because he's a big boy. I said he reminds me of Marshawn Lynch. I still stand by that, Steiny/Marion Barber. I just wonder now that teams know if they do face Mason, knowing they're facing Mason, they can prepare for him, or is it just the O-line's going to be dominant like they were Monday night, and UI and Evan can run through the holes? Because that's what they did to the Jets. They I mean, you know, there were people in the press box saying you or I could have got through there.
What would be the adjustment a defense would make if they found out Jordan Mason were playing and not McCaffrey?
I guess just the style of knowing Mason's maybe he's not going to catch it out the backfield, even when he's lined up in the backfield like McCaffrey can, knowing he might not be an option like a McCaffrey. I don't know. Stuff the line of scrimmage. You know what I'm saying? Dare Purdy to throw the ball. Man coverage. We didn't see much of that from the Jets.
I mean, I just feel like, okay, you're in Minnesota. Hey, look, Jordan Mason, McCaffrey missed the first week. Jordan Mason carried 28 times, so let's be ready for both of them. But they'll probably won't have to worry about McCaffrey.
Yeah. Or load the line of scrimmage and dare Brock Purdy to beat you in the air. We've seen that.
Don is in San Francisco. Hey, Don, what's going on?
Okay. So I'm just more considerate about McCaffrey, you know what I mean, when they bring him back so soon. I would feel I'm more comfortable he have a little more rest, you know, I mean, maybe the 6th week, but you cannot say it. It's hard for me to say it, too. It's how he'd be 100% or not 100%.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
It's
Thanks,
tricky.
Don.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call.
Run DMC is tricky.
But not for us. Like, we don't know anything. Like, I'd hold him out for this long, that long, or this long. Who knows?
Yeah. No, but the title of the jam is The Impact. And it had no impact on the team and Kyle's play calling last Monday night. And they dusted the Jets, right? But, Stoney, there is impact every week on, will this
every
be the
team. There's impact every week on every team in terms of injuries.
Right. But when you're dealing with, we don't know when we're comfortable bringing our best player back.
Well, Jordan Love, they don't know when they're going to bring their best player back. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just think we act like this is a cataclysmic event, and I guarantee you Kyle Shanahan is not nearly as worried about this as fans. Because even if he's like, you know what? We got a little trouble brewing with McCaffrey. They still are Super Bowl contenders. They have to be, even without McCaffrey. So,
well, it looked like that Monday night.
And everybody agrees, well, you got to be careful. Okay, they'll be careful. They'll bring him back as soon as they can and as safely as they can. But I don't, other than affirming that the 49ers need to be careful with this, we just got to kind of wait and see how it plays out.
Do you get my premise on maybe you would rather not go in a game trying to lose a game, but if you lost a couple games but gave him more rest, so you would think in a perfect world he'd be more healthy, wouldn't you make that trade-off? Like
what's the trade-off you're asking?
Maybe we lose a couple games because we hold them out longer.
That's where I think Kyle Shanahan is not like that. First of all, he's never go into a game saying, well, if we lose, but you can't. So it sounds to me like that to me would be the worst thing you could do, because then you're going to play him based on the results that you're getting. And that to me doesn't sound safe. It sounds like if he's going to be out 2 weeks, he's out 2 weeks. If we think he's going to be out 4, he's out 4. More than that. But like, I wouldn't be like, we're going to hold him out until we lose a game. Well, what if you start 7-0? I mean, I don't know. It's tough talking about injuries when we know nothing about the injury or how the guy feels or pain tolerance or all any of that kind of stuff. All right, coming up on the other side, we're going to have some fun with Sounds of the Game.
Yeah.
We went through some coaches' post-game press conferences, and I found a couple interesting things. We'll go around the league and talk about it on 95.7 The Game. But don't forget, Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Christian is still limited and not just out. I'm not a doctor, but I would read that as a positive sign for how he feels.
I'm not a doctor either, but I take that as positive. Yeah.
You agree?
Yes, I do agree. But I'm not a doctor.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sounded like Kyle Shanahan and Matt Mayoko. Can I assume they were talking about Christian McCaffrey?
Not a doctor.
Not a doctor.
Nobody's a doctor right there. Except Dr. Hustle. Where's Dr. Hustle been?
Man, this the doctor notes. Remember he used to do that. Speaking of Matt Mayoko, Evan and I ran into him on the field at the game Monday night. He's class
Did you take
act.
a knee?
No, he said, I said, no, McCaffrey. He goes, you might be able to get a couple yards. I took that as a compliment. I told Evan.
Evan, is that how it came down?
He was talking to
with Matt Mayoko.
I might have been talking to someone else. I missed that.
Yeah. But you remember me telling you said that, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So just explain to me your MO when you're walking the field at a 49er game. Do you approach all the media guys like they're your heroes? Or I don't get it.
Stop.
You are a media member now. Yeah. So you don't have to fawn over anybody.
No,
You've arrived.
I grew up with pro players as friends. So
yeah, so you've arrived.
Not my first rodeo.
Yeah. So don't act like it.
Yeah. I did walk past me. He walked past me. Hey, how you doing?
He didn't even, I don't know.
No, you don't believe me.
Yeah, kind of not.
I didn't go to the email. How you doing?
Who else did you say hi to?
You really want to know? I ain't gonna tell you. I was with Evan.
There was a funny interaction. We're standing right behind the goalpost and just kind of looking at the guys warm up in practice, and Goo goes, "Wow, a lot of these guys really ain't that big." As he's looking around the NFL field, and then all of a sudden, Trent Williams walks by.
Now he's been just a waste of height. That's all, Steiny.
Well, listen, there's no doubt you get a different perspective when you're down on the field.
Man.
I remember being down on the field with Scott McLuhan, the great scout, one of the...
who?
Scott McLuhan, one of the greatest football minds going.
Yeah.
And I remember we were walking the field for a Browns-Raiders game, and he directed me to check out Nick Chubb's thighs.
Right, I bet.
And he said, hey, look at Nick Chubb's thighs. And I looked at Nick Chubb's thighs, and I was like, wow, those are big thighs. And so I realized when you are down on the field, you do get a little bit of a different perspective. Yeah. Hey, they got a new little feature here.
Give Evan his credit, too. He put this together.
Yeah, he's put a few things together. We'll call it Sounds of the Week. Yeah. So let's go to some Sounds of the Week.
Steiny and Guru love press conference provocation.
I'm just about that action, boss.
We've got to be the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
You all right now?
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? You were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood, too.
I'll tell him keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we're going to have a good nice little bowl of gumbo together.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Let's step up to the mic and ask, did you catch this around the NFL?
Can I ask who was the gumbo guy? Who was that one?
That's one of my personal favorite press conferences. That was Marcus Peters, Oakland Zone, talking about Sean Payton. Literally was talked about him talking that bleep.
He didn't play.
Nice.
Peters didn't play, Steiny.
That's pretty good. That was a pretty good one. All right. The lost Vegas Raiders, they had a 4th and 1.
You said the lost Vegas Raiders?
They had a 4th and 1 at the Chargers 43 with 7 minutes left.
Jesus.
And they decided, Antonio Pierce decided, let's punt and pin them back there. It didn't work. Antonio, what were you thinking?
What did you see happen?
I just addressed it. It's undisciplined.
I was going to say, you said something certain tackles, or you talking about the game?
In the game, just not worth it. I mean, they scored. I mean, they kicked their ass. They scored. Let it go.
Yeah. Drew, let it go. Let it go.
But he's a player. Gibbs thinks he shouldn't have got the job. But anyway, that was an opportunity. Evan texts me, thank you, Antonio, in real time for not going for it. Because what if you get it? You know what I'm saying? That's who you're supposed to be as a coach. Let it ride. Richard Dreyfuss, let it ride.
No, let it go.
All right, I'll do that.
Go.
I will do that.
I got to tell you,
come on,
that
man.
wasn't the greatest decision.
No guts, no glory.
Oh, D. Lou, 22, San Antonio, Singletary.
Yeah, it's 1 week, right? And he had last year to get some momentum.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
Let's not make a big judgment after one game. Kevin Stefanski, Browns coach. Hey, Kevin, you lost 33-17. Were you shocked?
Can you put into words maybe how shocked you are that you guys put on a performance like that today based on everything?
Yeah, I would tell you this, Mary Kay, it's football. That's a good football team. We didn't play well enough to win. You can't do all those things that we just talked about and expect to win. We'll learn from it, and we'll be ready to go next week.
Mary Kay Cabot, longtime Cleveland writer. Listen to the question again.
It's great.
Can you put into words maybe how shocked you are that you guys put on a performance like that today based on everything?
Yeah, I would tell you this, Mary Kay, it's football.
It's football, Goo. It's football.
Mary Kay said, do you even have you were so bad, do you have the words to put, oh my goodness, man. Nobody saw that coming.
What?
Cleveland losing like that. I'm sorry, Stoney. I thought they were in a good spot.
Well, they're missing Nick Chubb.
Okay, I got you. But you had Myles Garrett, Deshaun Watson, Amari Cooper. Come on.
You don't judge the Niners differently when they don't have McCaffrey?
Denzel,
He's their McCaffrey.
Wow. All right, nothing to see here then.
They're also missing a quarterback.
Wow, that's a 3. Mary Kay she wasn't happy. She said, can you find the word?
I'm also playing these for 49er fans to understand how fortunate we are in the Bay Area that we don't have one of these horse bleep teams who get questioned every single game after a loss.
It's rough.
Zach Taylor and the Cincinnati Bengals, they had a little issue with Jamar Chase. He hasn't been practicing, but he did play game 1. Oh. Let me ask you a question, Goo. If you were a fan of the Cincinnati Bengals and you heard your coach with this kind of interaction, how would you feel?
All right, fire away.
What's your mark today?
We'll see.
At what point is there a certain time that he needs to practice in order for y'all to feel good about him playing?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
But is there a deadline that even exists?
No, we'll see.
If Jamar didn't practice, what would he be listed on the injury report?
That's a great question. We'd find out, I guess, if that were to happen.
Oh, that is gold right there. We'll see. He's furious. And they didn't even throw him the ball much. It's like if he's out there, take advantage of him. Put him out there more. That is the Brandon Ayuk situation gone bad. I watched that game for a lot of reasons. Survivor, man. And I know he's probably mad.
Who?
Jamar Chase. If I'm out here, throw me the rock.
How about practicing?
Yeah. Or how about pay me?
I'm just
shame to everybody involved.
See, here's the thing, and I get both sides. I really do. I get both sides of this. On the one hand, if I'm a reporter, I start to get a little annoyed that he's treating me like this.
All right.
Or us like
this.
But
what can you really do?
You can start to be a jerk to him, quite frankly. But the other thing is, these guys talk too much anyway. Like, they have to meet the media 5 times a week, and they get annoyed because they're getting asked questions that they're not ready to answer. And it's just...
It comes with the territories, though, Stoney. You get paid handsomely. I know you're coaching ball, but the other part of it is you got to deal with the media.
Yeah.
And when it's good, it's all good. They love you. And when, just like the players, you're balling, they love you and you're not. Like, I think that's the Herm Edwards. He ain't got another chance, but Stoney, I think that's the icing on the cake to be a head coach to have to deal with the media. Like Steve Kerr, he don't like it probably half the time.
Exactly.
But he gets through it.
Right. He's not like this.
All right, fire away.
What's your mark today?
We'll see.
At what point is there a certain time that he needs to practice in order for y'all to feel good about him playing?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
But is there a deadline that even exists?
No, we'll see.
If Jamar didn't practice, what would he be listed on the injury report?
That's a great question. We'd find out, I guess, if that were to happen.
I'll be honest with you.
Oh, but he was saying so much more, man.
I'll be honest with you.
Oh, boy.
2 weeks ago, I was saying, well, I get it. Zach Taylor's never won a Super Bowl, but
he's been to one.
Who's to say he's not every bit as good a coach as Kyle Shanahan? Well, he's not now.
Okay.
Because he's a goof.
Dude, that was, man.
All right. Here's a good one. This one is one that really caught my attention, and it's from Mike McDaniel, the coach of the Miami Dolphins. He's got a young quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. Young in the way Brock Purdy is, but when you hear this, or at least when I heard this, Goo, I thought of Brock Purdy immediately. This is really good. Take a listen.
Getting spotty details of what Tua said to the team at halftime. Were you witness to that?
Oh yeah, I was writing down plays on the whiteboard at the time. It was a cool moment because it was genuine and it was not anything but constructive. You know, there was details that lead to execution in terms of how we are organized and communicate with who's in the huddle, how those players go from the huddle to the line of scrimmage, and just executing the nuances of our job that I guess at the time he definitely felt that there was several guys that were loose there. I couldn't deny that at all, and was really pumped to hear him constructively lead. It wasn't it wasn't let's win or let's make plays. It was let's adhere to our standard, which is what a captain and a franchise quarterback have to be that voice to echo. So it was cool to have him beat me to the punch of something that if he wouldn't have said, I probably would have. Very, very closely, holding all of us accountable, and I think that's it was a cool opportunity for him and his growth and what this team definitely needs, and he knew it.
That's cool, man.
It's more than cool, but I got to be honest to you and Evan. I was coming for him. I was on my horse, McDaniel, to be like, how about you quit drawing plays up and coach and do what Tua did? But he saw what Tua was doing. He's a captain. And he said, had Tua not done that, Goo, I was going to do that. So man.
Wait, what's your problem with McDaniel?
I thought I had one that Tua was coaching and he wasn't. But he was watching from afar, drawing up his plays, McDaniel, and had Tua not addressed the team and let them know what they were doing and what they were not. If you heard Mike, he was going to do that. But he allowed Tua to do it because it needed to be done, but he appreciated it coming from a captain.
We'll see.
Like, I have no issue. That was beautiful. But I was like, McDaniel, you need to be doing what Tua was doing.
No.
And he said, had Tua not done it, Goo, I was going to do it. If you heard that at the tail end of that.
Right. But what you learn there is that Tua is a leader.
Yeah.
A leader.
Yeah. And he's a captain.
He is a captain.
Yeah.
Is Brock a captain?
Yes.
And they all lead by different, right? Some are.
Shanahan would never let him at the whiteboard.
No, he wasn't at the whiteboard. I got the sense he was in the whiteboard, like in another area of the locker room.
Shanahan would take the pen out of his pants.
You know what?
Put the pen down and address the men.
See,
Tua did it, though.
Let the record reflect that I'm trying to point out something about leadership, about a great symbiotic relationship between a coach and a quarterback, and you guys just make fun of it.
No, it was great.
But if Brock Purdy did the same thing, wow. What an organization.
Hey, stop. I'm saying
this
wow.
franchise is so buttoned up, it is unbelievable.
I'm saying wow still. I just don't know who to give the trophy to of leadership.
Tua.
But also McDaniel for allowing Tua to do it. He was sitting back there watching him. Okay, you doing this? And he was doing it right, and he let him go.
We'll see.
That is incredible. Oh, Zachy.
You know what Kyle Shanahan probably would have said to Brock?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
He just was so
negative. You just, you guys have, I don't know if it's because you didn't play a lot of sports.
Oh, stop. We all played the same.
But you really, you really struggle interpreting locker room dynamics.
Oh. You're the guy that told me nothing pops off at halftime. And who's
most of the time?
Who backed you up on that?
Everybody.
Got me mad. No, it was
every pro athlete that's ever played.
Dude, nothing happens.
Back to me. Nothing happens.
People check their phones. I'm like, man.
Yep.
Not in my locker room. That we'll see is incredible. Have you been like that as a parent?
What?
When somebody's asking you about your kid when they kind of did something you were mad at?
We'll see.
He wasn't mad at him.
His little Daryl O'Donovan going to the party.
He was proud of him. Oh, you know what though? When the 49 this is the quintessential homerism, okay? But when Trent Williams talks about the leadership in our locker room, talking about the Niners, that's very, very real. Oh gosh, that's the difference between a Super Bowl team and a non-playoff team. But when the Dolphins when the Dolphins are buttoned up, well, it's not like the Niners.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
No, I do know.
No, these are missed signals. I told you I love that. And I was coming. I gave him I was coming for McDaniel, but he was coaching.
You're coming for Mike McDaniel.
Because I felt Tua was doing your job, and then I didn't. I stopped because he said it. Had he not done it, I would have did it. It's great. That's great leadership.
Who the hell do you think you are? No, I'm coming down Mike McDaniel's road.
No, he was. I'm not. I didn't. I was
You're
on
damn
my
right
way.
you didn't, and you won't.
Yeah, I was on my way. I had my siren.
Who are you to question one of the best football minds we have in our game right now? Everybody who's associated with football respects Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, his play calling.
But you're
the leader of
leadership.
Men. Yeah.
That's you in that locker room?
Are you?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not, so I'm not assuming he's not a leader.
But I went bravo for what we just heard.
It was a reluctant bravo.
No, please. You hate that I agree.
We'll see.
Boy,
you know what?
That is great.
It is pretty good.
It is, because you know.
Stefanski?
No, Taylor.
Oh,
yeah,
Taylor.
we'll see. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
But he's so mad.
I love how he starts off the press conference by saying, fire away.
We will.
And then,
we'll see.
Hey,
that gets me, man.
All right, fire away.
What's your mark today?
We'll see.
At what point is there a certain time that he needs to practice in order for y'all to feel good about his
He's
play?
clearly got an agenda, guys.
Is there a deadline that even exists?
No, we'll see.
If Jamar didn't practice, what would he be listed on the injury report?
That's a great question. We'd find out, I guess, if that were to happen.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, boy, that's my guy.
I probably wouldn't have written a great story that day.
Oh, man. So you would have taken offense to that. Oh, man.
Oh, the headline's pretty obvious. Monday Morning Quarterback says, Bengals 2024 season outlook. Quote, we'll see.
That was how they handled Jamar Chase thing and how it played out was a cluster. You know what, man?
We'll see. Jim Mole on the YouTube
our
chat.
guy.
Yeah, we know him.
About to get married.
He says, "Goo, now you have a script for your next meeting with the boss."
There you go, man.
Hey, Steiny, we need you to be a better host. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, Steiny, we need you to hit breaks. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
But he's so
Stanley,
mad.
I'm going to ask you to do a better job. Yeah, that's a great question.
We'll see.
And did you think he was mad at Jamar? You know he was too, Sonny. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I thought he meant it for the Thursday meeting, like you walk in and say, hey, boss, we're kind of thinking about the future and, where we're staying at the station. The boss goes,
yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
You guys got to stop.
Oh, what?
Oh, man.
You know what? Thank you, 408.
Oh, God. What?
Thank you.
What?
Yeah, just a point you missed. Just something that went, whew, right over your head.
Oh, my God. Are you going to do this?
Oh, I'm going to do it. From the 408.
Oh, my God.
How Mike McDaniel rehabbed Tua's confidence after Flores has been masterful leadership.
Hey, if you want that, take
Ken,
it.
You agree? Ken's a Dolphin fan.
Oh, kitty.
I mean, the proof is in the numbers, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know who else rehabbed his leadership? Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Evan, and also, who fumbled at the goal line? Miami wouldn't even.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah. They were about
What
to be.
does an ETN fumble at the goal line have to do with McDaniel's leadership?
Yeah, they would have been. They would have been talking about something else. The euphoria of comeback win. They were about to be down.
He knocked out the football.
It was that fumble at the goal line. My point, Ken, is 99.9%. The team gets a touchdown in that situation. But hey, I'm not here to.
Hey, Ken, sounds to me like the Dolphins have a red zone problem.
Oh my goodness!
Who's the best red zone team in the league right now?
I'm gonna go Chiefs.
Who scored 47? Was that the Saints?
It sounds like a lot of field goals.
Man.
Oh. Anyway, thanks to Zach Taylor.
Good job, Evan. Steiny.
Thank you. I was going to say it was
possibly.
It was a team win. It was a team win. No, I watched. Just FYI, to let people in. I was watching the Niners, and I just had the volume down, and I was listening to everybody's post-game press conference. They're fun, man.
So you got that NFL Network, or where did you have them?
All you got to do is go to YouTube on your computer and go like Kyle Shanahan post-game, and it pops right up.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
I'll tell you what.
That is,
just to show you, I'm not set in my ways. I'm back on the Harbaugh bandwagon.
And tell him why, because Evan showed you a video.
No, it's not. It's
not pushing the tires along with the players.
But that's not why. He was actually, Evan, did you happen to hear Harbaugh's post game?
I listened to his opening monologue, which all of them are, because he goes for like 2.5 to 3 minutes straight off of one question.
He does.
He's incredible, man.
No, he was vintage Harbaugh again. He thanked the members of the Chargers organization incessantly for being the ones who've held it together for the new guys coming in like himself.
Even though he knows.
Exactly.
He's the only guy doing it.
I was brought in to change the culture, but the leftovers are still fine.
I just feel bad for the brother in Michigan, the head coach.
He just got a contract.
Okay. Boy. Got the feds on him already.
He worked 2 games without a contract. Now he finally got.
It's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Unknown to mankind.
We'll see.
Look at you.
Yeah, let's do one more.
What did you see happen? I just addressed it. It's undisciplined.
I was going to say, you said selfish in certain examples, or are you talking about the end?
In the game, just not worth it. I mean, they scored. I mean, they kicked their ass. They scored. Let it go.
Let it go. Frozen.
I'm worried about AP, man.
Why?
I don't know.
He'll get it together.
All right.
Spadoni thinks the goal's going 0-17 to get a quarterback.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. It is the Too Short segment on the other side, and that, of course, will be followed by the
crossover.
You know what? I just lost my train of thought there.
Did you have a crossover, or that wasn't part of your game? Being honest, on the hoop court. Did you have a little wiggle? Just catch and shoot? I'm asking.
You. Don't insult me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I had it all.
I seen your picture where you had on the
half
the team was brothers. I was like,
just like
was
Bogey
out there
and Bacall.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I want to give you an analogy about Brock Purdy and what I think of him as a quarterback. And I'm good. Oh, this is going to be good. I think you're going to like it. So don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Great analogy of Brock Purdy coming up. Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about AP, man.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset.
They kicked their ass. They scored. Let it go. Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet. We'll see.
Yeah, my best
Now,
man.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I know you didn't say that I like that. What was that? Your timing was off one. I wanted to hear my guy Taylor, and you did something like that.
Who's Taylor?
Zach Taylor, the head coach for the Bengals.
I thought he played Pierce.
They kicked their ass. They scored. Let it go.
And then here comes
Taylor. Hey, couple things. Oh, go ahead. Hey, how'd Friday go for you?
Now, that's why I'm mad at you, because you're on IG. You're not on Twitter.
No.
And normally when we come in here this week, and I'm scatterbrained, Evan, you didn't ask, but I had the pleasure, along with Joe Cunningham from here, to go down to Harding Park. My first time there. Beautiful. Just the surroundings, the golf course, Donnie, but it was the Petnelli 9th annual golf charity golf tournament for the San Francisco chapter for autism. And guess who I ran into? The great Greg Nimitz.
Okay,
he was there. He was awesome.
I love him, but nobody knows who he is. Former program director.
Thank you. All right, here at Odyssey.
Sure.
Also, Sergio Romo was there. And Joe Cunningham, our own Joe Cunningham, did.
The big boys.
Going for 1,500. Who's going 2,000? 2,000 now. Come on, we got another 2,000, 2,500. And it was incredible watch because they had a auction. And then the lovely Jewel, who's a part of
the singer?
No, of Harding Park and what they do. Fans of ours, now my friend, took care of me, Steiny, and we had a great time.
Translation: somebody bought you free drinks.
Now that, you know what? I'm really getting tired, man. No, hey, no, it wasn't about that. It was about just camaraderie, and pulled Sergio to the side. We had a little Giant discussion. I will not say what it was about, but we talked about
the Giants.
A little baseball.
They're fighting. Let me guess. He said they're going to make a run.
No, he did not say that. But just a great time and great people. And I'm going to shock you. I'm being real here, and I'll throw it back to you. A lot of people dig what we do. A lot of people do not dig what we do, but Steiny, a lot of people dig what we do, man. They asked about you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
You couldn't wait till I got done.
Well,
you don't like the limelight.
No, I don't. You're right, I don't.
Have you ever had it?
That's why I don't like it, because I've had it. And that's why I try to tell you it's not what you think it is.
What is that sound? What you got?
Thought of a great analogy here.
We'll decide.
So, remember we talking about Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy? Lamar Jackson stinks.
Yeah.
That
was Monday.
I'll say here.
Yeah.
So, bear with me here. So, back in like 1996, the Warriors, okay? They had Weber.
Billy Owens.
They had Owens. They had Mully. They had Spreewell.
Marshallonis.
But the year before, Tim Hardaway got hurt.
Oh.
So Tim Hardaway got hurt. Then Weber came.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay?
Avery Johnson.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Tim Hardaway averaged 25 a game. And Avery Johnson didn't score. And everybody was like, oh, boy, we don't have Tim Hardaway. What are we going to do? And all Avery Johnson did was spread the ball around.
Incredible.
And they won 50 games.
Played Phoenix.
Thank you.
Made commercials. Dunking on Barkley.
So when I'm constructing my football team, okay, I want an Avery Johnson. I want a Brock Purdy who can get it to everybody else.
Right.
I don't want Lamar, Allen Iverson, Jackson. You see what I'm saying? I don't want a quarterback that must be involved in every single play for his team to be successful. I want a guy who distributes. I love Brock
I wonder
Purdy.
what John Harbaugh would say to that.
He may say, we only have one choice but to play this way.
Well, they drafted him. So obviously they were attracted to him.
Well, maybe they thought they could turn him into something that he can't become.
And I know you're going to die on this hill, and I'm just messing with you, but Kyle went after his version of Lamar Jackson with Trey Lance. There had to be something different than just Avery Johnson. Trey Lance, to me, did not symbolize Avery Johnson to Kyle. I thought the ability to use his legs and just be, people hate on this guy, I don't, Donovan McNabb, a guy that a natural pocket passer, but could run too.
Hey, yesterday, by the way,
what you got?
Yesterday.
I just forgot that show. I'm done.
I'm mad at you. And here's why. Do you remember the pants I was wearing yesterday by any chance?
I swear I'm mad that I don't. I'm being honest. What happened?
So apparently my friends don't tell me things. So I got home from work.
What happened?
XYZ?
No, it was my pair of khakis.
Yeah.
So I get home from work. Susan sees me, and she goes, "Oh, Mom." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "You can't wear those pants anymore."
They were the Niner colored, like John Harbaugh khakis.
I said, "Why not?" And she goes, "You can't just give up."
Oh my!
I said, "What?" She's like, "They are so baggy." She's like, "Don't give up, Matt. You've got to wear a better pair of pants."
Oh no! But that's your deal. That's what
they weren't sweats.
Yeah, but that was the look, and I kept looking at you like those are your Harbaughs because they're beige. I was like, yeah, you look like Jim. Yeah.
I was gonna call him Stuffy. Steiny.
So I got a pair of pants on today that I haven't worn in about 7 years, and I don't like it.
Are you mad that we haven't noticed?
Well, I'm mad that you didn't tell me that the pants I wore yesterday looked like I was giving up.
That is, wow. That's a bit strong.
How long have you owned those pants for?
And we've seen them before.
No, I don't know. I've owned them for a while.
That bothered you.
Yeah, it did a little bit. You got anything else? How was Friday?
We'll see.
Oh, that's right. I asked you already.
Yeah. Hey, have you golfed at Harding Park?
Yes.
Jordan says he lives around that area.
Michael?
It's Tim, our own Tim Jordan, engineer extraordinaire. It is beautiful.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard course.
Well, I'm talking about the neighborhoods too. They're easy on the eyes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, Goo. Is like if I go out and play Harding Park, I'm going to shoot 100.
Shasky was in the tournament.
What'd he shoot?
I didn't get the score. I don't like it. Yeah, we'll ask. I'll text him.
All right. Okay, coming up on the other side.
And don't change when these guys come in the room. You change. Like your venom towards me grows because you have no way to bond with those two, especially Willard. I watch it and I hate it. So I'm telling you, don't do it today. Just stay you.
Hey, you know what you should do? Stroll through the beautiful downtown Los Altos area while enjoying a variety of local wines and live music at the Downtown Wine Stroll. That's Friday, September 20th at 6 p.m. It's sponsored by State Street Market and Madsen Fine Art Gallery. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. That's next Friday, the 20th.
It's always fun game.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better.
The world would be my lab.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. We welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson and myself. What's up, gents? How you doing?
Hi, boys.
Yeah, feeling good. Coming off the Souls of Mischief there, 93 Till Infinity. It makes me think that song came out more recently than the 49ers winning in Minnesota. Last time they won in Minnesota, 1992. That song was called 93 to Infinity, Souls of Mischief. Shout out Oakland, California.
Souls of Mischief. From 93 till.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Look at the wheel.
Secret flavor on Willard. Secret flavor.
I couldn't get enough of
Tries
Mr.
to keep it under wraps.
I like to keep it. I like to keep it under a blanket.
Yeah. It's good. Doc Feely was great yesterday.
What do you do? This is fascinating to me.
Okay, what do you do?
Guru's going to hold him out till week 6.
No, week 6.
Right. No, he's determined that week 6.
Because he knows.
Yeah,
that is the John
No, it's
Sally.
become the go-to, and it's funny because I actually will find my way doing it at home with the baby, you know.
Dibs can't stop, won't stop.
Okay.
It's actually out of control.
He loves it then.
I haven't had a conversation with him in the last 4 weeks where it doesn't happen. It's like every other sentence.
I'm trying not to, but we're watching Sesame Street, and I'm telling my 2-year-old daughter, that's Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster.
There you go.
And she looks at me like, what's wrong with you?
But I mean,
Willard,
the original John Sally was just a John Sally.
There you go.
I'm kind of with you. I'm team bubble wrap. I don't know if week 6 is the number, but artificial turf in 2, you don't play. Artificial turf in week 3, you don't play. Then you got 4 or 5 on grass. I look at week 4, Guru, as a time to bring him back.
Hey, Mark, is this?
Yes, sir.
Is this the same partner you had a few weeks ago when he was saying, why not play in the preseason? And it's football.
Exactly. This is an injury, though. This is not a preseason
Well, no,
game.
but football does take us to hypocritical places. Like, shout out to all of you Super Bowl or bust people who now don't want to play Christian McCaffrey, and he's signed for multiple years. So let's start worrying about next year, too. I've been coached for the last 8 weeks. We're not supposed to care about next year. It's week to week. It's year to year. Stop worrying about the future. So
you can't win the Super Bowl in week 2, but you can lose it now.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
If Christian McCaffrey goes out and his leg explodes.
Christian McCaffrey being out does not lose the Super Bowl necessarily.
Hurts your chances.
I mean, when Carson Wentz was going to be the MVP, the Super Bowl was over, right? When he tore his ACL. That's it. There goes that dream. Yeah. And then Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. I don't know what's going to happen next. And I get where every answer y'all have, I can't refute it. Because I don't feel qualified.
And Steiny's been saying that all day.
Like, I have no idea how he feels.
But can I let you in on why I'm more concerned? Sure. This is not week 5 and he got rolled up on, or week 6 or week 7. Your last football game was in January.
February.
Okay, February. Help me out. And you had all those months to come in and say, you know what, it ain't Phil. So are we sure time heals? That's what I'm worried about. Well, he's had downtime. You hadn't been doing anything, and it's barking. So are we so sure if we even do I know I'm being ludicrous with 5 weeks. Are we still sure when he gets back that the body's going to react once he's done with said game?
Absolutely not. We're never going to be sure about anything.
That's all.
But that's probably the difference between the way our brains work and the way people who play football work. No, we're never sure. You're not going to be sure. It's never safe. It's never okay. It's never.
What's the injury rate in the NFL, Mark?
100%.
Okay.
But this is an area where athletes have lost. Durant and Greenlaw, but Joe Burrow just beat it last year.
Yeah. I mean, did he beat it? I mean, they came in 4th place. So I don't know if he beat it. And now apparently he can't pick up a Gatorade bottle. That was weird video. That's the thing. I don't know how he feels. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what's safe. And I don't know if safe is even possible. But at a certain, so that's sort of what we're grappling with is what risk are you willing to take knowing that all things are some risk?
Man.
Like you're going to,
You know,
can't avoid
You can be like week 6. Well, what if he's still got a little tweak in there week 6?
Then you wait till week 9.
What if it's still there week 9?
Then you hope by week 13 he's ready.
Are you sitting out the season because it doesn't feel perfect?
Depends on how badly it feels. And again, none of us can play amateur doctor. And we'll play some Kyle from the Kyle presser today. And we'll play a little McCaffrey. And they're giving you a little bit more insight into what they think is the severity of the current situation. So don't know if he'll play on Sunday or not, but just it doesn't seem to be as alarmist to them as it is to us. But back of your mind, Goo, you do have that fear because one bad step, it can go, and it's going to cost you 9 months.
Well, if the Niners were of the mind of week 6, if that was of their mind, then he's on IR. Oh, get a roster spot. And Kyle poo-pooed the idea of IR firmly.
Full platter.
And who's the backup to the backup? Like, are we going to give it to Mason 28 times again every week?
Garendo.
Yeah, all right.
Get up to speed, young man.
It's probably that other guy, Patrick Taylor Jr.
Garendo got on the field, though, the other night.
He sure did.
He got on the
3
field.
plays.
3 plays. Taylor,
shout out GT.
I think that's 0 for Taylor and 3 for Garendo, if I'm correct. So I think Garendo is next. And by the way, the coach's last name is Shanahan, so I've been coached my whole life to know that you can put anybody you want back there.
Yeah,
and
that's
where
Monday
this
night.
thing is going. And you might get 100 yards out of whoever the hell you stick back there.
Yeah,
you might.
Well, you
That's
might.
fair,
but
man.
if you're going to ask for 29 touches for JP Mason, he had 28 carries and 1 catch. So 29 for a guy in week 1. Yeah, he's fresh and boy, he looks good. But if you're going to 29 your way through September and October, he might wear down a little bit.
Did you hear what he said to Christian though after the game?
Steiny that.
This was great, and it got lost because of everybody getting all freaked out about him not being happy with when did you know you were starting.
Where you going?
The quote of the game for J.P. Mason was him saying that he went to Christian McCaffrey after 28 carries and went, I don't know how the hell you do this.
Yeah.
How do you do this every game, every year? And obviously Christian could answer and be like, I don't.
Yep.
You know, every other year I miss 14 games.
Last year they played 20 games.
Yep.
How many of those 20 games do you think Christian McCaffrey had 20 or more touches in a game?
I know he didn't play in one of them. He didn't play in one of them.
17.
You got 17 to 20?
Wait, so, okay. So
we're talking carries and catches combined.
I'm going 20.
Every game.
Yeah, every game he played.
He didn't play in one. I'll split the difference. 18.
14 is the answer.
Okay.
14. And there was that stretch when the Cleveland stretch where they also lost to Cincinnati and Minnesota. Those were times where, because they were trailing, I think, they didn't run it as much. But 14 to 20 times, he had 20 or more combined. So, it's not like you're going to give him 28 like you did J.P. Mason, or 29 rather.
Yeah, it's so funny all show long and even yesterday how we Perry Mason or people, not me because I don't care. Oh, so he was hurt when he signed his deal. Like McCaffrey. What good does that do you now? It doesn't matter. You signed him. He probably felt good then. Wasn't a game the next few days. You paid him because he was worth it.
Yeah.
But the amount of... He knew he was hurt when he signed is just like Monday morning quarterback.
I mean, the Warriors went to the hospital with a max deal for Klay Thompson, didn't they? I mean, like, you have to project things, and sometimes you're wrong. This is true with every draft pick. And by the way, I don't even know that that's the case here. But if you've got tendinitis in April, I'm not sitting there being like, well, that's damaged goods. No, like,
he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be, and I actually still feel that way. Christian McCaffrey's going to play this year.
Of course.
Hopefully a lot. Hopefully almost all of the season.
Yep.
Hopefully this will be forgotten by the time October gets here and everything's fine. But, like, fingers crossed every time they play.
Well, all of them, right?
Yeah.
And you watch, the way Debo plays with the ferocity and all that, and he got shaken up in the Monday night
off
game.
The kick return. I tell him, he goes, but it's football. But I don't need that.
I like the Debo threat on the kick return, and you know who's back there with him, right, on kick return?
Cowan?
No, your guy.
Juice.
Yes, so they treat it like an I formation play.
Catch of the game.
If you want to dare kick it short of the goal line, we're going to have Juszczyk be the lead blocking fullback and Debo right behind him. Lots of luck. That's why the Jets put it in the end zone, I think, every time but one.
Except when they bounced it once, though, too.
That's right. They bounced it once. But other than that, when you see Debo back there, you don't want him with a lead blocker and a head start on you. That's a recipe for disaster.
For him, too, though, because he was slow to get up a few times with those collisions.
Yep, no doubt.
Willa, real quick, your son's story on the fantasy. I thought I had a story or loss. I'm in the car listening to that. Yeah. That is hurt. Yeah. Heartbreak hotel.
For those who weren't listening,
help me out.
He was a McCaffrey guy like so many of you were. And he finds out an hour before. He's in the stadium, and they're texting me like, you got to do something, Dad. What are we going to do? They're like, go. The only thing he can do is pick up juice. And I'm like, and everyone's like, well, that's not going to work. And then Juice catches it at the 4, and you're like, he's going to win the game. And he falls at the 2.
Oh,
and he lost by 4 points. 10 years old.
Good effort,
though. I know. I was like, oh, that's a heart. You know what that is, Dibs? It's a palpitation sensation.
Yeah, it sure is. Cha-ching. When the heart starts beating.
Cha-ching! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Mm-hmm.
My mentality is...
Why is it up to me to say something?
Because it's your last day golfing of the year.
I was just about to speak for you.
Oh, okay.
My mentality is I'm playing this week. Quote. Christian McCaffrey.
No, see, and he's a gladiator.
Are you nervous?
But I guess I live with... would you say, hey, we know that's how you feel, son, but sit this one out, Gipper. We need you to sit this one out.
I mean, his mentality had better be that he's going to play this week. His mentality needs to be that. Now, how's his body? Is he able to run and cut and stop and jump and do all the things he needs to do?
Boy.
That has nothing to do with his mentality, unless you're really, really hurt. So, yeah, he's preparing it every day, treatment, stretching, workouts, whatever he can do. He's getting ready for Sunday, and you have to do that.
Well, and you don't have to make decisions until you have to make decisions.
Bob Myers.
What are you having for dinner on Friday night?
Don't know.
There you go.
Turkey burgers.
Okay, that's fine, but you don't have to make that decision until Friday.
Yeah.
So the 49ers...
I actually never make that decision, but I get your point.
Yeah, so you were told you're having turkey burgers.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah, that's great. His mentality is that. I just struggle with, I have no idea how we're putting logic on any of the answers that are based on the idea of when. So, like... For so many people who are like, don't play him this week. Well, but is next week okay? Why would next week be okay if this week's not okay? We don't know how he feels. Both games are on turf. I had no idea.
Said they would catch hell. We don't want anything to happen, but if something did, however long they wait, somebody will be like, you should have did this.
That's what sucks.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to catch it regardless.
That's the beauty of being a fan, is you get to make that judgment. Either they bubble wrap him, don't play him, and they lose, and you're mad, or they play him, and something bad happens, and win or lose, it doesn't matter, and you're mad. You get the ability to be mad.
See, but sure, nobody gets to stop anybody else from being mad, but I feel like coaches in football tend to lean toward this idea. You know, if you're told by your doctors that your guys are ready, let's go.
They play. Exactly.
Let's go. Like because there's no way to protect anybody, even if you're fully healthy. And the last thing they want to do, like if we're going to rip him, if he goes out there and it does get worse, all right, well, how about if they bubble wrap him and they start losing football games? Now what? And Christian's over there like, I'm ready. I want to play. And the Niners are losing games.
Well, he gets ripped.
The one thing I don't think, the one thing I don't think Kyle Shanahan thinks is, okay, I think we can beat Minnesota without McCaffrey, so let's give him it's like, no.
I totally agree with this.
If he's ready, he's going to play him. And this is where I'm different, I guess. 1 week of football.
We not like you.
1 week of football, and what are we talking about? Oh, Christian McCaffrey. What, you can't play him. Because we need the playoffs. Okay. Jordan Mason. Oh, we can't run him 28 times because he's a backup and he needs to play. Deebo Samuel. Well, you can't have him return kicks because it's like, you got to play football. These guys got to play.
Yeah, man. Coaches are going to treat their players the way my kids treat dessert, man. It's right now. Let's go get it. And I'm not saving any for tomorrow. Like look at the Le'Veon Bell story. Look at many running backs through the history, especially if Shanahan's the last name of the head coach. Turn and burn.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Orlando's Geary. Remember him?
There's no saving it for next week, or let's get some tread on the tires for 2025 or whatever. The much more popular concept is let's go win, and when it's time to replace you, we will.
Let me throw this at you because I don't have any proof of this, but it's just the way I feel about Shanahan. I kind of feel like he's the kind of coach that if McCaffrey plays, he's going to run 25 times. Like Kyle doesn't want to use McCaffrey and say, well, maybe we should only rush him 12, 15 times, lighten his, I don't think he's that kind of coach.
I would agree if he would have had camp, but the no camp, I do think he probably gets the Ayuk treatment, and Ayuk played, about 70% of the snaps?
Maybe even a little less.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah. He definitely came out just on substitutions.
And what if team doctors tell him otherwise?
Well, I think Shanahan would rather not have him play at all than have to consider, I can't use him like I want to use him.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know the way he looks at it, but if the doctors are like, look, we really feel like for both this year and beyond, you're going to get the most. Your best bet is just shoot for 15 to 18 touches a game. I think Kyle can work with that. You know what I mean? And then it becomes circumstantial. Like, what about this? All right? Everybody wants to limit Christian to under 20 touches. All right? But you're playing the Chiefs here. What is that, week 7 or 8?
Week 7.
Okay. Fourth quarter. Christian's already at 19 touches. There's 10 minutes to go in the game. The game's tied. And you've got the ball at your own 11-yard line. Dude, are you riding that horse or not?
I'm riding it.
Of course.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of side with Steiny on this question about what Kyle would prefer, because he's going to get into a game, like you were saying, and you want to win the football game, and he gives you the best chance to win the game. So there won't be a pitch count per se. Now, that being said, I know a lot of fans want to see Christian pulled out of the game when you're up by 3 scores with 8 minutes left. And, Kyle has not shown an eagerness to do that throughout the course of his tenure. So that's another thing that could be worth watching when McCaffrey does play.
This was a conversation before we even found out something was going on with him this year.
Yeah.
We were just like, you look at the Carfax report, the last time, 2 years at Carolina when he carried it this much, he played 3 games, and then lo and behold, no preseason. I'm like, nothing to see here, and he was kind of making fun of me. And then now we don't know.
I don't know. I totally get the concept that everybody wants to elongate this as long as possible. Even that history of 400 touches and then the next year's not good, 380 touches, the next year's not good. Even that, I'm like, dude, he's a running back in the NFL. Like, look at all your favorite running backs in the NFL and tell me which ones. Maybe Derrick Henry.
Boy, he's man.
Easy with the Henry slander.
No, but he tap dancing. But week 1 he was.
No, but my point is,
me this week.
They all get hurt. They all have quick drop-offs.
We know this.
Yeah.
Todd Gurley and other guys who were.
And some happened overnight.
That was dramatic.
Some happened overnight.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do a deep dive, Steiny, for you. You'll be on the course, not now, but later, because I know you're trying to get up out of this.
Yeah. Why the hell is the bag? It's
his last golf.
It's the
Wednesday
last midweek round of the year.
Willard don't care.
Hello, friends. Karika Park is the setting. Karika North.
I know, but you know what
I was just out there.
Schleifer. Who else you got? Schleifer, Dan Daly.
No, Kay Willie.
I love Kay Willie.
And,
fun to play with.
I don't know who the 4th is.
All right, hit him straight.
This is what I've never asked you. Karika
Park.
You're 4 minutes late. They're like, dude, you're Matt flipping Steinmetz.
Not anymore. Full tee sheets now, Mark. Full tee sheets.
You don't need to be. You don't need to be 17 minutes early for your tee time.
I have a pregame, Mark. I have a pregame.
Why don't you loop this into your pregame?
All right.
Anyway,
you know what? Let me think about that.
I was going to do a deep dive for you, and I want to look at the efficiency of Christian McCaffrey after the 20th touch in a game.
I love it.
Captain Bubble Wrap over here, we got to keep him below 20.
Nah.
I'm going to do the homework and see exactly.
I think that's a great.
You said you want to keep him below 20.
No, I didn't.
Well, you guys can finish this conversation up.
I said every
on 95.7.
Hit
him straight. The game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I like it.
I'm giving Director of Sports Lucas Alexander a big round of applause. Maybe you're like, what, for what? But if you are a faithful listener of the show, you know that for the first time, boy, we snuck it in ahead of the buzzer.
Yep.
Because we're coming up on our 3-year anniversary. For the first time in 3 years, you're not going to hear Major League Baseball, you stink.
Well,
and you're not going to hear, for the first time ever, these two people are together on the radio, even though we've now been on the radio together for a really freaking long time. Ladies and gentlemen, a new show opened
pretty
for
exciting,
Willie and Dibby.
Yeah, I was in transition, so I didn't get the full version start to finish. Maybe we can play it 5:50 on our way out so I can get a full listen. But yeah, great job, Lucas and Grandy. You guys do so well back there.
That sounded disingenuous. Did you mean that?
No, I'm dead serious.
Okay.
They do a great job back there.
You and Grandy go back and forth with your relationship. So.
And the drop speaks for me better than I can speak for myself. I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
Okay, fair enough.
These
fair
are facts.
Enough. I respect the 49er team doctors. I respect Kyle Shanahan. I respect Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, this is their decision to make. I have no idea how his leg actually feels. I don't know how you're supposed to treat Achilles tendonitis, but we're going to lay out for all of you. We're going to lay out the information that we have that's up to the minute. Some of that is from doctors. Some of it is from Kyle. Some of it is from Christian. And then we're going to lay it out to you at 888-957-9570 and simply ask, based on all the info you have, what would you do? What is your game plan now, this year, for Christian McCaffrey, based on what we know in this moment? So you want to hear some things?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's dive in. Here's Kyle Shanahan with his latest general update on Christian McCaffrey.
Christian is still limited and not just out. I'm not a doctor, but I would read that as a positive sign for how he feels.
I'm not a doctor either, but I take that as positive. Yeah.
You agree?
Yes, I do agree. But I'm not a doctor.
Okay, so Kyle Shanahan and Matt Mayoko are lockstep, Dibs.
Right. He's limited. He's not out. He's limited. So he's at practice. Don't know exactly what he did, but he was out there running around. That's good news.
All right. Will Christian McCaffrey, has there been any thought to going on IR?
No, I've never considered that. Considered him to play last week, so definitely not thinking about 4 weeks off.
Okay, so throw that out. We're not thinking about a month from now. There's more optimism than that. Here's what Christian had to say with regard to his current state.
On Monday morning, just moving around a little bit. I prepare every week to play. My mindset every week is I'm going to play. There's been weeks where I'll go the full week, not even feeling good enough to do the walkthrough, and then I wake up and the body's capable of a lot of cool things. And mentally, I'm always prepared to play. And then woke up and it was a group decision, very tough one. I hate not playing, but look at it as a chess move and something that hopefully we can benefit from the rest of the season.
Okay, Doc Feely was on with us yesterday. Cleared to play. And we pretty much talked to him solely about Christian McCaffrey because this is such a big deal. First of all, this is what Doc Feely had to say about the term Achilles tendonitis.
In many ways, a calf strain is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than the Achilles tendonitis. It really just depends on the severity of the tendonitis. All it really means is there's inflammation along the tendon, which as a 28 to 30-year-old running back with a lot of mileage, it's kind of expected he's going to get that at some point during his career, if not this year, next year. So I don't think it's a big deal. He's going to get a lot of treatment for it. I think it's important for him to be able to limit his reps during the season. I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. He's somebody that does a great job at a certain number of reps. And then if we have a suitable backup, that's even better.
Okay. You asked him about the surface for this week's game.
Yep.
Okay. This is true for next week's game, too. Artificial surface. How does that affect this decision-making process?
The lower extremity injury rate is higher on turf than it is on grass. And if I'm playing on turf next week, early in the season, I'm probably going to be a little bit extra conservative because I think it is a little bit riskier and it hurts a little bit more. Grass is softer.
Okay, that's all from Doc Feely. Yep. And then we have one more that we want to throw at you, and it comes from the Morning Roast, who I thought had a phenomenal conversation with Brian Baldinger this morning. Went all over the place. And a lot of positivity on the defensive and offensive line. My God, I think Baldy wants to maybe go away on a vacation with Dominic Pooney. Like, he loves him that much. He wants to travel with him now. Okay. I thought this was a really interesting comment. The Jordan Mason excitement has people thinking, hey, be patient. Like, the Niners can still be at a really high level without CMC. Baldy kind of threw some water on that.
But you can't play at the same level without Christian McCaffrey. Credit Jordan Mason and everything else on Monday night, but you're not going to play at the same level without him. He's just too much of a force for Kyle Shanahan to move around and put in different positions and exploit matchups in the passing game. But, he has this history now, and I'm the biggest Christian McCaffrey fan there is. But he has this history. He had 400 touches one year in Carolina, and he was banged up for much of the next two seasons.
All right. So that is all on the table for you. Not thinking about IR. He participated in practice today. Though limited, it's only Wednesday. The start of the practice week, Christian participated. You heard what Doc Feely said about turf, about limiting reps. You heard what Brian Baldinger said about how the 49ers cannot be the full 49ers without Christian McCaffrey. So, Dibs, all of that is on the table, and we put it out to you callers. 888-957-9570, our question of the day. With all of that in place, what is your game plan for Christian this year?
For this week in particular, he doesn't play. And for the year, I am not going to rush him back until he is, and again, 100% is such a nebulous thing to say because nobody's ever 100%. I know me now in my mid-50s, I haven't been 100% for probably 2 decades. So McCaffrey, late in his NFL life, is he ever 100%? No. I would wait until he feels either no pain, no tendonitis, no calf strain, nothing like that. And I do think back-to-back turf games could be a recipe for not disaster, that's too dramatic, but for re-injury or for more additional soreness. So if I could take 2 turf games and make it 1 turf game, maybe even 0 turf games, I would not play him on Sunday. I would look to the Ram game, divisional game, more important in the grand scheme, as the place where I would think about having him have a debut.
Okay, couple questions based on what you're saying. A little bit of a devil's advocate here. Yep. You want him to feel all the way better before you play him. What if he never feels all the way better?
Then you get to a point where you have to go out there and give it a shot anyway. And if he's not getting worse, if he's going to stay at this number, and I don't know what the number is, Kyle Shanahan's saying IR is not on the table, so that tells me that it's not too severe. I know we've talked a lot about Doc Chow, who is an NFL doctor to the stars and a guy who's on social media, and he mentioned that severe Achilles tendonitis can lead to a rupture.
Yep.
So if this was, and I'm not a doctor, I haven't seen the scan, but for me, if this was a severe case of tendonitis, then you wouldn't even be talking about him potentially playing this week. So I do think the tendonitis is something that probably can be maintained or contained with a little bit more rest. So I would try rest first before rushing him back there.
Okay, again, 888-957-9570. With all that you now know, what is your game plan this year for Christian McCaffrey? I see someone on the YouTube chat who literally just said, and it's Jay Passer, thank you for listening, thank you for watching. I agree, Dibs. Play him when he's ready to play. Next man up. All right? Again, devil's advocate.
Yeah.
He says he's ready to play right now.
He does, yeah.
So what does that mean? Play him when he's ready to play.
Well, it comes to the doctors
According
and the
to
medical.
who?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Really the doctors. Because Christian McCaffrey, and we talked about this in the crossover, his mindset is that he's going to play. Thank God that's his mindset. Because you want football players to be of a mindset that they're going to play. If the medical shows that he's not fully able to do everything he needs to do, you can wait. You can wait till week 3 or 4, 5, whatever week that is where he actually is not showing these ill effects of an injury, then you can play him. And I know it's hard you can't quantify it.
Right.
And the other side of it is you have a player who is desperate to play. The dude wants to play football. It's what he does. And I would bet that the coach is in his office thinking, man, I sure would love to have Christian McCaffrey.
It'd be good.
It's exactly what Baldy was saying. Like, having him on the field opens up so many things for so many other people. Just the gravity of McCaffrey in the pass game. You don't have that yet with Jordan Mason.
No, the Niners with McCaffrey, it's like the age-old dazed and confused question. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Like, dude, you got any? No, I don't. Sorry, man. Well, it'd be a lot cooler if you did. Hey, Niners, you got any McCaffrey in there? You don't? Man, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a lot cooler with Christian McCaffrey. And I just go back and forth with that idea of how can you protect a football player when he's playing football, especially a running back? I just don't think you can. Now, I'm not flippant about this.
No.
If the guy's got pain in his Achilles, and I'm with you, and the doctor says no go, obviously that's a no go. But I am going to, like, my game plan would be this. I am going to lean back on the name of our segment with Dr. Pandya and Dr. Feely. Cleared to play. And when he is cleared to play, he plays. But my only caveat would be this, and it actually has nothing to do with Achilles tendonitis. I want Jordan Mason to get 5 to 7 carries anyway. I thought that 3 weeks ago. I thought that 5 weeks ago. I like Jordan Mason. I've always liked Jordan Mason. And now that everybody got a little taste, everybody dipped their toe into the water there with Jordan Mason, now we all feel differently about him. The curiosity we had has now been answered. Yeah, he can play. He can be a running back, and he's not going to hurt your team. He can take a drive here or there, an entire drive.
Yeah, more than just a series.
So to me, I'm going to reserve the big touches game for Christian McCaffrey. I'm going to do that in emergency break glass when necessary. Are we tied in the fourth quarter against the Cowboys? Is this a playoff game? What have you? But my game plan, my thought going into every game for the rest of the year, if you're cleared to play, you play. But I am going to try to avoid 20 to 25 or 30 touch games whenever possible. And that's less really about Christian's leg, and it's more about just keeping Jordan involved also, and I think that's a good game plan.
When I look at the history of Christian McCaffrey, and I'm looking just at his regular season game log, and he's played in 91 of them, and there aren't a ton of games where he has more than 20 carries. Now, he will get 4 to 10 catches in a game, depending on how the offensive flow is going. But I do think no matter when you play him for the first time, you're going to slow play his touches. You saw it with Ayuk. He didn't play a full rack of snaps as a receiver because he's getting back into shape. So if McCaffrey does play Sunday, you fantasy owners, you're going to have to probably grin and bear it because I don't think that he will get more than 15 carries or 15 touches in this first game back.
You wouldn't think.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd be surprised.
People get eased in. If you're not up to snuff in the preseason and your name's not Trent Williams, you get eased in. Now, every position is different, right? Ayuk is a complimentary type of a piece that needs to have a vibe with Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey's a little bit different. Here's the ball, go run. It's kind of like why rookie running backs usually can get up to speed quicker than rookie wide receivers. So maybe that's different. But you're probably right. You probably ease into it. The question we're asking with all we know, what is your Christian McCaffrey game plan now this year? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Dave in Fresno first up. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call. like to do my best to answer the question. And if I'm Shanahan and I'm the 49ers, and this is even with the 100% McCaffrey, even before the injury, I just think we need more of a committee approach. I think we could have used that last year. Like you said, Willard, that a lot of people have been fans of Mason. We just wanted to see more. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, we were dead last in pass attempts last year. So I would say the running game is a pretty important part of this offense. So I mean, you look at games last year where they played the Cardinals and they're trying to get in the record, they're up 15 points and he's still back there. I think we need to avoid those situations, even if it's Mason who's the bell cow. I'm not comfortable seeing any running back get 28 carries, especially when the game's kind of out of reach. You know, I just think we need to be more mindful. If Garindo is not healthy or not the option, we need to get a third guy. This time, and this even goes to Debo. You know, avoiding those handoffs up the middle with Debo. These are risky plays. I know it's football. You can get hurt anytime during the game, but Shanahan, you know, you're a great play caller, but just got to time and place some of these play calls with these players. And you guys already kind of spoke to it. Just we need to have more variety, have a plan for Mason too when McCaffrey comes back, which I think is pretty obvious. And I know Shanahan, he likes when the hot hand is going, he likes to stay with it, you know. And then to your point, Willard, let's save that for the big game, for the playoffs. You know, that'd be the smart thing to do. But again, I just think more of a committee approach, because people say in this offense, any running back, you know, can be effective. So let's see that theory. Let's put it to the test.
Well,
So,
Dave, thank you so much. It's a good call, but it's also a fine line what we're talking about here.
It is.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to also acknowledge, like, I really like Jordan Mason, and I want Christian McCaffrey healthy, but you're also right. Like, you cannot protect a player playing football. And Kyle Shanahan would be a moron, quite frankly, to not use a healthy Christian McCaffrey as much as he possibly can. He's phenomenal. And you want him out there as much as possible. So it's a big draw. You know, like, here's the other thing, and I agree with Steiny was kind of indicating this. I agree with him. I don't think football coaches do what we fans do, which is, dude, you're playing Minnesota. It's fine. You don't need your best players. Coaches don't think that way, and they're right, we're wrong.
Exactly.
That's why survivor pools are so hard. All this crap about, oh, you could beat them. They're an NFL team, and they won last week. I know they played the Giants, but maybe they're really good. I don't know.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, it's week 1.
Well, they're going to treat Minnesota like they're really good because you have to. You can't look past anybody in the NFL because ultimately one bounce of the football or one missed block, as we saw in the Super Bowl last year, things can change in a heartbeat in any game. So this is not when you're a college juggernaut going up against an FCS team that was winless the year before and you're going to win by 70.
We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and there's a couple things coming up next. First of all, more of you. Our question of the day, everything you now know from Shanahan, from Doc Feely, from Christian himself. What's your game plan now for Christian McCaffrey this year? We'll take your calls at 888-957-9570. Also, there's more you actually haven't heard from Christian, and he specifically answers the effect of turf this weekend and next with regard to any decision they make. We'll play that for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also...
on 95.7 The Game.
Just so everybody's clear, the bet has been paid off. George Kittle did his entire interview session today in an Iowa State helmet.
Perfect.
Iowa State beat Iowa.
Yep.
Last weekend. Brock Purdy, George Kittle have a little bet. Loser has to do their interviews on Wednesday next week in the helmet of the other team. So George Kittle, all about Iowa State today.
Yeah, it's great, and you love to see it. And I actually was watching that game, and good on Iowa State for pulling that thing out late. That was a fun game to watch.
Why is Iowa playing Iowa State in the first week of September? That's my question.
Because it's a non-league game. And
so it's a rivalry game, isn't it?
Sure. But
they do it every year in like the third week of the season.
Yeah, I'll ask
Colorado,
again. Why are they doing that
this weekend? So
yeah, save those suckers.
Oregon's playing Oregon State on Saturday.
Well,
non-conference.
Exactly.
Well, that's what Iowa and Iowa State is.
But that's stupid. They used to play the Civil War, and sorry for calling it that. I know you're not supposed to anymore, but like They used to play that thing at the end every year.
Yeah, it was a Thanksgiving tradition.
Yes.
But
yes.
You're not in the conference anymore, so you
right,
can't.
because the conference has been inexplicably blown up. So
Colorado State this week as well.
Yeah.
I already
Thanks for listening to the show. Director of Sports Lucas Alexander is joining us here on the program.
How about that show?
That was pretty good. You ride that as long as you can.
That's so like 2:15. That's so like it's over. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right. Question of the day. We lay out for you all the things that you now know about the McCaffrey situation. What's your game plan for him the rest of the year? You're going to hold him out a few more weeks? Do you want fewer carries no matter what? Or, dude, turn and burn. Let's ride. When he's ready, let's go. Let's go right back to Christian the way it was last year. 888-957-9570. We want to play a little bit more Christian for you.
Okay. Bonus McCaffrey.
So he's kind of like what you said, right? You loved that he said, my mentality.
Yeah, mentality. He's ready to go.
I'm going to play. Take a listen to this.
You know, I'm not lying. I think as soon as a player says, maybe I'll play, maybe I won't, that's not a good mentality to go into a week with, when you're kind of on the fence. So for me, I'm ready to go.
Okay. I don't want to be on the fence. That's not a good place to be. So I'm ready to go.
Yeah, perfect. And if the doctors agree, Shanahan for sure would agree with that because he's one of your best players. And so he goes out there and he plays. And I do think if he plays this week, pitch count is not a real fair thing to look at because I think he'll be limited in that sphere in this first game back with no camp. But beyond that, if he's going to play, I've got no problem with him going out there and getting more than 20 touches in a game if that's the arbitrary number that people want to freak out at. I was looking at his game log for his career, and he's gone over 20 touches in a game. I think 36 of 94 regular season games.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
That's interesting because you said last year it was 14 of his 18?
Right, 14 to 20, and I guess he sat one, so 14 to 19.
Sorry, yeah.
It's about right. I'm just looking at his log here, and he's only had 17 games where he's had 20 or more carries. And then you add in the other games where, usually 17 or 18 carries and usually 3 to 6 catches. So he's been over 20 about a third of the time.
I don't really have an issue with using Christian McCaffrey as a bell cow, even this year. I'll tell you the only thing that I saw last year that I think there were moments that I questioned, it was Christian in the game when the Niners were up 3 scores. Like that would be another thing I would sort of add into this. If you're in the fourth quarter and you're up by 3 scores, hit the showers, dude. Hit the showers. You won that game. I don't even know why, Nick Bosa was on the field against Tyrod Taylor last week. The whole starting defense was. I don't know what that's all about. I mean, I get that maybe you just don't have all the players, but get your stars out of the game when that thing is cooked. And when you've got a minute and a half left and you're up, let's see, what would it have been? 32-13?
Correct.
Yeah. Nick, go sit down. That's the only thing that I got with Kyle as far as decisions with playing time.
How about Jordan Mason? Similarly, in a game where you don't have McCaffrey, and right now he's your only real trustworthy running back. You didn't give Garendo a carry, and Taylor Jr. didn't get a snap, so you had just him. You couldn't give Garendo 3 or 4 late ones just to get him in the flow.
Kyle Shanahan was asked today about Jordan Mason and handling the big workload.
When I've seen him, he hasn't mentioned anything. The trainers haven't mentioned anything. That's what I was kind of explaining on training camp that I thought was so impressive, having so many guys out and how hard he went each day and the way his body really never changed. So he ran so hard in that game and he seems good to go.
See, I wonder if you noticed something subtle there about the way Kyle answers these questions. I think we in our mind, because we all think they're all like kumbaya and good friends and everything. In our mind, we think Kyle is sitting there talking to guys every day. And then on the sideline, he's going, all right, let's see. So Jordan's at 19 touches. I really don't want him to have 20. That's not the way he thinks. Kyle's like, Jordan didn't say anything to me. The doctors didn't say anything to me. We good.
Right.
Go play football.
And honestly, in real time, I don't even think that it's something that he is thinking about. And that's a Bobby Turner call, the running back coach. And Bobby Turner is going to be the one primarily who makes these calls on substitutions. Now, if McCaffrey plays this Sunday, there'll be a plan. Okay, we'll give him the first 2 or 3 series, then we'll go to Mason for a drive. And we'll go, for 3 and 1, 3-1, something like that, where you're going to split it up. But in this case, last week, it's Jordan's doing great, and they have no answer for him, and we haven't seen Guerrero yet, so let's just go ahead and keep feeding him. And I do think that that's more of a Bobby Turner running back coach call than I don't think Kyle's micromanaging the substitutions at every position.
By the way, speaking of every position, Greg Cosell, our guy from NFL Films, is 20 minutes away. This will be every Wednesday at 3 o'clock, and Greg is better than anybody in the business as far as taking you inside the film, looking at individuals. So Jordan Mason and Dominic Pooney and Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk will go through all of it and then also get a little preview of what's coming up this weekend. For instance, what did he see on film with Sam Darnold in his first game back as a starting quarterback? So we're going to have all of that coming up in 20 minutes. We promised McCaffrey's answer about turf. Okay, you got artificial surface this week. How does that affect this whole thing?
Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. Can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
If you can go, you can go.
Yep. Yeah, I get it. And that's got to be the mentality. You can't go out there in week 2 and think, geez, my Achilles, I got this tendonitis. I can't cut hard on my left because I don't want the thing to blow on this artificial surface. He's got to have that mentality. I do think that history and medical people would tell you that the turf is going to be more taxing on the body than grass.
Sure, but I mean,
Doc Feely said it perfectly. Yeah. Grass is softer.
Yeah, it
which
is.
I thought was great.
I've heard. And but at the same, you can pop an everything on natural grass too.
No doubt.
Like, for instance, what if, and I don't even know if these numbers are right, but let's play with that for a second. Like, let's say Christian McCaffrey's like, yeah, we're good to go. You're cleared to play. And doctors are like, 95% chance everything is totally fine if you go out there and play. And they go, well, what about on turf? And then they're like, that goes down to 90%. Is that, like, what's the gap that makes you go, I'm not doing it because it's turf? Because I have to imagine, as much as it is harder on the body, does it actually have a huge effect changing the chances of an injury in one specific game? I'm not a doctor, but I'd guess no. I would guess no. Like, if you're saying, what risk are you taking on turf that you're not taking on grass? I would argue that the risk is probably pretty similar.
Depending on the surface. And not every artificial surface has been created equally. And I was just curious as to what Minnesota has, and they've got UBU Speed Series SSM synthetic turf.
What'd you say to me?
Standard. It's your standard turf. But,
okay.
And I think about New York and the field that they have at MetLife, Field Turf Core. That thing is a booby trap. That thing's a clap trap. And New Orleans, the surface they play on is basically concrete. So every surface is different. Like the Rams, to me, and I haven't actually played on it, but just from the naked eye, it looks a little bit more like grass, like a softer turf than
brand new.
New York, New Orleans, Minnesota. So all fields are not created equally, and I'm sure the medical team is looking at all these angles.
So 888-957-9570, everything you know. What's your game plan for Christian McCaffrey this year? We'll be taking your phone calls on this throughout the afternoon. The more that I think about it, look, very few things in life are black and white. That's just not the way things actually are, even though we like to think of them that way because it's easier. I do think there's a little bit of that here, at least from Kyle's standpoint. I do think you almost have to dumb it down. Kyle's like, look, is he ready? Is he ready? Okay, then we're going. Like, we're not, and we're not going to have Kyle Shanahan over there with a box score. You know what I mean? PR's not going to come through after every quarter. Here's a fresh box score, coach. Here you go. Yep, he's up to 16 touches. 16 touches. Oh, and he had to block 3 times as well. So, there was you can't do that. If the guy's ready to go, you got to go. And I don't look at any of these games as less important than other games. They're all important. They're all losable. And I do blend what we're talking about up against what I've sort of heard from everybody all off season. All in on this year.
Yep.
No excuses. Super Bowl or bust.
There he is.
I don't want to worry about. Why would you worry about next year? Next year's next year. Worry about next year. Like, if that's
I'm more worried about January than I am next year.
Okay. Well, he's already gotten a month off that the rest of the guys didn't get.
Right. And it hasn't necessarily gotten better to where he can play football. So for me, you've given him a month off through camp and preseason, and now week 1 he's sat. So why all the rush? If he needs a couple, 2-3 more weeks, then so be it, to where you can get back on grass fields, which I believe are going to be softer on the body, and it's going to make it a little bit easier for him to deal with a tendonitis situation.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know that's what's actually reality. You know what I'm saying?
You never know.
Well, of course, but there you go.
You never know.
You never know. So this idea that I know is out there, just save him a few more weeks. What does that do? And by the way, how would everybody feel if they had lost Monday?
You'd feel a little bit differently.
Would you?
If Jordan Mason went out and played like a backup is supposed to, which would be 16 carries for 51 yards and a fumble. If he did what he was supposed to do, Mark, and you lose that game, you're feeling differently about rushing him back, because teams that start out 0-2 before expansion, 11% make the playoffs.
Right, but then 49ers, I'm pretty sure, checks notes, are not going to start 0-2 this year.
Correct, yeah.
All right, what if they lose this one? What if he doesn't play and they lose this one?
Then you may think about more urgency against the Rams. I personally don't, because I look at the long game of the season, and I think we're going to be here in December and January. We should be a player in the playoffs. I'd rather have him be fresh then than rush him back now and have him be a little bit more run down when we get into those big games.
Let's talk about his workload then moving forward. Doc Feely with us yesterday.
I think when you look at his usage rate last year, he was 18 to 22 touches a game, maybe up to 25. 28 carries for Jordan Mason was the most a Kyle Shanahan player has ever had in a game. So ideally, you have him in the 15 to 20, and I think that's totally reasonable. I think the other nice thing is, as soon as you put him out there, even if he's not the first, second, or third option, he's a decoy because he's so good. So I think once he gets out there, he will play. I think the athletic training staff and the medical staff is doing everything right. You take it slow with him now, especially if you're going to win a couple games with his backup. It's a long season. It hopefully is another season that goes well into February. You want him fresh and you want him feeling as good as possible. And we know all these players don't feel 100% by the end of the year. So you want to conserve him as much as possible for the second half of the year and into the playoffs.
I see. That's it. To me, look, he is a doctor, but that's a funny thought to me. Conserving him. I don't know how you conserve a football player.
You don't play him as much and you don't give him the ball as often. And thereby he doesn't have as many plays where he's getting tackled and contacted.
And then in December he gets a helmet to the knee and it explodes, and that's that.
Like, you just never know, though. But I mean, you put yourself in the best place to maybe succeed later in the year, and you could look at McCaffrey last year in the playoffs. Looked like he was, slowing down a little bit.
Did it?
I think so.
What were his numbers? Do you have them in front of you?
I'll pull them up.
Pull them up.
Just looking at touches, last year 339, the year before 329. Those are his last two seasons. And the year before, obviously, was a combined year with what he had done in Carolina. He has numbers right here. Playoffs, he had 3 games and 89 yards a game in the playoffs. And he had 19 catches in 3 games, so 6 catches, 6.3 catches a game.
He averaged 5.4 yards per carry in the regular season. He averaged 4.5 yards per carry in the postseason.
Okay.
So he went down almost a yard per carry, small sample size.
Yard per target, he was at 6.1 yards per target. And during the regular year, he was at 6.8.
Yeah, pretty similar. And then
one gigantic fumble, which I don't know if I would attribute that to being fatigued.
He scored 5 touchdowns in 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he looked like Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. I thought. He looked like Christian McCaffrey.
Well, and again, you're dealing with a player now who's in his 8th year. So, there is some wear and tear that's gone on with McCaffrey and his body. And I think that it's prudent when you think about what he did at Stanford and how much he ran there. And you start to look at all of his carries from college and the pros. Now, college carries aren't as rigorous as NFL carries, but he toted the ball a lot at Stanford.
No doubt.
In his 3 years. So I think about an older player. Not older, he's not even 30 yet, but he's a running back. And it might be prudent to try to limit him early so you have a better version late. It's risky.
I hear
I get
you.
it. I feel heard.
Well, I hear you. I just don't know if it actually does that. Like maybe that would have been a good question, or we can ask Pandya or Feely that next week. Like, what is the actual payoff of, like, I understand the idea of going easy when someone's returning or if they haven't had camp. But just in theory, let's say Christian is totally healthy right now. Does, like, chilling with a lower tote rate week 2, 3, 4, 5, if you do that, what's the payoff for week 17, 18, and playoffs?
Right.
Does that actually equal anything, or are you just praying, basically?
I wonder if they've done biometric studies on that. Dr. Pandya, I think, would have a good sense of that. He occasionally will do these research projects where he looks stuff up. And I'm looking at the total touches from McCaffrey last year, 417, including the postseason. And I wonder when a player gets to 350 or 400 touches in a year, if there is a drop-off at that point in productivity. Part of it is, and I'm going to point this out, that you're playing better teams. So you're playing good defenses, and you're in the playoffs.
100%.
Detroit, Green Bay, and Kansas City were your three opponents, and they're good teams because they're still playing in the playoffs.
Well, the only time he averaged under 4 yards a carry was the Super Bowl. That's it. And that was easily the best defense that they played, at least in the postseason. One of the better defenses in the entire league. 888-957-9570. I'm not trying to pin you here, but let me ask you.
I didn't know we were wrestling.
No, I want to understand two answers, because 3-4 weeks ago you sat here and kind of made fun of us.
Oh, big time.
Okay, fine. You made fun of us.
You and Steiny.
And Guru.
Oh, that's right. I was me against the world.
You made fun of the whole room. Simply because, and I wasn't even arguing against it, I simply didn't understand the idea of playing Brock Purdy in the preseason with non-teammates, second stringers,
right?
Whatever. All the other first stringers were sitting. And he played Brock Purdy. I thought it was a head scratcher. Now, your thought was, hey, Foofy 4, let's go. They're football players.
Yeah, he's healthy.
You play.
When you're healthy, yeah.
But what if Christian is healthy? Well, he's saying he's healthy.
Then you play him. I personally don't think that he is, quote, healthy. Brock Purdy was 100% healthy, and he wanted to get some reps, so you play him. And you played him behind 2s and 3s, and you trusted him to stay safe, and he did. Christian McCaffrey is clearly not healthy. He couldn't play in preseason games, and he was unable to go in week 1. So for me, it's apples and oranges. If McCaffrey is healthy and the doctors say, yeah, he's healthy enough to play him. I'll be holding my breath because he's pretty important.
I mean, I do that anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of every NFL season. I did it the other night when Debo went on that end around and got flipped up, got hit hard in the leg, and he threw the ball up in the air, and then he just kind of sat, and there was a Jet player that got hurt. I think it was the one who hit him.
Yeah. That was on our side of the stadium. I was looking right at Debo. He took a knee.
And he just sat there. He wasn't laying down, but he just sat there. And the crowd started to chant his name. And I was holding my breath. Like, there's at least one of those every game, isn't there? Playoffs against Minnesota, the first Super Bowl year, whatever that was, 4 or 5 years ago. Bosa goes down. Crowd starts chanting his name. Eventually he gets up, runs off the field. Place goes nuts. But yeah, we're going to have those. We're going to have that. It happened with Christian. It happened with Trent. Happens with Debo. It feels like 4 times a year. George in the Super Bowl.
Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl.
Wow. You didn't have any chance to hold your breath on that one. It was just out of breath immediately.
Right. And that was one where, the turf field at practice was kind of aggravating his Achilles, and then it just went. And I'm not saying if a guy's got an Achilles that hurts, you never play him. But if he's healthy and he gets cleared, play him.
Let's go.
You're not going to give him 25 touches. I would rather them not play him against Minnesota. See about the Rams. If you're 2-0, maybe you get the Ram game too, and we'll see you on grass, bro. Yeah. You can play on the grass.
Go ahead and keep that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and keep that. Mac T
Grandy didn't like
in
it.
the Yoon is on Willard and Dibs. Mac T, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I think you have to be gratuitously conservative with CMC. The research and everything shows that when running backs turn 28, they just deteriorate really badly. I believe that's his age. The other thing that's not really been mentioned is, like, you're talking about the touches. If he's a starting running back, what about all the times he has to block and he has to hit an NFL linebacker? Like, that takes mileage off as well. Additionally, his dad had him, like, running sleds like when he was, like, 5 years old. He has these crazy workout routines, which is awesome. But, for somebody that's 28, I think his mileage is probably like 150,000 miles. So I think you just have to really, really, really be conservative, more so than you would think.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. Mac T, thank you very much. I get where you're coming from. But
sleds at 5, I like it. I like the parenting.
Okay, 2 things, right? Like, Christian McCaffrey is 28. That means he's about to slow down. I would argue Christian's different. I think we've already seen it. Not only is he more talented, I think he's in better shape than the next guy. I don't expect Christian McCaffrey to fall off of a cliff just because he's 28. We have seen exceptions. Every running back's different. Sometimes it's 30. Sometimes it's 32. Curtis Martin. Other guys, it's 25. You know what I mean? You see guys fall off the cliff at different times. Now, the idea, though, of mileage, like, do you have a car? You have a car?
Got a Honda Fit, Mark.
Okay.
130,000 miles on it.
Do you drive it?
Yeah, it doesn't run like it used to.
Okay, but do you
Still
drive
pretty
it?
good, of course.
Okay, are you like, it's got 130,000 miles on it. I should stop driving it so that 3 years from now, I can still drive it. The whole point of having a player in his prime is to use him. Like, I'd argue, this is what's amazing. If Christian's about to fall off a cliff physically, use him more. Use him more.
That sounds mean-spirited.
Well, no. Like, get every last drop out of his prime.
I'm with you, but
if he's about to go down, then let's have his usage go down when he's not as good in 2 years.
Well, then let's just use him in December and January. That's my argument is, yes, if you think that he's starting to deteriorate, and there's no evidence to that fact yet, but you look at his overall touches since Stanford, and he's over 2,500 touches. So it's not about the years and the age. For me, it's about the touches. And, 2,500, I wonder what the line is for some of the greats where their total touches, when they reached a number of those, that they started to fall off. It's not about how old you are. It's about how much you've done already.
Well, but he's already surpassed so many running backs as far as that. Like, how many running backs even get this opportunity anymore in the NFL?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, we have to turn the faucet off now.
You don't have to turn the faucet off, but save water for December. That's all I'm saying.
I just don't know if it works. Where's the data that works? You know what I mean? Like, like the only team I can think of in pro sports to try to do anything like that was the Nationals with Steven Strasburg, where there was this idea of like, yeah, we got a certain number and we got, you know what I mean? Like, when it's over, it's over. And so we got to try to like slow play this. I just don't know if saving him actually helps in any sort of a significant percentage kind of a way. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. There's only one person out there who can answer the question, like, what is the statistical data drop-off of a Christian McCaffrey team to whatever happens next? Jordan Mason, the way Brandon Ayuk played, Dominic Pooney, how about Sam Darnold? All of that stuff comes from NFL Film Zone, Greg Cosell, who joins us every week at 3 o'clock. We do that next on Willard and Dibs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, this is quickly becoming like one of our favorite times of the week. We'll do it every single Wednesday, and I know you and I, Dibbs, are both kind of chomping at the bit here to go, not player by player. We're not going to go through the entire roster.
We might.
But maybe close.
Yeah.
You know?
The man's got info now. Got that knowledge.
Well, he is senior producer, NFL Films, and he's joining us on the River Islands guest line, as he will do every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock to break down the film like no other. It's none other than Greg Cosell. Hey, Greg, how you doing this week?
I'm doing great. I'm just curious, was that lead-in song representative of your younger days, or are we okay with that?
I'm completely okay with that.
Big time.
So I'm going to say maybe both, Greg. How about that? Can I answer that way?
You can answer any way you like.
Okay, that's what the film says, Greg. Right. And so that's what we're going to go with. All right, where to start? I guess Jordan Mason is the best place to start. So first and foremost, just what did you see with his evening? But maybe more important, how did it progress? Like, what did he look like when it got to the fourth quarter and he was north of 20 carries?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot there that with the run game. But if you're just speaking about him, I think that was evident even early on, but it was clear as the game progressed how physical a runner he is. And there were some clear examples where the Jets defense later in the game was not particularly thrilled with having to tackle him. He's one of those runners that you wouldn't say he's shifty and elusive. He's a downhill velocity runner. He has natural power. There's a physical presence to his running style. He has just enough lateral quickness where he can work effectively in confined space. And as I said, he's got really good finishing traits. He's a difficult guy to tackle and probably not a lot of fun to tackle.
I can't imagine it. And it seemed like he got to the second level ad nauseum against the Jets defense. Those holes were gigantic.
They sure were.
Did they go about the run scheme differently, Greg? Because it seemed like there was less use check and more just straight ahead zone power with Jordan Mason.
Yeah, there were multiple run game concepts, as there always are, with the 49ers. I think when you play the Niners, you're very conscious of having to defend the C gap. That's where, so people can kind of visualize that, right next to the center, the offensive center is the A gap. You go over one, it's the B gap. You go over one more, it's the C gap. That's kind of where their run game is foundationally built. But obviously they do more than that. But so they did a number of different things. The key thing was that he ran almost exclusively out of what we would call base personnel. When Juszczyk was on the field, when there were two tight ends on the field, when there was both Juszczyk and two tight ends, 23 of his 28 runs came in these base personnel packages.
Greg, I'm curious to know if you saw them running to the right more often than in the past, because famously they love to run behind Trent Williams, but it looked like they were running to the right more often than in the past. Is that so?
I didn't chart it, so I don't know the exact answer, and I don't want to make something up, but I didn't get the sense that they were only working to one side. I felt like it was pretty multiple. It's funny. Sometimes the shorter runs are the really cool runs. Like, I thought that his 5-yard touchdown run in the third quarter was just an example of great design and execution. I thought that you had an unbelievable double team by the center, Brendel, and Banks, the left guard, and it was on Quinnen Williams, who's obviously a really good player. I love the way Kittle inserted as a lead blocker on the stacked linebacker Mosley, and then Samuel came in from the right side of the formation and kind of cracked back on the safety Clark. I thought, that was just one of those runs. Obviously, it was a touchdown, but it wasn't a long run necessarily, but it was just beautifully designed and executed.
Just a clinic in the run game. I can't help but get my eyes on Dominic Pooney over there in the right guard making his first start. What did you see on the film from Dominic?
Yeah, he looked really good. I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't watch a ton of preseason football. I'm being honest, it's not my favorite thing. But
that's good honesty.
I thought that he showed early in the game and then throughout the game both strength as a run blocker. I thought he was good at one-on-one pass protection. There's 2 blocks that in the run game, more than 2, but 2 that you have to be able to execute in the NFL, or as a guard in particular, or you're not going to be a starting guard. One is the backside cutoff block. So if the zone run game goes away from you, you have to be able to execute the backside cutoff block. Then in the zone run game, when it goes to your side, you have to be able to execute the front side reach block. In other words, the reach block is a case where the player is just outside of you and you have to get outside of him to seal him to the inside. Those are 2 blocks that you have to be able to execute, one on the backside, one on the front side, and I thought that he did that very well in this game. And he's going to have to continue to do it well.
Senior producer, NFL Films, Greg Cosell, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he will be every single Wednesday afternoon on 95.7 The Game. Greg, people for a while now have been running out of questions to ask about Brock Purdy, but one of the ones that was still remaining was, boy, I wonder what he would look like without Christian McCaffrey. So, Greg, what did he look like without Christian McCaffrey?
Well, I mean, to me, those 2 things are mutually exclusive. I mean, obviously, McCaffrey's a great player, but I mean, when Purdy has to drop back and throw a ball, that's not necessarily a function of Christian McCaffrey. I thought Purdy was kind of Purdy. He was efficient. He made good throws. He's got enough movement that he can move around and make plays. Look, I don't know if we discussed this last week. I can't remember. I'm old, guys. I can't remember what we discussed last week. But Purdy is the scheme and the system and Purdy's ability to execute it at a high level all go together. And, there's some great examples of that. Kittle, the 26-yarder to start the second quarter field goal drive, was a beautifully designed, what we call a flood concept. It's a 3-level stretch concept. Kittle ran the intermediate route. Beautiful design. I'm sure you guys remember Juszczyk's 34-yard reception, which was a Kyle Shanahan classic, because what he likes to do is put a second-level defender who has both a run and a pass responsibility. He likes to put that player in conflict, and that's exactly what he did on the Juszczyk 34-yard reception. That was beautiful design. When I saw that play on the coaching tape, I got excited. That's what I love about football. But Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level, and I think people lose sight of how difficult that is to do, play after play after play, week after week after week, and they view him, well, he's just running a great system. That's really hard to do, and he does it at a really high level.
Yeah, it was a clinical performance from Brock, and he didn't have to overwhelm to go out there and have a pretty lopsided victory for the 49ers. I want to ask you about the defense, because other than the early drive in the first half, they had their way with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets offense. What did you see on the film as to why the Niners D had such an edge?
Well, I think their D-line, I mean, you could argue that the main D-line, obviously they sub and have a rotation, but when you have Bosa and Floyd on the edge and Hargrave and Collins inside, and I think we talked about Collins last week. Collins has always been a really, really good player, and I think 49er fans are going to really like this guy, and it showed up the other night. But their defensive front is really, really good, and it's just really difficult to block. And then there's Fred Warner, who I've been saying for years is just the best linebacker in football. I mean, his ability to play inside out with speed and range, and his ability to diagnose things instantly, I mean, there's no one as good as Fred Warner at the linebacker position in the NFL. And they've got the thing that I think is overlooked now, too, is they have tremendous length at linebacker, because when they're in their nickel and it's Warner and Campbell, you've got 6'3" and 6'4", and those are traits. People might not think about that, but that kind of length, those are traits.
So, Greg, here's a question that comes up a lot with 49er fans. There's this thought that whatever Steve Wilks was calling last year just wasn't in alignment with, the defensive line and the secondary and whatever Kyle Shanahan likes to run. The idea this year was they were going to get back to who they were before the hiring of Steve Wilks, with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley calling plays. What did you see? What can you explain to our audience with regard to the new regime?
and I'm going to be totally honest here. Those are hard questions, and I'll tell you why. Because you'd have to be there in their meetings to understand how things are taught, what they're specifically asked to do. I mean, I think when all's said and done, like in this particular game, they hardly rushed more than 4. I think twice on what Rodgers had maybe 23 or 24 dropbacks. I think twice they rushed 5. My guess is that this is going to be a defense that's going to rely predominantly on their on the 4-man pass rush. Now, there are things they do in third down and sort of pure pass situations with what we call loaded fronts, where they line up 3 defensive linemen to one side of the center. Often Fred Warner will walk up to the guard opposite that load side, and they'll do some pressure schemes from that. But I think this is going to be a defense that relies a lot on the 4-man pass rush, as long as it's being effective, and most weeks it will be. There's always some weeks, that things don't work exactly the right way. I think from a coverage perspective, we saw in this game multiple coverage concepts on third down out of their nickel. They don't play dime. They're a nickel sub defense. We saw cover 2, cover 1, cover 3. I think you'll see these kinds of things depending on the opponent. By NFL standards, I don't think they'll be overly detailed. Now, having said that, if I was sitting in the meetings, I'd probably have a different view. But I don't think they're going to be one of those teams that does a million things. I think it's going to be more execution-based than heavily scheme-based. That would be my sense.
Yeah, the stats indicate that they played out of the nickel 76% of the time and just 24% with the 3 linebackers. And the second linebacker, fans are concerned, Greg, about Devondre Campbell. He was guarding Wilson a couple of times in that first touchdown drive. It didn't go well. Does he have the speed to hold up in this defense when they go to the nickel and just 2 linebackers?
Yeah, I mean, he's got length. He can move. I mean, obviously, he's not going to be covering wide receivers man-to-man. There are sometimes the offense, through formation, through motions, can get a wide receiver on a linebacker. That does happen in the league, and there's really very few linebackers that can match up. So that's not a knock on Campbell. I mean, if anybody saw the Chiefs in the Thursday night opener, the way they got Rice matched up on linebackers and good linebackers, then, that happens. They got him matched up on Roquan Smith, who I think most people would agree is a pretty damn good linebacker. So that's not a knock on Campbell, the fact that maybe Wilson beat him one Sunday, and I don't remember the specific play, but I mean, that's not the way you're going to evaluate Campbell, by his ability to defend wide receivers.
Obviously, there's been a ton of talk the last handful of weeks about Brandon Ayuk, and we loved what you had to say last week when you talked about his fit in this system. Because he's being eased in, yes, there was at least 1, maybe 2 dropped passes. How would you?
He dropped a touchdown.
He dropped a touchdown. How would you compare what we saw from Brandon in this game to what you're used to seeing from him?
Well, I think he's played enough games in the National Football League that we know what he is. I mean, obviously he had that touchdown drop, which I'm sure he'd make that catch 9 out of 10 times. I think there was another one where I think it was a quick slant that went off his hands. It's probably a rust issue. No matter what you do and what you do in the off season, if you're not in camp and you're not going through the whole process, it's different when you get into a real game. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to be worried about Brandon Ayuk. He's played a lot of games in the league. He's been a good receiver. We talked about him last week. He's not all of a sudden going to be a bad receiver. He had a bad drop. He dropped a touchdown. It was very visible. It's a national TV game, so it happens.
Greg, you're officially our pivot point in the week, where we go from looking back to looking ahead, and the Niners getting ready to head to Minnesota. Sunday morning game on the fake field up there in Minnesota. What have you seen on the film from the Vikings that 49er fans should keep an eye out for on Sunday morning?
Well, let's look at the Vikings defense. They were very interesting this past week, and it could have been a function of who they were playing. Obviously, the Giants do not have a great offense. But one of the things that Brian Flores did a year ago, which was fascinating, and you rarely ever see this in the NFL, is it was a team that had the most 3-man pass rushes in the league and the most 6-man pass rushes in the league. Now, against the Giants, they stayed pretty basic with 4-man pass rushes and played a lot of coverage behind it. Again, I'm not Brian Flores. I don't know what he'll do against the Niners, but that 3-man versus 6-man pass rush deal is what's fascinating to me watching their tape a year ago, because you rarely see that kind of thing in the league. And then, of course, on offense, and we can talk about this, you guys can jump in, you got your old buddy Sam Darnold, who looked very good last week.
Well, what'd you see? Like, what because he was here, but we didn't really ever get to see him play. No. So, what did you see from Sam?
I'll tell you what I saw, and I think this is where coaching comes into play. Kevin O'Connell, obviously coming from the Shanahan and McVay tree, you saw Darnold with really clean footwork, really understanding the connection between his drop and the route concepts. You saw some really well-schemed, well-designed play concepts that really presented him with clean, defined reads so that he could hit his back foot, and if it required him just to hit his back foot and deliver, he'd do that. If it required a hitch, he did that really cleanly. He looked extremely comfortable. Now, it's one game. No one's going to sit here after one game and say, man, this guy's on his way to a great year. But if we're talking this same way after 6 or 7 games, then to me, you really have to talk about the coaching element. Because don't forget, he was coached last year, we know, with the Niners, even though he didn't play. And now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's really, really good. So sometimes that's the difference, because you're dealing with a kid, and you know this. Big kid, physical kid, throws the ball well. There's nothing from a physical trait standpoint that he can't do. He always had other issues, including mechanical and including what he was seeing. But he looked very comfortable this past week.
Looked like they were moving the ball around, too, to the various weapons. Justin Jefferson was not too much of an isolated target. I'm curious about the run game from what you saw from Minnesota. Looks like a little bit of a committee, and they use the fullback a little bit, too, don't they?
Oh, they play a lot out of 21 personnel as well with Ham. I can't, off the top of my head, remember how many snaps he had, but they did that last year. They do it now. They have a run game with the fullback as well, and they've got Aaron Jones, who's a really good back and a very good receiver. Got to be careful about that. Last week's game obviously was such that they got ahead. It was evident the Giants weren't really going to move the ball, so it didn't really require them to be probably as diverse and multiple offensively as they could be, as they probably went into the game with, but didn't need it. So we'll see how it goes. You'd assume this will be a closer game, but keep in mind, as I started this conversation, this defense did give the Niners some problems a year ago. It's a difficult defense to play against, and they can really pressure you. So that's something that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan will really have to be aware of. Chris Forster, one of the best line coaches in the league, they'll be working on that, trying to understand all their pressure concepts with different personnel on the field, because that's the last thing for any quarterback, to start a game where you feel like you're under pressure.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films, with us here on Willard and Dibs. And that's to say this. Yes, it's the same concept defensively, but a lot of new personnel. Their defensive line is almost completely different.
Yeah.
Right? I'd wonder if you could compare that group, though, to like the Jets group. Like, what's Brock Purdy facing this week versus last week?
I think he's facing a lot more diversity in pressure concepts. The Jets are not really a high-pressure defense, and when they are, their particular concepts are, I don't want to say they're basic, that's not the right word, but they're not. They don't have a ton of them, whereas Minnesota has a lot of different looks. Minnesota often lines up with 6 or 7 on the ball, on the line of scrimmage, so you don't know who's coming, who's dropping out. They make it difficult to try to figure that out, because you have to make sure you protect. You can't just say, well, I think that guy's going to drop out. You can't do that. So you have to, protection becomes a really critical issue. Protection first. You don't have a pass game if you don't have protection.
And Minnesota with a couple of really vaunted players in the secondary, Stephon Gilmore, and they got Harrison Smith. How do you like those matchups, Minnesota's secondary against the likes of Debo, and assuming Brandon Ayuk can play more, Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I mean, they're not a heavy man coverage team. That's the thing. Surprisingly, even when they pressure, they play more zone concepts. Now, zones always have a matchup element to them, but they're not a heavy, straight man-to-man team. So it's not so much, hey, this guy's going to have Samuel, this guy's going to have Ayuk. That's not really the way they play. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, they've got some different players. They signed Van Ginkel, who's a really good player from Miami. He showed up this past week. They signed Blake Cashman from Houston, who was very good for Houston a year ago before he got hurt. And what they basically did is they swapped out Danielle Hunter, for Jonathan Grenard. Hunter's a little better, but Grenard's a very good player as well.
Greg, before you go, I'd like to ask you this, even though, look, it's only been 1 week, and this might feel a little speculative, but based on what you know and what you saw this week, what kind of an outlook and optimism would you have for this 49er defense as a whole and its standing within the league?
Well, I think their front, let's talk in terms of playing nickel, because you end up playing nickel more than you play base. I think their front six is among the better front sixes in the league. We talked about their down four. We talked about Warner being the best linebacker in the league. Campbell, in my view, will be fine. Obviously, it's safety. I don't know if Hufanga is coming back. You guys might know that better. I don't know what his status is. Obviously, they played Odom, who throughout much of his career has been a high-level special teams player and a spot starter. They used Odom and Jair Brown kind of interchangeably. They both played on the back end. They both played in the box. Ward's a really good corner. The question becomes the other two corner spots. When they're in nickel, Lenoir goes into the slot, and they played Yodom on the outside. I don't know if that's going to stay all year. I don't know what their feeling is about Renardo Green. He's a player I really liked coming out of Florida State. Florida State was a man-heavy defense, played a ton of press man, and I really loved Green. I don't know how he did through training camp, so I can't answer that. But I think that's where, I don't want to call it a concern. I would just say that's what we'll be looking at to see how that plays out when they play against really good passing offenses and really good receivers.
Greg, we're going to do it every Wednesday, and you just showed everybody why. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Look forward to it next week.
Yeah, indeed. So do we. That's Greg freaking Cosell right there. Senior producer, NFL Dang Films.
Dropping knowledge. Woo! Greg, you may want to pick that up. You just dropped some knowledge over there.
Yeah, you did.
You may have dropped something.
Pick it up.
He's got me excited about this Minnesota front, and we can get into it more as we get through the week. I hadn't thought about it in those terms, but rushing 3 and then rushing 6. We don't do 4 and 5. We're going to hit you with 3, cover with 8, or we're going to bring 6 and then man up behind it. It's going to be a fun matchup now with Minnesota, and I think a defense that's underrated more than it's overrated.
You know what I heard? I'm not going to put words in Greg's mouth. He didn't say this, but this is kind of the feeling I got in listening to that. And just little things that he said about this week and last week and all that. The 49ers are playing a much better coached team this week than they did last week.
Right. Just based on what he said about the defense.
Yeah, like
the Jets are kind of an ordinary the way they approach it, right? Nothing too surprising.
Yeah, I'm a Robert Saleh fan. And I run the steps sometimes too. Not at Levi's, don't live close enough, but like... I really like Robert Saleh.
For sure.
But you're starting to hear whispers with regard to coaching because the New York Jets have players. They got players. And wait until you hear what Nick Bosa said today after practice, not specific to coaching the Jets and coaching the Vikings, but I think you can draw a line from one to the next based on what we heard him say today. We'll play that for you coming up next. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and your phone calls are always welcome. What would be your game plan for Christian McCaffrey this year, now that we know what we know? 888-957-9570. That is our number. We're taking your calls all afternoon on Willard and Dibs.
Only a few
gas, bro. Yeah.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Greg Cosell was fantastic.
Oh, incredible. Yeah.
Although I don't know if he threw the haymaker that Nick Bosa threw at practice today.
Is it a haymaker?
Well, I mean, it's compelling. Let's put it that way.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
Well, he was compelling last year when he said, well, we didn't really plan for that.
Right.
Mahomes and the zone keeper. I'm not going to say who didn't prepare us, but I think you can kind of figure that out, you guys.
Yeah. We have great energy.
We just don't have we don't have a defensive coordinator that I like.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I can honestly say we weren't prepared for this.
I can honestly say I missed camp. That also didn't help.
Right.
Whatever. No, it was a little
haymaker
different.
From Bosa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit of a strong term. But,
okay.
I mean, you decide. You decide. Check it out. Playing the Vikings this week. Hey, Nikki, what do you think?
This week, I think we're playing a better, honestly, a better team that's they're playing better football, it looks like, and they run the ball well, and we're going to have to be better in our techniques. We kind of got away with some things last week. So yeah, we have to hone in and not pat ourselves on the back.
Okay, this is my favorite quote of the year already.
Sorry, Robert, but you're not very good. This guy's better.
Listen again and try to hear the moment that Nick realizes he's going to be the lead story on New York sports radio by the afternoon. Listen one more time.
This week, I think we're playing a better...
Pause.
Honestly, a better team that's... they're playing better football, it looks like, and they run the ball well, and we're going to have to be better in our techniques. We kind of got away with some things last week. So yeah, we have to hone in and not pat ourselves on the back.
Wow, it's just tough. It's tough.
Yeah, this week we're playing a better,
they're playing better. They won, Jets didn't.
Team.
Yeah.
Better. You know what this reminds me of?
It's tough.
Still, I've told you about this one. We've done it on the air before. My favorite moment like that in the history of sports media, when a player realizes he is about to step in the biggest pile of doo-doo, stops and goes the other way, is when Quinnen Williams was still in college with Alabama, and they were getting ready to play Oklahoma and Kyler Murray. And Quinnen is at the bowl game at those big media day, he's at the dais, and he's like, honestly, we don't think that Kyler Murray... And then he just stops. He's about to say, he just stops, and you can feel that like the specter of Nick Bosa was on his right shoulder, and he just makes a noise. He's like, we don't think that Kyler Murray... And then they go, what did you want to say about Kyler Murray? And he goes, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's the end of the conversation. It's just
bulletin board material.
I'm out. I'm jumping out of this plane.
He's throwing shade at his former coach, and I'm sure he likes Saleh. And he probably does think, as Greg Cosell added in our interview, that Minnesota, they do things differently. And, coaching-wise, they're probably in a better spot than the Jets, and especially their defensive approach. So Nick's right. You're going on the road. The spread, I believe, is 6. You don't know if you're going to have McCaffrey or not. No road game is going to be an easy one, especially when you go to a place that the franchise hasn't won there since before Nick was born, before Grandy was born, 32 years. I know that's a franchise trend, and it has nothing to do with this year's team, but you lost to him last year in Minnesota.
I was going to say I was going to call it a house of horrors, but I know it's a new house.
Good call.
But
that was in the dome.
Yeah, the city is not been kind. And I do think that they might be talented. That's a big number on the road.
Yeah.
Week 2, that's a very big number. And obviously, it says that what happened on Monday night calmed everybody's fears about the 49ers. All the things that you heard, what's the Super Bowl hangover and the holdout and the hold in, and boy, it just doesn't feel, wait, never mind. That's what that spread says to me. But I don't know if I'm there yet. I don't mean that it matters about Super Bowl hangover and hold-ins and holdouts. I just don't know if I'm ready to say, well, yeah, now the Niners are just going to go into cruise mode the same way they did for the first 5 weeks last week. And then what I also don't know is, is Nick reflecting something that's real, or have the 49ers just become really good at finding ways to not allow themselves to get complacent? Because
there's that for sure.
That felt easy on Monday night, to be honest with you.
And, if you want to compare Minnesota to the Jets, Minnesota might be a little bit better. They might be a little bit worse. They're probably in the same overall category, but Minnesota played the Giants. And if you wanted to do a bottom 4 teams in the NFL, you have the Panthers and you have the Giants, and then we can have a debate about who the other 2 are. The Giant team is terrible.
Yep, totally.
And Minnesota handled them as they should on the road, impressive win, and all the rest of it. But the 49ers, I think, have enough veterans, and they do a good enough job of exactly what he just said there, finding ways to stay motivated. Minnesota beat you last year, and any road game is difficult, and you have your eyes on the ultimate prize, which is in February. But in the meantime, you have to go out there and handle your business, and it's a short week for San Francisco and travel. And Minnesota's a completely different team than what they were last year.
Well, it's a totally different environment also. The environment matters. Brian Flores is a really good defensive coordinator. Listen to what Baldy said about it this morning.
Well, they saw him last year. Brian Flores is very talented. They have a brand new defensive line. I mean, all 4 starters are new. And they caused all kinds of problems. So Daniel Jones to the offensive line. Nobody played well in New York. Daniel Jones walked into a lot of sacks that just aren't necessary. He didn't see the field well. So Brian Flores is going to give you as many different looks as anybody in this whole business right now. So you got to be really patient. Kyle's going to study it real hard. I think you can learn a lot from their performance in Minnesota a year ago, because the secondary is pretty much the same from a year ago. And so I think the fact that there's a blueprint for what Brian likes to do from how they played him a year ago can help game plan for this year.
All right, so that's the thought going into this one. And I do think that the 49ers, I don't think they're going to make it up. It's not like they're that much better than the rest of the NFL, head and shoulders or anything like that. But I think this is something that veteran groups do, and the 49ers now qualify as that. They do have some young pieces that are getting put in there. They've got some new players here and there, and I think that that's what the standard-bearing voices in the locker room are going to do right now, which is don't get excited. I know, it was Monday night. We looked awesome. Don't start patting yourself on the back, because there's 1,000 miles to go here, and Christian McCaffrey hasn't played football yet.
And this is a team that pretty much handled our offense last year. And I'm looking at the numbers. McCaffrey, 15 carries for 45 yards. He did have a touchdown in the game against Minnesota. Brock Purdy threw 2 interceptions, and it was a game that the Niners trailed most of the way, and they could never get on top and get over the hump, in part because Kirk Cousins refused to get off the field. So this is a team that's totally different from last year offensively, but on defense, they have the same mentality, and they have a good defensive-minded defensive coordinator.
And speaking of this camp that worried everybody, right? Oh, the Niners, the vibe is off. Do you know what? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe none of us are on the team, and we have no idea exactly how it was going, because I also thought this might have been the number one thing I was thinking about on Monday night while watching that football game. The 49ers, like all teams in the NFL, you come out, you start your season, and you're like, oh, you got some cobwebs. They snapped out of that as fast as any team that I watched. Maybe the Saints and Vikings, and for reasons that you already detailed, that was their opponent as much as anything else. But the 49ers snapped out and cleared the cobwebs and looked like they were playing at a pretty high level pretty fast. So how do you do that when you have a quote-unquote crappy camp? Listen to what Deebo Samuel said about the way they started.
Sure, especially coming off a Super Bowl loss. I think a lot of us use that as motivation to come in and kind of put it behind us and not look back for what happened, but kind of move forward and just control the things that we can do for us, day to day and week to week. And I just think everybody was just trying to perfect their craft every day.
So Deebo is speaking to basically a seriousness in camp. And I wonder if that translated to the media, because we are often the group that you're there, you're talking to people, you're watching it, and maybe it didn't look like the party that it's looked like before, and we translated that as, well, Brandon's not here, and Christian's not playing and Trent's not here and they lost the Super Bowl. Oh, they just don't feel well. And Debo's like, no, it's because our nose is to the damn grindstone because we're so ticked off about what happened last year.
Yeah, and Trent Williams even said a similar thing. I heard a quote yesterday. One of our shows was playing it, how when he finally got into camp, he came in and there wasn't anybody joking around. I mean, no towel snapping and no pranks and no hijinks. It was business. And he was looking at the rookies and thinking, these guys who've been here before he was this year are already like head down, like Debo's saying, nose to the grindstone and like setting about becoming professional players and really getting ready for the season, knowing full well that this team's in the Super Bowl window.
The comments you are referring to,
you got them?
Sounded a little bit like this.
I walked in, I'm like, damn, everybody is like laser focused, everybody flying around. It's like not a lot of joking going on. It's like we got a lot of new players in the locker room that's already playing at San Francisco, at what we expect around here. So, looked at all the young guys and the draft and just like, damn, obviously we had a good roster last year. I didn't know that they could improve it. But, I mean, in my opinion, we improved, and those guys are playing their butts off.
Okay, that came right after the game on Monday night.
Yeah, he says it a lot better than I did. I stammered through it.
Yeah, no, I like
gist.
Yeah, I got the idea.
I added the towel snapping and the hijinks because that's what I do.
That's why I liked yours.
But it's all business, and that's where you get, and it's hard to do it week in and week out, but this is the first road trip. So, everybody, rookies and stuff, is your first time going to a city, and Minnesota's going to be all revved up for their team that's 1-0, and it's a new experience for the younger players.
You ever struck by how stupid we all are?
All the time.
Okay.
I mean, I try to remember what I don't know, because a lot of times I get wrapped up in what I know, and you put more import on what you do know as opposed to putting that same energy into what you don't know.
Yeah, like I think that's very well said. Like, who cares what you don't know as long as you admit it? Like, it took me, and that was a while, like that's being in your 20s, is you don't know the power of that phrase. I don't know.
Exactly.
Like, it's okay. It's okay to say I'm sorry. It's okay to say I was wrong. It's okay to say I don't know, because there's tons of stuff I don't know. I'm wrong probably like more often than a broken clock.
Huh?
You know what I mean? And like, yeah. And Dibs, I'm sorry. I don't even know why, but I probably did something at some point.
No, it's all right.
No, those are
apology not accepted.
Those are powerful phrases, though.
They are.
And the reason that just popped into my head is I'm having one of these moments where I'm just laughing at all of us. Me, you, definitely Lucas, Grandy, every caller we've had. The last 6 weeks of our lives have been worrying and talking about how the vibe was off and hangovers and predicting that things will not go as expected. And obviously, those predictions aren't wrong yet. They're just 1-0. But do you notice how quickly we went from that to, well, this is the best roster they've ever had? How quickly did we go from, oh no, this is last dance, hangover, vibes off, hold in, hold out. How quickly, one game, I think this is the best roster that Kyle Shanahan has ever had. I mean, and not just people saying it, like Trent Williams saying it. That's funny. That's funny to me.
Well, it's the way it works in this league. And if they go out Sunday and they lay an egg, let's say the game goes exactly like it did last year, except this time it's Sam Darnold. I
knew that was
I couldn't
coming.
help it. 370 yards or whatever. And he looks like the next great quarterback. And you end up with 3 turnovers and you lose to Minnesota again. Well, then come Monday, Brockster's millions and everything else we talk about, it's going to sound different. And, there'll be people saying, oh, this Niner team's overrated. The Jets aren't that good. And Minnesota took it to you. They're overrated. So everything changes week to week.
Well,
in this business, in this league.
Right. But I would say that right now the optimism is not just baked into how the 49ers looked, but now the outlook that you have, which is clearly changed. I mean, even from 4 o'clock on Monday, what is it right now? Almost 4 o'clock on Wednesday. It was almost exactly 48 hours ago that what happened. Grandy hit the little breaking news. Christian's out.
That's right.
That was 48 hours ago, almost to the mark.
Feels like a week ago.
Exactly. 48 hours ago, we get that news. And the party that's cruising around Levi Stadium all of a sudden has rain falling on it. And now, look at how we feel about it now. I look at this roster that so many are calling the best that the Niners have had. I look at a dominant performance in a primetime game against a supposedly good team, and I think to myself, this team might acquire Christian McCaffrey. It might acquire 50% of Brandon Ayuk. It might acquire Talanoa Hufanga. Like, you're going to make acquisitions on this team that are already baked in, and it already looks like it has the chance, at least, to perform at a very high and balanced level.
It should, and, that's assuming you don't lose anybody else along the way, because an NFL season, everyone talks about it being a marathon, and part of that is enduring injuries and getting guys healthy and getting guys back, and Greenlaw and Hufanga and Ricky Pearsall, for crying out loud, who hopefully is ready to go for week 5. This team will be forever changing as the season goes on, but you take it 1 week in, and you can't help but get excited. Even Captain Stingy back there, Grandy, with his grades, he's giving out A's and A minuses and B pluses.
Yep.
And deservedly so. So, I mean, fans
Captain
are
Stingy.
Oh, yeah, Stingosaurus Rex is what I was going to go with, because we're in a dinosaur space right now at home.
That was my prediction. I thought that you were going to be really, really tough on the 49ers. And
he couldn't. He did not have even Dr. Negatron in there doesn't have the bandwidth to nitpick and give a position group a C. He couldn't.
No.
I like Dr. Negatron, probably my favorite.
Was there even a player? McKivitz? Campbell? Was there a player that you wanted?
Lucas kind of bullied me into asking Greg Cosell about Devondre Campbell.
Yep.
And Greg was like, no, he's going to be fine. So all of Niner fans who want to nitpick on somebody, it's Devondre Campbell, and get over it.
There's a chance that Greg thinks Devondre Campbell's going to be fine. There's a chance he's like, dude, I didn't know they were going to ask me about Devondre Campbell.
Oh, he was ready for it.
I mean, he's Greg.
Yeah.
He's ready. But you know what I mean? Do you ever think about Greg Cosell's week? What happens?
Well, he watches every play from every game.
Right, but you don't have to just watch, more than twice.
Right.
How much film are you watching to where you just pick up the phone and be like, ask me anything? You're like, all right, what about the third linebacker on the Bills? Well, let me tell you what happened. Here you go. And he just what is happening each week? How much football does he watch?
It's crazy. It's crazy. He's got to watch. I wonder how many of these he does. Probably not 32.
No.
So I'm sure there are teams that he drills down on a little bit more closely, and then their opponent and their previous opponent.
Well, that's the thing.
And then their opponent's opponent.
Don't know where, but he doesn't know where. Exactly. I want to let everyone know that. Greg doesn't know where that conversation's going to go. We do not prompt him.
No.
Nobody's texting him. They're going to ask you about Brandon Ayuk. It's just, dude, talk. And we start asking stuff, and he can answer anything about every player.
Impressive.
Devondre Campbell. I think, come on. There's a lot of people. This guy's supposed to have memorized. I considered, but it's only week 2, so I didn't do it yet. I might do this later in the year. I considered asking him what went wrong for the 49er defense in their game against Minnesota last year. He probably would have been able to answer the question. He probably just from memory.
No doubt. He's got that kind of memory. So, yeah, Devondre Campbell. Greg says,
Devondre Campbell.
Go ahead and rest easy, 49er fans. He's going to be just fine. And the length that he was talking about, the length at linebacker.
By the time we get to December or even Thanksgiving, that might be Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, or D. Winters in the interim.
Or D. Winters.
Yeah.
This team's going to acquire a bunch of people.
Right. And I just watching them on defense and, Greg pointing out how much they played nickel defense, the base with 5 in the secondary, 3 out of every 4 snaps was in that base. And then you start to think about what happens when Dre Greenlaw does come back and you have your 4 down linemen and it's Fred and Dre and then it's 5 guys in coverage. That defense is going to be fun to watch.
Did you hear what Brandon Ayuk said today?
Missed it.
Check it out.
I think after the game, I didn't watch the film until this morning. I was a little bit scared to watch it, but not as bad as I thought.
You were scared to watch it?
I was scared to watch it.
Did it just not feel right at the time?
Okay. Just watched the film today. Was scared to watch it. Said it didn't look as bad as he thought it would, but no, things did not feel right out there.
I can imagine.
I wonder why.
Well, you go from the Super Bowl loss to a instant TikTok and a sullen face in the exit interviews and everything that took place over the summer. I don't need to enunciate all of the things that we know that he went through. And then you finally sign, you get a couple of practices. Boom, Monday Night Football. Go play. Go make plays, Brandon, on a handful of targets. Go ahead and make sure you're perfect or else. And so all the pressure and all of the buildup in the offseason, you finally get to play and boop, and then boop.
Come on, man. I mean, like, look, we're so past the point of wanting to belabor this issue. But at the same time, like, I'm giving 49er fans open invitation to just shake your head. You're allowed to shake your head on this one. It's fine.
SMH.
They're fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, SMH. Like, come on, man. And all I can hope for at this point, because it's over, it's in the past, I really hope that a lesson was learned. I really do. I don't want
camp matters.
I don't want that. Well, it's not just camp matters, because Trent Williams didn't go to camp and he looked fantastic. And Christian McCaffrey didn't have camp. We're all hoping that he's back. Again, it's not so much what happened, it's the way it happened. I just hope, and I don't even mean that the lesson is only learned by Brandon. Everybody. Because remember, we were talking about this like, oh, this is the way players are going to do it with the Niners now, like, or all teams. Just wait and push it and push it all the way to the end. You'll get more money. Man, Blake Snell, push it. We're going to get more money. Dude, there's a damn cost. There's a cost to negotiating that way. I hope agents are watching. This is pointless. There's no need. There is absolutely nothing good that comes from, I'm going to get 17 more cents and blow up the first quarter of my season.
Probably was more than 17 cents.
I don't think it was anything.
Well, if they were offering him 26 back in March, then he got more than 17 cents extra.
But he got that offered at the beginning of camp. This is all well documented. And the dude was about 10 seconds away from being a Steeler. Like, this was not a good experience. Like, he
was at camp.
Come on, man.
Come on,
dog.
He's just there so he doesn't get fined.
Yeah.
And they say they don't want me.
Kyle Shanahan was talking about it again today. Remember the Jay Glazer story of everybody's blowing whistles and calling people and screaming and yelling and running around in the facility because don't trade with the Steelers. Hold on. So apparently the story was Kyle Shanahan had to run upstairs because they weren't taking his call and he wanted to tell him to stop. Brandon's ready to sign. So he talked about why he ran up the stairs.
I had to sprint because I had a team meeting at 8:30, and I was getting ready for my team meeting. Brandon just randomly walked in and talked to me at 8:15. Very Brandon-like to pick that type of time because I was trying to get ready for something else. 10 minutes into talk to him, I realized we needed to talk a little bit more when the meeting was over. Meetings can go a while and stuff, and I knew we were in discussions a lot with Pittsburgh, so I actually called up to John, and he didn't answer, picked up on the first ring. So I just wanted to make sure he wasn't on the other line making any trades. So I ran up there and just said, hold on, let's talk after this meeting.
Did you have to barge in?
No, I'm not going to make it more dramatic than it already is.
And I love it. He's like, it's very like Brandon to just walk in and start bringing this up 15 minutes before I'm supposed to be doing something else.
Pretty funny.
Well, it also, like a lot of the reports that we heard, they were true. Like Kyle
were close.
Kyle gets annoyed sometimes by Brandon Ayuk.
No doubt. And you just heard it right there. It was like so much like, it's such a Brandon thing to do. Come in right before my meeting, but
guy.
Yeah.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises. All right. There's a couple things we need to get to coming up around the bed. Coming up next, we'll circle back to the start and take your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Knowing all that you know about the McCaffrey situation, and we'll play some things for you. What is your game plan if you're coaching the Niners? How would you like to see them handle the McCaffrey situation this year? Your phone calls now at 888-957-9570. Plus, an old friend, a former 49er quarterback, weighs in on Brock Purdy, and it was fascinating. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
This is where you come for great questions, which lead to great answers, by the way. They're hand in hand. It's Willie and Dibby. We love that you're listening and interacting and YouTubing and texting. Xfinity Mobile text line. You can call us 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls all the way up until 6 o'clock, until the great Grandy takes over. So glad that you're here. I got this question. This is off Christian McCaffrey topic, but it's still 49ers topic. Does anybody have any Brock Purdy questions left? Since we're talking about great questions.
That's a great question.
Thank you. I'd love to see. Okay. No, it was. I want to see if any of you have any great questions left about Brock Purdy. I feel a little bit on an island over here.
Well, I just wonder, when you look at Brock Purdy and you think about all the things, and we ran through it last year. Well, can he win a big game on the road? Can he lead a team back? Can he this? Can he that? Can he do this? Can he do that? And he checked just about every box, other than the one that 98% of all quarterbacks have been unable to do, which is, can he win the Super Bowl?
Sure.
So if that's really the only question, and that's kind of a cheapo, to be honest, because if you look around the NFL right now, I think there are 5, maybe 6 quarterbacks active who have actually won a Super Bowl, and that might include Joe Flacco, presuming he has a gig. I'm not sure if he even does.
I think he's backing up on the Colts.
Okay, so he's got a gig.
Which, by the way, in the history of ever, has there ever been a mobility drop-off that would happen if Anthony Richardson got hurt and the Colts trot Joe Flacco out?
That's a pretty mobility drop-off, pretty big.
Am I right on that, Grandy? Is Flacco backing up in Indy? Is that right? Nobody knows.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the case.
Point being, if that's the only question you have about Brock Purdy, then go ahead and hopefully wait until February and see if that's answered.
Thank you.
Flacco's
Joe
in Indy.
Flacco's back
and you
up
got
in Indy.
Russ, who's still playing. He's got one. Mahomes, obviously. You've got Stafford. You got Aaron Rodgers. And you're running out of quarterbacks who are playing who have one. So if that's really your only question about Brock, then so be it. I think you can nitpick on, can he really throw the ball down the field consistently? Well, they don't, so you're not going to find out. Can he make all the throws? Yeah. Can he win games almost every time? Yeah. So I don't know where questions are. I'd be interested to hear what people have among questions.
There's a reason I'm asking, although you just said something that I would like to give you an analytics update.
Okay.
Sometimes what gets me is that what I hear people say as here's what we know about Brock Purdy. Like, do you want him to push the ball down the field? Because the Niner offense doesn't do that. They don't? Are you sure? Brock Purdy, and, you can find an analytics sort of stat for everything. But in terms of what is termed aggressive throws.
Yeah, air yards.
4th in the league just last week. And so I understand that people think that, they don't go vertical. Right, they don't necessarily go vertical, but tune in and watch if you can. Tune on Red Zone and watch how many quarterbacks in the NFL are just boop, boop, boop. They're dropping back, and it's get the ball out of your hand, and let's go to the tight end. Let's go to the running backs. Let's get the ball out of here as quickly as possible. A lot of the rookies were doing that. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. The reason I bring it up is twofold. One, I do think that a lot of people have said over the last year, wait till he has to play without Christian McCaffrey. And then he did, and the Niners looked great, and he moved the ball 8 consecutive scoring drives. But there's also this. So our old friend Brian Hoyer, former 49er quarterback, most recently was back with the New England Patriots. He was a guest on Peter Schrager's On the Season podcast, and they got into the 49ers, and I thought this was great content. Listen to Brian Hoyer break down the quarterback position for the 49ers and what he sees Brock Purdy do in said position.
Brock Purdy is Kyle's avatar out on the field. And Kyle, he would talk, because so much for me was about the game plan. He's like, don't worry about it. I'll call the play at the right time.
I got it.
And that made me nervous because it's like, I want it to be in my hands. I want to know, I want to change the play at the line of scrimmage. That's just how I learned, professional football. But, he's had Purdy from the infancy stage and he's molded him exactly how he wants him. And when I watched Brock play, I realized that's exactly the guy. And I think even Jimmy, Jimmy had success with Kyle, but, Jimmy would ad-lib at times. And I think that would drive Kyle insane. And Kyle's found a guy in Brock who literally, if Kyle said, hey, Brock, on this play, I want you to take a 5-step drop and throw it out of bounds to the left, Brock would say, okay, coach, and he would do it. And it's been really, and like you said, it's not an insult. It's believing in your coach, believing in the system.
Okay, so Brock Purdy, if Kyle said drop back, 5-step drop, hit your back leg, and huck it out of bounds, Brock would be like, you got it.
Yeah, that's what the play called for, and I have faith in Kyle, so I'll go ahead and do that. And, maybe I won't totally get it because now it's 2nd and 10, but I did what you wanted, coach. Maybe if Brian Hoyer would have adhered to what Kyle wanted, he wouldn't have gone 0-6 as the Niner starter.
Was that the record?
0-6.
Oh.
Yeah, 58% completion, and it was a scuffle. It's not like it got turned around immediately when Jimmy came, but they did finish the year pretty good. I think they won, their last 5. But
yeah, but he could speak to it. He's like, Jimmy drove Kyle nuts sometimes because he'd just be like, I'm going to go out. Do you remember when Jimmy got thrown in there after the Trey Lance injury and people took it as a shot at Kyle because Jimmy was like, it was fun because there's like no game plan. So I can go out there and just kind of wing it. And it's like, at the time, I remember people were like, yeah, come on, Kyle. Like, let the guy be a football player. See? He's good. Let him do some things. And it was the very next week, it was 7 days later, that he walked out of the back of an end zone in the Denver stadium.
Yeah, doing his own thing.
Doing his own thing.
Yeah.
This one's doing his own thing. Yeah. So I loved hearing that from a guy who's actually been a quarterback under Kyle Shanahan. And you wonder why this looks so much better. You like lockstep. You have somebody who's going out there and will do exactly what he's asked to do. And I also think that whole thing, that speaks well of Kyle Shanahan. I know people want to call it arrogance, but look at what it looks like when you have someone that will just go do what Kyle asks him to do. Look at the results.
Right, which is know the play and make the pre-snap read. And if the pre-snap read doesn't fit with what we're trying to run, feel free to not, audible out of this play. Stick with the play and then go to your secondary and then your tertiary reads. And I trust you, everything's going to work out. Instead of, like Brian Hoyer saying, I'm used to changing the plays and calling my own. So I get to the line and it's Omaha, we're running something else. But what Kyle wants you to do is just run the damn play.
Yeah.
And if option A is not open and B's not, you know what? Option C is going to be open because I'm Kyle flipping Shanahan and I scheme people open on one. Ready, break. So, yeah, and that's what Brock did on Monday night. He was not spectacular. I was looking at the Pro Football Focus numbers. He was the highest rated Niner on offense. I think he had like an 88 or an 89.
Higher rated than Jordan Mason.
Trent Williams was 2. Jordan Mason was like 4th or 5th.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's Pro Football Focus in their player ratings.
Some people want to blow that off. Others use it for something. It's a thing.
It's a thing. I think
Say that slowly again.
Brock Purdy was number 1, Mark, and he was like 7 points higher than Trent Williams, who was number 2.
I'd like people to stop telling me that he wasn't spectacular on Monday. That's what I would like.
PFF.
Why?
Well, it's kind of like plus minus in basketball. I'll use it when it helps my argument, and when it doesn't, I will poo-poo it.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm using it when it helps my argument.
That's why I'm trying to poo-poo it, because I was the one who said, he's fine.
Why am I not allowed to be incredibly impressed by Brock Purdy on Monday night?
You're allowed to be. And, Pro Football Focus is saying that you're right because he graded out at like an 88 or an 89. He did, of the 29 dropbacks, he was probably 27 for 29 on doing the right thing and making a good throw.
Well, he completed 20 of 29?
Yep.
Okay. And then he had 2 drops.
Sure.
Okay. And then
the Juszczyk overthrow.
Yeah, he overthrew Juszczyk.
And the Saubert into double coverage.
Saubert into double coverage, I would argue, are his only two like true misfires. Yeah. I can remember one to Debo that a defender got a fingertip on.
There was the early one to Debo where they were not on the right page.
Right.
Remember Debo stopped and he threw it.
He hucked it way over his head. Yeah.
So who knows where that falls.
So there's 4 of his incompletions, or I guess 6 if you count the 2. That's 6 of the 9 incompletions right there.
Yeah, none of them. The one, and Kyle talked about it today, I think, in the press conference, or maybe yesterday, where there was the one to Saubert that he was like, he probably shouldn't have done that.
Shouldn't have thrown that.
But Kyle also said, I like the fact that he just let it rip because he's got that confidence. He saw it and he let it rip. But Kyle would probably give him a higher grade than even PFF. Kyle was raving about how he played.
You know who Kyle would give a higher grade on Purdy then? Mark Grandy.
Grandy's grade.
You gave him a B+. I think you need to up it. I tried to tell you yesterday. That's too low.
Part of the grading curve is the expectation that you have, and he was an MVP finalist last year. You're grading him on an extremely, extremely difficult scale.
But I tried to ask you this yesterday, and I still don't feel like I've gotten a straight answer, which is what did you want him to do that he didn't do? Like he has to, I understand what your expectation is. Except for, are you telling me that needs to be like fantasy numbers?
Well, just because he didn't need to go crazy for the Niners to win the game. Like, I'm not saying that Kyle Shanahan needed to give Brock Purdy the opportunity to go out and throw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns when they were averaging 5 yards per carry. But because they were averaging 5 yards per carry and they were getting everything done on the ground, doesn't mean that them putting up 32 points was solely because of the quarterback.
I didn't say that, but I remember and I'm mad at myself now. Now I'm mad at myself that I didn't stand on a podium a little harder yesterday. I still want, if you're going to downgrade him to a B+.
Talked him down, Grandy. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm downgrading him down to a B+. I need to know what it is that was a demerit. I don't want to know what he could have done that he didn't have to do. I want to know what the demerit was.
A's are reserved for amazing performances, and Brock Purdy wasn't amazing. He was good.
Okay, well, now you got to give me all the people you gave A's to. They were all amazing? They were all amazing?
I'm not saying that any quarterback got an A this week.
You gave the skill position players a flat A, and Brandon Ayuk dropped 2 balls. Those are demerits. What did Brock do that made you go, I'm taking 5 points off
What
for
if
that?
the skill position player did anything wrong?
Why is Brandon Ayuk not involved in your grading?
He is. Everyone else would have gotten an A+.
I just, again,
A+.
As a teacher, if a grade goes down, it's because there was a demerit. That sentence you wrote right there, that's a run-on sentence.
C is an average grade.
Correct.
A+ is the best thing you could possibly do.
I didn't ask you to give him an A+.
B+ is still pretty darn good.
What's the demerit?
It's that he didn't do the exceedingly difficult thing.
Didn't try, wasn't asked to.
That doesn't mean that he gets the grade because he didn't even attempt the exceedingly difficult thing.
You're grading him on an assignment that you didn't give him. You're grading him on an assignment you didn't give him.
I just think we have a disagreement in how we grade him.
And that's fine. But again, I need to, if you're going to give him something less than an A, I need to know which sentence he wrote that had grammatical errors. He was fantastic on Monday night.
You had your chance yesterday.
I know. I'm mad at me. I'm not mad at you, Grandy. I'm mad at me. I'm mad at me because
I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed,
and I accept that.
It's a classic parental line.
But you're right. Yeah. I deserve it. Because I know what I said in the stands. The people who were sitting next to me will back me up. I said that night, I'm like, my God, he's in complete control out here. I was overly impressed. And then I got here, and because, there were no touchdown passes, and I know my reputation, Mr. Homer over here.
Tied for last in the NFL among touchdown passes.
Thanks, Brandon.
Vincent Talley on the YouTube chat, $5 for this. Grandy, even Nick Wright gave Purdy an A for his game. Nick Wright, that's his biggest hater.
That burns a little bit, Grandy.
Boy, he said his name twice like he was Matt Steinmetz.
And he wrote Nick Wright in all caps the second time.
Nick Wright.
Yeah, Nick wrong, quite frankly.
Not on this one.
Well, you have your guys
John
that
Salad.
you don't like mentioned on the show. That's one of my guys I don't like mentioned on the show. I think he's just not my favorite.
That's fine.
Brock Purdy, number 1, according to PFF, Pro Football Focus, among quarterbacks in week 1. Rank 1 of 32. Brock Purdy.
Number 1 of 32.
Brock Purdy.
B+.
Yeah, it's a bad week for quarterbacks.
Okay.
I stand behind my man, Mark Randy.
Okay.
He likes it rough.
Okay. What's the demerit? If you gave me a B+, if I was a student and you did that, I'm showing up to office hours. Not because I'm going to argue with you.
You have to be a homer?
Yes. You have to tell me what I did wrong. You can't simply say you didn't do what wasn't even out there.
Well, there was plays out there. Debo on the opening drive, overthrow, use check, and a hospital ball to Salbert.
How do you even, first of all, not a hospital ball. He didn't even get touched. Second of all, how do you know that wasn't Debo's fault?
Well, it's the quarterback. You're the one throwing the football. You're responsible for where the ball winds up.
I'm responsible for what my receiver does. If he cuts off a route, he's not supposed to cut off.
When you throw the ball, you're responsible for the throw. Okay. That's the very nature of the job.
So what grade would you give Brock Purdy in his performance then?
I'd give him an A. I would give him an A.
So his demerit, those couple bad throws, is enough to take away an A+?
Well, I mean, now we're going to get into the whole A+ thing.
I'm going to fight it all year.
Yeah, A+, okay, fine. Yeah, he overthrew use check. The Salbert throw wasn't great, whatever. I didn't say he pitched a perfect game, but I feel like if you're going to give him demerits, you're taking points away for the stuff that wasn't even there. We didn't ask him to go throw 3 touchdown passes. We didn't ask him to throw go routes. He was very, very good in just about everything that was called.
Other than scoring touchdowns.
And what did Brian Hoyer just say? He is an extension better than anyone ever
He's
with Kyle's
avatar.
He went out and did what was called and did it at an A level.
You know who loves his performance more than Kyle Shanahan?
Who?
Jake Moody. Jake Moody.
He's going to win Special Teams Player of the Week.
20 points thanks to your guys'
win, by the way.
inefficiency.
Thank
you.
Good.
Your guy can't score touchdowns, so the Moody
My guy can't score touchdowns.
The Moody man, not the Moody man.
I got it. So when McKivitz holds, that stops a drive for a field goal, that's Brock. That's what you're telling me.
Well, I think because Brock has to hold the ball so long, McKivitz felt and stuff that he had to, maybe hold on a little longer and stuff.
It feels like you're grading on a bit of a curve because Brock Purdy didn't necessarily need to do incredible things for the Niners to win the football game. Because he wasn't asked to do that, he should still get an A+. Meanwhile, or an A, a different quarterback with much lesser support around him has to do a whole lot more to get his team to the same level. He had a better day, but they get the same grade because what is asked of them is different.
I am grading the assignment that was assigned.
This was a severely less challenging assignment.
Doesn't matter. I've asked you 8 times in the last 2 days to tell me what he did wrong.
You guys just talked about it all.
And both of them, the 2 or 3 things are so minute that would be I'm taking 10 points off for missing a 2nd and 4 throw when the game was already decided. Again, I would show up at office hours and I wouldn't call your boss. I would just be can you explain to me what I did wrong? Explain to me why you took that many points off.
Salbert, Juszczyk, Debo. Get out of my office.
You're taking too many points off for
class. Well, it's up to
Back to class. Office hours are not during class. That's why the teacher has them.
Yeah, but maybe you have class, or maybe you need to go get some class and stop knocking on my door.
Everybody knows I don't have class.
And I'll tell you what, if you come to my office hours with that, next assignment, you're getting double graded. You're getting the double grandy. We call it the double grandy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go GPD. GPD's on the line. What's up, Grandpa Daddy? What are you doing?
I'm driving home with a trailer hooked up to my truck and a bunch of lumber and concrete. Whoa. But I tell you what, that is why you have Bluetooth headset, and you're hands free.
Drop safe.
Man, can I just say this? Look, all this, the people who are hating on Brock or grading him, they're drinking Haterade and then they're regurgitating it, okay? They're drinking Haterade.
You know
I'm
what
not
that
a
is?
homer.
GPD, you know what that is, right? Tell Grandy when he regurgitates. What is that?
You're throwing it up.
Oh,
Right.
dang it. I'll handle it later. Go ahead, GPD.
Grandy. Now, look, you got to look. That pass to Debo, it was there. It just wasn't exactly 3 inches in front of him. He still could have caught that, dude. If you looked at it closely, he could have caught that. Okay, there's a couple things. I would give him an A, and I'm going to tell you what this is. Kyle is Yoda, and Brock is Luke Skywalker Jedi in training. Luke, I say you do this. Yes, you do. Don't you do that? Yes, you do. Okay? He's escalating to a Jedi. He will be there, man. Don't hate, participate. You guys, whoever's hating, love it, bro. You guys, look how good they did. Mark, I'm with you. I'm not a homer, but that was a beautiful game by Brock, man. How much more do you want? They're dissecting it like, oh, my God, I can't believe how bad they're dissecting it. Let me say this. You get out there and throw that ball and see how well you do. Right? You know what I'm saying, brother?
GPD, drive safe, man. We love when you call. And, oh, by the way, when you regurgitate Grandy, it is a regurgitation sensation. The show was not going to go on unless somebody said it for crying out loud. Good Lord.
Grandpa Yoda did not pick up on the cue there and deliver, but that's all right, GPD. We'll get you next time.
Not the best Yoda I've ever heard either, but he did call Grandy a hater.
Well, Willard, what was your GPA in high school and college? It sounds like you think a B+ is a bad grade.
By the way, very different in high school and college. It was very good in high school. And it was fine in college.
I mean, I was a tale of two cities.
Yeah.
Tale of two cities. Great at Casa Grande. Marine Catholic cuffed me around. Junior college was great. 5 junior years at Northridge, not so great.
Not so great.
And then my flurry at SF State was actually solid.
Flurry!
Dude, seriously, my career was kind of like that of Baker Mayfield. some rough stops, but some success.
I think I was ranked 23rd in my senior class at San Mateo High School.
And you had to settle for Cal Poly?
It wasn't 4.0, but it was like just south of 3.9. And then I went to college, and my mom got mad at me every single quarter because she's like, Mom, what are these grades? I'm like, Mom, I'm going to be a radio TV person. And they are never going to ask me my GPA ever again. So we're going to coast a little bit.
GPD greater than my GPA, without a doubt.
Yeah.
My GPA was a mess. Thank God they don't ask for that in these jobs.
Yeah, you got a degree, don't you?
Yeah, somewhere.
Don't you?
Yeah, I gutted that thing out.
I know. Where is it? I don't know where it ended up. Anyway, 888-957-9570. So people want to weigh in on this. So we're going to do that. So keep them coming. Right? I didn't even know we were going to do this, but Grandy's grade, B+ for Brock Purdy. You thumbs up or thumbs down? 888-957-9570. That is the number, and we love hearing from you. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and this is Willard and Dibs.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Loaner Tool Program offers more than 80 specialty tools. Refundable deposit required. Stop by O'Reilly today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
You're not mad at me, Grandy. You're mad at PFF. You're mad at Pro Football Focus.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say he's necessarily mad at anybody. I do think that he's feeling a little bit threatened and violated by your judgmentalism over his grades.
Well,
we ask him to do something and he does a great job.
He's fine. We just disagree.
Wait a minute.
He's coming down your road, Grandy.
We're going to do Grandy's grades.
He's wrong. It's fine.
You're
going to grade his grades.
Well, wait a minute. Why are we doing them? We're doing them so that we can just sit there and go, okay. Like the whole point is to discuss it.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I feel like you're...
And I already told you, I'm mad at me. Yeah. I'm mad at me for not making a bigger deal out of this yesterday. That's my bad.
You turned up a little bit yesterday. I was surprised.
Did. Well, I let it go. I let it go.
Yeah.
I did. That Adele Dazeem, I let it go.
Thank you. And then you circled back around.
I did.
No.
Wickedly talented.
Yeah. It's tough, though, because... we can't really spend 4 days of like, boy, wasn't that swell? Gee, this Niner team.
We've done it for 12 years with Steph Curry.
Well, that's because, it's the chef. They've won 4 titles. And it's harder in a football week. It's easier to look at things and go, oh, that could have been better, and that could have been better. And, once you look at the film, Mark, you have a little bit of a better idea.
How does this hit you, Willard? So I grade 7 different groups. One of them is quarterback. The lowest grade I gave out, B+. That's what I gave Brock Purdy. The worst group of 49ers was the quarterback. How does that make you feel?
That's inflammatory.
Mm-hmm. Probably the worst 49er that game.
It's clearly incorrect.
Classic pile on.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I would show up to office hours.
Come on.
No, it's not going to work. All I'm going to tell you is it's obvious to me that when you look at this situation, there's 2 ways to look at it. If you want to grade it based on its wow factor or how it popped, you're not going to give him an A. But if you want to grade the assignment that was given, it's clearly an A. It's clearly an A. And it's September, which means school is not that old. And you know what's happening all over the country? Week 1, week 2, and week 3 assignments are being given out. And they're freaking easy. And you should be able to get an A. And all you got to do is do the assignment. But if you give out that week 1 assignment, and it's like, okay, kids, here's your first math assignment. I want you to go home and review last year and do your flashcards. Remember, what's 5 times 3, kids? And that kid comes back in 2 seconds, like it's 15. And the teacher's like, you're right, but there wasn't a lot of pizzazz with the way you said it to me. So you get a B.
Well, this is not as easy as 5 times 3. You're oversimplifying.
Actually, yes, it was.
This is more of an algebra problem, and you got to show your work. And he showed his work, and there was, a couple of minuses where there should have been a plus, and so you get a little point there. And
that was an Ottoman
You get a point there.
Your feet were up the whole day. Your feet were up the whole game.
That was there, Coach.
I know.
Can't put no feet up in the press box, by the way. You got to sit properly.
Come over to where I was sitting.
Your whole argument here is just feeding into the Brock Purdy has an easy job and he's a product of the system because he hasn't been asked to do that much.
I'm talking about this game. I do think he's been asked to do a lot. Somehow people seem to be forgetting what has happened over the last year. One of my favorite listeners who's always interactive on YouTube, Chicago Jason, he just said, the only question I've got left is whether or not Brock Purdy can come from behind with a drive with 2 minutes to go. You didn't watch the Green Bay playoff game?
That was 6 minutes to go.
It's all the same difference.
Well,
it's all the same difference.
I get what he's saying.
It's your final drive, and you need a touchdown. Can you go get it in a big moment?
If you got $103 and no timeouts and you're on your own 30, that's tougher than when you have 2 timeouts and 6 minutes to go.
How much time was left in Cleveland when you needed a field goal?
Probably about 3 minutes, I think.
I think it was even less.
Yeah, I can see how far he had to go.
Did he get him in field goal range or not in the driving rain against the top defense?
Yeah, not close enough, unfortunately.
Whose fault is that? The special teams player of the week. He gets an F for that performance.
Yeah, he sure did that week, for sure.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is true every week. I'm simply saying it's true this week. I thought Brock was fantastic in this football game.
He was good.
Because he was there were next to zero mistakes, and there were no big mistakes. There were none.
And we're going to go to the phones, I know, but your analogy of an assignment is a good one, but it was slightly off kilter because it's not as simple as math. This is more of an essay. And he was asked to write a 4-page, 4-quarter essay, and it was good. Not the level of vocab you were looking for, and there was a dangling participle that was in there. So you get a B+. Nice little effort.
There was no dangling participle. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Saubert. Guy almost died.
One throw.
Hospital. Jimmy G. It was a Jimmy Ono throw. According to my sources in the press box.
Yeah, you were sitting with Bonta.
Baby!
Jay is calling and apparently is working right now with a chainsaw. I mean, you want to talk about threatening. Good Lord. Yeah. I give you a 3 for your chainsaw.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Jay, what are you doing?
Give you a B+.
Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Hi.
Hey. Yeah, I'm trying to do some work for a girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I'm doing
how's it going, Jay?
Oh, man. I'm dealing with a dad that's like, no, my chainsaw is perfect. I'm like, dude, your chainsaw is not perfect.
Well,
and so that's what, yeah.
Question is, how will you feel when you're done with that work and your girl gives you a B+?
I'll live with that.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll totally, I will absolutely live with that.
All right. What else, Jay?
Hey, this is the thing, man. And I know maybe you guys see me on YouTube. Hey, look, Brock is awesome. He's awesome. He is really good. But he needs to keep doing what he's doing. And what the Niners got to do is draft a QB every freaking year. Every freaking year. It's the most important position in sports. And think of the trade bait that Brock would bring to the Niners.
Oh.
All right. So I want us to get over this thing about you got to have a franchise QB. You have to keep them coming in. This is the United States of America. There is so much talent in this country for legit quarterbacks that GMs and scouts will not put their name on. They will not do it because they got to pay tuitions. They got to pay for mortgages.
Yeah.
They will not do it.
Don't forget about bumps.
Keep it coming.
Jay, I love you, but I'm getting more confused every 10 seconds right now.
Trade Brock Purdy. Thank you, Jay.
Well, and Jay, thank you, and good luck with the chainsaw. Like, have you ever seen a Bears game? Because our entire lives they haven't had a quarterback. And oh, by the way, I still don't know.
Steve Stenstrom? No.
I mean, like, honestly, you cannot. Now, he had me at the beginning because I actually don't think it's a stupid idea to draft a quarterback every year. Because if you do, well, again,
they're not really good at drafting quarterbacks.
Well,
this one, yeah,
this worked out.
C.J. Beathard, sorry, Trey Lance, we're going to trade up and stuff.
Well, there was only one that was drafted to be a starter.
Well, they didn't draft Brock Purdy to be a starter, so you don't get credit for that.
All right, then they're 0 for 1. So right. I don't know. I don't know if I can.
Ghastly 0 for 1.
Well, absolutely.
That's a strikeout with the bases loaded, and you forgot to bring the bat to the batter's box.
Although they acquired a starter in a different form, and we had 3 years of debate as to whether or not that was a hit.
Beathard was a 3rd-round pick.
I know.
That's a pretty high pick.
Yeah, but it's not drafting to be a starter. It's not like we're going to get our franchise QB. Go look at who got drafted in the 3rd round this year. Anybody who you thought was going to start?
Like, well, maybe not immediately.
No, but it's not that's not their plan.
They could have gotten Mahomes in that same draft and didn't.
Russell Wilson was drafted in the 3rd round, and the Seahawks had spent a mint on Matt Flynn the same year because he was supposed to be their starter.
In principle, yeah, draft a quarterback every year and draft him late and see what you have, but that does not go alongside the notion of shop Brock Purdy or get him on the move because I think that's what Jay was. I got a great idea, man. We're going to trade him.
How
high are you right now?
Back to work. Yeah.
When they say buy high and sell low.
Yeah.
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 That's what we're talking about right there. Totally. I love him, Jay. Thanks for calling.
Matt in San Jose. What's up, Matt?
How you guys doing, man?
We good.
I just had a really specific question about the B+ thing.
Let's hear it.
If Ayuk catches the ball, that is a spectacular play that would fit the criteria of something difficult that would qualify him for an A, correct?
Speak on it, Matt. Granny, you want to take this call? Granny, here, Matt. Matt, talk to Granny. Granny, I'm gonna turn my mic off. Go.
I just think that the merit should fall on the receivers, and the skill position group got an A, and he dropped the daggone ball.
That's a good question. If it was a catch or not, I'm still calling B+ grade for Brock Purdy.
That's tough love right there, Matt.
It's a good response.
How does that play not qualify him for that criteria?
Well, I'm just saying Ayuk dropping the ball does not change Brock Purdy's performance in my mind. Purdy did everything right on that play. He put it on the money. His receiver didn't catch it. That's not on Brock. That's already factored into my grade. So you could disagree with my grade, but that doesn't change it for me.
Got you. Okay. I personally give him an A-. I feel you on the no spectacular plays thing. He didn't throw any touchdown passes. I get it. But in a situation where you have somebody running for 146 yards and you got Debo running for a touchdown and you got a whole bunch of other things that are stalling drives that could give Brock the opportunity to qualify for this A in your mind, it just feels like the other position groups should take those demerits than Brock. That's where I'm at on it.
All right.
Great enough, man. Thank you, Matt. Do you have anything else to say for yourself?
We just disagree. It's fine. Anytime your team kicks 6 field goals, I don't think your quarterback should be getting anything more than a B+.
It's a great counterpoint right there. And really thank you, Lucas, for your contributions throughout all that. You were magical.
Like, there's still, there has been no answer for why the wide receiver group got no demerits for Brandon Ayuk's 2 drops.
I made that point yesterday during Granny's grades. I thought
I agreed with you.
There should have been a notch down for the very fact that Ayuk had 2 drops.
So if it wasn't for Ayuk's drops, the skill position group would have been an A+. They were incredible otherwise.
So those 2 drops drop you from an A+ to an A, but Brock's, like, I can't even find the awful mistake, took him from an A+ all the way to a B+.
He wasn't doing anything crazy.
And when you get 6 field goals and 2 touchdowns, I think it's hard to go into the A+ category because
not asking for an A+. Yeah, I didn't
you
ask
just
for
said
one.
he would go from an A+ to a B+.
His definition is that you start at an A+.
You started a C.
Well, no.
Is the baseline.
No, you start at a C, and then you work your way up.
Then how the hell did the wide receivers get all the way to an A? How?
Skill positions is tight ends and running backs and wide receivers. Jordan Mason ran for 150 yards.
Right, and Brandon Ayuk dropped a touchdown.
And one other pass.
Dropped another play, right?
That's one of a skill group of 7 different players.
Do you know that Deebo Samuel was supposed to cut off that route? I'm betting he probably wasn't. Just saying. All right. Let's go to Will in the East Bay. Hi, Will. What are you doing?
I'm sitting here watching highlights on another channel. How are you doing today, Will?
Fantastic.
You sound good.
Thanks,
man. Hey, listen, I couldn't concur with you more, by the way. I think he deserved an A. Let me tell you something about system quarterbacks, okay? When you get to the end of, the finish line, the greatest system quarterback of all time, okay, who had an incredible team around him on both sides of the line, won many NFL championships and the first 2 Super Bowls. I'm talking about a guy named Bart Starr. Now, let me talk about production guys, okay? And we're talking about a great quarter. By the way, I'm a former season ticket holder, Raiders season ticket holder, so I'm very, non-biased, okay?
No, and astute and well-researched. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know about that. Some stuff. But anyway, you got a quarterback named Dan Fouts who, God, for some reason, I wish would have ended up on the Raiders. John Elway, we all know how close Al Davis got to him. And then a guy that sniffed a Super Bowl win, but didn't win it, never got to another one. Major production numbers in Dan Fouts and Dan Marino. Okay, my point is it's a catch-22, all right? You play a game like they played the other night, all right? And you got Brock with the hat on, smiling on the sideline. You got Kyle Shanahan probably thinking, I wish I could bottle that game, and I could have a game like that all the way to the playoffs and to the Super Bowl. They take it in a second. You know it, and I know it. Okay? And, you know, you got your haters in the Bear, going to nitpick and, you know, maybe it's time for a new. We got the perfect guy in there right now with the talent on this team. And by the way, he is very able to step out of the box and be anything but a system quarterback, okay? He throws that ball before the receivers, you know, make their cut or their turn. He is very capable of that. He, in a sense of urgency, if he has to scramble, he can do that and get the first down, okay? And by the way, Willard, I'm glad you stepped off that fence. I love it when you're edgy.
Yeah, edgy Willard.
Yeah. Thanks, Will.
Yeah, go ahead, Will. Bring it home, Will. Bring it home, Will.
I love you guys.
Love you too, Will.
Anyway,
Thank you.
that's all I got.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
that was,
Will. He wanted to say something to you.
The history of the NFL with Will.
Yeah, you kind of jumped him. He wanted to compliment you.
If it was that important, he would have led with it in his 3-minute call. Will made some points there.
He did.
Dan Fouts, St. Ignatius High School.
Correct.
Left Marin Catholic, couldn't hack it after a year.
Oregon
according
Duck,
to sources.
Mark Grandy. Yeah.
It's not time for you to curry favor with the Grandy man.
I don't need to.
Yeah.
I don't need to. There's so much in the bank there. I mean, we could fight every day for a year and he'd still ding me whenever I asked.
Did you just make that up that Dan Fouts started MC? I didn't know that.
I did not make that up. I believe he played freshman ball and transferred to SI, and the rest is ongoing history. It's
you
not
believe
complete
that,
history.
or you know that?
That he couldn't hack it?
No, you said you believe that.
Oh, no, yes, I wasn't there with him.
Freshman ball at MC.
I'm not positive if he played freshman ball, but I know he went there as a freshman.
Okay, great.
And I always say that he couldn't hack it because Marin Catholic looks down on St. Ignatius. And I won't mention Reardon because I don't want Shasky to blow up my phone. I like Reardon.
Is that still the case?
That Marin Catholic looks down on that side?
Down on the,
Well, not really.
Okay.
In football, they don't want to play us. And I say us because I'm an alum, Jared Goff and I. But a lot of the Marin kids who think that they're better than the rest of us by going to SI, no, you're just tacking on 2 hours in the car.
SI took Tam behind the woodshed last week.
In football. Oof. Yeah. Oof. There you have it.
Hope you got there early, kids.
I can confirm, by the way, sorry to cut you off there. Fouts attended Marin Catholic High School, just north of San Francisco in Kentfield, California.
I didn't doubt him.
Not sure if he played football, though, was the real question.
First 2 years.
Oh, there you have it.
There you go. Okay. Tony in Fremont is next up to rip Mark Grandy. Hi, Tony. Thank you for calling.
Thank you for taking my call. I work in the boonies. Can you guys hear me okay?
You are loud and clear.
All right. Excellent. Hey, as a supervisor in an industry that's not cool like yours, we have to do performance reviews, and you get 4 in all of these different categories. You get 4 choices: needs improvement, meets expectation, exceeds, and outstanding. And I always start with, tell me what the expectations for your job as a project manager are. And they list out all of these great things you have to do because that's your expectation. And I want to make sure no one gets their feelings hurt when they get a meets expectation when they grade themselves an outstanding. So I think this is one of those situations where the expectation for an NFL quarterback, there's only 32 starting jobs. You have to do something outstanding to earn that A or A plus. Plus, did I hear right? He got an 88 out of PFF.
Yeah, 89 actually. 89.4 was the number.
Yeah, but Tony, that's a completely different grading system.
Yeah.
That's a completely different grading system. And I'd argue if
out of 150.
No, it's totally different. It's completely different. It's not like that at PFF. It's
100 is the max grade.
Understood. But as you know, it's not based on a grading system in the same form that Grandy's doing it, like when we all went to school.
It's not 90s an A and 80s a B. No.
Right.
And if you look at the 49ers, I think we can all agree that the 49ers played a pretty good game.
They did.
Offensively, they only have 2 players who are above an 80. Trent Williams is 81.6.
And he gave up 0 pressures.
Right. Dominic Pooning, we're all raving about how he played, 79.1.
Okay.
So the grade deflation from Pro Football Focus it's such that Brock Purdy was number 1 among quarterbacks. So by a curve, if you graded on a curve,
he was an A+.
He would get an A.
Yeah.
No,
I know, but if it were Grandy, he was the top guy in the league.
PFF gives him an A+. Grandy, B+.
B+. Yeah. So
I'm rolling with Grandy.
By the way, that's fine. I don't care who you roll with, but I'll say this. Like when Tony brings up the idea that like the quote, the baseline, the expectation for an NFL quarterback is that you do what Brock just did. So that's just meeting expectations. You know what I want to get Tony for Christmas? The Red Zone channel. Because you ain't seen anybody else QB. If you think that what you saw from Brock on Monday night was a flat line of meeting expectations, if that's the expectation of all NFL quarterbacks, I'd say there are about 5 in the league. Like, quarterbacking was brutal this weekend. You got dudes all over. Have you watched what slightly apparently below meeting expectations is? Did you see Daniel Jones play football?
Well, don't just cherry pick the bums.
No, but I could do this in all. Did you see Joe Burrow?
Well, they had no weapons.
Did you watch?
So you could pick.
Jamar Chase didn't
How about
play.
Baker Mayfield? How did he play?
He was
played
fantastic.
Great.
I'd give him an A, Tibbs.
Yeah, there you
I'd
go.
give him an A.
That's hard for you.
He was fantastic. How was Justin Herbert? How is Justin Herbert ever? Has he ever had an A game?
Well, he's going to have a down year this year.
I mean,
if they don't throw the ball.
Well, I had to go to someone who went to Oregon to really get under his skin.
There you go. Well played.
Justin Herbert is overrated. He's
Justin
overrated.
Herbert would get not a very good grade because guess what? They ran the ball endlessly and they didn't even need to do anything through the air. And they have no weapons.
Okay.
He wasn't asked to do much and they won the game. Doesn't that mean he should get a good grade?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, you're completely discounting, I would argue, all of the good throws he makes because you've seen him so many times. You've now decided that these are just run of the mill. And by the way, you want him to make a wow play? He did. He did. And Mr. Missy Camp blew the whole thing up. That was an elite wow throw. And number 11 blew it up. Blew it up.
It's a great route. If it wasn't for 11, that's not even
a great
available.
point, Tibbs.
It's a great route by old Mr. Missy Camp is what you call him?
Missy Camp.
Not John Mellencamp.
I don't want to watch the tape because I'm scared of it.
Well, I think it was a horror film.
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
All right, that was
Justin
fun.
Herbert wound up 22nd in Pro Football Focus with a 57.5.
21 spots behind Brock.
5 spots ahead of?
Interesting.
Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Huh. As I go turncoat.
Who everybody said sucked. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll get some more calls in here. And Grant Cosell joined us earlier today. And my God, what an unbelievably awesome deep dive on all things 49ers. So that's around the bend, too, on Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, can't wait for that. And also, I'm excited to tell you about my weight loss.
on 95.7 The Game.
All I know is when students are registering for classes, nobody wants mean Mr. Grandy. Watch out, kids. Don't get Mr. Grandy. He's a tough grader.
Well, you just
watch out for him.
I'm preparing them for the real world.
That's fine.
And if you're savvy, you take Grandy credit, no credit.
I love that Grandy's talking about the real world while the four of us sit in a studio talking sports every day. We don't live in the real world.
It's been my real world for 26 years now, so that's all I know.
Yeah.
That and blowing the whistle.
Yeah.
You want to baby Brock Purdy and give him A's all over the place? Then when he's making $60 million, doesn't have Debo and Kittle to throw to? Be my guess.
Oh, look at 32 points without Christian McCaffrey, and that was with a bunch of field goals. That was with receivers dropping balls in the end zone. Sheesh. I wonder how many they would have. Scored if the wide receivers had gotten an A. Oh, wait, they did in your class.
Yep.
I forgot. Greg Cosell, our conversation, we loved it. We've got it for you in 5 minutes. Let's take a couple more calls. Scott in Livermore. Hi, Scott. You're on Willie and Dibby.
What's happening, guys? Just want to tell you, you're doing a great job today. Love listening to you guys every day on my way home and on the way to work. Couple things real quick.
Yeah,
you're welcome. One, want to switch to the defense side of the ball. I give them an A+. They looked fantastic. We were flying around, hitting people. The energy was fantastic. But I had a question. It will pivot from the grading schedule. At the end of the game, they brought in Tyrod Taylor, right? Veteran from forever ago.
Yep.
And what I noticed, right, he's a little bit more of a mobile quarterback than Mr. Old Man Rogers. And they seem to, I don't want to say walk down the field and score, but I was curious to get your take on him coming in the game, him moving a little bit more, using his legs, throwing the ball. Do you think that's something we need to watch out for, or do you think that was more so because we're in a prevent defense, there's 5 minutes left in the game, didn't matter too much? So I was curious to kind of get your thoughts on how you viewed a pocket passer quarterback against us the majority of the game, bring in Tyrod Taylor, and all of a sudden they're moving down the field and they scored a touchdown that we didn't want them to have, but they did. So I was curious to get your take on your perspectives on that.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
Dibs, you were nodding your head while he was asking that.
Yeah, I do think that it's because they played super soft. And, you had your regular defense in there, but you were playing soft. You weren't trying to send extra rushers and get the ball loose. You just wanted them to not score immediately. So you played soft and you let them have 5 and 7. I'm seeing 3, and there's a 16 and a 6 and another 6. And yeah, they scored, and they scored with 30 seconds left in the game.
Yep.
Congratulations, Jets. There you go. Now, the other piece is, I think in the past they have had some challenges with mobile quarterbacks, but then again, who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Yeah,
like Lamar Jackson.
Mobility.
Oh, we have trouble with Lamar Jackson. You're damn right you do.
There's a reason mobility is preferred. You can't tell the Niner defenders, it's like, okay, this week be faster than you are. So, I can only answer his question. I'd answer it the same way you do, except to add, TBD. Do they have problems with mobile quarterbacks? Don't know yet. Won't know till October 6th when they take on Kyler Murray. Because Sam Darnold and Matt Stafford and Jacoby Brissett or Drake May are not going to offer anything crazy to you either. And then week 5, Kyler Murray, let's take a look. But yeah, what you said, it's hard. It's hard to chase. That's why everybody wants a mobile quarterback if you can find one.
And you hope that with this new defensive team that you have, and you've got Floyd and Bosa on opposite sides, and if they can rush and contain, you rush around the outside, you keep the quarterback somewhat in the pocket, you force him to beat you in the interior, and you got Hargrave, and you got Collins, and you got some other big bodies who hopefully are collapsing.
I mean, you look to last year, I know it's a different group and a different coordinator, but they ended Jalen Hurts' season with the way that they were very disciplined in going about pressuring him because he moves so well. So I know that that's only one example, but they played Kyler last year. I can't off the top of my head.
They played Dobbs the first time.
Dobbs. They beat him. But they'll make some plays.
Yep,
they'll make some plays.
Lamar beat him, but that was largely you beat yourself with the 5 turnovers. Brock throwing 4 picks.
Yep, Rebecca San Leandro. Hi, Rebecca. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the conversation. I'm in agreement that Brock Purdy only deserves a B+. the game that was called by Shanahan, it really wasn't about him. The running game, the kicker, and the offense and defensive line. So it's like gymnastics. Certain vaults are only worth so many points. Level of difficulty for him, he gets a B+. So
yeah, Rebecca,
tough but fair.
Can I ask you a question? Like, do you believe if it's not an A, it's because like there has to be a demerit in there? Like, did you see Brock do anything wrong that you didn't like?
Well, Brock, it wasn't about Brock. What I didn't like, I didn't really get a chance to see. No, did he do what Shanahan asked? Yes, but what Shanahan called is only worth a B+ for Brock because it's not about Brock.
Yeah. Okay.
About the other players.
Yeah,
So
Rebecca, thank you very much. I mean, that's just a concept that I mean, we see that very, very differently. I just don't know how you can downgrade somebody who, and by the way, here's the other thing I'll say about that. Like, there's got to be something to be said here for when a player does things that are high degree of difficulty, but you get used to seeing them, so you just shrug your shoulders. Like, I don't look at Brock's, per yardage per attempt or whatever. This idea, he just, a little bubble screens and whatever. No, he pushing the ball downfield. Jawan Jennings plays over the middle of the field. George Kittle, big lob ball to him down the left sideline. We've already talked about the Ayuk drop. Like, these were not piece of cake throws. We're just used to seeing him do it.
Yeah, he's done it for, the better part of 2 seasons now. He is 9th in football in yards per attempt. So, he didn't necessarily air it out a ton, but he didn't really have to. So it's going to be hard to judge Brock Purdy because Monday night he was asked to do that. Don't turn it over, move the chains, make a couple of difficult throws and win the game. And so all those boxes got checked.
Greg Cosell joined us earlier, and when we talk about exactly what we're talking about, basically the grades for all of the players out there, for the groups, and looking ahead to what the Niners are facing and what Nick Bosa says is a much harder assignment this week in Minnesota, we touched on it all. He is the senior producer of NFL Films, breaks down tape like no other. He's Greg Cosell. And he joined us earlier, and we started by asking him about Jordan Mason's career night on Monday night, and more importantly, what he looked like in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot there that with the run game. But if you're just speaking about him, I think that was evident even early on, but it was clear as the game progressed how physical a runner he is. And there were some clear examples where the Jets defense later in the game was not particularly thrilled with having to tackle him. He's one of those runners that you wouldn't say he's shifty and elusive. He's a downhill velocity runner. He has natural power. There's a physical presence to his running style. He has just enough lateral quickness where he can work effectively in confined space. And as I said, he's got really good finishing traits. He's a difficult guy to tackle and probably not a lot of fun to tackle.
I can't imagine it. And it seemed like he got to the second level ad nauseum against the Jets defense. Those holes were gigantic.
They sure were.
Did they go about the run scheme differently, Greg? Because it seemed like there was less use check and more just straight ahead zone power with Jordan Mason.
Yeah, there were multiple run game concepts, as there always are, with the 49ers. I think when you play the Niners, you're very conscious of having to defend the C gap. That's where, so people can kind of visualize that, right next to the center, the offensive center is the A gap. You go over one, it's the B gap. You go over one more, it's the C gap. That's kind of where their run game is foundationally built. But obviously they do more than that. But so they did a number of different things. The key thing was that he ran almost exclusively out of what we would call base personnel. When Juszczyk was on the field, when there were 2 tight ends on the field, when there was both Juszczyk and 2 tight ends, 23 of his 28 runs came in these base personnel packages.
Greg, I'm curious to know if you saw them running to the right more often than in the past, because famously they love to run behind Trent Williams, but it looked like they were running to the right more often than in the past. Is that so?
I didn't chart it, so I don't know the exact answer, and I don't want to make something up, but I didn't get the sense that they were only working to one side. I felt like it was pretty multiple. It's funny. Sometimes the shorter runs are the really cool runs. Like, I thought that his 5-yard touchdown run in the third quarter was just an example of great design and execution. I thought that you had an unbelievable double team by the center, Brendel, and Banks, the left guard, and it was on Quinnen Williams, who's obviously a really good player. I love the way Kittle inserted as a lead blocker on the stacked linebacker Mosley, and then Samuel came in from the right side of the formation and kind of cracked back on the safety Clark. I thought, that was just one of those runs. Obviously, it was a touchdown, but it wasn't a long run necessarily, but it was just beautifully designed and executed.
Just a clinic in the run game. I can't help but get my eyes on Dominic Pooney over there in the right guard making his first start. What did you see on the film from Dominic?
Yeah, he looked really good. I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't watch a ton of preseason football. I'm being honest, it's not my favorite thing. But
that's good honesty.
I thought that he showed early in the game and then throughout the game both strength as a run blocker. I thought he was good at one-on-one pass protection. There's 2 blocks that in the run game, more than 2, but 2 that you have to be able to execute in the NFL, or as a guard in particular, or you're not going to be a starting guard. One is the backside cutoff block. So if the zone run game goes away from you, you have to be able to execute the backside cutoff block. Then in the zone run game, when it goes to your side, you have to be able to execute the front side reach block. In other words, the reach block is a case where the player is just outside of you and you have to get outside of him to seal him to the inside. Those are 2 blocks that you have to be able to execute, one on the backside, one on the front side, and I thought that he did that very well in this game. And he's going to have to continue to do it well.
Senior producer, NFL Films, Greg Cosell, is with us here on Willard and Dibs, as he will be every single Wednesday afternoon on 95.7 The Game. Greg, people for a while now have been running out of questions to ask about Brock Purdy, but one of the ones that was still remaining was, I wonder what he would look like without Christian McCaffrey. So, Greg, what did he look like without Christian McCaffrey?
Well, to me, those 2 things are mutually exclusive. Obviously, McCaffrey's a great player, but when Purdy has to drop back and throw a ball, that's not necessarily a function of Christian McCaffrey. I thought Purdy was kind of Purdy. He was efficient. He made good throws. He's got enough movement that he can move around and make plays. Look, I don't know if we discussed this last week. I can't remember. I'm old, guys. I can't remember what we discussed last week. But Purdy is the scheme and the system and Purdy's ability to execute it at a high level all go together. And, there's some great examples of that. Kittle, the 26-yarder to start the second quarter field goal drive, was a beautifully designed, what we call a flood concept. It's a 3-level stretch concept. Kittle ran the intermediate route. Beautiful design. I'm sure you guys remember Juszczyk's 34-yard reception, which was a Kyle Shanahan classic, because what he likes to do is put a second-level defender who has both a run and a pass responsibility. He likes to put that player in conflict, and that's exactly what he did on the Juszczyk 34-yard reception. That was beautiful design. When I saw that play on the coaching tape, I got excited. That's what I love about football. But Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level, and I think people lose sight of how difficult that is to do, play after play after play, week after week after week, and they view him, he's just running a great system. That's really hard to do, and he does it at a really high level.
Yeah, it was a clinical performance from Brock, and he didn't have to overwhelm to go out there and have a pretty lopsided victory for the 49ers. I want to ask you about the defense, because other than the early drive in the first half, they had their way with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets offense. What did you see on the film as to why the Niners D had such an edge?
Well, I think their D-line, you could argue that the main D-line, obviously they sub and have a rotation, but when you have Bosa and Floyd on the edge and Hargrave and Collins inside, And I think we talked about Collins last week. Collins has always been a really, really good player, and I think 49er fans are going to really like this guy. And it showed up the other night. But their defensive front is really, really good, and it's just really difficult to block. And then there's Fred Warner, who I've been saying for years is just the best linebacker in football. I mean, his ability to play inside out with speed and range, and his ability to diagnose things instantly. I mean, there's no one as good as Fred Warner at the linebacker position in the NFL. And they've got the thing that I think is overlooked now, too, is they have tremendous length at linebacker. Because when they're in their nickel and it's Warner and Campbell, you've got 6'3" and 6'4", and those are traits. People might not think about that, but that kind of length, those are traits.
So, Greg, here's a question that comes up a lot with 49er fans. There's this thought that whatever Steve Wilks was calling last year just wasn't in alignment with, the defensive line and the secondary and whatever Kyle Shanahan likes to run. The idea this year was they were going to get back to who they were before the hiring of Steve Wilks, with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley calling plays. What did you see? What can you explain to our audience with regard to the new regime?
And I'm going to be totally honest here. Those are hard questions, and I'll tell you why. Because you'd have to be there in their meetings to understand how things are taught, what they're specifically asked to do. I mean, I think when all's said and done, like in this particular game, they hardly rushed more than 4. I think twice on what Rodgers have maybe 23 or 24 dropbacks. I think twice they rushed 5. My guess is that this is going to be a defense that's going to rely predominantly on their on the 4-man pass rush. Now, there are things they do in third down and sort of pure pass situations with what we call loaded fronts, where they line up 3 defensive linemen to one side of the center. Often Fred Warner will walk up to the guard opposite that load side, and they'll do some pressure schemes from that. But I think this is going to be a defense that relies a lot on the 4-man pass rush, as long as it's being effective, and most weeks it will be. There's always some weeks, that things don't work exactly the right way. I think from a coverage perspective, we saw in this game multiple coverage concepts on third down out of their nickel. They don't play dime. They're a nickel sub defense. We saw cover 2, cover 1, cover 3. I think you'll see these kinds of things depending on the opponent. By NFL standards, I don't think they'll be overly detailed. Now, having said that, if I was sitting in the meetings, I'd probably have a different view. But I don't think they're going to be one of those teams that does a million things. I think it's going to be more execution-based than heavily scheme-based. That would be my sense.
Yeah, the stats indicate that they played out of the nickel 76% of the time and just 24% with the 3 linebackers. And the second linebacker, fans are concerned, Greg, about Devondre Campbell. He was guarding Wilson a couple of times in that first touchdown drive. It didn't go well. Does he have the speed to hold up in this defense when they go to the nickel and just 2 linebackers?
Yeah, I mean, he's got length. He can move. I mean, obviously, he's not going to be covering wide receivers man-to-man. There are sometimes the offense, through formation, through motions, can get a wide receiver on a linebacker. That does happen in the league, and there's really very few linebackers that can match up. So that's not a knock on Campbell. I mean, if anybody saw the Chiefs in the Thursday night opener, the way they got Rice matched up on linebackers and good linebackers, then, that happens. They got him matched up on Roquan Smith, who I think most people would agree is a pretty damn good linebacker. So that's not a knock on Campbell, the fact that maybe Wilson beat him one Sunday, and I don't remember the specific play, but I mean, that's not the way you're going to evaluate Campbell, by his ability to defend wide receivers.
Obviously, there's been a ton of talk the last handful of weeks about Brandon Ayuk, and we loved what you had to say last week when you talked about his fit in this system. Because he's being eased in, yes, there was at least 1, maybe 2 dropped passes. How would you?
He dropped a touchdown.
He dropped a touchdown. How would you compare what we saw from Brandon in this game to what you're used to seeing from him?
Well, I think he's played enough games in the National Football League that we know what he is. I mean, obviously he had that touchdown drop, which I'm sure he'd make that catch 9 out of 10 times. I think there was another one where I think it was a quick slant that went off his hands. It's probably a rust issue. No matter what you do and what you do in the off season, if you're not in camp and you're not going through the whole process, it's different when you get into a real game. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to be worried about Brandon Ayuk. He's played a lot of games in the league. He's been a good receiver. We talked about him last week. He's not all of a sudden going to be a bad receiver. He had a bad drop. He dropped a touchdown. It was very visible. It's a national TV game, so it happens.
Greg, you're officially our pivot point in the week where we go from looking back to looking ahead, and the Niners getting ready to head to Minnesota. Sunday morning game on the fake field up there in Minnesota. What have you seen on the film from the Vikings that 49er fans should keep an eye out for on Sunday morning?
Well, let's look at the Vikings defense. They were very interesting this past week, and it could have been a function of who they were playing. Obviously, the Giants do not have a great offense. But one of the things that Brian Flores did a year ago, which was fascinating, and you rarely ever see this in the NFL, is it was a team that had the most three-man pass rushes in the league and the most six-man pass rushes in the league. Now, against the Giants, they stayed pretty basic with four-man pass rushes and played a lot of coverage behind it. Again, I'm not Brian Flores. I don't know what he'll do against the Niners, but that three-man versus six-man pass rush deal was fascinating to me watching their tape a year ago, because you rarely see that kind of thing in the league. And then, of course, on offense, and we can talk about this, you guys can jump in, you got your old buddy Sam Darnold, who looked very good last week.
Well, what'd you see? Like, what because he was here, but we didn't really ever get to see him play. No. So, what did you see from Sam?
I'll tell you what I saw, and I think this is where coaching comes into play. Kevin O'Connell, obviously coming from the Shanahan and McVay tree, you saw Darnold with really clean footwork, really understanding the connection between his drop and the route concepts. You saw some really well-schemed, well-designed play concepts that really presented him with clean, defined reads so that he could hit his back foot, and if it required him just to hit his back foot and deliver, he'd do that. If it required a hitch, he did that really cleanly. He looked extremely comfortable. Now, it's one game. No one's going to sit here after one game and say, man, this guy's on his way to a great year. But if we're talking this same way after 6 or 7 games, then to me, you really have to talk about the coaching element. Because don't forget, he was coached last year, we know, with the Niners, even though he didn't play. And now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's really, really good. So sometimes that's the difference, because you're dealing with a kid, and you know this. Big kid, physical kid, throws the ball well. There's nothing from a physical trait standpoint that he can't do. He always had other issues, including mechanical and including what he was seeing. But he looked very comfortable this past week.
Looked like they were moving the ball around, too, to the various weapons. Justin Jefferson was not too much of an isolated target. I'm curious about the run game from what you saw from Minnesota. Looks like a little bit of a committee, and they use the fullback a little bit, too, don't they?
Oh, they play a lot out of 21 personnel as well with Ham. I can't, off the top of my head, remember how many snaps he had, but they did that last year. They do it now. They have a run game with the fullback as well, and they've got Aaron Jones, who's a really good back and a very good receiver. Got to be careful about that. Last week's game obviously was such that they got ahead. It was evident the Giants weren't really going to move the ball, so it didn't really require them to be probably as diverse and multiple offensively as they could be, as they probably went into the game with, but didn't need it. So we'll see how it goes. You'd assume this will be a closer game, but keep in mind, as I started this conversation, this defense did give the Niners some problems a year ago. It's a difficult defense to play against, and they can really pressure you. So that's something that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan will really have to be aware of. Chris Forster, one of the best line coaches in the league, they'll be working on that, trying to understand all their pressure concepts with different personnel on the field, because that's the last thing for any quarterback, to start a game where you feel like you're under pressure.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Greg Cosell, senior producer, NFL Films, with us here on Willard and Dibs. And that's to say this. Yes, it's the same concept defensively, but a lot of new personnel. Their defensive line is almost completely different.
Yeah.
Right? I'd wonder if you could compare that group, though, to like the Jets group. Like, what's Brock Purdy facing this week versus last week?
I think he's facing a lot more diversity in pressure concepts. The Jets are not really a high-pressure defense, and when they are, their particular concepts are, I don't want to say they're basic, that's not the right word, but they're not they don't have a ton of them, whereas Minnesota has a lot of different looks. Minnesota often lines up with 6 or 7 on the ball, on the line of scrimmage, so you don't know who's coming, who's dropping out. They make it difficult to try to figure that out because you have to make sure you protect. You can't just say, well, I think that guy's going to drop out. You can't do that. So you have to, protection becomes a really critical issue. Protection first. You don't have a pass game if you don't have protection.
And Minnesota with a couple of really vaunted players in the secondary, Stephon Gilmore, and they got Harrison Smith. How do you like those matchups, Minnesota's secondary against the likes of Debo, and assuming Brandon Ayuk can play more, Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I mean, they're not a heavy man coverage team. That's the thing. Surprisingly, even when they pressure, they play more zone concepts. Now, zones always have a matchup element to them, but they're not a heavy, straight man-to-man team. So it's not so much, hey, this guy's going to have Samuel, this guy's going to have Ayuk. That's not really the way they play. So we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, they've got some different players. They signed Van Ginkel, who's a really good player from Miami. He showed up this past week. They signed Blake Cashman from Houston, who was very good for Houston a year ago before he got hurt. And what they basically did is they swapped out Danielle Hunter, for Jonathan Grenard. Hunter's a little better, but Grenard's a very good player as well.
Greg, before you go, I'd like to ask you this, even though, look, it's only been 1 week, and this might feel a little speculative, but based on what you know and what you saw this week, what kind of an outlook and optimism would you have for this 49er defense as a whole and its standing within the league?
Well, I think their front, let's talk in terms of playing nickel, because you end up playing nickel more than you play base. I think their front six is among the better front sixes in the league. We talked about their down 4. We talked about Warner being the best linebacker in the league. Campbell, in my view, will be fine. Obviously, it's safety. I don't know if Hufanga is coming back. You guys might know that better. I don't know what his status is. Obviously, they played Odom, who throughout much of his career has been a high-level special teams player and a spot starter. They used Odom and Jair Brown kind of interchangeably. They both played on the back end. They both played in the box. Ward's a really good corner. The question becomes the other 2 corner spots. When they're in nickel, Lenore goes into the slot, and they played Yodom on the outside. I don't know if that's going to stay all year. I don't know what their feeling is about Renardo Green. He's a player I really liked coming out of Florida State. Florida State was a man-heavy defense, played a ton of press man, and I really loved Green. I don't know how he did through training camp, so I can't answer that. But I think that's where, I don't want to call it a concern. I would just say that's what we'll be looking at to see how that plays out when they play against really good passing offenses and really good receivers.
Greg, we're going to do it every Wednesday, and you just showed everybody why. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Look forward to it next week.
Yeah, indeed. So do we. That's Greg freaking Cosell right there. Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Knowledge all over the board.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That was meaty. That was a sandwich.
Always. I love the insight. And, every time with Greg Cosell, we're going to look back and then we're going to pivot and look ahead and see what we've got coming up. And, as we get into tomorrow and Friday's show, we'll break down everything with Minnesota. But you were higher on Minnesota than I was going into week 1. And so I feel like I'm playing a little bit of catch up because you were saying before we were naming off the dreadful teams.
Yeah.
And I wanted to throw Minnesota in there. And you said, not so fast, my friend.
Yeah.
They might be better than you think. And as I've done more of a, not quite a deep dive yet, but we're getting toward the deep end, starting to get in there a little bit now. They have a good veteran defense, and Sam Darnold might be the right quarterback for right now.
Maybe. Like, I'm still open to who knows, you might be right because they just played the Giants.
True.
And so I think a lot of teams, like the Saints right now, you're like, wow, the Saints are good. Probably not. They just played the Panthers. So I think there's that. But here's what I do know about Minnesota. They're very well coached. O'Connell is good. Flores on the defense is good. They're very well coached. And so similar to what we see when Kyle Shanahan gets his hands on a quarterback, whatever Sam Darnold's best is, you're going to see it now. A lot of us thought you might see it with the Niners, but he never really got a chance. Brock stayed healthy. I'm not saying this is that, but it's maybe among the next best thing options for Darnold. And now he doesn't have to look over his shoulder. He doesn't have to think about, like, when are they going to move the kid along? Like, he's got the whole year to himself. And so I don't think it'll be great, but they're at minimum serviceable, and their place is always a difficult place to play. First road game of the year. We still don't know about Christian McCaffrey. Seems like most people are leaning no. More on that in a second. But yeah, this is not a walkover, and so I would flatly reject if you're against Christian McCaffrey playing in this game. You may well have a point, but don't make it because they're playing Minnesota. You don't need Christian. You're just playing Minnesota. You can go 2-0 without Christian. I don't know. I know they're a 6-point favorite on the road. That feels like too much to me.
Yeah, I was looking at some different metrics and some different tools that are used for handicapping, and most of the places I've seen have the real value in this, about 5. So the 49ers are giving up a point greater than what the experts are valuing this spread at. So the numbers would tell you it should be a 5-point game. But I do look at, a lot of the factors you were mentioning, first road game, questions about McCaffrey and all the rest of it. And it is a little bit of a difficult place to play. But when you look at any game on their schedule, it's more of a should win for the Niners than a could win. Now, you're not going to go 17-0 most likely, but even without McCaffrey, you're going to still be favored, and you should go out there and be able to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that. I'm not saying the Vikings are going to win the game or anything, but this will be a challenge. And again, that has us circling back to the McCaffrey conversation. And here's where we started the show, and we got plenty of time for you to weigh in on this still at 888-957-9570. And the basic question is, knowing all that we know, what would your game plan for the year be for Christian McCaffrey? Let's let you know, quote unquote, all that we know. Let's start with Kyle Shanahan and his initial update with regard to McCaffrey today.
Christian is still limited and not just out. I'm not a doctor, but I would read that as a positive sign for how he feels.
I'm not a doctor either, but I take that as positive. Yeah.
You agree?
Yes, I do agree. But I'm not a doctor.
All right. I mean, I sort of feel the same way. Like, you would have surprised me 2 nights ago if you had said Christian's going to practice Wednesday. Like, the idea of him practicing this week, okay. Practicing Wednesday, because this is the beginning of the practice week. And if you're a question mark, especially as a veteran, they often leave you out to Thursday, sometimes Friday. Yeah. But he's out there today, so that tells me that at least they're reckoning with this. Like, for sure. They are thinking maybe he might play this week.
And this backs up the notion that he really was a game time decision, because Shanahan even said today he was fully counting on and planning for Christian McCaffrey to be able to go out there and play. So I think it was closer to him giving it a go than what people want you to believe. Like, oh, conspiracy. On Friday, he was already shut down. I don't believe that. And I also think that he goes through limited practice today, hopefully tomorrow and Friday, and then you get to a point where you fly to Minnesota and the flight goes well and you give it a go with him.
Yeah, and then there's this, because Kyle Shanahan was asked, have you considered putting him on IR?
No, I've never considered that. Considered him to play last week, so definitely not thinking about 4 weeks off.
So when because we hear Achilles and everyone's like, oh my God, just put him away. Especially with these turf games coming up, just put him away. That's not where the Niners' heads are right now.
Yeah, their head is in winning in Minnesota and putting the best product out there to give yourself a chance to win, and that includes Christian McCaffrey. Now, I personally would exercise more caution, but you're right, Mark, and you said it earlier in the show. If the medical team says he's healthy and Christian and Kyle think that he's healthy, he's going to play.
You play football.
And that's the way it goes.
Christian spoke himself and said this about the game week preparation.
On Monday morning, just moving around a little bit. I prepare every week to play. My mindset every week is I'm going to play. There's been weeks where I'll go the full week, not even feeling good enough to do the walkthrough. And then I wake up and the body's capable of a lot of cool things. And, mentally I'm always prepared to play. And then woke up and it was a group decision, very tough one. I hate not playing, but look at it as a chess move and, something that hopefully we can benefit from the rest of the season.
I just want to add this in real quick, too, because he was asked about the fact that this game is on turf.
Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. Can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
Okay, so non-issue as far as turf grass.
Yeah.
And he is preparing as if he will play
You
this
have
weekend.
to prepare as if you're going to play, and that's the mindset that you need to take into any week. And the fact that he was able to go through practice, albeit limited, is a positive. And if he goes from limited to Friday, he's a full participant, then watch out, he's playing on Sunday.
And Doc Feely with us yesterday on Achilles tendonitis and what exactly you can take from that.
In many ways, a calf strain is going to be just as bad, if not worse, than the Achilles tendonitis. It really just depends on the severity of the tendonitis. All it really means is there's inflammation along the tendon, which as a 28 to 30-year-old running back with a lot of mileage, it's kind of expected he's going to get that at some point during his career, if not this year, next year. So I don't think it's a big deal. He's going to get a lot of treatment for it. I think it's important for him to be able to limit his reps during the season. I think we've seen that in the last couple of years. He's somebody that does a great job at a certain number of reps. And then if we have a suitable backup, that's even better.
Okay, so now you know what we know. What would you do? When are you going to play him? When he plays? How much are you playing him? What's the right touch count throughout the year? Jordan Mason, how does he factor in? Let's go to Devon, who's in an Uber. What's up, Devon? Thanks for calling.
Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing today?
Real good.
So as a former football player and somebody that's torn my left Achilles, it's not fun, right? I like this Mason kid a lot. And we're just going to put the rat on the table, man. I think you bring McCaffrey back either to get a warm-up game against the Patriots if he's feeling good on the 29th. And if not, you don't do that. You bring him out against the Chiefs. You got to have him against the Chiefs. You got to press those guys, bring all the big guns out October 20th. So I think you just rest him. You got to rest him. And you got to see what you got with this Mason kid. And because you guys got talent on both sides of the ball, all three phases, actually. Yeah. So I believe in him. I hope he's healthy. And I'm a diehard Raider fan, but I love good ball.
Thank you, Devon.
Honors of playing good ball.
I appreciate when former high-level football-playing athletes side with the dibber, and I'll go third person because when you have a guy like Devon toughing it out through an Uber to make a call of that quality and say, you should probably rest Christian McCaffrey, makes me feel really good about my position on the issue.
Is that your take?
That's exactly.
I haven't heard you say that.
That they should rest him.
Until the Chiefs game?
Well, as long as you need to. I thought he said the Patriots game. You get him warmed up for the Patriots game.
No, he said maybe you give him a warm-up game for the Patriots game, but he would vote save him for the Chiefs game, which is well over a month away.
Well, if you don't lose until then, it's genius. And,
well, that's a huge if.
Oh, Devon's been through it now. He's had the Achilles burst, and it's not pleasant.
This is all I'm saying. And I wanted to ask Devon, too. I wanted to ask him if he had a warning shot when he tore his. In other words, did he feel something leading up to it?
Oh, man.
I do wonder about that. But here's what I would say. This is what us fans do that football teams don't. There is this assumption in the back of our mind because the 49ers are so good. Save them for the Chiefs. We'll be 5-0, and everything will be fine. Dude, these are hard. They're all going to be hard. Even the Patriot game. They're all hard. And you just can't take schedules and opponents lightly like that. I just don't think they'll do that. If this guy's ready to go, he should play.
You rest him, get Minnesota, you get by him. Then you realize the Rams, they got injuries. You rest them there, you get the win. The Patriots are laughing stock. You're going to rest them against the Patriots. Now you're 4-0, and CMC is fresh as a daisy.
Wouldn't that be fun if life were like that?
Right.
Yeah. It ain't going to go that way, by the way. Spoiler alert. It ain't going that way. We're sponsored by Safeway. Plenty more time for your phone calls. 888-957-9570. And before we get out of here, we have to tell you what iconic Bay Area sports entity needs to rest in peace because it's over. And that's next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I've decided we just all, and when I say we, I'm not in this particular case talking about myself sometimes, but you're all worrying too much. Like, we did this for an entire offseason.
I'm mentally invested.
Yeah, like, we did this for a whole offseason. But the holdouts and the hold-ins and but in the Super Bowl hangover.
I don't know.
And then 32-19, and we're like, oh, okay. And now we're doing it with Christian's Achilles tendonitis.
Yep.
Which he is practicing through again today. And seemingly, and I'm not saying it's not worthy of concern. I'm not saying to be flippant about it. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what they're going to do. I trust them and him to do the right thing. But how many of you are ready to just punt the first month and a half of the season with no Christian, basically with no knowledge that anything you're saying kind of makes sense in the medical world?
Well, it's not a full punt. I mean, if you're winning games, then it doesn't matter, if he plays or not.
No, I mean punting on the idea of Christian playing.
Right.
Like, why? Based on what?
Based on the idea that he could get hurt worse than he's already hurt.
And that would be true when he gets back, too.
Of course.
Whenever he plays. That would be true against Kansas City.
It's similar to why many people want the starters off the field when it's a 3-score game. Now, the likelihood of McCaffrey getting a more severe injury is greater than a team blowing a 3-score lead in the final 5 minutes of a football game, but it's all relative. You're trying to mitigate risk through actions. And if you feel like you can mitigate some of the risk through the action of not playing him, he's less likely to get hurt if he doesn't play.
I mean, all that math is acknowledged. However, I just think tucked into all of this is the idea that because Monday was comfortable, a lot of you are assuming the 49ers can just walk onto the field and win these games, with or without Christian. I don't see it that way.
I don't either.
All.
Yeah, and I'll have my official pick on Friday for this very game.
If the 49ers 10 days from now are 1-2, now are we suddenly not worried about his Achilles? Hey, buddy. Pat on the back, get your butt out there. Let's go. Take the risk. This is so week to week. These games are so hard. I think you have to take the schedule and what week it is. You got to take it out of your mind, in my opinion. I think you have to just go with what doctors are saying. And if he and doctors clear him to play, you play him. You play him.
I get that.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Well, and I think the idea of clearing him, it's a different bar in September than it is in January. If this was the divisional playoff game, there'd be no question about him getting cleared to play. He would play in the football game. This is week 2, and week 1 was even more of a dramatic case where if that was the NFC Championship game, McCaffrey plays on Monday night.
I get that, but I guess there's a middle ground to what we're saying here. I understand that at the beginning of the season, if you're in some sort of a middle ground, you are allowed the latitude of let's lean conservative, as opposed to it's January, it's a must win.
Exactly.
Let's lean not conservative.
Aggressive, yeah.
So that I understand. But the idea of just like white flag, see you week 7. You can tell when you listen to them that that's not where their mind is. They're literally going hour by hour right now.
For sure. But
I reject the idea that this is scary. Let's just forget September. I'm not there. I don't think they're there.
There's a middle ground to that, and I wouldn't say that I'm there yet, but if we get closer to Sunday, if he still isn't healthy enough, then sit him out, and we'll deal with week 3. Then we can come back and do this dance again next week, and we can talk about it on Tuesday and Wednesday. He'll speak on Monday. Wednesday will be the practice, and we can do this dance all over again. And if they're 2-0, I can be equally nonchalant. And if they're 1-1, well, if I had hair, it'd be on fire.
Well, I'm with you on that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Let's do this every week. Don't see you at the Chiefs game. I know it's scary. Football's scary.
Yeah.
It just is.
Football's scary. Take 60 seconds to
do whatever you want.
Continue the campaign to bury the phrase Super Bowl hangover, because I've been trying to go through year by year.
Please do.
Philadelphia loses the Super Bowl the next year. They're 10-1.
10-1.
They faded, but they were a playoff team. The year before that, the Bengals lost the Super Bowl. They were in the Final Four the next year. The year before that, the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl. The following year, they were in the Final Four. Again, the Niners in 2020 lost the bowl. Well, they lost their quarterback, so that's a tough one to work through. They didn't have a backup. They went 6-10. The Rams before that, they had a winning record. The Patriots before that, well, they actually went to the Super Bowl and won it the next year. Even the Falcons, the 28-9 collapse that everyone wants to highlight, they were a playoff team the following year. There is no Super Bowl hangover. Let's put that thing to bed.
You're absolutely right. And I would argue you can already tell, if blessed with health, I can guarantee you almost certain teams that are at minimum in the Final 8. If the Niners are healthy, they're going to the Final 8. I have zero question about that. They're too good. Look at the way the other players and coaches around the league talk about them. I mean, Devontae Adams was on with Kay Adams yesterday, and he's like, I mean, there's just not a whole lot you can do about them. And he's talking about it after they played without their best player.
Exactly.
So if they are blessed with some sort of health, I don't think you need to worry about whether they can make the Final 8 and probably the Final 4. I'm never going to assume Super Bowl. Teams are good. You can lose one day. Yep. You go home. But the 49ers are not going to be healthy and go 7-10.
Yeah.
That's not possible.
Agreed.
So I agree with you. We know who the good teams are.
Right.
And then which ones stay healthy. The Packers, off to a really crappy start. That's a good team, but they had a hard assignment, and then their quarterback got hurt, and now everything suddenly hangs in the balance.
They've got work to do, but you wouldn't write them off, though.
I'm not writing them off, but they might be 0-4 in 4 weeks.
Could be. Or they could be 2-2 or 3-1, you know?
Exactly.
They have enough talent around Malik Willis where it's not an automatic that they're going to lose all these games.
No, of course it's not automatic. You're right.
I think 3-point dogs against Indy.
They've got the Colts at home. You know, they could win that game.
Yeah. They're allowed to.
They are. I went to the rule book.
I love it.
They're allowed to win.
It's one of my favorite Willardisms.
I've never seen Malik Willis play well in an NFL game, but I've only seen him play 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, so we'll see. We'll see. And Anthony Richardson's super exciting, but he's inaccurate. And he's young, so we'll see. But he's super, they lost by 2. They probably should have won that game by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He hucked the ball over so many people's heads that were wide open. So we'll see.
I'm glad he's not my quarterback because it's every play you're holding your breath.
Yeah, he takes a lot of hits.
Yeah, and he takes chances and he makes great plays, but he's just wow. It's very dramatic.
Tuesday nights will never be the same.
Well, it is the worst day of the week after all.
It is. It is.
I mean, Tuesday.
And it just got worse.
What happened?
Rest in peace. Creamsicle Orange City Connect jerseys.
Wait, what?
That was it.
I know it's over for the year, but you mean
No, they will never wear those uniforms ever again.
Damn it, Farhan!
By the way, speaking
pretty good, I think.
Speaking of Farhan.
Damn it, Farhan!
Did you see the news break that Farhan Zidi and Bob Melvin, who have the concurrent contracts that were believed to be through 2026, turns out 2026 is a club option.
Yeah.
So in theory, both Bo Mel and Farhan are already now next year would be the final year on their deal.
Unless my father-in-law had his way or his druthers.
Which would be?
Then they would have about 2 weeks left in their tenure.
Oh, no, they might.
Right. No,
they
but
might.
They're entering the lame duck year. So, I mean, are you really going to have these guys on their last year both come back?
I would be very surprised if either of them got a contract extension.
That would be shocking.
That would be shocking.
I would be very surprised if they removed both. Bob Melvin getting 1 year, a disappointing year.
Yeah.
And my father-in-law was adamant today about how many more chances does Farhan get.
Oh, I completely agree. I don't think Bomel's going anywhere. That would really surprise me in all forms. Farhan, I really don't know. But seeing
what would you put it at right now? Is it 50-50?
No.
60-40 Gonzo?
58% he stays.
Whoa. Put that in the cap, Grandy. 42% he's Gonzo. 50-80 stays.
That's based on
No, you got a good feel for this stuff,
Yeah,
Mark.
but I might just be hungry. It's dinner time.
Fair enough.
But
and
anyway,
it's a Tuesday.
No, but doesn't the fact that next year's the last year of his deal, for those who are like, they're not firing him, he's got 2 years left on his deal. No, he's got one. Doesn't that change the calculus a little bit?
It sure does.
Yeah.
It sure does.
Yeah. Rest in peace, City Connects. I own one. I will be the only one wearing them at Oracle Park.
Well, you don't even wear it
year.
anymore because your Gabe Kapler costume kind of got outdated because he's not around anymore.
He's not
That's
on the
when
team.
you wore it.
Yeah. Well, I've worn it without the beard before, too.
It was phenomenal, that costume. You got to start thinking about this year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got to come up with a new one this year. It's coming right up now.
I know. I punted last time. Grandy, what are you doing? What do you have on your show?
Last night, Kyle Madsen and I had the football hour, so I wasn't able to use this yesterday on Best of the Game. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, on with Bonta and Shasky, so we're going to hear that conversation coming up next.
Okay, here comes the GOAT, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Week 2 starts tomorrow.
Let's go.
Sports, man. Love this time of year.
For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Plan your dinner at Whole Foods Market. Get no